In a quiet province, far from the bustling heart of the kingdom, a child was born. The father, restless with anticipation, prayed for a son. When the baby's first cry filled the room, the old midwife smiled and announced, "Your wish has been granted." Wrapped in soft cloth, the infant's features mirrored those of the Lord himself. "Have you chosen a name?" the midwife asked gently. The mother nodded. "Lewin, Lewin Ardle." Her voice softened as she whispered, "May he one day become the light of this world." Lewin Ardle's early years passed peacefully, marked by little more than quiet days and books. But one afternoon, as he sat reading, a pair of workers outside caught his ear, talking about heading out to collect seafood. He looked up suddenly. "Uncle Beggins." The man turned, startled. "What is it, young master?" Lewin hesitated, his tone uneasy. "Please, don't take the South Mountain Road. There's something strange there. The manna, it feels wrong." Beggins frowned, unsure what to make of a child's warning, but later passed the message to the estate's head steward. Neither could understand what the boy meant. That evening, thunder rolled across the sky. Rain lashed the windows as Beggins burst through the doors, dripping wet. The steward was waiting. "You're late," the steward said, worry in his voice. "I took another route," Beggins explained quickly. "Didn't mean to cause concern." The steward's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Beggins leaned closer. "Because of young Lewin. I avoided the South Mountain Road." The steward looked puzzled. "Remember what he said yesterday?" Beggins continued. "He warned me about that place. Just now, I heard travelers were attacked there. Beastmen ambushed everyone who passed through." The steward froze. Beggins nodded solemnly. "If I hadn't listened, I'd be among them." A heavy silence filled the room. Then quietly Beggins asked, "Do you think Lewin can really sense mana?" The steward hesitated. "If that's true, he might be the Ardle family's future." From that moment on, there was no denying it. Lewin Ardle was different. At 6, he could feel mana flow through the air. At 7, he could bend it to his will. By 10, his power was unmatched. And soon, the world would take notice. When the Ignat Magic Academy, the most prestigious institution in the Radiant Kingdom, held its entrance ceremony, every seat was filled. The announcer's voice echoed through the grand hall. "I now invite the representative of the first years." All eyes turned to the boy who stepped forward. Lewin Ardle, a child from a small noble house. Yet he had outshined even the sons of high-ranking families. He entered Ignat not merely as a student, but as the top of his class. The academy crowned him with a single title, Genius. But genius came with a cost. The expectations weighed heavy, yet Lewin bore them with quiet resolve, believing his success would lift his family's name. Then came his first day of class. Reality struck hard. He wasn't a best. He wasn't even second. During the first practical, the instructor's command snapped through the hall. "Release your energy now." Lewin Ardle focused hard. He reached for his mana. Nothing. No response. His mind blanked. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He stood there, frozen in disbelief, the silence around him swelling until it broke into a low wave of murmurs. Students whispered to each other, their eyes darting toward him, some curious, others pitying, most confused. Then came the verdict. Mana release disorder. The word struck like a curse. Lewin couldn't channel his magic beyond his own body, not even a meter. For a mage, that was the same as being broken. His body rejected the very essence of mana. The news spread like wildfire. His background, his failure, it was all anyone talked about. The once celebrated genius of a minor noble house became the academy's favorite target. One day, as he passed through the courtyard, a student shoved him. Lewin stumbled, but didn't fall. Another smirked. "Careful." The boy laughed, nudging his friend. "You might have touched something defective. Better wash your hands before it spreads," the other replied. Laughter followed him everywhere after that. The name Lewin Ardle became a punchline. A prodigy no longer. Just a failure. Jealousy curdled into mockery. His rise made his downfall that much sweeter to watch. One of the bullies sneered, stepping close. "What are you glaring at? You don't even deserve to." The punch came fast. Lewin didn't fight back. His fist trembled as he turned away, slamming it into the wall instead. The crack of stone echoed louder than the laughter. How'd it come to this? He'd worked harder than anyone, outshined every rival, earned his place at the top, and now he was nothing. The academy had a new title for him, the genius who became useless. It should have ended there. It felt like it had. But just as the last bit of hope began to fade, something stirred. A strange glow flickered before his eyes. Player artifact activated. Status window unlocked. The world spun out of control. Lewin felt himself falling, weightless, pulled into a deep, endless void. A voice rose from the darkness, cold and ancient. It spoke of something impossible, that he was the vessel of a world destroyer. He wanted to deny it. He couldn't. Every word felt both unreal and true. Then the shadows moved. A figure emerged, tall, monstrous, eyes burning crimson in the dark. Lewin's breath caught. The air trembled. It didn't speak, yet he knew it was about to command him. Suddenly, everything shifted. The darkness shattered. Light flooded his vision. He blinked, and he was back. Back in the training grounds of Ignat Academy. Hours earlier, the instructor's voice cut through the noise. Next, Lewin stepped forward. All you have to do, the instructor said evenly, is form a fireball and hit the scarecrow. Simple, right? Simple, for anyone else. But for someone who couldn't use magic at all, it might as well have been impossible. Lewin Artel stepped forward, taking his position. He stood there, tense, unsure if this attempt would end like all the others. Get on with it already. Heidel snapped, irritation cutting through the silence. Lewin hesitated. If he froze again, that would be it. Another failure to add to the pile. He took a deep breath, forcing the doubt aside. He had to make it work. This time he had to. He focused, drawing mana into his hand. Slowly, a fireball began to take shape, bright, dense, and alive with energy. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The orb of flame swelled larger than anyone expected, burning with raw, unrestrained power. It was obvious. His mana reserves were immense. Heidel said nothing. He just watched. For the first time in a long while, Lewin dared to hope. Maybe this time it would work. Maybe he could still prove them wrong. Then it happened. The mana flow broke. His control slipped. The fireball sputtered, then collapsed entirely. Lewin froze, confusion flickering across his face. He tried to push it out again, but nothing came. His hand went numb. His chest tightened. Mana fatigue hit him like a crashing wave. He stumbled, coughing hard. Frustration burned inside him as he spat onto the ground. Enough. Heidel barked. Show us something already. But Lewin couldn't. No matter how much he strained, the spell refused to leave his hand. I can't, he said under his breath. I can't get it out. Heidel's voice sharpened. You're serious? You're in your final year, and you still can't cast a basic spell? The words sliced through him. If you can't even manage that, Heidel growled, don't bother showing up for the exam. You're finished. Lewin said nothing. Deep down, he couldn't argue. He clenched his fist, muttering a quiet apology, more to himself than anyone else, and swore he'd do better next time. The task was simple, 10 fireballs, 10 hits on target. For most students, it was nothing. For Lewin Artel, it was torment. He couldn't even manage one. Around him, the whispers started. How did that guy even get accepted? One sneered. He should just quit already, another said, laughing. He's holding the rest of us back. Their voices blurred together, mocking, venomous. The same taunts he'd heard for years. To them, Lewin wasn't a genius anymore, just a failure. A reminder that someone from a small, forgotten province had once outshined them. Their jealousy had turned to hate, their laughter to cruelty. Lewin tried to ignore it, to swallow it down. But every word chipped away at him. His will, his pride, his dreams, all cracking under the weight of it. For 6 long years, he'd lived with it. Mana release disorder. He had endured what most wouldn't. But now, even his strength was fading. Later, in the academy halls, the same voices echoed again. A group of boys laughed as they compared exam results. Then one of them spotted him. Well, look who decided to show up. One jeered. Another snorted. Guess he's still clinging on, huh? If I were him, a third said, smirking, I'd be too ashamed to walk around here at all. Their laughter trailed behind him like a shadow. Lewin Artel didn't flinch. His voice was calm, steady. Do you know what the younger students call me? The boy grinned, his tone dripping with mockery. What, dumbass? That's what everyone calls you. To the seniors, Lewin wasn't a rival. He was a target. Someone to laugh at. Someone who didn't belong. Why don't you go back to that little countryside of yours? Another jeered, sparking laughter from the group. Lewin stayed silent. Some people are born lucky, one of them sneered, with power, money, or talent. You got none of that, another added, smirking. Your whole family's just a bunch of arrogant nobodies who've never done a thing worth remembering. That was the last straw. Lewin's fist flew before the words finished leaving the boy's mouth. The hit landed with a sharp crack. The boy flew backward, sliding across the floor before coming to a stop. The courtyard fell silent. Lewin stepped forward, voice low and cold. Say that again, he warned. Say something about my father one more time. The boy coughed, wiping blood from his lip, glaring up at him. You think you're tough just because you got one lucky shot. Lewin's eyes narrowed. You should learn when to shut your mouth. You're not even worth talking about my family. Before anyone could react, another student lunged. But Lewin was faster, much faster. One punch. That was all it took. The boy doubled over, gasping for air, clutching his stomach. His friend stood frozen, disbelief written all over his face. Then the golden-haired boy snapped. Rage twisted across his expression as he began gathering mana in his palms, the air around him starting to hum. You think you can touch me? He shouted. You're nothing. You don't belong here. Lewin's eyes widened. He's going to use magic inside the academy? The orb of light flared to life, then shot toward him, fast and deadly. God, the boy spat. Lewin's body locked up. He raised an arm to shield himself, but it was too late. Stop. Now. An instructor's voice echoed across the courtyard, rushing toward them. The spell hit. A blinding light engulfed everything. Lewin braced for pain, for the impact that would end it all. But it never came. Instead, player artifact activated. Status window unlocked. The world shifted. The courtyard vanished. A colossal figure appeared before him, its eyes glowing crimson, its presence suffocating. Lewin froze, staring up at it, unable to move or speak. He didn't know where he was, or what this was. The figure spoke. It said his name, his full name. Each syllable struck like thunder in his chest. Lewin's breath caught. The voice was deep, resonant, almost divine. Fear clawed at him, yet something inside pulled him closer. Then, just as quickly as it came, the darkness began to fade. A softer voice called his name again. Lewin. He opened his eyes. Helen, the instructor, was kneeling beside him, her tone laced with relief. You're awake. For a heartbeat, Lewin wondered if it had all been a dream. But deep down, he knew. It was real. Lewin Ardle sat up slowly. Where am I? In the break room, Helen said softly, resting a hand on his shoulder. You need to take it easy. I'm fine, he murmured. Just a little dizzy. He wasn't even sure if he'd blacked out. Everything after the explosion was a blur. That towering figure, those red eyes, it had felt too real to be a dream. How long was I out? He asked finally. All day, Helen replied gently. I've been here the whole time, keeping an eye on you. She smiled faintly, relief washing over her expression. You're incredibly lucky, Lewin. Honestly, I thought it'd be much worse. He pushed himself up a little, brow furrowing. So, I'm okay. Helen nodded. We'll still need to run some tests, but considering what happened, you're doing amazingly well. No burns, no injuries, no internal damage. It's unbelievable. Lewin blinked. But that was a lightning sphere. It should have killed me on the spot. He knew the spell. A direct hit could vaporize someone in seconds. And yet, he was here, breathing, whole. Helen nodded slowly. I've never seen anything like this. The door creaked open. A professor stepped inside, muttering an apology. I'll check the readings, Helen said, standing. The professor will stay with you for now. She paused at the door. And Lewin, if anything feels off, tell someone immediately. She gave him one last reassuring look, then slipped out. Moments later, Heidel stepped forward. How are you holding up, he asked. I feel fine, Lewin answered, though the words didn't sound convincing, even to him. Heidel nodded. Good, because this whole incident has the council in uproar. They're holding a meeting about it right now. Lewin looked up, startled. The one who attacked you? Heidel continued. He's being expelled. No debate, no appeals. Expelled, Lewin repeated quietly. Heidel's tone hardened. He used combat magic, lethal magic, against another student. That's a direct violation of Academy law. Add to that the bullying, the harassment, the insults toward your family. The vote was unanimous. Lewin lowered his gaze. I hit him too. You did, Heidel admitted. And you'll answer for that. 1 month of volunteer service. Nothing more. Lewin nodded. Understood. Heidel turned as if to leave, then hesitated. Before I go, I need to ask you something. Lewin glanced up. Do you, Heidel said slowly, have an artifact? Lewin froze. What? No, of course not. If I had one, do you think I'd let everyone treat me like dirt? Heidel crossed his arms. Maybe, but I saw something right before the lightning hit you. A red glow surrounding your body. It looked like a high-tier artifacts barrier. Lewin stared at him. He knew what artifacts were, legendary relics of power, wielded only by top mages or royal houses. There was no way he had one. But then that dream. The glowing eyes. The voice calling his name. Could it be related? I don't know what happened, Lewin said slowly, shaking his head. But if I had an artifact, I'd know it. Heidel didn't look convinced. All right, he said finally. Get some rest. We'll revisit this later. He turned toward the door and left. Silence filled the room once more. Lewin leaned back against the pillow, staring up at the ceiling. His thoughts spun in a blur. That red light, that voice, that figure, whatever had saved him, it wasn't normal. And somehow, he knew this was only the beginning. It felt like a dream, yet Lewin Ardle knew it wasn't. That voice, the one that had spoken to him in the darkness. It mentioned something about an artifact, about a player. He tried to recall the rest, but the memory blurred until something clicked. A status window. And as the thought formed, there it was, floating right in front of him. Lewin froze, eyes locked on the translucent blue panel hovering in midair. At that exact moment, Helen walked over with a stack of papers in her arms. Something wrong? She asked, noticing his expression. You're not feeling dizzy again, are you? It's not that, Lewin said slowly. I'm seeing something, right here, in front of me. Helen frowned. Seeing what? It's like a screen. Blue. It's got information on it. She looked toward the empty air where he was staring, then back at him with confusion. There's nothing there, Lewin. He studied her face. She wasn't lying. She really couldn't see it. Only he could. He quickly shook his head, forcing a small laugh. Must have been my eyes. Probably strained them or something. Helen didn't look amused. You should take this seriously, she said, then sighed. Anyway, your results are fine. You're cleared to return to the dorms. Lewin exhaled, smiling faintly. Thanks. As he left, his mind raced through everything that had happened. He'd survived a lightning strike. He'd seen a red-eyed figure in another world. And now, he had a status window only he could see. Then, suddenly, another message appeared. A task. Train your body. Increase strength. Lewin blinked. Strength? He muttered under his breath. Why would a mage need that? Still, he clenched his fist. No reason not to try. He threw a punch. A faint glow blinked on the screen. His strength stat had risen. He hit again. The number went up once more. Lewin's eyes widened. It was working. Every precise movement, every solid strike, made him stronger. But then nothing. The counter stopped. He frowned, staring at the display. The last hit hadn't registered. Even the slightest mistake made the progress vanish. Fine. He steadied himself. Then I'll do it right. Time blurred. Hours slipped away. By the time night fell, sweat soaked his clothes, and his muscles screamed in protest, but he didn't stop. Then it appeared. Task complete. Strength increased. Lewin dropped to his knees, panting. His body burned, but something inside him had changed. He felt it immediately. A strange current stirred beneath his skin. Deeper than mana, stronger than anything he'd ever sensed. He flexed his hand. The air vibrated. One punch shattered the object in front of him. Mana rippled around his arm like a living force. His power, his speed, his endurance, it was all sharper. Real. And then, another message blinked into view. New task unlocked. Power circle. Lewin leaned closer, eyes narrowing as he read the text. Replace existing mana circles with power circles. He froze. Mana circles were the foundation of a mage's being. Replacing them was unthinkable. Yet the window glowed before him, waiting, and Lewin Ardle couldn't look away. Every mage possessed mana circles, formations around the heart that allowed them to sense, store, and channel mana. The stronger the mage, the more circles they could form. That was the foundation of all magic. Lewin Ardle had 4 mana circles, an incredible feat for someone his age. But for him, they were nothing more than decoration. His disorder made them useless. Then it struck him. He turned his focus inward and froze. The mana circles were gone. Not destroyed, replaced. In their place, energy pulsed violently, untamed, raw, different. Power circles. The feeling was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It wasn't mana. It was something deeper, more primal. It was real, tangible. Lewin Ardle's thoughts raced. No mage could exist without mana circles. So what was he now? Could he even call himself a mage anymore? The question clawed at his mind, but he forced it aside. Now, it wasn't the time to question. It was time to act. He raised his hand. A spark flared, then burst into a swirling ball of flame. Instantly, his breath hitched. No hesitation. No build-up. The fireball was just there, faster than he'd ever managed before. Its heat burned fierce and steady, packed with energy that defied reason. It had to be the artifact. In basic magic theory, it took roughly 10 seconds to gather mana and form a spell. But this was instantaneous. No charging, no deep focus. The power erupted from within, pure, physical, and alive. This wasn't magic as he knew it. This was something else. The artifact's influence pulsed through every fiber of his being. After another round of training, a glowing window flickered beside him. Lewin froze, breath uneven. Task. Channel magic through your body and strike. He frowned. What? How am I supposed to? Then memory hit. The dream, the name Draka, and that figure with burning red eyes. Draka had fought differently. His magic wasn't cast, it was wielded. He didn't chant or aim. He fought with it, fists blazing, legs charged with energy. Maybe Draka had suffered the same disorder. Maybe that's why his magic flowed through his body instead of through mana circles. It was wild theory, but Lewin didn't care. He was out of options. He clenched his fists. The fireball reformed, tight, controlled, and surging with power. He struck. The window blinked again. Task complete. Lewin collapsed to the ground, chest heaving. Every muscle trembled with exhaustion, yet a faint smile tugged at his lips. He'd done it. For the first time ever, he'd completed the final stage. The release, his lifelong weakness. Now it flowed effortlessly. He stared at his hands, still tingling from the impact. The energy coursed freely, alive and unrestricted. Draka, whoever he was, had uncovered something no mage had ever achieved. And now, that legacy was his. He didn't fully understand it. Not yet. But deep down, he knew one thing for certain. He wasn't the same anymore. As fatigue settled over him, his vision blurred. His body felt heavy. His eyelids fluttered shut. Then, faintly, he heard voices. Did he really train until dawn? Someone murmured nearby. Another voice let out a half-laugh. Yeah, he passed out right here in the training field. Lewin Ardle stirred, his body heavy, his mind still foggy. Wake him up already, a third said. There's no way he's dead. The guy survived yesterday. Flashes of lightning flickered through his thoughts, the lingering echo of that impossible sphere. His head throbbed, a dull ache pulsing behind his eyes. When his vision cleared, a small crowd of students stood over him, wide-eyed and whispering. "Don't do that again, man," one said, voice shaky. Lewin sat up slowly, stretching like nothing had happened. "What's with those faces?" he asked, blinking at them. "Never seen someone take a nap outside?" Silence. One of them mumbled, "That's not really how nobles from proper academies act, you know." Another snorted, "Were you drinking or something?" Lewin rolled his eyes. "Relax. I was tired. I fell asleep." End of story. They didn't look convinced. Their gazes flicked between him and each other, whispering as if they were seeing someone entirely different. Then a gasp. "Wait, where's the training dummy?" Heads turned. The scarecrow target that had been standing there the night before was gone. Nothing remained but scattered ash and a crater of scorched earth. "Don't tell me he did that," one whispered, eyes wide. "No way," another said quickly. "He can't even use magic properly." Later that day, back at the academy dorms, Jason was lounging against the wall, toothbrush in hand, foam still in his mouth. "Well, look who decided to show up," he said, smirking. "Get into some kind of trouble last night?" "That's none of your business," Lewin muttered, brushing past him. Jason didn't take it personally. He rarely did. The eldest son of a noble house, but with none of the discipline, more interested in booze and women than spellcraft. He practically lived to get caught sneaking off campus. So, Jason teased, grinning. "Was it a girl?" Lewin didn't even blink. He grabbed a pile of clothes and tossed them straight into Jason's face. "I went to the bathroom," he said flatly. "Whatever fantasy you've got, keep it to yourself." Steam filled the bath as Lewin sank into the warm water, every muscle screaming, but finally relaxing. The heat felt good. He let out a long breath until something clicked in his mind. The next task. He opened his status window, eyes narrowing. Same mission, same reward, but this time double the effort. Lewin sighed. Of course. It was harsh, but if this was the only path forward, he'd walk it. A month passed. He learned the truth. The mission could only be completed once per day. Miss even one, and everything reset. Each day, the repetitions increased, slowly grinding him down. But the reward never changed. Still, he never stopped. No matter how high the numbers climbed, Lewin stayed consistent. The tasks eventually capped at 3,000 reps. Any more might have killed him. But he endured. He ran. He trained. He struck. Day after day, Lewin Artle refused to quit. Over time, something incredible began to happen. A faint chime echoed in Lewin Artle's mind. The sound of a system notification. He blinked. A new skill had been unlocked. When he opened the details, his eyes widened and a slow grin spread across his face. It was perfect. Exactly what he needed. Meanwhile, around the academy, the whispers had started. "Have you noticed Lewin Artle lately?" One student muttered. "He keeps dozing off in class. He never used to miss a thing." "That's all you've seen?" Another replied. "The guy practically lives in the training yard now. Punches, kicks, weird stances, it's nonstop." Someone nearby sighed. "Just ignore him. He's always been a bit off." To most of them, it looked pathetic, a mage with a broken mana core trying to make up for it through brute force. A desperate attempt to look strong. But none of them knew the truth. Over the past month, Lewin Artle had been methodically clearing system tasks while searching for any clue about the mysterious figure named Draka. He dug through old records, ancient tomes, forgotten archives, anything that might hold a trace of that name. But there was nothing. No mage named Draka. No history. No legacy. Just silence. And yet, Lewin couldn't let it go. Who was Draka? And who had passed this strange, hidden power onto him? A sudden shout snapped him from his thoughts. "Lewin Artle, you haven't heard." Jason burst into the room, nearly tripping over himself, his expression wild with excitement. Lewin looked up, startled. "Heard what?" Jason blinked at him, incredulous. "You're just sitting here reading like nothing's happened." Lewin stood, sensing something serious. "Jason, what happened?" Jason's grin widened. "Your father, the head of the Artle family. He's here, at the academy." Lewin froze. "What?" Jason nodded eagerly. "Yeah, your father." Lewin didn't wait another second. He bolted out of the room, sprinting down the hallway. "Father," he called out. A familiar voice answered from ahead. The man turned, composed, confident, and unmistakably him. "Head Artle." Lewin stopped short, catching his breath. His father smiled, eyes softening as they met. They soon found a quiet corner to talk, away from the curious stares of students. "How have you been?" Lewin asked first. "It's been 6 years since you sent me here." Head Artle nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Doing well, as always." "And my sister?" Lewin asked. "How is she?" A fond chuckle escaped his father. "She's growing fast. Picked up swordsmanship, too. Says she wants to protect her weak, big brother." Lewin rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. "She said that, huh?" "She's as confident as ever," his father said warmly. A quiet pause lingered between them. Then Lewin spoke, voice calm but firm. "I'm okay. Really?" His father raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean it," Lewin repeated. "No one's mistreating me. Not physically, not mentally. I'm fine." Head Artle took a slow sip of tea, his expression thoughtful. When he finally looked up, his tone had changed, softer but serious. I didn't come here just to check on you, he said. I came to ask if you'd like to leave the academy. Lewin's head snapped up, stunned. You've been here a long time, his father continued. If life here has been too harsh, you can always come home. Just tell me, what have you been enduring all these years? Lewin didn't answer right away. He sat in silence, the words hanging between them, heavy and unspoken. Then, with steady calm, Lewin Artle said quietly, I won't lie to you. It's been hard. From the start, people treated me terribly. Head Artle's expression darkened, but before he could speak, Lewin raised a hand. But I think, he said, voice steady, I've finally found a way through it. He leaned forward, eyes unwavering. Let's make a deal. His father frowned slightly. A deal. There's a practical exam coming up, Lewin said. If I pass, if I prove myself, I stay here. But if I fail, I'll come home. No excuses. He met his father's gaze head on. But I won't fail. For a moment, silence filled the space between them. Then, seeing the conviction burning in his son's eyes, Head Artle gave a small nod. There was nothing left to argue. Not long after, he returned to the family estate. Days passed. The long-awaited moment had arrived, the Academy's mid-year exams. The first phase, the written test in magic theory. The vast examination hall was silent. Rows of students sat upright, their focus absolute. Instructors paced between the desks, eyes sharp, ensuring no one dared to cheat. A single warning had echoed through the hall before it began. Any violation will be punished immediately. Once the timers were set, the exam commenced. Lewin Artle lifted his pen. The exam was divided into two main sections, written and practical. The practical portion had 4 trials: precision shooting, magic power measurement, group combat, and one-on-one duels. Despite his condition, Lewin moved through the written test with ease. Every question felt familiar. Every formula, every theorem, every theory. He had mastered them all through endless study and sleepless nights. Around him, even the top-ranked students struggled. But Lewin finished with quiet confidence. Among the competitors, one student in particular had always dominated the practical exams, a prodigy from a noble family, famous for his talent and lineage. But this time, Lewin Artle had no intention of watching from the sidelines. This time, he was aiming for the top. A few days later, the practical exams began. The training grounds buzzed with anticipation, students warming up, testing spells, exchanging last-minute strategies. As Lewin adjusted his gloves, a familiar voice called out, Yo, Lewin. Jason jogged up beside him, grinning. You've been acting kind of weird lately. Got a plan for today? Lewin nodded. Trying something new with my magic. Jason's eyes narrowed with interest. Something new, huh? Sounds risky. So what's the strategy? Before Lewin could answer, another voice cut through the air. Well, look who decided to show up. Mikkel. He strolled over, laughter dripping with mockery. You're actually taking the exam? Lewin stayed composed. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Mikkel chuckled. You? With your little release disorder. The nearby students snickered. Mikkel slung an arm around Lewin's shoulder, his smirk widening. Take it from someone who's seen you fail 6 times. Don't bother. Save yourself the humiliation. Lewin brushed his hand away. Appreciate the concern, he said coolly. But your advice won't help me. Michael's grin faded, replaced with irritation. You really think someone like you can pass this? You honestly believe that? His tone sharpened. You're not even worth my time. Lewin didn't rise to the bait. He just watched quietly, and in that silence, he noticed it. Michael's tone, his swagger, wasn't confidence. It was fear. He saw Lewin as a threat. Mikkel leaned closer, voice low. I'll deal with you in the duel, he muttered before walking off. Lewin exhaled slowly, letting the noise of the crowd fade around him. Then the announcement came. All participants for the first test prepare for precision shooting, also known as the multi-target shooting test. It measured how many moving targets a mage could strike in a limited time. Lewin stepped forward. His turn had come. This year, the challenge had been pushed to a new level. Every single target now moved, darting, spinning, and weaving unpredictably across the training field. The room fell silent. Dozens of eyes followed each blast of magic, counting every strike, every miss. Angelia, once a top student full of potential, faltered under the pressure. Her spells flew wide, not a single target hit. The ghosts of her past failures had finally caught up to her. Across the board, the results were miserable. Most managed 3 or 4 targets at best. That small increase in difficulty had completely broken the group. From the audience, murmurs began to ripple. Is this really the standard of this year's graduates? Someone whispered. Even the professors tried to stay composed, but disappointment was written all over their faces. Then, Professor Elric's voice echoed through the arena. Mikkel, you're up next. Finally, a name that gave the crowd hope. Mikkel stepped forward with his usual swagger, his grin sharp and confident. He shot a glance toward Lewin Artle and smirked. Watch and learn. I'll show you how this is supposed to look. The signal rang. Mikkel raised his hand. and his magic burst to life in a flurry of crackling light. Firebolts flew, one after another, striking the moving targets with precision. The crowd erupted in applause. They expected it, but it was still a sight to see. Clean hits, flawless rhythm, perfect control. Mikkel was back on top, right where everyone thought he belonged. One of the instructors proudly declared him a true successor to his noble bloodline. Professor Elric turned to his colleagues, voice full of pride. Tell me, is there any doubt left? This is the kind of talent our academy stands for, the one who will represent us at the grand festival. Before the praise could spiral any further, Tyrion Ignat, one of the senior examiners, raised his hand. That's enough, Elric. We've seen what we needed to. Let's call it a day. But Professor Heidel, seated nearby, leaned forward with curiosity. Not quite yet, he said. I want to see one more performance. Let's see what Lewin Ardle can do. Tyrion arched an eyebrow. Ardle? Him. He had reviewed Lewin's records, and by all accounts, the boy's magic should have barely qualified for this level of testing. Still, Tyrion respected the student's persistence. With a small nod, he agreed. Fine, let's see it. Down in the arena, Lewin Ardle stepped up. The field was his now. Dozens of eyes bore into him, some doubtful, some mocking, but none expecting much. The examiner gave a short nod. Begin. Lewin raised his hand, and a spark flared. A fireball spun into existence, dense and blazing. Then another, and another. Within seconds, multiple spheres of flame orbited him, burning hotter with every rotation. Gasps filled the hall. Even the professor stared, wide-eyed at the speed of his casting. Michael's face twisted into a scowl. Don't be fooled, he sneered to the others. Sure, he can make them, but he can't fire them. His release disorder will. He never finished the sentence. Lewin moved. The world around him seemed to shatter. Motion slowed, air cracked, and his body blurred. He activated his new ability, time refraction. For 30 seconds, time bent to his will. His movements blurred into streaks of light as he tore across the field, leaving afterimages in his wake. Every target that had been darting away seconds ago, gone in an instant. Each one exploded in a flash of red and gold, until the entire arena was bathed in fading embers. Then, silence. The crowd sat frozen, mouths open, unable to process what they had just seen. Even the instructors couldn't find their words. In the center of the scorched field, Lewin Ardle stood still, chest rising and falling as smoke curled around him. He had done it. Every single target gone. An official stepped forward, trembling slightly as he recorded the score. 27. His voice quivered as the number echoed through the arena. The crowd remained silent. And then, the whispers began. Lewin Ardle had just rewritten the Academy's definition of impossible. 27 perfect strikes. It was a record the Academy had never seen before. Whispers swept through the arena. How did he move like that? Was that even magic? No one's ever done this. Then, a single pair of hands began to clap. Tyrion Ignat rose from his seat, smiling broadly as he applauded. Outstanding, he said, his voice carrying across the silent hall. Truly extraordinary. The students followed, their cheers exploding into the air. For the first time in 6 years, Lewin Ardle heard something he'd almost forgotten, the sound of approval. For years, he'd been mocked, doubted, ignored. But now, every corner of the arena echoed with his name. That warmth swelling in his chest. Maybe this moment was what he had been striving for all along. But not everyone was clapping. Mikkel sat frozen, his jaw clenched, his pride shattered. He couldn't comprehend it. How had Lewin done that? That speed, that precision, it shouldn't have been possible. Down by the judge's table, Professor Elric scowled. Hand-based magic, he said sharply. That's not even proper spell casting. Professor Heidel, ever calm, smiled faintly. Magic, he replied, isn't bound by our definitions. If it always followed the rules, it wouldn't be magic, it would be mathematics. A few professors chuckled at the remark, but Elric bristled. Before he could snap back, Tyrion Ignat raised a hand. That's enough, he said firmly. What we witnessed today was beyond expectation, a flawless performance. Around him, the faculty nodded in agreement. Even those who doubted Lewin couldn't deny what they'd seen. Elric, though, said nothing. His lips pressed into a thin line, fury simmering beneath his calm. Everything he believed in, his system, his hierarchy, had just been shaken by one boy. The next day, the academy was buzzing. Jason practically dragged Lewin down the hallway, grinning like they'd been friends for years. You're famous now, man, he said, laughing. Everyone's talking about that crazy move. Relax, Lewin muttered, try to keep pace. But it was useless. Jason was unstoppable. Before long, other students joined in, crowding around him. How'd you do it? Was that a new spell? Teach me that trick. Just yesterday, those same faces wouldn't even meet his eyes. Now, they couldn't stop talking to him. Lewin saw right through it. The sudden kindness, the fake admiration. He just smiled faintly. I'm moving forward from here, he told Jason quietly. Jason raised an eyebrow. Forward, huh? Guess you mean business. But not everyone shared that enthusiasm. When Lewin returned to his dorm and opened the door, he froze. Mikkel was already there, standing by the window, silent. Lewin's voice dropped. What are you doing in my room? Mikkel didn't turn around. His words came low and sharp. You're getting full of yourself. One lucky score, and now you think you're something special. Lewin's expression didn't change. Sounds like jealousy. That made Mikkel snap. 6 years at the top, and now this nobody was talking to him like an equal. He spun around, stepping forward until they stood face to face. But Lewin didn't back down. When Mikkel reached for him, Lewin's hand moved faster, grabbing his wrist, holding it firmly. Michael's eyes widened. That grip wasn't normal. The strength behind it was staggering. Lewin didn't raise his voice. He spoke evenly, calmly. If you really want to settle this, he said, then we'll do it properly. One-on-one. No interference. Just us. He let go of Michael's wrist and turned toward the door. We both need to graduate, he said over his shoulder. Let's make it count. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Mikkel standing alone, staring at his own trembling hand. Michael's voice came out like a growl. No one challenges me. No one. Especially not someone like you. He stepped closer, eyes burning with pride and disbelief. You think you can stand on my level? You don't even belong in the same ring. Lewin Arnold didn't waver. His gaze stayed locked on Michael's. Just wait, he said quietly. We'll see who's still standing when it's over. The air between them crackled with tension. Then Mikkel spun on his heel and stormed out, the door slamming behind him so hard it rattled the frame. Out in the hall, his fury boiled over. That arrogant nobody. Thinking he can challenge me? He clenched his fists, seething, until a memory flashed in his mind. That grip. The moment Lewin had caught his wrist, the raw strength behind it wasn't normal. Mikkel flexed his hand, still sore from the pressure. What was that? Is he even human? The next phase of the practical exam arrived, the magic power measurement. This stage used one of the Academy's most precious relics, a centuries-old artifact known as the King Ram statue. 500 years ago, the legendary Archmage Freud had sealed the ancient creature King Ram inside it, turning the monstrous being into a sentient magical gauge. Students called it the living measure. To the instructors, it was the Academy's ultimate judge. The rules were simple. Unleash the spell you were most confident in, and the statue would evaluate your raw magical power. Simple, but brutal. When Lewin asked Jason for advice, his friend shrugged. Pick your best spell. Don't overthink it. But listen, scoring above 20? That's miracle territory. Lewin nodded. He could handle that. The first student stepped forward, sweat already beading on his brow. He gathered his mana and released a thunderstorm spell. Lightning cracked across the field, bright, loud, but unfocused. The statue didn't even flinch. Pathetic, it rumbled, voice echoing like stone. Step aside. Weak magic like that doesn't deserve to exist. The student's shoulders slumped as he stumbled away. A ripple of disappointment spread through the watching crowd. Same result as always, someone muttered. No one ever passes this part. Then the statue's eyes glowed faintly. Next, before anyone else could move, a girl stepped forward, her steps sharp with determination. She glanced over her shoulder and said to the boy before her, watch. This is how it's done. Raising her hands, she conjured a spear of pure frost and hurled it toward the statue. It struck dead center, freezing the air around it in a brilliant flash. For a second, she smiled, confident, hopeful. Then the statue's deep voice boomed. Impressive, your despair, that is. Her smile vanished. The glowing number above the statue froze it too. The girl's breath caught. That was my strongest spell, she whispered, her voice trembling. One by one, students stepped up to try. One by one, they failed. The atmosphere grew heavy, tension filling the hall like smoke. Then the lead examiner, clearly irritated, stepped forward. Get it together, he barked. You're not dead yet. Let's move on. Next. Mikkel was next. He walked forward with his usual arrogance, raising his hand with exaggerated confidence. Mana surged as he unleashed his spell, a blazing eruption of fire that scorched the air. The crowd murmured, impressed by the intensity. But the statue barely reacted. Is that all? King Ram's rumbling voice sounded almost bored. How disappointing. Michael's jaw clenched. Do you even know who I am? I'm Mikkel, third son of Josh Garriel. At that, the statue's laughter thundered through the hall. Oh, him. The fool who begged me to raise his son's score. You've got even less talent than he did. Michael's face went pale. What are you talking about? You gave me 27 points. The statue let out a deep, rumbling yawn. And I regret every single one. Gasps rippled through the crowd as Mikkel froze in place, speechless. The statue's glowing eyes shifted away from him. Next. And just like that, Mikkel Gary Hill, once the pride of the Academy, was dismissed without another word. Lewin Arnold stepped forward. His pulse quickened, but he forced himself to breathe, slow, steady. This was it. I'm Lewin Arnold, he announced. The statue's stone head tilted slightly. Never heard of you. Lewin blinked. I just told you my name. Not important, the statue rumbled. Begin. A ripple of whispers swept through the hall as his mana flared to life. The surge was wild, dense, and volatile, unlike anything the students had seen before. The air itself seemed to vibrate around him. That can't be right, someone whispered. Is that class for mana? No way. He's not even supposed to reach that level. Even the statue's glowing eyes flickered in faint surprise. Lewin didn't hesitate. He gathered the power, launched himself upward, and spun midair. In a seamless motion, he shifted the energy from his fist to his leg and unleashed it. The explosion ripped through the chamber. Shockwaves pulsed outward, making the ground tremble. Students shielded their faces as the wind howled past. One of them gasped, "That's not class 4, that's class 5. Lewin landed hard but steady, dust swirling around his boots. He exhaled slowly, chest pounding. It had worked. His control had finally matched his power. Then he heard it. The statue's voice, quieter now, but laced with something like recognition. "Who are you?" Lewin frowned. "I already told you. Lewin Ardle." The statue's eyes narrowed. "Are you Draka?" Every sound in the room stopped. Lewin froze, his mind racing. That name again, Draka. The mysterious figure that had haunted his dreams. The one he'd found nothing about in any record. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. "Draka? Who's that?" Someone murmured. Lewin looked up. "Do you know who Draka is?" The statue nodded slowly. "I've been waiting for him," it said. "And now he's finally here." Lewin's heart skipped. "What do you mean, his incarnation?" The statue chuckled, the sound deep and ancient. "Say your name again." Lewin hesitated. "Lewin Ardle." The hall fell utterly still. The statue's glowing eyes dimmed for a moment, then flared back to life, brighter than before. The air seemed to hum with unseen energy. No one moved. No one spoke. Whatever happened next, they would never forget it. The student in charge of recording results finally broke the silence. He stepped forward nervously. "Sir Kingram, please the score. Before you vanish again." The statue's voice rumbled low. "Too much. I'll give it later, when we're alone." The recorder blinked, confused. "But you're bound by contract. Every student must receive an evaluation." The ogre's stone brow furrowed, its tone sharp. "For centuries, I've judged fledglings who barely understand magic. And now you're reciting rules to me." The poor student stumbled back. Sorry, sir. I just need a number." Kingram sighed, clearly irritated. "Fine," he said at last. "I'll give him a score." The air grew heavy as his eyes locked on Lewin. "Let him decide," the statue said. "Z or 100. Gasps erupted from the students. "Did he just say 100? Someone whispered. Lewin stood frozen. 100? He repeated, unsure he'd heard correctly. The statue nodded slowly. "Your choice." Lewin took a breath. His answer was clear. "I'll take 100. A wave of disbelief swept through the hall. The crowd burst into noise, students shouting, teachers whispering, no one able to believe what they'd just witnessed. No one in a century had ever received a perfect score. Not one. Lewin Ardle had just made history. One of the instructors murmured to the others, "That boy, he's the Academy's new legend." Lewin turned, scanning the sea of stunned faces, until his eyes landed on a figure in the crowd. A professor, watching him closely. "And what are you doing here?" Lewin asked. The teacher held up a folded sheet of parchment. "Word travels fast," he said with a faint smile. "Your score has already reached the head of the Academy. Take this." Lewin Ardle frowned as he unfolded the paper. His eyes darted over the words. "The artifact room? What is this supposed to mean?" The teacher's tone stayed calm. "Follow me. You'll understand soon enough." They walked without a word. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly as the door behind them sealed shut. Ahead, a narrow stairwell spiraled downward into dim light. Lewin glanced around, uneasy. "I've never seen this part of the Academy before." "You wouldn't have," the teacher said, not slowing. "No one's allowed here. You're the first." That made Lewin stop in his tracks. "Then why am I allowed?" The man turned at the end of the stairwell, expression unreadable. "Because you earned it. But this is as far as I go. From here on, it's just you." Lewin hesitated, then nodded and stepped through the heavy door ahead. He had no idea what waited for him, but something deep inside told him this was his reward. The sight that met him took his breath away. The room was vast, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Relics lined the walls, crystal spheres, ancient grimoires, blades humming with dormant energy. Legendary artifacts he'd only ever read about were scattered across the room like forgotten treasures. It felt less like a vault and more like stepping into the very heart of magic itself. "Then, you look lost." The voice made him spin around instantly. Standing there was a figure, massive, solid, alive. Not a statue of stone this time, but the ogre himself. Lewin's breath caught. "You're not stone anymore." The ogre's deep chuckle filled the chamber. "Only in this place can I appear like this," he said. "The ancient mana here allows me to exist fully, not as an artifact, not as an echo, but as what I truly am." Lewin stared at him, caught between awe and confusion. What did you mean earlier, when you said I didn't understand my true value? The ogre's gaze sharpened, glowing faintly. Exactly that. You walk with power you don't yet comprehend. You have no idea who you are, or what you're destined to become. Lewin frowned, tension tightening in his chest. The ogre spoke as if he knew him, knew too much. How do you know all this? Lewin asked. You're part of the same artifact I used. How would you know about it? The ogre tilted his head. You've seen the artifact, haven't you? The one unlike any other. So tell me, boy, how did you come to possess it? What ties you to Draka? Lewin's eyes narrowed. That's what I've been trying to figure out. I don't even know who or what Draka is. For a long moment, the ogre was silent. His expression shifted, something between remembrance and grief. Then he spoke, his voice low and ancient. There was once a being who sought to transcend mortality. He came to the Sky Peak tribe, my tribe, centuries ago. Small, fragile, almost human. The room seemed to darken as his tone deepened. But his power, the ogre's eyes burned brighter. It was terrifying. We fought him with everything we had, tribe against one man. And still, he stood above us. The more we resisted, the stronger he became. Lewin listened in stunned silence. In the end, the ogre continued. We stopped fighting. We learned from him. He became one of us. A brother, a teacher, a legend. The ogre's gaze locked onto Lewin. That being was Draka. He taught our chieftains the ancient language, the roots of magic, the truths of creation itself. For nearly a century, he guided us. Lewin's breath hitched. He lived that long. He wasn't human, the ogre said simply. His true form was that of the black dragon, Dragonia. Lewin staggered back. A dragon, he whispered. You're telling me dragons are real? The ogre's lips curled into something between a grin and a snarl. You've heard the tales, haven't you? Dragons breathing magic into the world, the first beings to wield power freely. He stepped closer, his shadow stretching across the glowing floor. But they're not just myths, the ogre said. They're magic. Tell me, boy, do you know where your power really comes from? Lewin shook his head slowly, still trying to process what he was hearing. I've only heard stories, nothing more than old myths. The ogre's eyes gleamed. Then it's time you learn the truth. Draka couldn't use magic like everyone else. The ogre began, his deep voice echoing through the chamber. He had no mana circles, no channels like ordinary mages. So he created his own path, one that infused pure, raw energy into his body, into his fists, his legs. Every motion carried the force of a spell. Lewin Ardle listened intently, piecing it together. He was like me, he said quietly, misunderstood, rejected by the world. The ogre nodded slowly. Exactly. Draka forged a power that no one could imitate. He learned to convert magic itself into strength. That ability made him the mightiest being alive. Lewin frowned. Then why do they call him the Destroyer of Worlds? The ogre's eyes dimmed, his tone dropping low. Because power alone wasn't enough for him. He kept pushing beyond the limits of body, mind, and even soul. In the end, that hunger consumed everything. Worlds burned, and so did he. Lewin fell silent, the weight of it pressing down on him. To wield such strength, and lose everything that made you human. Then, ping, a faint shimmer appeared in front of him, and glowing letters materialized midair. Achievement unlocked, friend of the ogre. Lewin blinked. Wait, a reward? Now, before he could even process it, another message appeared. Skill acquired. Ogre's rage duration, 30 minutes. Effect, greatly enhances physical power. Lewin raised an eyebrow. 30 minutes of enhanced strength. When he looked down, something else caught his eye, a small, glowing white orb in his palm. It pulsed softly, like it had a heartbeat of its own. The ogre's gaze flicked toward it. Ah, your reward for surviving this far. Lewin turned it over in his hand, the light reflecting in his eyes. What is it? The ogre stepped closer, extending his massive hand. Let me see. Lewin hesitated, then handed it over. The ogre studied the orb closely, his expression shifting from curiosity to awe. This isn't an item, he murmured. It's an embodiment. An embodiment? Lewin repeated. What does that even mean? The ogre frowned. I can't say for sure. I was close to Draka, but there were things even I didn't dare ask. If I had to guess. He paused, staring at the sphere, his voice softening. This is a piece of him. When he died, he sealed part of himself into a spirit stone. What you're holding? Lewin's grip tightened unconsciously. Is what remains of Draka. The words hung heavy in the air. This orb, the ogre said solemnly, is the embodiment of his power. It's called a spirit, but don't mistake it for the kind you've read about. This one has a will of its own. Lewin studied the sphere, the glow pulsing between his fingers. Bear, the ogre continued, his tone grim, has a difficult personality. He's greedy, always craving more power, more energy. But if you can endure his demands, he'll give you something in return, unlimited strength. Lewin looked up sharply. Wait, Bear, you mean that's his name? The ogre nodded. Exactly. He came from that stone. and if I'm not mistaken, he's about to wake up. Before Lewin could react, cracks began to spiderweb across the orb's surface. The glow intensified until it burst open in a flash of blinding white. When the light faded, something small and fuzzy sat in his hands. Lewin blinked. A bear. The creature crossed its stubby arms, glaring up at him with fiery eyes. I'm not a bear. Lewin Ardle froze mid-step. Wait, did you just talk? The creature growled, voice rumbling like thunder. I said, don't ever call me that again. Lewin blinked in disbelief. Okay, then what exactly are you? It declared proudly, puffing up its chest. Am an incarnation. No limits, no fixed form. I can become whatever I choose. It paused, then raised its head dramatically. Watch closely. I'll show you my true power. Lewin leaned forward, eyes wide. Nothing happened. The creature blinked, glancing down at itself. Huh, where's my power? Why can't I transform? Lewin tilted his head. What are you even trying to do? The creature huffed. I'm reconstructing. Clearly, I'm running on empty. Feed me. Lewin frowned. You're being kind of rude, you know. And there's no food around here anyway. What do you even eat? The creature scoffed. My owner can't even feed me? How embarrassing. Lewin's eyes widened. Wait, owner? Are you saying I'm? But before he could finish, the creature turned away with a long, dramatic sigh. Wake me when something interesting happens. It curled up and went completely still. Still stunned, Lewin turned toward the ogre, sitting nearby. The old warrior chuckled softly. 1,000 years have passed, and that attitude of his hasn't changed a bit. He leaned back in his massive stone seat. Seeing you two together, it takes me back. Reminds me of when Bear and Draka lived among us in the Sky Peak tribe. Then his tone shifted, calm but sharp. Tell me, Lewin Ardle, what will you do now? Lewin hesitated. What do you mean? I'm talking about power, the ogre said. The kind that shapes people, guides some, destroys others. Why do you seek strength? Lewin lowered his gaze, thinking carefully. To protect my people, to rebuild the Ardle name, and to prove everyone who looked down on me wrong. He clenched his fists. That's reason enough for my family, my people, and for myself. The ogre smiled. Good. I'll be watching. Let's see where that conviction leads you. Lewin nodded quietly. Though he'd only begun to uncover Draka's secret, his daily life barely changed. Well, except for one new addition. From that day on, whenever Lewin called out to Bear, the creature would appear instantly and say the same thing every single time. Got food. That was the biggest difference. Bear's endless hunger. And not for normal meals. His diet was unusual. He fed on power, the kind Lewin earned through quests. Once satisfied, Bear would stretch, grin, and mutter, "A much better." As Lewin continued his journey, Bear grew alongside him. Their bond unlocked a unique ability called Onir, a skill that dramatically accelerated Lewin's growth. Every time he leveled up, he gained an extra 100 power points. And once he reached 2 stars, the bonus doubled. Bear boasted that, before being sealed, he'd reached a total of 31 stars. Lewin's jaw nearly dropped. That's 3,100 power. He didn't even have 1,000 yet. And already, he felt unstoppable. Just how far had Draka climbed? Was all of that really from quests alone? Bear smirked, arms crossed proudly. Of course. That's why they call me the Great Bear. Lewin Ardle crossed his arms. You gonna share that secret? Or just keep stalling? Bear smirked. Sure thing. But first, how about a glass of water? Lewin's eyes narrowed. Say that again, and I'll cut off your food supply. Bear immediately sat upright. All right. No need to get violent. I'll tell you for free. He leaned back, tone turning serious. There are plenty of ways to grow stronger. Harder quests, crafting rare items, discovering lost artifacts, even brewing, let's say, questionable things. Ogre tendon elixirs, for example. Then, just as casually, he added, but none of that fits you. Lewin frowned. So there are all these options, and not one works for me? Bear nodded. Not yet. You've got potential, but your body's not ready. You need at least 1,000 in strength before you can handle anything more. Push it now, and you'll just break yourself. That hit hard. Lewin had thought he'd come a long way, but this made it clear. He was still standing at the start of the path. From that day forward, he set a new goal, 1,000 strength. Every sunrise, Lewin threw himself into brutal training. He fought, ran, lifted, and sparred until his body burned. Day after day, he pushed past his limits, climbing closer to that number. When he finally reached 930, the third phase of the exam began. Real combat. Bear floated beside him, looking uneasy. Wait, today's the big one. Lewin nodded. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. The final test was known for its chaos. Unlike the earlier stages, this wasn't about theory or precision. It was survival. Mages hurled spells from behind the lines, and one careless move could fry their own teammates. The entire point? To see who could stay calm in a battlefield and fight as a unit under pressure. Jason charged in first, launching a fireball toward the enemy line, only to miss spectacularly. Hey, what are you doing? Shouted one of the knights in front. Watch your aim, idiot. Another yelled, he's out. Get him out before he hurts someone. Knights have been stationed to oversee the exam, not just to protect the students, but to gauge how well they cooperated under fire. Still, the spectators couldn't help but laugh as Jason got chewed out. The trial dragged on for 10 grueling days. The students were assigned different monsters depending on their scores, each fight tougher than the last. And now, on the final day, 13 top-ranked students stood ready. The air was tense. No one spoke above a whisper. "What kind of monster are we facing this time?" someone muttered. Then, boom, the ground trembled. Dust exploded into the air. A colossal figure emerged from shadows. An ogre. Ogres were ancient beings scattered across the continent in sprawling tribes. Towering, fast, and brutally strong, they were far more than simple beasts. They were intelligent, clever as any human, but their instincts were violent, untamed. It was in their nature to dominate, to fight, to conquer. And now, one of them stood before the trembling students, ready to test who among them truly had the strength to survive. Now one stood in the middle of the exam grounds. No one knew how to fight it. And worse, everyone could tell this wouldn't end with just bruises. Someone might not make it out alive. Idol's voice cut through the tension. "Focus. Treat this like real combat. No holding back." The ogre roared and charged with blinding speed. The knights barely had time to raise their shields. Mikhail quickly summoned glowing orbs of mana behind the front line and fired a sharp, focused arrow of energy. But the ogre sprang high into the air, clearing the blast entirely. Gasps rippled through the arena. No one expected something that massive to move like that. "Mikhail, dodge!" Heidel shouted, but Mikhail couldn't. His body locked in fear. His legs refused to move. Heidel gritted his teeth and slammed his staff down. From the ground, thick roots burst upward, tree prison. The spell coiled around the ogre's limbs just in time, restraining its rampage. The beast snarled and fought to break free, but the magic held strong. Mikhail hadn't been struck, but his spirit was crushed. "He's out," Heidel declared firmly. Up in the observation deck, Professor Elric slammed his fist against the table. His jaw tightened, frustration burning behind his eyes. Mikhail had failed, again. But Lewin Artel was still standing. And that, Elric couldn't accept. He turned sharply toward Tyrion Ignat. "We're seriously going to let this continue?" Tyrion raised a brow. "What exactly are you suggesting?" "You know what I mean," Elric snapped. "Lewin Artel's turn is next." Tyrion nodded slowly. "Yes, and he's the only student to ever receive a perfect score from King Ram," Elric said, voice tense. "Testing him like the others isn't fair, and you know it." Tyrion leaned back in his chair. "Then what do you propose?" Elric's eyes narrowed. "The knights didn't just bring an ogre today. They also delivered another. I say we use it." Tyrion's expression hardened. "An ogre during an exam? That's too dangerous." "We've got professors and knights watching," Elric countered. "It'll be contained. Don't you want to see what Lewin Artel's really capable of?" A narrow corridor stretched ahead, dimly lit and silent. Lewin Artel stood at one end, leaning casually against the wall. A voice called his name. He turned as a professor stepped into view, raising a hand to stop him. "Before you begin," the man said, "there's something you should know." Lewin tilted his head slightly. "What is it?" "Your test will be harder than the others." Lewin's gaze sharpened. "So that's what this is about." The professor nodded. "You earned the highest score from King Ram. That's never happened before. Some think it wouldn't be fair to give you the same opponent." Lewin stayed silent. The professor met his eyes. "You won't be facing an ogre." Lewin's eyes widened slightly. "Then what am I facing?" The man's tone went cold. "An ogre." Lewin blinked. "An ogre?" From beside him, Bear let out a low laugh, his grin spreading wide. "Oh, your first real opponent is an ogre? Now, this is going to be fun." Heavy chains clattered as the towering beast stepped into the light. Its head rose, and it unleashed a roar that shook the entire field. From a distance, Jason's voice trembled. "Is that the ogre, Captain?" Someone beside him shook their head. "No, that's an ogre." Jason frowned. "An ogre? That can't be right." The young knight next to him tightened his grip on his sword. "I was part of the team that captured it, but I didn't think they'd actually use it for an exam. That thing's too powerful." Though similar in appearance, ogres were nothing like ogre. They were larger, heavier, and far more brutal. And now, Lewin Artel had to fight one. Ogres were monsters of raw destruction. A single swing from them could crush bone and break a man in half. The knight's voice was tight with worry. "Are you sure about this?" The professor replied calmly, almost too calmly. "Even our knights struggled to subdue it." The knight gave a humorless laugh. "Seems like the academy's gotten real bold with how it values human lives." Lewin Artel stepped forward. "Then I'll gamble mine too." The knight blinked, caught off guard. "What?" Lewin faced him directly. "I'm Lewin Artel, the one taking this test." The knight's eyes narrowed as he studied him. "You're the one they're throwing against that thing?" He muttered under his breath. "There's no way this guy can take it down." Then, more seriously, he said, "If anything goes wrong, we'll step in. You don't have to die out there." But Lewin didn't respond. He was already walking to the wrong side of the field. Hey, Where do you think you're going? The knight called. Lewin glanced back. Getting into position. That's not your spot, the knight said, confused. You're supposed to stand behind me, not in front. My spells work differently, Lewin replied without hesitation. The knight's eyes widened. If you stand there, we can't protect you. That's not an ogre. It's an ogre. I know, Lewin said firmly. Then why take that risk? Lewin threw off his cloak, eyes fixed ahead. Because I've already decided. The knight stared at him, tried to make sense of the calm in his face. No hesitation, no fear, just resolve. He was nothing like the others. The professor stepped forward. Lewin Ardle, prepare yourself. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the chains fell away, crashing to the ground. The ogre roared and charged. So did Lewin Ardle. Wait, what's he doing? The knight shouted. He's running straight at it. Is he insane? The ogre's massive arm came down in a crushing swing, shaking the ground. Two flashes of light erupted as Lewin darted forward, hand raised. Fireball, he shouted. The spell detonated at point-blank range. A violent burst of fire consumed the air, the explosion rocking the entire arena. Knights threw up their shields as the shockwave tore past them. Flames and smoke swallowed the field whole. Golter Pirani crouched behind his shield, eyes wide. He cast it that close. He raised his arm to block the heat as students squinted through the haze. Is he still alive? Someone whispered. And then, through the smoke, Lewin Ardle stepped out, his figure slowly coming into view. The knight's eyes went wide. He's still standing, how? The professor's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. The knight stepped forward and placed a hand on Lewin Ardle's shoulder. Next time, at least give me a warning, he said, half scolding, half relieved. I thought you were dead. Lewin gave a small nod. Sorry about that. The knight shook his head in disbelief. Would you have listened if I told you not to? Lewin glanced to the side. Probably not. He turned back toward the field. Now's not the time to talk, he muttered. I still need to finish the test. Smoke curled from the ogre's nostrils as it growled, its massive arm rising with a deep, rumbling threat. Get back, one of the knights shouted. We get it. You're strong, but this is suicide. Golter Pirani grinned. Let's take it from here. We'll figure out what we're up against first. But before anyone could react, Lewin stepped forward again. The knight's eyes widened. What are you doing? This is my test, Lewin said sharply. You're serious? He didn't respond, only narrowed his eyes and said quietly, let me finish it. Lewin Ardle stood face to face with the massive creature before him. The ogre towered above, easily 5 times his size, a mountain of muscle and fury. I don't know how it came to this, he thought, but I have to fight it. 2 things steadied him, 2 reasons he could still stand tall. First was his title, Ogre's Friend, a rare effect that didn't just calm hostility, it allowed him to understand ogres, which meant this monster wasn't just attacking blindly. Beneath the rage, Lewin could feel it, fear. Surrounded by knights and mages, the ogre wasn't being violent for no reason. It was cornered, terrified. Its eyes burned red as it growled. Don't come near me. Don't release me. Lewin heard the words clearly. He's scared. To everyone else, it was just a rampaging beast. But to Lewin, it was something different. Then, a glowing prompt appeared before him. Emergency task activated. Face the enemy you cannot avoid. Goal 1. Land a hit using your fist. Goal 2. Defeat the enemy. Reward. Plus 30 strength. Player's eye skill unlocked. A faint grin spread across Lewin's face. Finally, a real challenge. After countless repetitive tasks, this one had stakes. Without hesitation, he surged forward, fire spiraling around his hand. No time to think. No time to hesitate. He drove his flaming fist straight into the ogre's chest. The explosion hit hard. Fire erupted across its body as the ogre froze, eyes wide in shock. Objective 1 complete. Hit the enemy with your fist. Lewin didn't slow down. I'm not done yet. The ogre's expression twisted into fury. I'll kill you. With a deafening roar, it lunged upward and slammed its fist down. He's coming, someone screamed. The strike hit like an earthquake, the ground splitting beneath it. Lewin barely escaped, leaping back just in time. His boots skidded against the dirt as he steadied himself, scanning for an opening. There has to be a weak point. Where's the opening? Then, Lewin Ardle activated time refraction. The world around him warped, motion slowing as he shot forward like a blazing bullet. Where did that speed come from? One knight gasped. Lewin didn't stop. Flames flared across his hands as he dashed in, eyes locked on the ogre's unguarded midsection. There, strike now. His fist slammed into the creature's gut with explosive force. The knights could only stare. He didn't even flinch. Who's this guy? A student in the crowd whispered, what's going on? Just watch. Another murmured. Lewin pressed the attack, trading blows with the ogre in a violent blur. Each strike clashed. Magic against raw muscle, flame against brute strength. Then dropping low, Lewin twisted on one knee and drove an uppercut straight into the beast's jaw. The ogre howled, its roar echoing through the arena. It lashed out, grabbing Lewin mid-strike and flinging him across the field. He crashed to the ground, But even as his body hit, his mind was already moving, already recalculating. His eyes snapped open. In one swift motion, he rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow. He sprang up behind the ogre as it turned, confused, grumbling under its breath. This little rat, he's too fast. In a flash, Lewin launched himself into the air. The ogre froze, unable to react in time. From above, the hero came down hard. His fist connected with a thunderous impact that sent the monster sprawling. The ground shook as the ogre collapsed. Lewin landed atop it, gaze steady. Time to end this. The ogre's rage skill activated, its body pulsing with red light. Power surged through its veins, buying it 30 more seconds of strength. Its eyes trembled as it looked up. Are you even human? It asked, voice shaking. It didn't expect a response, but Lewin answered coldly. Didn't you understand what I said? The ogre blinked in disbelief. So, you can understand me? Before it could say another word, Lewin roared, explosive burning mana. His flames burst outward as he struck again. The blow hit like a meteor. With rage mode fueling him, the air itself seemed to ignite. His body shifted into berserker mode, fire rippling off him in waves as his teeth clenched and his aura flared. The ogre's eyes rolled back. It was over. The monster slumped to the ground, unconscious. As the fire dimmed, Lewin Ardle stood tall amid the smoldering crater. He looked down at the fallen beast. So this is the bear's power, he thought. Not bad. Maybe even better than I expected. Silence hung in the air. Then came the whispers. He actually beat it. And then, cheers erupted. Students threw their arms up, shouting, that was insane. He did it. Even the knights exchanged stunned looks. One man frowned, still trying to process it. He really won. Tyrion Ignat watched from above, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Around the field, knights surrounded the fallen ogre, murmuring in disbelief. Did he take it down alone? One asked. How's that even possible? Another muttered. A knight with crossed arms stepped forward and met Lewin's gaze. Who taught you to fight like that? No one, Lewin said simply. The knight's eyes narrowed. So you're telling me, you learned all that on your own? Lewin clenched his jaw and nodded. That's right. Then he raised his hand, voice steady. So, can I get the results of my test now? The professor approached, eyes scanning him from head to toe. Behind him, the ogre's body shimmered before fading out. A defeated illusion, nothing more. Heidel stood nearby, shaking his head. Honestly, I didn't think he'd pull it off. I didn't even get the chance to step in. The professor looked at Lewin Ardle, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You've done it again. You've exceeded every expectation. Then that means Lewin started. Before he could finish, the ground shimmered. A new training field materialized before them, glowing softly. You've passed, the man confirmed. A small grin crossed Lewin Ardle's face as a system message blinked into view. Task complete. Objective, strike down the enemy. Reward, player's eye skill, plus 30 strength. He blinked in surprise. Wait, the player's eye? It was a Terran-level passive skill, something extraordinary. With it, Lewin could now see the true nature of anything. He could analyze, detect, and even sense hidden entities or cloaked magic. He turned toward the bear. Player's eye. So this makes me a real player now. You know about this skill? He asked. Bear smirked. Of course. That's a skill only true players can unlock. Perched on Lewin's shoulder, Bear added, from now on, even people using stealth or invisibility magic won't fool you. You'll see a faint outline around them. They can't hide anymore. Lewin nodded. That'll be useful. Then, before he could say more, another notification appeared. Mini-map unlocked. Lewin raised an eyebrow. A map. A glowing interface unfolded before him, revealing a bird's-eye view of the area. With this, Bear explained, you can see everything within a 500-meter radius. Lewin blinked. You're kidding. Another prompt followed. Target status window available. He could now view the detailed stats of any target, depending on its level. Bear crossed his arms, looking rather pleased. And that's not all. Try using the player's eye on that ogre you defeated. Lewin turned toward the creature. Look at what exactly? Just focus, Bear said. Lewin activated the skill. Data flooded his vision. Species, shoulder blade ogre habitat. Thunder Mountain's traits, smaller and weaker than common ogre's temperament. Mild, less aggressive distinguishing feature, protruding shoulder blades. Lewin grinned. So I can even see this kind of information now. He glanced at the professor and focused again. 6th class magician, access denied. Some data's locked, Lewin muttered. That's normal, Bear replied. If someone's far stronger than you, their details stay hidden. Raising a paw, he added, but the stronger you get, the more you'll be able to see. Lewin nodded thoughtfully, hand under his chin. Makes sense. News of his victory spread through the academy like wildfire. Later that day, Lewin sat quietly on a bench when Jason approached. Feels weird, huh? Jason asked with a grin. Everyone's talking about you. I guess, Lewin said. Still not used to it. Before Jason could reply, a gentle voice called from behind. Excuse me. I wanted to apologize. Lewin turned to see a girl approaching. She met his eyes and asked, "You're Lewin Ardle, right?" Standing before him, she smiled faintly. "You were amazing in the third trial. Here, take this." Another girl stepped forward, holding out a small package. "Eat it when you're hungry," she said shyly. Before Lewin could respond, both girls hurried off. He looked down at the package, puzzled. What is this supposed to be? Jason froze, staring at him. "Wait, you're asking that?" His hands clenched into fists. "How could you act so clueless? She was so nervous, and she made that snack just for you." Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. "Why are you so worked up?" The guy's eyes shimmered, on the verge of tears. Lewin just watched him, quietly curious. Jason, he thought, activating player's eye. Class, second class mage potential. Hi. Lewin leaned back, thoughtful. "I've scanned nearly everyone in the academy, and out of all of them, he's the only one with real potential besides me." He looked over and said casually, "Work a little harder. I think you'll crush the next test." Jason blinked, taken aback. From across the courtyard, someone whispered, "Wait, is he being sentimental?" Lewin shook his head. "Not really. I'm just saying he's got talent. What he needs now is to believe in himself and keep pushing." Jason stared at him, stunned. "You mean?" Sitting beside him, Lewin nodded. "Yeah, and maybe try spending less time gaming." Jason laughed. All right. Next stage, I'm aiming for the top 10. Not gonna be easy, though." He paused, glancing sideways. "Seriously, though, can I ask you something?" Lewin tilted his head. "What is it?" Jason scratched his chin. "Are you really the same Lewin Ardle I've known these past 6 years? The one I used to hang out with?" Lewin's brow lifted, but he said nothing. Honestly, he thought, even I can't believe it sometimes. Just then, a small flame flickered nearby, drawing his attention. Someone muttered under their breath. "There've been rumors lately." "Rumors?" Lewin asked. The student nodded. "Yeah, people are saying you'll dethrone Miguel. Not just as top graduate, but as the Academy's next representative too." That caught Lewin off guard. He blinked. "I'm not really interested in that." As they started heading back inside, the same student jogged up beside him. "Wait, seriously? How can you not be interested? This year's the Great Festival." "The Great Festival?" Lewin repeated. "Yeah," the student said, eyes lighting up. "It's held every 5th month. The top academies come together to crown the best of the best in magic. And this time, it overlaps with the Olympiad, the biggest event there is, both happening in the same year." Lewin listened quietly as the student went on. "It's a national competition. Only the elite get in. The winner doesn't just earn money, but recognition and privileges for their academy. That's why the slots are limited. 1 for the solo event, 30 for the team rounds. Only 31 students get to represent us." So, Lewin thought, the one chosen for the solo match becomes the academy's official representative. Later, in the cafeteria, the air buzzed with excitement. "I wonder who'll be our rep this year," someone said. "Who else?" another replied. "It has to be Lewin Ardle. He's the only one who's ever scored a perfect 100. At a nearby table, Jason tapped his fork against his plate. "You guys remember Michael's track record at the last Magic Festivals?" The group went quiet. Across from him, Lewin finally spoke. "Honestly, there's not much worth remembering. The team matches were chaos, and in the solo rounds, he paused, eyes narrowing. He placed last in 4 out of 5. Jason nodded grimly. Because of that, they started calling us the Last Academy. We couldn't compete in anything. Students passed by, whispering among themselves. The only way to change that is to send Lewin Ardle, someone said. "No, you're right," another agreed. "We need him. But what does he think?" a third asked. Lewin clenched his jaw. "The exam's not over yet," he muttered. His gaze hardened. "It's too early to expect anything." The Academy selected its great festival participants through 2 things. First semester exam scores and faculty recommendations. And one more test still remained. The final stage, Lewin Ardle versus Mikkel. He frowned. "That's why I need to stay focused. Right now, only one thought filled his mind, beating him." For days after the 3rd trial ended, Lewin Ardle suddenly sprang up, unleashing a powerful kick. Achievement unlocked. Strength reaches 1,000. Preparation complete. Bear threw his paws in the air. "Finally, I've been waiting for this moment." Lewin cracked a grin. "So, we're leveling up now, right?" Bear nodded eagerly. A glowing message appeared. "Repeating quest. Advance to level 2. Before Lewin could react, Bear leapt skyward. Flames erupted around him, lighting up the training ground. Difficulty doubled. Rewards tripled. Mid-air, Bear swallowed something unseen, spread his arms, and shot higher. Lightning exploding from his body in every direction. Lewin shielded his eyes from the blaze. "What is that fire?" Eyes wide, he muttered, "What the hell's going on?" Elsewhere, a student at the window squinted toward the flash. A professor furrowed his brow. "Damn it," he muttered. That gave him even more points. Out on the training field, the same professor crossed his arms, watching the display. Could Mikkel even beat Lewin Ardle now? He looked down at the evaluation sheets, frown deepening. No, unlikely. His thoughts darkened. If Lewin keeps climbing like this, Mikkel won't just lose his festival seat. He'll lose his title as top graduate. And his family's pride depends on that. He clenched his fist. I won't let that happen. Back in the training area, Bear stood in the center of the flames, now radiating power. His rank had jumped to tier 2. In Lewin's palm, fire surged again. Plus 200 strength gained. Lewin turned to him. You've really powered up. He flexed his hand, sparks flickering across his knuckles. Thanks to you, I hit 1,200 strength faster than expected. Bear grinned. This is just the beginning. I bet both the difficulty and the rewards will keep climbing. He opened the quest interface. Lines of new data scrolling before them. Repeating quest, body training, basic strength achieved, but the training never ends. Keep pushing forward. Punches, 0/5000. Kicks, 0/5000. Roundhouse kicks, 0/5000. Run, 15 kilometers/1. Real combat training, 0/1 reward, plus 30 strength. Lewin groaned, running a hand over his face. Ugh, again with the endless grind. At least I've done this before. He paused, then looked at Bear. So what's this real combat training thing about? Bear raised a paw, smirking. Remember what I told you when we first met? That I could become anything. Lewin nodded. Yeah, I remember. Well, Bear said, I can transform now. Still limited, but we're getting there. A new training camp unfolded around them. Wait, does that mean you can turn into a human? Someone asked. Yup, once I reach rank 5. Full transformation won't be perfect yet, but it'll be close, Bear answered. Lewin Artle smirked. So, who can you turn into right now? Want me to show you? Bear offered. He began to spin, faster and faster. Energy surged, and then something odd took shape. Lewin stared and asked, what even is this scarecrow thing? The scarecrow turned and snapped. What kind of reaction is that? Lewin shook his head. Forget it. I just pictured something different. Their training session began. Bear said, don't underestimate him. The scarecrow stepped forward. Do you realize how useful I was when your real training started? Lewin studied it. So you're a practice dummy? More like a training assistant, the scarecrow replied. So I have to spar with you daily? Lewin asked. Exactly, the scarecrow said as smoke swirled around it. You're still weak. Just a third-class mage. Bear added, but once I regain my original strength, anything's possible. As monsters began appearing around them, Bear added, if I wanted, I could become a demon or a dragon. Lewin placed a hand to his face. Then let's start. Right now. Start what? Bear asked. Training, Lewin said. As a mage. Bear laughed. Now we're talking. Energy pulsed in Bear's paws. He took a staff and stood before Lewin. Even if your spells hit me, you'll only knock me back. They won't leave a scratch. And you? Lewin asked. I can hit you as much as I want, Bear replied. Sounds like a solid training partner, Lewin said. Flames burst around them. Bear nodded. Let's begin. Lewin took off running, then leapt into view. Michael's probably training hard too. Itching for a battle, he thought. Elsewhere, a boy scowled at a piece of paper and turned to his uncle. This brat's starting to get on my nerves. What should I do? The man muttered. Maybe he's not so weak after all. The boy spun. You don't get to complain. Rumor has it you're the reason Lewin Artle scored so high. The man blinked. What? Mikkel glared. I heard you suggested tossing an ogre at him. His fist clenched. That's why he aced it. If our family finds out, you're dead meat. The man gritted his teeth. Why is that brat blackmailing me now? Mikkel sat beside him. If you don't like it, stop with the nonsense. We should focus on fixing this. Mikkel turned to his uncle. If I became the Academy's rep at the great festival. No, the man interrupted, but don't stress. I've got a plan. He handed Mikkel a flask. Mikkel stared at it, taken aback. The awakening herb, the flaming flower? The awakening herb, also called the flaming flower, only grows deep within the illusion-filled northern territories. It's rare, volatile, and often used in crafting high-grade elixirs. Professor Elric held out his hand. Drink this, and you'll trigger awakening. It'll drastically shorten your spellcasting time. Mikkel frowned. But it causes pain and makes it impossible to tell friend from foe, right? The man smirked. Exactly. You'll lose all sense of awareness. Guess you haven't been listening in class. Mikkel turned the flask in his hand, expression unreadable. Why should I even drink this? Yes, the man replied flatly. From the nearby garden, whispers spread. Rumors that Mikkel had finally lost it. Professor Elric shrugged. He's just making excuses after losing. Maybe he's hoping to disgrace the family enough to get kicked out. Mikkel kept his gaze forward. Still, this is dangerous. The professor knows what I can do. If he notices something off, he won't stay quiet. The man grinned. Have you forgotten who I am? I oversee all drug testing. He pushed the flask closer. This potion will hide the herb's traces. No one will know you took it. Mikkel hesitated. Drink it after the first one, the man said firmly. Relax, we're family. This is how we survive. Michael's thoughts spun. What now? Do I go through with this or not? The day of the one-on-one battles arrived. The exams were held inside the mana barrier room. and excitement pulsed through the crowd. Every year, these duels filled the stands. But this year, anticipation was electric. The final match was about to begin. Lewin Ardle loosened his hands, preparing himself. Lewin Ardle versus Mikkel, the announcer called. Taking his position, Lewin glanced across the arena. So this is it, the final stage of the exam, and my opponent is Mikkel. From the sidelines, Bear murmured, he knows you'll rush in close. If he's ready for that, you're in for a tough fight. Even so, Lewin thought, if I can just reach him, then his resolve hardened. One hit, that's all I need. Their eyes met. Since this test simulated real combat, the arena was scattered with hills, rocks, and obstacles. Everything you'd expect in an open battlefield. Down below, the referee called out, "Are you both ready?" Both combatants nodded. Just before the signal, Lewin noticed something strange. He's not acting like himself. Lewin narrowed his eyes. What's with this guy? Mikkel stood rigid, fists clenched, an aura of fury rolling off him. Something's wrong, Lewin realized. He's way too quiet. Seeking answers, he activated Player's Eye. Data flashed before his eyes. Name, Mikkel class. 3rd class mage traits. High potential, dual summoner special status. Hidden berserk mode. Lewin's jaw tightened. Berserk mode? I've never seen that label before. And it's hidden too. He understood instantly. Mikkel had taken something, a drug designed to mask its own effects. No one else would suspect a thing. The man stood with his arms crossed as realization dawned on the protagonist. Drug tests had been done before the exam, and Professor Elric was in charge. If he's Michael's uncle, did he help cover it up? Straightening, the man spread his arms. Listen carefully. Only one kind of magic is off limits during these duels. Black magic. Anything tied to the 4 elements is fair game. Your grades depend entirely on how strong and refined your attacks are. He paused, his tone softening slightly. And don't worry about holding back. We're inside the mana barrier hall. Power output here drops by 99%. His eyes swept across the room. Any questions? The protagonist raised his hand. What is it? The man asked. Meeting his gaze, the protagonist spoke evenly. What happens if someone's caught using a forbidden potion? The answer came without hesitation. Immediate disqualification. Depending on how serious it is, suspension, or even expulsion. The examiner makes that call. Then the man's expression sharpened. Why do you ask? The protagonist quickly looked away. No reason. Just curious. The man clapped his hands together. Good. Everyone, take your positions. Lewin Ardle lowered his head. I've got nothing solid, he thought grimly. Only I can see his status screen. No one else would believe me. His jaw tightened. I need proof, something no one can deny. The referee's voice cut through the air. Begin. Lewin faced Mikkel head on. Both surged forward. In that instant, a green glow wrapped around Michael's body. Die, Lewin Ardle, he shouted. Vines shot out, snaring Lewin's leg, but he tore through them effortlessly. Gasps erupted from the stands. What? He broke free already. Michael's spell had fizzled. The control was off. Lewin lunged, a smirk tugging at his lips. The mana barrier may suppress magic, but my physical strength? That's untouched. Then a skull appeared above Michael's head. I'll stop you right here. Mikkel roared. The summoned skeleton inhaled deeply. Fire breath. Flames burst forth, scorching the air. But Lewin darted straight through, acceleration magic propelling him faster than sight. He dove behind a large rock, scanning the field. Faster casting, stronger absorption. That's it, the awakening herb. Michael's mocking voice echoed. What's wrong, Lewin? Hiding again. Lewin stayed crouched, eyes narrowed. He's out of control. Definitely took it. A vine-like plant slithered toward him. The flaming flower, of course. Mikkel laughed wildly. Come on, Lewin Ardle. Let's go. Lewin studied him closely. Shaking hands, manic energy, no pain response, total disregard for reason. All the signs are there. His expression hardened. Just one thing left to confirm. Does he still feel pain? He rose to his feet, voice cutting through the noise. So that's the secret behind your confidence. Step by step, he moved forward. It's all thanks to that herb, isn't it? Mikkel sneered. What was that? Lewin met his eyes. It's because of the flaming flower. Michael's eyes widened for an instant, but he quickly sneered. So what? That won't stop me from crushing you. The hero lifted his hand. Then brace yourself. In a flash, he vanished forward, time refraction activated. Michael's expression twisted. He's too fast. Before Mikkel could react, the hero was already on him. It's pointless to resist, he shouted. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice erupted between them, halting the attack. The professors in the stands gasped. What was that? That wasn't elemental magic. Before anyone could respond, a blazing monster crashed through the smoke. Go, Mikkel roared. Tear him apart. A fire lizard, 3rd class summoning magic. But the hero didn't even flinch. He slammed his fist into the ground. Earthquake. A thunderous explosion ripped through the arena. The ground cracked open, tossing the fire lizard high into the air. The crowd erupted. He countered fire with earth magic. Mikkel stumbled back, shouting no. When he lifted his head again, his eyes burned crimson. Don't come any closer. The hero smirked. Come on, don't act so fragile. Let's see what you've got. Michael's gaze darted to the hero's hand, just before it struck. Outside the barrier, students watched in awe as a storm of fire engulfed the battlefield. Smoke billowed skyward. When it cleared, the hero stood tall. Across from him, Mikkel glared with glowing red eyes. Don't underestimate me, he snarled. That was nothing. Before he could counter, the hero lunged and struck again. Mikkel screamed, stumbling back, but the assault didn't stop. The hero pressed forward relentlessly. Then, with a loud crack, Michael's legs buckled. He collapsed, laughing through the pain. You thought that weak hit could stop me? That didn't even hurt. The hero's eyes narrowed. He's still conscious after all that. If this keeps up, his body won't hold out. He stepped in, gripping Michael's shoulder. This fight's over. It's gone too far. Lifting his hand, he summoned the shackling tree. Vines burst forth, wrapping tightly around Mikkel. Then, turning to the examiners, he declared, Mikkel used a forbidden potion. The crowd buzzed with confusion. One of the officials stepped forward. What are you saying? Are you certain? Yes, the hero replied firmly. Someone helped him hide the evidence. The man frowned. If you're wrong, you'll be disqualified. I know, but think about it. Only one person could pull that off, someone who manages the testing and has access to rare ingredients. The man froze. You mean? The hero cut him off. Who in this academy handles every pre-exam drug screening and has the power to obtain restricted materials? Realization struck. There's only one person like that. A sudden silence fell. Then, Professor Elric's seat was empty. The hero's gaze hardened. Exactly. Professor Elric, Michael's uncle. The examiner raised a hand. Wait, you're saying... But before he could finish, a blur appeared. Professor Elric materialized, storming straight toward them. Professor Elric's voice thundered through the hall. Do you have any idea what you're accusing me of? His glare locked on the hero. You're saying Mikkel took a banned drug, and I turn a blind eye? Lewin Ardle met his gaze with a calm grin. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And I can prove it. The examiner's eyes narrowed. You'd better have proof. Professor Elric stepped forward sharply. Then let's settle it. We'll run another drug test right now. But the hero shook his head. Don't bother. You already gave him an elixir that hides the symptoms. Professor Elric faltered, eyes darting away. Then what are you implying? I'll show you. Lewin placed his hand on the shackling tree binding Mikkel. A surge of light burst forth, brilliant and blinding. In an instant, the entire spell burned away. That, he said evenly, was the same flick I used on Mikkel. He turned toward the crowd, voice steady. Even if his magic had improved through training, no one should still be laughing after taking a hit like that. The hall fell silent. Right now, Lewin continued. He's got a concussion and at least 4 fractured ribs. Yet, Mikkel, still trapped by the remnants of the binding spell, kept laughing uncontrollably. Lewin's voice dropped low. He can't feel pain, and that's not natural. Professor Elric froze, his expression empty. Then Tyrion Ignat's voice roared across the arena. How dare you pull something like this during an official exam? On sacred testing grounds. He turned his wrath toward Elric. You, get to your office. Now, the professor's face drained of color. He staggered backward, trembling, before fleeing the hall. Meanwhile, Michael's laughter echoed, twisted, hollow, unrelenting. The fallout from the 4th exam swept through the academy like wildfire. By the next day, it was official. Professor Elric dismissed. Mikkel expelled. Their family's corruption had finally come to light. And the entire academy spoke one name with awe, Lewin Ardle. The student who defied the magicians. The one who exposed the truth. A new title followed him now. Lewin walked toward a towering gate, its frame glowing with radiant light. The air shimmered around him as the gate slowly opened. He'd been summoned by the head of the academy. A blinding brilliance swallowed him whole. When the light faded, he found himself standing in an immense garden. Lush, endless, almost otherworldly. This is the head's domain? He thought, but something felt strange. No, it's different somehow. Then, a faint flicker appeared ahead. Lewin paused. This too. At the far end of the garden stood a grand throne, majestic, commanding. Is that Tyrion Ignat's throne? He wondered. The seat of the king of magicians? Before he could take another step, a calm voice echoed behind him. What do you see? Lewin turned. A man approached, walking quietly along a forested path. The scenery you're seeing, the man said, was shaped using Maloroc's sai. His gaze met Lewin's. Do you know what that is? I've heard of it, Lewin replied. The man nodded slowly. Maloroc, the demon king who once invaded the continent of Frelia. They say he could make people see whatever they desired most. He stepped closer. After his fall, fragments of his body became powerful artifacts. Tyrion Ignat turned his gaze toward the vast garden before them. Maloroc's eye, he said quietly. It shows the world you long to see. Lewin Ardle glanced around. The scene shimmered with life. every detail reflecting his own hopes and desires. Lowering his head, he thought, what I want is for the Ardal territory to prosper, and for me to become the strongest magician alive. The head of the academy looked back at him. So tell me, Lewin, what do you find most interesting about what you see? Lewin hesitated. You mean in this vision? Tyrion nodded. Yes. This world before you, what stands out? Lewin's answer came quietly but firm. A world where students act like students and magicians behave like magicians. Standing tall before the Grand Gate, Tyrion Ignat nodded. Of course. I understand. A world like that won't be easy to build. Lewin offered a small nod in return. Then, with a deep rumble, the massive gate began to open. He turned his head, just as cheers echoed all around. Students rushed forward, their excitement filling the air. You did it, Lewin Ardal. You're the top graduate. Hands lifted him up amid a swirl of laughter and joy. For a brief moment, he let himself breathe it in. The pride, the warmth, the relief. A faint smile crossed his lips. The scene faded. A quiet room, a polished table. Steam rose gently from a cup placed before him. Please, help yourself, Tyrion said softly. Thank you, Lewin replied, sitting across from him. The head of the academy studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke. I called you here because there's something I want to ask. Lewin met his gaze. I'll answer whatever I can. Arms folded, Tyrion leaned forward slightly. How did you know Mikkel had taken the flaming flower? Lewin's eyes dropped to the cup before him. He wasn't acting like himself, he said slowly. He was aggressive, restless, and the flow of his mana, it was wrong. Too erratic, too strong. Tyrion crossed his arms, thoughtful. Even so, that's still just observation. You didn't guess he used the herb. You knew. What? Lewin lifted his gaze. Because I didn't depend on magic, he said simply. I trusted my own body. Inside the mana barrier hall, magic is suppressed, but physical strength isn't. He paused, careful not to reveal more. There's no need to mention the player's eye. Even if Mikkel was in shock, his reaction didn't fit his injuries. Laughing through pain like that, it only made sense if he'd taken the flaming flower. Tyrion stayed silent for a moment, studying the boy in front of him. At 16, he noticed everything, stayed calm under pressure, and his magical potential, it's already beyond expectation. Finally, Tyrion set his hand firmly on the desk. As head of the academy, I owe you an apology. What happened should never have taken place, and I'll make sure that family never troubles you again. He raised his hand slightly. And I have a proposal. Lewin blinked. A proposal? A faint smile touched Tyrion's lips. I'd like you to represent the academy at the Grand Festival this coming 7th month. Lewin froze, eyes wide. The Grand Festival, an honor reserved for the very best. A dream every student chased, and now it was his turn. He had already suspected something the moment he was summoned here, but even so, hearing it confirmed still caught him off guard. Lewin Ardal closed his eyes for a brief moment, letting the silence settle. Then, meeting the headmaster's gaze, he said quietly, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure I deserve it. Tyrion Ignat tilted his head. Why do you think that? Lewin's voice lowered. I haven't been in a real fight in 5 years. Controlling my mana has always been difficult. Everything just feels out of reach. I don't know if I'm ready to stand against the best from other academies. To his surprise, the headmaster chuckled softly. That's not a problem in the slightest. He raised one finger, a knowing smile on his face. As one of the Grand Festival judges myself, I say you're more than qualified to represent us. Then his tone grew firm. In fact, you're a true contender for victory. Lewin blinked, startled. Wait, what? Tyrion leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming. You heard me. I believe you can win. And more than that. He paused, a faint grin forming. You'll be our secret weapon, the surprise no one expects. Lewin's breath hitched. The headmaster went on, his tone deliberate. To your opponents, you're a complete mystery. They don't know your abilities, your style, your limits. They'll have no countermeasures, no way to prepare for you. A smirk crept across Lewin's lips. So that's it. Because I was always at the bottom, no one paid attention. Not like Mikkel. They've got no data on me at all, which means catching them off guard will be easy. He clenched his fists, determination flaring in his chest. Tyrion's voice broke through his thoughts. So will you accept? Lewin straightened. I'll give it everything I have. I won't let you down. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Perfect timing, the headmaster said. Come in. The door opened, and a tall man in full armor stepped inside. Tyrion gestured toward him. Since your body will benefit more from physical training than mana refinement right now, I've arranged a special instructor, a master of body arts. Lewin turned toward the figure and froze. That's Golter Pirani? The knight's piercing eyes swept over him. What's with that look? Not happy to see me. Lewin could hardly believe what he was seeing. Golter Pirani, the leader of the Foldren Territory's Knight Order, one of the 5 knights of the 6th rank, the only one in all of Radiant. And I fought him during the 3rd phase of the practical exam. Now, he was standing right here, about to become his instructor. Lewin could only stare. To think I get the chance to learn directly from him. Golter crossed his arms. Before we begin, I need to confirm something. His gaze locked on Lewin's. Professor Heidel told me you're a special kind of magician. One who has no choice but to fight up close. That true? Lewin nodded. Yeah, that's right. On the side screen, a recording flickered to life, his last battle. Golter watched in silence, arms still folded. When the footage ended, he nodded once. Your strikes are solid. Clean. No wasted motion. The words caught Lewin off guard. For a second, he didn't know what to say. But Golter Pirani said, his tone firm but measured. I'll be honest. Your lack of formal training shows. He stepped closer, posture straight, gaze sharp. What worked against an ogre won't work against a true warrior. A skilled knight can read you like an open book. One glance at your shoulders, your hips, and they'll know your next move before you make it. Lewin Ardel lowered his head, hands resting on his knees. He's right. My movements were just repeated drills. Rigid, predictable. In a real fight, that won't cut it. Golter straightened, crossing his arms. But don't worry. With my guidance, you'll move far beyond the basics. He smirked. So, you ready to start? Before Lewin could respond, the world around them shifted. An illusion forming behind them, revealing the towering image of a castle wall. Golter's voice echoed through the hall. A knight's greatest weapon isn't his sword, it's his legs. They give your strikes power, and your eyes time to read your opponent. He planted his feet firmly. So we'll start there. Then, with a grin, he added, you need to learn how to walk properly first. Lewin stepped forward, focused, steady. Only after that, Golter said, can you truly begin mastering the body arts? Lewin drew in a deep breath and swung his arm, slicing through the air. Golter nodded approvingly. At the academy, we start with the foundation, celestial martial arts. Lewin kept striking, each motion sharper than the last, sweat flicking into the air. Without weapon techniques, Golter continued, celestial martial arts is built on 36 core combat forms. Master those, and your body becomes your greatest weapon. Lewin gritted his teeth and struck again. Then again, each blow faster, heavier. Golter watched silently, eyes narrowed. Why does this feel familiar? A memory surfaced. Lewin's own voice echoed in his mind. This training won't benefit me. I'll have to come here every day. So why am I doing this? And then he remembered the answer. If you need a reason, someone had once said, think of it as an investment. Investment? Lewin had asked. Let's say you met someone destined to become a great magician. Wouldn't helping them, even a little, be worth it? Lewin had bowed deeply. If that's the case, then I'm in your hands. Golter groaned, covering his face. Enough. I can't listen to that anymore. It's too awkward. He waved dismissively. Just call me Hyung. I'm not even 30 yet. Lewin blinked. Wait, seriously? He threw a quick punch, laughing under his breath. From that moment, the real training began. Hyung observed closely, arms crossed. Not bad. The kid's got stamina. A few meters away, an ogre lay crumpled against a tree, jaw shattered. He's a melee mage, and physically stronger than an ogre. What a monster of a student. 3 weeks passed. The results were beyond anything they'd expected. Body art skill, level 10 new achievement. Body as a weapon madness mage effect. Enhanced. Magic now circulates through every part of the body. Lewin stared down at his hands, breath caught. This is unbelievable. He turned toward Bear, eyes wide. Mastering celestial martial arts. This power feels unreal. Bear grinned proudly. Yeah, and thanks to that, you've officially jumped to rank 3. Current strength, 2,130. Lewin clenched his fist, feeling the surge of mana pulsing through every vein. This power, it's overwhelming. Bear exhaled, shaking his head. You're growing at a ridiculous pace. Took me over a year just to break 2,000. Another 6 months after meeting you to push past that. Lewin Ardel raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's a time perception thing between humans and dragons? Before he could think further, a voice called out from behind. Lewin. He turned to see Jason sprinting toward him, breathless. What's going on? Lewin asked. Jason bent forward, panting. You haven't seen it yet? Lewin tilted his head. Seen what? The participant list for the Great Festival. Jason said quickly. It's up, at the Academy Gate. Lewin's expression sharpened. The Great Festival. His mind drifted back to the entrance ceremony years ago, standing on that stage as a new student, surrounded by stares of envy and suspicion. They all looked at me with doubt. Those silent expectations had haunted him ever since. For years, he'd been the shadow behind Mikkel, the one who couldn't stand out, the one no one believed in. But now he was running. Lewin and Jason sprinted up the academy steps, wind rushing past them. Excitement surged in his chest as he shouted, I made it! They reached the gate, breathless, eyes scanning the board. Lewin's heart pounded hard enough to drown out the noise around him. Then there it was. His name. He stared for a moment, hardly believing it. I'm the representative. I actually became the representative. A ripple of voices spread through the crowd. Lewin Artle, congratulations. You're the Academy's representative. You'll be speaking for us at the great festival. The cheers grew louder until the courtyard was filled with them. Lewin's chest tightened, not with nerves but pride. It took so long, but I'm finally standing where I was meant to be. Later that day, a professor approached him with a knowing smile. I heard from Sir Hyung that you've already mastered celestial martial arts. It was Professor Heidel. He studied Lewin for a moment before adding with a smirk. And reaching 5th class mage at 16? Sometimes your talent even scares me. He chuckled lightly. Still, I'm confident you can handle what's coming. Preparation for the grand festival went smoothly after that. And soon, it was time to depart for Altain, the grand city chosen to host the event. Students gathered in the bustling station, chatter and laughter filling the air. They say we'll be riding the mono train, someone said excitedly. It's his first time, right? I heard it's insanely fast. Lewin listened quietly, eyes following the enormous steel rails that gleamed in the sunlight. The Kingdom of Radian only has 2 mono train stations, but in the Imperial Federation of Reen, over 100. No surprise, it's an empire. Radian's a fraction of its size. A few boys nearby snickered, noticing his curiosity. What's with the look? Never seen a train before, redneck? One sneered. Jason frowned. What did you just say? The boy crossed his arms. I said shut it. You're embarrassing yourselves. Lewin turned his gaze sideways. Henkies, one of Michael's old followers. They'd both competed in last year's Magic Festival. Henkies smirked. If you really think Lewin Artle's gonna pull off some miracle at the festival, you're dreaming. So what if he had one good semester? He leaned closer, voice dripping with arrogance. Other academies aren't full of amateurs. They're monsters. Mikkel already fought against them. You think Lewin's stronger than him? Then, with a dismissive snort, he muttered, whatever. He's not our representative anyway. Let him fend for himself. Lewin's eyes flickered for a moment, but he didn't respond. He simply looked away, calm and composed. Words don't win battles, he thought. I'll let the results speak for me. People like him always try and climb their way up by flattering Michael's family. Still, it didn't matter. Even if not everyone accepted him, Lewin Artle would make sure their team delivered. Henke suddenly chuckled, a mocking edge in his voice. Mikkel would be flattered, you know. His little mutt's still loyal to him, even after he got kicked out. Lewin's lips curved into a faint grin. Well, at least his dogs know how to stay loyal. Henke's expression twisted. What did you just call us? I'm glad it clicked, Lewin replied coolly. I made sure to phrase it simply, so even someone with your level of brain power could keep up. The other boy stepped closer, voice low and sharp. You might be our academy's representative, but Lewin didn't let him finish. Then listened carefully. He lowered his head slightly, tone calm, but cutting like a blade. This festival is beyond anything we've seen before. He met Henke's glare head on. If I perform well here, I'll gain opportunities that even Michael's family influence can't buy. Yeah, sure. Henke snapped. But that's only if you actually achieve something. His tone turned harsh. You think the students at the festival are just regular competitors? They're monsters. Be realistic. Our destiny is to stay stuck in Radian, serving nobles like obedient dogs. So how about you come down from clouds? Lewin turned slowly toward him. Actually, that is possible. Henke's blinked, thrown off. What? Lewin walked past him, voice steady. The grand festival is about teamwork, coordination, and if someone's going to drag the team down, maybe they don't belong on it. Henke's jaw tightened. You saying we should compete without you? Lewin looked over his shoulder. I'm saying, maybe it's time you reconsider who your representative really is. Henke's face reddened with fury. Lewin added quietly. Oh, and there's no one from Michael's family left to reward your loyalty anymore. That hit home. Fine. Henke snapped. Just make sure you don't lose your first solo match, or I'm done listening to anything you say at the festival. The conversation ended there as the mono train surged forward, its powerful hum filling the cabin. Outside the windows, the landscape blurred into streaks of color. Students gasped in awe. It's so fast. Bear, perched comfortably on Lewin's shoulder, glanced around. The world's changed, he muttered. In my time, nothing like this even existed. Suddenly, slam, the door at the end of the carriage burst open. Lewin turned. A sneering voice rang out, dripping with arrogance. TCH, smells like losers in here. A boy stood at the far end of the car, arms crossed, wearing a confident smirk. Well, he drawled. What do we have here? A bunch of countryside nobodies from that little academy of yours. Lewin's eyes fell to the crest on the boy's uniform. That emblem, Iota National Magic Institute. The only academy in the desert kingdom of Iota, renowned for its ancient combat traditions, brutal sword schools, and punishing physical regiments. What are they doing here? Lewin wondered. The boy stepped closer, his grin widening. Where's your golden boy, huh? Mikkel, was it? What? He didn't run away, crying again. He laughed, loud and mocking. I was hoping he'd show up this year too. You know, to serve us. Like last time. The laughter spread, harsh and echoing. So tell me, he sneered, you all aiming for last place again? He tilted his head, smiling like a predator. Let's get along, yeah? Bear chuckled softly, glancing up at Lewin. You're surprisingly calm, he said. Didn't even blink at that. I didn't realize these festivals were this openly hostile, Lewin Artle thought. They treat us like punching bags. He glanced toward the professor, seated nearby. The man was calmly reading a book, eyes never leaving the page. He's not going to interfere, Lewin realized. This is a student competition. He's just here as an escort. Lewin's gaze dropped to the floor. That means the weight of this team, the responsibility, it's all on me now. The boy from Iota leaned back casually, arms stretched across the seat. Yo, Henkies, where's your real representative? Where's Mikkel? At least he was entertaining. Henkies' expression darkened. Mikkel. But the boy only smirked. Oh, right. He's probably still in bed, praying his shattered ribs heel straight. Lewin Artle's chair scraped against the floor as he stood sharply. Henkies gestured toward him. This is our representative now. The boy from Iota turned, his grin faltering as he looked Lewin over. He straightened, taking a few slow steps forward. Huh, so you're the replacement, he said, voice dripping with mock curiosity. Never seen you before. He stopped in front of Lewin, eyes narrowing. I'm Sita Malkiri, representative of Iota, a National Magic Institute. Raising a brow, he added, and you are? Lewin Artle, came the calm reply. Then, with measured defiance, Lewin added, that's all you need to know. If you're done stirring up trouble, get out of our car. Sita smirked, amused. Oh yeah. Lewin didn't flinch. But before you leave, he said evenly, you'll apologize for every insult you threw our way. Politely. Sita's grin disappeared. What did you just say? Lewin repeated it, his tone cool and steady. You'll apologize for everything, and you'll do it with manners. That's what I said, am I wrong? Sita turned sharply to a brunette standing behind him, fuming. Did I ever tell him to apologize? Did you say something to him? The brunette froze, shaking his head. Sita's temper snapped. Can you do anything right? I swear, I'll knock some sense into you so hard you'll remember it forever. Lewin watched silently, piecing things together. He noticed the others from the Iota delegation, students who had once fought in a magic festival, each one visibly tense, avoiding eye contact. And then it clicked. They've already been hit hard by defeat before. Now, they're trying to win the next battle before it even begins, by crushing morale. He turned away slightly, muttering under his breath. So, the great festival's already started. Then his eyes returned to Sita. In that case, want to settle this right now. Sita's fist clenched. Are you insane? You think I'll back off just because you talk tough? He sneered. Fine, don't regret it later. But before either could move, a low, commanding voice cut through the tension. That's enough. Sita froze. The speaker, a tall man in a dark cloak, was his professor. Sit down, the man said sharply. Cool your head. You want to make enemies before the festival even begins. He turned toward the professor, escorting Lewin's group. I apologize for my students' behavior. I'll take care of it. The older professor nodded silently. Without hesitation, the Iota instructor grabbed Sita by the hair and yanked him backward. Hey, I'm not done with him. Sita shouted, struggling as he was dragged toward the back of the car. Enough, his professor barked, pulling him through the door. The tension in the cabin eased, but the silence that followed was heavy, sharp with the promise of rivalry. Lewin sat back down slowly. So this is how it's going to be, even before the opening match. Lewin Artle watched as Sita Malkiri was dragged out of the car, still shouting in protest. The brunette, standing nearby, frowned. He'd expected trouble from the start. He turned toward his professor. Why did you stop us? Sita growled, frustration burning in his voice. This was your idea, wasn't it? What changed? The professor let out a slow sigh. Didn't you notice? Sita frowned. Notice what? He was smiling. Sita blinked. What? The cloaked professor glanced toward Heidel, the radiant instructor seated calmly across the car. The academy professor. He was smirking the whole time, he said, like he was waiting for a fight to start. Heidel tilted his head. You think that was confidence? I'm not sure, the man replied quietly. But that boy, Lewin Artle, he's hiding something. And I know one thing for certain. He looked back at Sita. Whatever that thing is, we don't have it. Unlike his last opponent, the bald one didn't charge forward. He just stared at Lewin Artle, silent, sharp, calculating. The tension that had filled the cabin moments ago slowly dissolved. After that brief clash, the mood shifted completely. Now, everyone huddled closer to Lewin Artle, voices buzzing with energy. So what's the plan for the first battle? Someone asked. It's a group match, right? No representatives allowed. Another chimed in. Yeah. Will Lewin join us this time? A voice from the back added. Can we even handle it? The brunette didn't hesitate. Of course we can. We have to win. That's right. Another said firmly. No way we're losing to those freaks. Lewin watched them, his teammates, his rivals, now standing side by side. Somewhere along the way, all their egos had aligned into something stronger. Everything okay? Someone asked him. The brunette scratched his head. I got carried away earlier, he admitted. Those guys, they're trained like warriors, raised for combat. If we'd actually fought back there, it wouldn't have ended well. Another nodded grimly. He's right. If that turned into a real brawl. Lewin interrupted. So you're angry? Of course we're angry, the brunette snapped. They look down on us. They mock us. They don't respect you, our representative, and they're not even subtle about it. He pointed toward the window where the world outside blurred past. If we'd stayed quiet, they'd be laughing even harder right now. They'd think we're cowards. He looked around the group, voice rising with every word. If we just let them walk over us, if we don't stand up, then we deserve that stupid nickname they gave us. The car fell silent. You really want that? He shouted. You want to keep being their joke? They're punching bags. No one answered. He clenched his fists. We let them beat us once. That's why they've been dragging our names through the mud for 5 years straight. Lewin's gaze swept across the group. Then tell me this. What do you plan to do about it? You think now's the time to fight just to protect your pride? One of the students sighed. I'm thinking I'll leave my friend at the gate. Lewin blinked. You mean me? The brunette folded his arms, a faint smirk crossing his face. Lewin glanced around, and then it hit him. The MLS team had already made their choice. They were backing him. No matter how rough the road ahead got, they were in this together. Suddenly, the intercom crackled. Next stop, Douai of Altian. Heads turned. We're here. Grab your stuff. Let's go. The camera zoomed out to a wide map. Lines of glowing light tracing the rail's path across the continent. The narrator's voice echoed. Altian, territory of the Imperial Federation. The only officially recognized neutral ground within the Empire. Here, old grudges mean nothing. Even the fiercest rivals are bound by one rule, peace. But don't mistake their silence for weakness. The knights guarding this land, every single one of them, are ready to draw their swords at a moment's notice. If even a drop of blood is spilled here, the Empire will intervene immediately. A tribunal will be held, presided over by the ruler of the entire continent. The guilty will answer for their crimes. That's why all major international events, the Magic Festival for mages and the Sword Grand Prix for swordsmen, are hosted right here in this land that stands at the crossroads of nations. A quiet tension spread through the group. Wait, this place is part of the Empire? Someone asked hesitantly. A snort followed. You really don't know? This isn't the Empire. This is the neutral zone. Another voice chimed in, puzzled. But isn't it under the Empire's control? The Imperial Federation, right? So what's the difference? The blonde student sighed. Everything. You'll see soon enough. It's on a whole different scale. He turned to Lewin Ardle, eyes curious. What about you? What's your take? Before Lewin could respond, the blonde added, I'm from one of the wealthiest territories back home, and even that doesn't compare to this. The brunette gazed ahead, his eyes tracing the magnificent skyline. The Imperial Federation stretched before him, grand, orderly, alive. Laughter echoed in the streets. Noble carriages rolled past, and every building seemed steeped in history. This place, Lewin thought, it breathes nobility. We really did come from a small corner of the world. A chariot rolled up, polished and gleaming. One of the guides waved them forward. All right, everyone, time to head to your temporary quarters. Load up. As they climbed aboard, the man continued, his tone turning serious. Not to scare you, but another man, wearing glasses, stepped forward, voice firm. Stay away from the other academies. Don't even brush shoulders with them. You'll only find trouble if you do. Lewin tilted his head. Why the warning? Before anyone could answer, Bear called out. Lewin Ardle, over here. Lewin turned. What is it? Just look. Bear pointed ahead. The bear beside him sniffed the air, eyes narrowing. There's something different over there. Bear leapt down, scanning the distance. Yeah, there's a relic here. One that belonged to Draka. The next morning, Ignat Academy. The blonde yawned, rubbing his eyes, just in time to see Lewin rushing out. Why, where are you headed? Off on a date or something. But Lewin was already gone. Outside, he found Bear waiting. You're sure about what you sensed yesterday? Bear nodded, pulling out a small map. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Even for you, this one's rare. He pointed ahead. The place is called Touching Memories. It's a workshop. They pushed through the door. Lewin scanned the room, unimpressed. This is it. I expected something belonging to the Black Dragon to be locked away in a vault or auctioned off in some underground market. Instead, the shop felt ordinary. Peaceful. Bear explained. That relic's useless to most mages. If your magic isn't power-based, it's basically scrap metal. Lewin activated the player's eyes. A flash of light filled his vision, and then he saw it. A spark. A window appeared before him. Ring of Invul. Vulnerability. Unique artifact of the player. It was his first artifact forged through battle, and also his first failure. The ring carried the power of invulnerability. A slim chance, sometimes almost impossible, of resisting any physical force. At its peak, it could even nullify all damage entirely. But Bear's tone grew serious. There's a catch. Bear's voice dropped low as he looked at Lewin Ardle. It's not just enemy attacks this thing blocks, he warned. If you're not careful, it could even stop a friend's touch. Maybe even a hug from someone you love. Lewin didn't respond. His eyes stayed fixed on the ring. The effect doesn't always activate when you want it to, Bear continued. And when it does, well, you don't get to choose how it works. Lewin studied the artifact carefully, an item born from failure, perhaps, but still holding power. And for him, that was enough. He needed it. A faint smirk crossed his face as he nodded. Then a system message appeared before his eyes. Strength plus 200. Just that alone made it worth keeping. He slipped a ring onto his finger. The fit was perfect, like it had been waiting for him all along. Turning to the old shopkeeper, he said, I'll take this ring. How much? The old man waved a hand dismissively. No charge. It's been collecting dust for ages. I'd nearly forgotten it existed. Take it, boy. Lewin hesitated, then glanced around the shop. Then I'll buy something else. It's only fair. The shopkeeper chuckled. Suit yourself. Lewin activated the player's eye once more. The skill illuminated the shop like a radar, revealing hidden values and subtle magic flows. Not only could he gauge quality, he could see an item's true worth. His eyes locked onto something on a nearby shelf, a faintly glowing book. Title, Quantum Mechanisms of Magic and Swords. Its rarity shimmered higher than anything else in the room. Lewin stepped forward, reaching for it, but another hand got there first. He looked up sharply. A blonde girl stood before him, the book already in her grasp. Recognition hit him immediately. Irene Prius, a fifth-class mage, one of the prodigies from the Women's University. She wasn't just talented. She'd been personally chosen by the King of Magicians, Terran Artemis, the so-called King of the Border, as one of 11 mages meant to lead the next generation. Rumor had it she was close to reaching 5th class. Seeing her up close, Lewin realized the whispers hadn't done her justice. She'd already surpassed that mark. She looked at him, calm and composed. Would you mind handing that book over? Lewin raised a brow. I saw it first. Her gaze flicked to his uniform. You're from Ignat Academy, right? I'm Irene Prius, Women's University. That book, you only noticed it just now. I came here specifically for it. Lewin said nothing, simply studying her. After a moment, she softened her voice. If it's not that important to you, could I have it? He instantly understood. She'd been nearby the whole time. She'd heard everything about the relic, the ring, the festival. So he decided to test her. Then tell me, he said quietly. Why do you need it? A book like that doesn't just show up by chance. Irene's confidence wavered. Her eyes darted aside as she fumbled for words. It's a personal project, she replied at last. I can't say more than that. Please don't ask. Lewin narrowed his eyes slightly. Her answer didn't sound like any school assignment. Could this be a direct request from the king himself? He wondered. He didn't press further. Instead, he extended the book toward her. Irene blinked in surprise. You're giving it to me? You said it's important, Lewin replied simply. So take it. She hesitated for a moment, then accepted the book with a quiet nod of thanks. As Lewin Ardle wandered off, scanning the shelves for something else to buy, the blonde beside him just stood there, speechless. A few voices drifted from nearby. Wait, was that really Irene Prius? What were you two talking about? Someone leaned closer, whispering, Is she really as gorgeous as everyone says? The blonde jumped in immediately. Come on, man. Where did you even meet her? What's the story here? Lewin sighed, rubbing his temple. Could you at least ask one question at a time? The blonde grinned. Can't help it. I'm jealous. My biggest dream? To just hold her hand once. Lewin blinked. That's seriously your dream? The guy burst out laughing. You all sound so pathetic, he teased, smirking. I actually saw her at the great festival, you know. Even sat next to her. Someone cut in, curious. Oh yeah? Did you talk to her? The guy scratched his head awkwardly. Not exactly. We didn't cross paths again after that. Another voice joined the conversation. Anyway, that girl's strong. Crazy strong. But she's always second place. I heard she's obsessed with beating one person and keeps failing. That struck a nerve. The blonde's face twisted. Watch your mouth. Don't talk like that about my Irene Prius. Lewin folded his arms. Didn't realize she was taken, he said dryly. Then he added, and it's not nonsense. The person she keeps losing to is the #1 student at the Special School of Combat Magicians. The strongest in the entire continent. The brunette beside him nodded. Yeah, and he's the one who wields the shining sword. Lewin raised an eyebrow. The shining sword? Yeah, the guy explained. It's a legendary artifact, top tier. That's probably why she wanted that book so badly. She's trying to close the gap and finally surpass him. Lewin thought about it for a moment. Even so, being a magic swordsman isn't exactly easy. Unlike normal weapons, magic swords don't really enhance your magic. And mastering both magic and swordsmanship, that's an entirely different challenge. The brunette nodded in agreement. True, but that guy's on another level. His sword's a rare artifact, and his swordsmanship, probably as good as a trained knight. Maybe even better. The blonde groaned, throwing his hands up. Artifact, swordsmanship, ridiculous magical power, rich family, Good looks and popular too? That's just unfair. People like that shouldn't even exist. Lewin didn't join in the complaints. He just stayed quiet, lost in thought. A fifth-class mage at 16, and her rival, the top combat magician on the continent. Could he ever stand against people like that? His mind drifted back to that day on the train. How everyone had looked down on him, dismissed him as unremarkable. Then he remembered his grandfather's voice. You are more than worthy of being called a contender. Lewin's expression hardened. Then I'll prove it. I'll make those words real. Before he could think any further, the door burst open. First team, assemble. The opening ceremony of the great festival is starting. Lewin took a deep breath, straightened his uniform, and headed for the door. His pulse quickened as the noise of the crowd echoed from outside. It's finally beginning. The great festival had begun, and with it, the battles that would decide the future. Lewin Ardle stared out at the vast field ahead, his mind already locked on the battles waiting beyond the horizon. Every match, every rival, they were all pieces of what lay ahead. No one could quite understand how their first match after joining the academy had ended so easily. But Lewin? He just smiled. Guess I got lucky, he said casually. The truth was obvious. These were the last people anyone wanted to face. Their reputation preceded them. Dirty tricks, cheap shots, and a trail of bad blood wherever they went. Lewin couldn't understand why they had been chosen for this matchup. He even pointed out how some students were still shaken from previous encounters with that same group. But the so-called heroes just laughed it off. To them, this fight was nothing more than a boring warm-up. Then Lewin overheard it. Mocking whispers, sneers directed at his team. They called them cowards, said they'd crumble before the fight even started. That's when he saw his moment. If he wanted to prove himself, prove his place, this was it. With a calm breath, Lewin stepped forward, his voice steady and clear. He smiled as he noticed a crowd forming. Other great festival participants were gathering, watching. He raised his voice so everyone could hear. My name is Lewin Ardle. I represent the After Academy, the one everyone's been whispering about. The name didn't sit well with one of the opponents. Don't call us that, he snapped. You've got no right. Lewin met his glare head on, unbothered. I've spent enough time at the bottom, he said with a laugh. That ends today. His words cut through the air. He wasn't joking. He meant every syllable. From now on, his sights were set higher. The opponent scoffed. And who do you think you are to say that? A name flashed through Lewin's mind. Tyrion Ignat, a symbol of strength, a standard to chase. He smiled faintly. Who am I? He said quietly. I'm the hidden ace, and I'm not backing down. The crowd stirred, whispers spreading like wildfire. One student spoke up, voice low but excited. I checked his record. It used to be nothing but failures. Another added quickly. Yeah, but that was before this semester. Now, he's been unstoppable. His results are off the charts. Eyes widened around the arena. So that's why he sounded so confident. It wasn't empty talk. Their so-called hero straightened his posture, his arrogance fading to focus. Fine, he said. Then we'll settle this the proper way at tomorrow's event. The Mana Grenade Throw. It was one of the great festival's signature group events. Every team except their representative would take part. The challenge? Destroy a mithril golem using mana charge grenades. The faster the golem fell, the higher the team's rank. Someone turned to Lewin. Think you can actually win this? He nodded without hesitation. We might not have the strongest fighters, but we've got a plan. He'd already figured out this wouldn't be about raw power. It would be about coordination, teamwork, timing. So he proposed a strategy that caught everyone off guard. For specialized squads, one group to charge the mana grenades, another to transport them to the front lines, a third to launch the attacks in sync, and a final team to sabotage the enemy's golem mid-battle. The idea stunned them into silence. Then, slowly, determination began to replace doubt. Lewin looked at them all. Well, he asked. The guy beside him grinned. We're done being last, he said. This time, we're taking first. Lewin's expression hardened into quiet resolve. Whatever it took, they were going to win. Lewin Ardle laid out the strategy in simple terms. While other teams throw one grenade at a time, he said, we'll throw two, maybe even three. More firepower means more pressure. More pressure means victory. The team lit up instantly. Energy surged through the room. Cheers erupted as everyone got behind the plan. Voices rose, hands clenched, determination blazing. With Walken taking command on the front line and mana grenades being sorted and loaded in perfect order, the group moved with focus and precision. Every member was assigned exactly where they'd shine the most. The formation took shape like a puzzle snapping into place. But what truly made this all possible was him. Lewin Ardle's secret weapon, Player's Eye. The skill allowed him to see deeper than anyone else, to grasp the core of every task, every goal, every person. With it, he could pinpoint weaknesses others missed, then turn them into strengths. He saw talent where others saw doubt, potential where others saw limits. As he guided each classmate into their role, even the skeptics began to believe. Smiles replaced hesitation. Voices grew louder. The tension shifted into something powerful. For the first time, they all felt it. Victory wasn't just possible. It was close. But that feeling shattered in an instant. The door burst open. A student stumbled in, bruised and bleeding, collapsing at Lewin Artel's feet. "Lewin," the boy gasped, his voice cracking. Lewin knelt beside him immediately. "Who did this to you?" The only answer came in a pained whisper, one Lewin had expected all along. It didn't take long to find them. The culprits were exactly who he thought they'd be. Inside their building, the self-proclaimed heroes lounged on couches like kings without crowns. Arrogance hung thick in the air. When Lewin stepped through the doorway, their leader smirked lazily. "Knew you'd come crawling sooner or later," he sneered. Lewin said nothing at first. His calm presence only seemed to irritate them more. Then, with eyes sharp and voice steady, he called one of them out by name. Laughter erupted from their side. Sita Malkiri leaned forward, grinning mockingly. "You serious? This guy's completely lost it." Someone near Lewin whispered nervously. "Why are you doing this? They're dangerous." Lewin turned slightly and placed a hand on Sita's shoulder. A simple gesture until his grip tightened. Sita's eyes widened in pain. His body tensed, breath catching. He tried to pull free, but couldn't. Then, with a growl, Sita swung a punch. Lewin caught it effortlessly, hand snapping up to lock his wrist midair. Still smiling, Lewin leaned closer and spoke quietly, so only Sita could hear. "Touch me again outside the arena, and next time, you won't get back up." He let go. Sita dropped to the ground, clutching his arm, teeth clenched in fury. The room went silent. Every eye was on Lewin now. He looked around at the shocked faces and smirked. "Want to make a bet?" he asked casually. Murmurs spread. His teammates cheered behind him, voices rising with excitement. Lewin raised his hand and declared, "If we win tomorrow, Sita Malkiri takes a flick to the face and apologizes in front of everyone." The crowd roared. Now, every single one of them had something to fight for. Their destination was clear: Altane Stadium. The great festival of magic, held once every cycle across the continent. A place where legends were made, and where history remembered every name that shone on its stage. Cries of Ignite Academy echoed through the air, mixing with thunderous cheers. As Lewin stood there, he felt the weight of it all. This wasn't just a competition. This was a battlefield where futures were forged. A voice rang out, signaling the end of the ceremony. Students were told to return to their seats. Lewin took a slow step forward, then another. His thoughts sharpened into focus. It's time. The great festival had truly begun. As Lewin Artel turned to leave, a voice barked from behind him. "Sita Malkiri." This time, he shouted, fury cutting through the noise. "I won't go easy on you. Be ready." Lewin didn't look back. He could already tell Sita was analyzing him, trying to understand, to plan. But Lewin's thoughts were elsewhere, because beyond Sita stood someone far more dangerous. The Doom Prime, the undefeated prodigy of the Special Combat Magician School. The name whispered across the continent. If Lewin and his team kept winning, that was who they'd eventually face. Someone called out his name, breaking his focus. Lewin Artel. He turned. Irene Prius stood there, a faint smile on her lips. "You really stirred things up," she said with a light laugh. Lewin raised an eyebrow. That wasn't the reaction he expected. She smirked. "You walked straight into their den and made it out in one piece. That's not something most people can say." He had to admit, she wasn't wrong. By confronting the Institute's team head-on, he practically lit the fuse for a war between schools. "Wait, how you even know about that?" he asked, genuinely surprised. Irene just laughed softly. "You didn't go talk, Lewin. You challenged them, in front of everyone." He waved it off casually. "Come on, it was just a conversation." But she wasn't buying it. Her smile faded into something quieter. "You should be careful. Drawing that much attention this early might not be a good idea." Then, with a knowing look, she added, "You're hiding something, aren't you? Your real ability." Lewin didn't answer. He just grinned. "I'm up in the first match," he said, already turning away. "We'll talk later." And with that, he sprinted off. Irene watched him go, eyebrows raised. That guy, he's full of surprises. The arena buzzed with energy. The first event was moments away. Throw mana grenades. Ignite Academy versus the National Institute. "Everyone ready?" one of his teammates asked. This time, it wasn't just about participation. It was about proof. They were here to show the world what they were capable of. When a signal blared, the team shot forward. Confusion rippled through the audience almost immediately. "What are they doing?" someone shouted. Instead of fighting as individuals, the team split into groups, something unheard of in the great festival. Heaters, movers, throwers, each one working in perfect synchronization. Spectators jeered from the stands. "They're insane. That's not how this event works." Even some of the other competitors shook their heads. But then, a deafening crack. The golem from Ignite Academy, its right arm was gone. The crowd gasped. Lewin's voice cut through the chaos. "Keep the pressure up. Don't stop." Another barrage of mana grenades hit. Boom! The golem's other arm shattered. Sita Malkiri's eyes widened. What are you idiots doing? He roared his own team, panic breaking through his arrogance. But no one had an answer. The After Academy's movements were precise, calculated, and completely unpredictable. And then came the twist. Some of Lewin's teammates were healing the enemy golem, keeping it from falling too fast. At first glance, it looked insane. But to those paying attention, it was genius. From the sidelines, Irene Prius froze. Now she understood. This wasn't just magic. It was strategy. Every move, every position, every decision, all of it built around Lewin Ardle's ability, seeing exactly what each person was capable of and how to bring their best out. She remembered how easily he'd found that rare book, how quickly he'd sorted people into perfect roles back at the workshop. Her gaze followed him on the field. Who is he, she whispered, and why have I never seen him compete before? Then, the moment arrived. Lewin stood at the front, a glowing mana orb in his hand. This is it, he shouted. The light flared, brilliant as a sunrise. Then boom, a shockwave tore through the air as the golem's core exploded into dust. The mithril giant staggered, cracked, and finally collapsed. Silence held for a heartbeat. Then the crowd erupted. Cheers thundered through the stadium. Sita Malkiri stood frozen, his face twisted between disbelief and rage. Ignite Academy had won, and Lewin Ardle, the name no one knew yesterday, had just made sure everyone would remember it tomorrow. They'd done it. Against every expectation, After Academy had pulled off the impossible. What should have been a guaranteed victory for the National Institute had flipped completely. The underdogs had won. The first contest of the great festival. Throw mana grenades belonged to them. And now, the next stage awaited. Grab the flag. No one could believe it. The team everyone used to mock was no longer at the bottom. The National Institute now held that spot. And the first match of the new round? Lewin Ardle of Ignite Academy versus Sita Malkiri of the National Magic Institute. They stood across from each other on the arena floor, air thick with tension. Bear leaned over with a teasing grin. Feeling nervous? Lewin didn't look at him. His voice stayed calm. We're ranked 20th now, out of 32. To him, that was ideal. The whispers had already started spreading through the crowd. People finally paying attention to the name they'd once dismissed. Even with their shocking victory, Lewin knew one wouldn't erase his past. The failure from After Academy. That label still clung to him. But now he had momentum, and momentum could change everything. If we crush them again, he thought, eyes narrowing, they'll have no choice but to see us differently. Beside him, Bear kept grinning, his usual mix of pride and mischief. But Lewin's gaze was fixed far ahead, on someone beyond this arena. The man every mage aspired to impress. The king of wizards. Somewhere far from the chaos of the stadium, a group of figures sat gathered around a glowing orb, watching the match unfold through its flickering surface. In the projection, Lewin Ardle and Sita Malkiri stood face to face, ready to begin. One man watched in silence. Terran Artemis, the king himself. Next to him, Tyrion Ignat finally spoke. I always thought that kid had potential, he said quietly. He could have been one of the next generation. Terran smirked faintly. He was born gifted, could channel magic instinctively as a child. Another voice broke in, heavy and grim, until we discovered his mana release disorder. Tyrion frowned. I thought that condition made him a lost cause. Terran's tone didn't waver, and yet here he stands, representing his academy, which means he paused, eyes narrowing. Maybe he's not done yet. Tyrion leaned forward, studying the boy through the projection. Watch closely, he said. Let's see how far he's really come. Down in the arena, Bear leaned closer. If he gets too close, what's the plan? Lewin's reply was firm, steady. Then I charged straight in. The signal blared. The match had begun. Sita Malkiri exploded into motion, fury in his eyes. You're paying for what happened last time. A surge of mana erupted around him as he summoned his combat protector, a fully armored knight that crashed down beside him, shaking the ground. The crowd gasped, but Lewin was already moving. His ability activated, time reversal. To everyone watching, his body flickered. One instant here, the next gone. He darted to the side, blurring through the arena in unpredictable bursts of movement. Sita's eyes whipped around wildly. What? Where is he? A flash of movement. Lewin was suddenly right next to him, his fist already drawn back. Sita froze, laughter caught in his throat. You're really doing this? Lewin's voice was low, calm. You think I came here just to chat? The armored knight raised its weapon, metal gleaming. Sita panicked. Wait, stop, he shouted, but it was too late. Sita Malkiri froze. Every instinct screamed at him to move, run, dodge, do something, but his body refused to obey. Lewin Ardle's quiet voice broke the silence. Go on, he said with a faint smile. Try getting out of it. That's when the truth hit Sita. This wasn't a bluff. This wasn't a trick. The power pinning him down was real. The armored knight's blade turned toward him, its edge gleaming. And in that single instant, Sita Malkiri understood. He'd already lost. His eyes trembled, barely open as disbelief sank in. Then Lewin moved. A burst of raw force erupted from his hands, slamming into the armored knight. The impact echoed through the arena like thunder. Sita gasped. That's not possible. Lewin Ardle had struck solid steel with his bare fists, and the armor was cracking. Bit by bit, the combat protector fell apart, its metal shell splintering and shattering across the floor. Lewin stepped forward through the smoke. Sita blinked, disoriented. Did you just save me? Lewin glanced down at him, expression unreadable. Save you? He repeated, almost amused. After what you did to my teammate? His smirk widened. No, I just wanted to finish you off myself. He leaned in slightly, voice low but sharp. Don't tell me you forgot our little bet. Before Sita could respond, Lewin flicked his forehead once. A clean, effortless motion. And in the next instant, Sita Malkiri was airborne. He flew across the arena like a rag doll, spinning through the air before crashing onto the field. Flat on his back, eyes dazed, he stared up at the sky and let out a breathless laugh. Wow, he murmured. It's kind of beautiful up here. The entire arena fell silent. Then chaos. The crowd erupted. Cheers thundered through the stands, shaking the very ground beneath them. Lewin Ardle stood motionless in the middle of the arena, quietly watching the celebration. A faint smile crossed his face. High above, in a chamber lit by a single glowing orb, the match played out in real time through its magic projection. Tyrion Ignat leaned forward, eyes sharp. Beside him stood another figure, the king of the border, an 8th-class magician, one of the few who stood at the level of a demigod. Even he couldn't hide his shock. His usually calm expression hardened into disbelief. In all his years, he'd never seen magic like this. The orb's reflection showed Lewin's face. Tyrion's gaze darkened. Who is this kid? He muttered. Tyrion Ignat turned toward him, watching as the king's composure began to crack. Tell me everything you know about him, Tyrion demanded, his tone edged with impatience. Tyrion hesitated, choosing his words carefully. He's disciplined, he began. A model student. Everyone expected him to give up after his diagnosis, but he didn't. He learned to work with it, to use it. If anyone represents what it truly means to be a magician, it's him. Tyrion's expression didn't soften. His gaze dropped to the floor, deep in thought, unsatisfied. He considered summoning Lewin Ardle immediately, demanding an explanation for what he'd just witnessed. But Tyrion saw it coming. He turned his head slightly, as if to dissuade him. Tyrion forced a smile. Don't forget, he said quietly. A magician has the right to keep his techniques secret. Lewin Ardle, now standing before him through the orb's connection, met his gaze calmly. Then maybe, he said evenly, we should talk. Just the two of us. Tyrion's fist clenched behind his back. He wanted answers. If he was to stand at the pinnacle of the magical world, he had to uncover the truth behind that impossible spell. Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, laughter and cheers filled the air. The team celebrated like they'd just conquered the world. Lewin Ardle sat quietly amid the noise, rubbing his temple with a sigh. It was just one win, he said softly. We haven't even started preparing for what's next. But no one listened. They were too busy celebrating the moment, because for the first time ever, they believed. Tonight's for celebrating, someone shouted. The table was already overflowing, glasses clinking, bottles scattered, laughter echoing off the dorm walls. Among the lineup sat two infamous drinks, the sweet coconut vanilla juice everyone loved, and the deep crimson dragon's kiss, a drink known more for its bite than its flavor. Lewin Ardle eyed the red liquid cautiously. The others burst into laughter. That one's from your homeland, Lewin, someone teased. One sip and it'll feel like you kissed a dragon. It's the best stuff here. A grin spread across the guy's face as he poured the drink for him. Lewin looked away, uncertain. I'll pass for now. Before he could say more, a new voice spoke from behind. Mind if I join you? Lewin froze. He turned and saw Sita Malkiri standing there, head lowered, eyes heavy. The room fell silent. Lewin's tone hardened. Can you leave me alone? But Sita didn't move. His voice came out quiet. I came to apologize. Every conversation around the table stopped. He turned toward the group, bowing his head. I'm sorry for always looking down on you all. He hesitated, then continued. After losing, I realized something. Just because someone's weaker now doesn't mean they'll always be. Lewin studied him for a moment, calm and unreadable. There are plenty of people stronger than me, too. That simple truth hit Sita harder than any blow. Change isn't easy, Lewin added softly. Sita nodded, his voice strained. Still, I'm sorry. The silence that followed carried more weight than words. Then almost awkwardly, Sita stepped back. Didn't mean to kill the mood. Lewin looked at him again. Tell me, was that real? Or just guilt talking? Sita met his gaze without flinching. It's real. Lewin's lips curved slightly. Then thanks for having the guts to say it. They clasped hands in a quiet handshake. No theatrics, no grand speeches, just mutual respect. The others around them smiled silently. The tension that had lingered for so long finally dissolved. Moments later, laughter filled the room again. Arms went over shoulders, glasses were raised, and cheers echoed as they drank to victory and peace. Lewin took a sip of Dragon's Kiss. It burned like fire. The next morning came too soon. "Hey, you alive over there?" Someone teased as Lewin groaned, rubbing his temples. "Barely," he muttered. Another burst out laughing. "Do you even remember last night?" "What do you mean?" Lewin asked warily. "You were bawling your eyes out, thanking everyone for believing in you." Lewin blinked. "Wait, I what?" The whole table erupted in laughter. He sank into his seat, mortified. "Never again," he muttered under his breath. "I'm done with that drink." Someone grinned. "You sure you're Lewin Ardle? 'Cause last night, you were acting more like Sita Malkiri." Sita himself walked by, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Hope you got some sleep." Lewin remembered the night before. The handshake, the apology, the shared understanding. For all the rivalry, something had changed between them. As Sita turned to leave, he called out, "We'll meet again." Lewin raised a hand in reply. "Count on it." Later that day, Lewin ran into his professor in the corridor. The man sighed, eyeing him the way only a tired teacher could. "You're always in the middle of something, aren't you?" Lewin opened his mouth to respond, but stopped when the professor's tone suddenly shifted. "By the way," he said quietly, "the head of the academy wants to see you." Lewin blinked. "Wait, Taryn." The professor nodded gravely. "Yeah, sounds like he's worried about something." Lewin straightened. That couldn't be good. The professor's voice dropped to a warning tone. "Be careful, Lewin. A man like Taryn, he hides everything. And people who hide everything." He paused. "They're the most dangerous kind." Lewin Ardle stood quietly, eyes down for a moment, thinking it through. Then he looked up, calm but resolute. "I understand." Across the courtyard, laughter echoed, his teammates waving him over. "Lewin Ardle," they called out. He turned, the corner of his mouth lifting into a confident smile. "Looks like we got another reason to win," he said. They blinked in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" But Lewin didn't answer. He was already moving, running straight toward the next arena. The next event, Arrow Ball. Unlike any sport they'd faced before, this wasn't just a game. It was war disguised as competition. The ball wasn't even a ball at all. It was a sentient flying arrow. Each team fielded 9 players, attackers, defenders, and a single goalkeeper. The goal? Guide the arrow into the opponent's net. Simple in theory, brutal in practice. It demanded more than strength. It required precision, strategy, timing, barriers, elemental bursts, disarming magic. Every second mattered. Lewin clenched his fists, his voice ringing through the field. "Let's do this." The whistle blew. Chaos erupted instantly. Lewin darted forward as spells tore through the air. A massive ice tree burst from the ground. A spear of frost streaked past his shoulder. A wall of fire split the field in two. Magic collided from every angle. "Lewin Ardle go!" The shout came from behind him, Sita Malkiri. Heads turned everywhere. Wasn't this the same guy who'd sworn vengeance just yesterday? Now he was cheering for Lewin? Real men become friends after a fight. Sita yelled proudly. Laughter rippled through the stands. But Lewin didn't even look back. His focus was absolute. Eyes locked on the glowing arrow zipping across the sky. From the sidelines, a quiet observer watched every movement with interest. He'd seen enough to know. Lewin Ardle wasn't just talented. He was something more. Every player on the field was strong. Sita Malkiri knew that better than anyone, having fought them during the Magic Festival. But Lewin? Lewin wasn't just strong. He could lead. He could inspire. On the Institute's bench, panic was setting in. "Everyone regroup. We need a strategy," one of them shouted. "Someone stop Lewin Ardle," another voice cried. But it was too late. Lewin was already tearing through their defenses, weaving between spells like wind. His movements were unpredictable, fluid, precise, and fearless. With a grin, he called out to his team, "All right, our turn." He surged forward, magic flaring around him like a storm. His fists cut through the air, each strike detonating bursts of light and pressure. Shards of ice scattered like shrapnel. Defenders dove out of the way. "Get back," someone screamed. "You'll get hit." But even as Lewin drew all eyes to himself, the real danger wasn't just him. "He's not the only threat." Another voice yelled, panic creeping in. Because while the Institute focused on Lewin, his teammates were already moving in formation. Every role he'd assigned clicked into motion, a perfect rhythm of coordination and trust. The arrow ball streaked through the air, straight into the net. 1-0. The crowd gasped, and before they could even react, 2-0. 2 points back-to-back. The opposing team threw everything they had at him, desperate to stop the momentum. But their focus became their downfall. They tunneled in on Lewin and left their defense wide open. His teammates struck hard, tearing through the chaos. The Institute's formation broke apart. Their control vanished. "Is this even real?" someone whispered from the stands. Lewin didn't answer. He didn't need to. His team's strength spoke louder than words. They weren't underdogs anymore. They were contenders. In a game where most teams barely managed 4 points in 3 minutes. after Academy shattered expectations, scoring 11. The opposing team threw up their hands in surrender. They didn't even try to fight back anymore. Another overwhelming victory. Another statement to the entire festival. Lewin Artle smiled, a quiet, confident smile. This wasn't just a win. It was domination. His teammates burst into laughter, unable to contain their excitement. For the first time, the belief felt real. We could actually become number one, someone whispered. On the sidelines, Lewin caught sight of his professor approaching. Don't forget, the man reminded him. The meeting's at 7 during dinner. Lewin nodded. He already knew. A server passed by, offering a glass of wine. He almost reached for it, until Terran's words echoed in his mind. Don't eat anything. Wait for the meeting. He set the glass down. Lewin's expression hardened as he walked across the marble hall. The cheers from the stadium faded behind him, replaced by the quiet echo of his own footsteps. Someone called out. He turned to see Tyrion Ignat waiting at the entrance, wearing that familiar, calm smile. Shall we go in together? Tyrion asked. Lewin nodded, and the two entered side by side. The doors opened, revealing a vast, golden chamber. At the far end sat Terran, the king of magicians himself, on a throne. Even after seeing powerful figures before, Lewin felt something different here. This presence wasn't human. Bear's voice trembled beside him. He's a monster. Lewin didn't disagree. Terran wasn't just a magician. He was something beyond that, teetering on the line between man and legend. Before them stretched a massive table loaded with food, every dish crafted to perfection. Terran's voice broke the silence, deep and composed. I've known about you for quite some time, he said. He leaned back, almost casually. I've had the chance to observe you. Then his tone shifted, weight settling into his words. It's been 5 years since I selected 11 children. You were one of them. Lewin didn't hesitate. Then let's skip the small talk, he said. What do you really want to know? Terran's eyes sharpened. Tell me what's happening to you? For a brief moment, Lewin saw it. The curiosity behind that calm exterior. Terran wanted answers. He wanted to know if the choice he made 5 years ago had been a mistake or something far greater. Lewin met his gaze steadily. All I can say is this, he said. Calling it talent might be a stretch, but no effort should ever go unnoticed. The room fell quiet. Terran didn't respond at first. He didn't fully understand. But Tyrion Ignat smiled faintly. That's what makes him interesting, he said. He's not chasing talent. He's proving what effort can do. Terran slowly nodded, his tone thoughtful now. Recently, he said, I've taken an interest in body magic. Lewin understood instantly. Of course, Terran was seeking ways to overcome his own limitations, just like him. Mana release disorder. Terran tilted his head slightly. Still, I've never heard of any artifact that could produce results like yours. Before Lewin could respond, Tyrion spoke up, shifting the conversation with a subtle smile. Terran leaned back, thoughtful. There are still many matches ahead, he said. Let's see if your effort can stand against the ones I've chosen. Lewin grinned. Then keep watching. As Terran stood, his robe shifted with a ripple of power. The moment he stepped out into the open arena, the entire stadium erupted in applause. Even the air seemed to tremble from the sheer energy of the crowd. Someone shouted from the stands, their voice ringing through the noise. Terran raised an eyebrow, half amused. They spoke more politely than I expected, he murmured. A maid passed quietly behind him, balancing a tray of wine and fruit. Terran glanced toward Tyrion Ignat, his tone light, but edged with intrigue. I always welcome talent, he said. But lately, curiosity's been getting the better of me. Tyrion chuckled softly. Did that curiosity get satisfied today? Terran smiled faintly. No, he said. Something else took its place. Tyrion turned, his expression easing. Lewin Artle's still young, he said with a knowing grin. Don't be too hard on him. Terran's eyes followed Lewin's departing figure through the grand window. Hard on him, he whispered. Quite the opposite. The demigod shot him a sideways glance. Strange, he didn't even flinch. Most people will be shaking by now. Terran's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He's different. I like that. If the one I'm training turns out half as interesting, I'll be satisfied. Outside, the arena roared with noise. The next team stepped forward to fight. One of the heroes scoffed. Why bother? It's just noise, nothing more. But another leaned in and whispered. You really think that? Lewin Artle's been to the magic tower. The first hero froze. His fists clenched tight. He met him before I did, he asked, voice sharp. Yeah, came the reply. The moment he arrived, his magic had the whole tower on edge. They said it was unstoppable. But you didn't see him as a rival? Someone asked. He shook his head. No matter what he went through, it didn't feel that way. Still, something had changed. There was something in Lewin Artle's strange way of using magic. Something that pulled at his curiosity, even against his will. Terran found himself replaying every moment he'd seen Lewin Artle in action. Across the hall, another hero slammed his fist into the wall. The sound echoed. His anger wasn't just about Lewin Artle meeting Terran first. It was the belief burning inside him. that he was the only one worthy of the king of magicians' recognition. The door creaked open. Heads turned. A figure stepped inside, Doom Prime. His eyes locked on Lewin Ardle. His jaw tightened. "So," he said through gritted teeth, "what did you and that filthy king talk about?" Lewin Ardle blinked. "You waited just to ask me that." Doom Prime said nothing, but his stare demanded an answer. Lewin Ardle crossed his arms. "Do I owe you one?" In an instant, Doom Prime's sword was drawn. "I want to hear it from you," he growled. Lewin Ardle shifted into a stance, feeling the pressure coming off him. That wasn't just anger. It was pure killing intent. "We're not in a tournament," Lewin Ardle warned. "Doesn't matter," Doom Prime snapped. The air trembled. Magic erupted as their power collided. Doom Prime charged forward, relentless. Lewin Ardle stood his ground, refusing to move an inch. "He's not holding back," someone muttered. The clash of energy shook the room. Wild, raw, and evenly matched. Doom Prime's grip on his sword tightened, just as it was about to explode further. "Stop!" A sharp voice cut through the chaos. A girl stepped between them. From the corner, someone chuckled. "Look at that. Everyone's gathered in one place." Lewin Ardle eased his stance slightly. "I was just trying to figure out how to introduce myself," he said. Doom Prime turned away and stormed out. Lewin Ardle glanced at the girl. "Does he always act like that?" She laughed. "Normally, he barely says a word. But when it comes to Terran, he completely loses control. He wants to be the one Terran notices, the one he chooses above everyone else." Irene Priya spoke up, her tone calm and measured. "We should note, private meetings like that, very unlike the so-called Dirty King." Lewin Ardle frowned. "What are you implying?" She tilted her head. "You're not planning to challenge him, are you?" Lewin Ardle smiled faintly. "Please. They probably just wanted to intimidate me." Irene Prius raised a brow. "Did it work?" Lewin Ardle's tone shifted. "Doom Prime's like a wall. Thick, solid, impossible to crack with a normal hit." He smirked. "But even the toughest walls crumble if you keep hitting the same spot." Irene let out a short laugh. "You really are a strange one." As Lewin Ardle walked off, she watched him disappear down the hall. "He's a spirit prime," she murmured, "and one who doesn't believe in mercy." Everyone nearby understood what that meant. From this point on, Doom Prime's eyes would never leave Lewin Ardle. Back at the academy dorms, the air buzzed with chatter. "Man, this is such a letdown," someone groaned. Lewin Ardle laughed. "Come on, you guys did great. Everyone gave it their all." Another student nodded. "We still placed fourth in the team tournament." But even so, the sting of losing their streak hung in the air. Soon, the topic shifted. "So what's next?" "The individual matches?" someone asked. Lewin Ardle's grin returned. "Plan's simple, win." I got a laugh from the group. "You better stay at the top then," a hero called out. And that was exactly what he intended to do. Take first place. Standing now among the strongest competitors, Lewin Ardle was ready for the next stage. The battle for survival. A massive free-for-all between representatives from 32 schools fought across a colossal man-made island. First place would earn 32 points. Last place just 1. Points could also be gained from skill and strategy, meaning rankings could flip at any time. Lewin Ardle was still thinking through his approach when someone spoke up. "You know you'll need allies, right?" He looked up, caught off guard. The Amor students are already forming groups. If you go in alone, you won't make it far. They were right. Survival here wasn't just about power. It was about strategy, alliances, coordination, reading the battlefield. Still, Lewin doubted Irene Prius would ever team up with him. And then, "Let's do this," a familiar voice shouted. Sita Malkiri stood behind him, grinning from ear to ear. "You and me." Lewin Ardle smiled. With Sita on his side, he finally had someone he could rely on. "Come on," Lewin said. "We're still missing one more." Sita blinked. "Wait, you're serious? You're going after her?" His eyes darted to the group ahead. Focused, composed, dangerous. "You mean Irene Prius? One of the top contenders here." Lewin nodded without hesitation. "And if she says no?" Sita asked. Before Lewin could answer, a familiar voice called his name. They turned. Irene Prius stood there, calm and confident. "Shall we start by going over the plan?" she said. Around the table, the three of them gathered. Lewin studied the map. "So, the biggest alliance has 4 team members?" Irene nodded, all under the Magic School banner. Her tone was steady as she explained. "Their leader relies mostly on holy and light magic." Sita tapped the table. "Then they won't crush us with numbers. Still, those spells will be annoying to deal with." Lewin didn't answer. His mind was already racing ahead, thinking beyond the numbers towards something no one else seemed to notice. There was one person, one wild card, and Lewin Ardle knew the entire outcome of the competition could shift because of him. "Everyone ready?" "Gear checked," someone called. A student laughed. "If it breaks, you're done for. Auto-teleport off the island. No retries." Far out at sea, a ship cut smoothly through the waves. One by one, the contestants stepped off, tension hanging heavy in the air. Sita Malkiri glanced around uneasily. Everyone's on edge. They all knew the rule. Survive for 72 hours. That was it. But the pressure was already suffocating. All eyes turned toward the looming island ahead. Lou and Artel could feel it. Someone was already moving. "We need to go now," he said sharply. "Head straight for the island." The boat pushed forward through the mist. Sita walked close beside him, gripping his arm. Irene Prius lifted a hand, a wave of light rippling outward. "This area is clear. Safe for now," she said. The three exchanged looks. They knew what that meant. First come, first served. The best positions wouldn't wait for anyone. The moment their feet hit the shore, they bolted into the dense forest. Sita groaned. "Do we even have food for this?" Lewin shot him a look. "We're a team. Stay close." Sita grumbled, but followed. Then, boom, an explosion ripped through the trees ahead. "What was that?" Sita whispered. Lewin's eyes narrowed. "It's already started. Move." They pressed through the undergrowth, quiet, fast, alert. Voices echoed ahead, panic shouts. No food, no cover. Then came a flash of light. Magic tore through the clearing. An ambush. Sita grinned. "Finally, been waiting for this." An iron sphere zipped through the air. Irene stepped forward without hesitation, raising her hand. Lewin recognized it instantly. 5th grade ice magic. A storm burst to life around them, wind howling, frost spreading through the trees. Sita blinked. She didn't even hesitate. A second surge of magic roared from the enemy's side. Lewin tensed, scanning for movement. "There are 3 of them," someone yelled. "That's Irene Prius." Realizing who they were up against, the opposing team quickly tightened formation. Lewin stayed calm. These mages were skilled, but now it was his turn. Then, a sharp crack echoed across the field. "What was that?" one attacker shouted. Lewin turned. "Did he just—" Spells launched toward him, fast and precise, straight for his face. Impact. Time twisted. The world fractured like broken glass. "Where are we?" a voice screamed. Reality itself bent around them. Sita dove to the side, shouting, "Lewin, Artel, hurry, end this." Flames erupted in Lewin's hand, forming a massive fireball, glowing with explosive mana. "Move," someone screamed. "It's gonna blow." Lewin dashed forward, closing in on the nearest mage. Boom! The blast tore through the clearing, shaking the ground. Flames consumed the forest, light and heat roaring skyward. For a moment, Lewin lay still in the wreckage, staring into the inferno. The forest burned. Firelight danced across the battlefield. And in that chaos, Lewin Artel simply watched, calm, steady, unshaken. Then his teammates appeared, rushing toward him. Before they could speak, Lewin stood, brushing off the dust. 3 against 4, he said coolly, glancing at the stunned enemies. "I like those odds." The opposing team's jaws tightened, anger flashing in their eyes. Lewin turned to his allies with a grin. "So," he said lightly, "did we bring enough food for all this?" A bundle slipped out of a backpack, scattering food across the floor. "There's even meat," a girl gasped. Everyone dropped to their knees, unpacking what they had. Sita Malkiri gave a quick estimate. Enough supplies for 3 full days. They prepared well. Lewin Artel nodded in approval as one of the players whispered a quick thanks. For the first time in hours, it felt like they could finally breathe, maybe even eat properly. But before anyone could relax, boom! A thunderous explosion tore through the air, shaking the walls around them. Heads snapped toward the sound. Wasn't that where David's group went? Sita asked. Whoever launched an attack that bold, against a squad of 10, wasn't an ordinary challenger. Irene Prius folded her arms. "It's Doom Prime. That level of mana doesn't come from just anyone." The guy beside her let out a low whistle. "A year ago, he couldn't even match me. Now just hearing his name gives me chills." Lewin Artel's gaze hardened. "Yeah, Doom Prime's no joke." Sunlight filtered into a small, empty room nearby. Dusty floors, a few beds, and old storage closets. Irene Prius stepped inside first. "No signs anyone made it here before us." "Then we rest," Lewin said. "Eat a bit while we can." Sita perked up immediately. "Just give me 1 minute, and you'll all be eating real iota steak." Before he could start, Lewin raised a hand. "That smell could give away our position. Save it for later." Sita froze, pouting while the girl beside him asked, "How can you be so sure?" He stayed silent for a moment. "Because everything you've predicted so far," she murmured. "It keeps happening." Lewin leaned against the wall. "The central settlement's the only spot big enough to hold a large group. David will head there, and so will Doom Prime." Irene frowned. "He'd go alone? Against a force that size? That's suicide." Lewin shook his head. "No, it's strategy. He'll go, because it's the best way to win solo." Her brows knit together. "Ow." The answer hit like a chill. "Kill points," he said quietly. "Every enemy taken down earn points." "That kind of logic," Lewin added, "is exactly how Doom Prime thinks." He paused, then looked away. "If I were in his place, I'd probably do the same. It's the only way to get the king's attention." Irene tilted her head, suspicious. "You're sounding awfully sure about that." He forced a small laugh. All right. Let's just focus on keeping watch." "I'll take first shift," she said. Hours passed. The moon climbed high, spilling silver light across the windows. The hero stirred awake, hearing Irene's voice. "We've got company." He sat up instantly as she pulled back the curtain. Outside, a lone figure stood, a hooded silhouette moving through the night. Lewin's eyes narrowed. How many? Just one, Irene replied. I've already disabled the light magic barrier. They won't sense us. He watched the figure step closer, deliberate and silent. He's coming, Lewin said quietly. The other hero tightened his grip on his weapon. His turn of guard had just begun, and if that stranger made even one wrong move toward the door, he'd be ready. Sure enough, footsteps approached the door. The hero pressed his back against the wall, crouching low. Just one, he thought. Could be him. The handle turned. Before the stranger could step inside, Lewin Artle moved, fast. He grabbed the hood of the cloak and yanked hard, dragging the intruder forward. One hand clamped over the man's mouth, pinning him against the wall. Light, the girl shouted. A flash filled the room, washing everything in gold. Sita Malkiri came running, eyes wide. He froze. It's Com Khalees, from the academy. Lewin loosened his grip. The man gasped for air, coughing. I wasn't trying to break in, Com stammered. I just needed shelter. If I'd known anyone was here, I'd have stayed away. Lewin's eyes narrowed. You alone? Yes, Com nodded quickly. Sita glanced toward the window, scanning for movement outside. And you team? Lewin pressed. Where are they? Com hesitated, then whispered. Doom Prime. The air went still. He explained what happened. Their alliance had started strong. Numbers, confidence, a solid plan. They were supposed to ambush David's group and rack up kill points. Then Doom Prime appeared. They'd split up to search for food. A fatal mistake. Irene crossed her arms. You're saying Doom Prime wiped out 6 people alone? Com shook his head. Not right away. He killed one. Then everything fell apart. We went defensive. Tried to regroup. He swallowed hard, eyes distant. But then David's team showed up. They stormed in right after the explosion. It was chaos. Only 2 of us made it out alive, me and one other. He drew a shaky breath. We thought it was over. But Doom Prime came again. Head on. When the fighting got messy, he vanished. Then waited for the survivors and picked us off. One by one. Silence filled the room. Lewin Artle listened closely. Doom Prime didn't just fight. He hunted. He moved only when it mattered. Calculated. Patient. It was ruthless, but Lewin couldn't help but respect the precision. Com finally looked up. I know I'm asking a lot, but could I join your team? Sita frowned, rubbing his chin. Even after all that, he's still thinking strategy. But the others didn't look convinced. Lewin didn't hesitate. No. Irene turned to him. Why not? Lewin's gaze stayed fixed on Com. Tell me this. How did you escape? Com opened his mouth, but Lewin cut him off. If we're talking about Doom Prime, there's no way he let someone walk away. Not even wounded. Sita snapped his fingers. Exactly. Lewin's voice dropped low, steady. 3 options. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Prime spared you, and he's still watching. Or 3, his eyes flashed bright blue. A system alert chimed in the air. Warning, identity unknown. He clenched his fist. You're not Com Khalees. Outside, an owl burst from the trees, its wings wreathed in faint light. It screeched once before disintegrating midair, scattering into burning ash. A puppet, Irene whispered. Lewin straightened, already moving. We're out of time. Move. The team bolted for the door, magic flaring around them as the night erupted outside. The sun sank behind the mountain, shadows stretching as they melted into dusk. They moved fast through the thick forest, slipping between trunks and under low branches. Lewin Artle suspected that if Callus had been taken out, whoever made that puppet was likely the mastermind, meaning Callus's entire team was probably finished too. Irene Prius broke the silence. What the puppet said might be true. Heads turned. A memory snapped into place for her. Turkey, she said, one of the 11 chosen children. Top student at Dalian College of Magic. A genius with potions and puppets. He's on Makin's team. Lewin Artle raised a finger to his lips. So we're boxed in. Enemies everywhere. If Turkey had already tracked them with a puppet, word would spread fast. The hunt had begun. The western zone won't stay open, Irene added. The barrier's closing in quick. Any ideas? Lewin slung his backpack over his shoulder. There's an old saying from the Maze Rat Ocean. Use pirates to fight pirates. We'll let our enemies take care of each other. In a dim house nearby, Turkey sat under questioning. Did you find them? Someone asked. Turkey covered his face with one hand. They're hiding in the western part of the island. Like rats. I nearly had them, but I got exposed at the last second. The leader raised an eyebrow. Your puppet got found out. Turkey shrugged. No idea how. One moment, bam. It was over. Malkin put a finger to his lips and thought. Irene Prius. Sita Malkiri. Lewin Artle. All problems. We're not wasting time. All power. Focus on taking them out. Back in the forest, Team Malkin moved down a narrow path. The trees whispered as they passed. We're almost to the western base, the commander called. A flash of light exploded through the trees up ahead. Thunder followed. Shirking narrowed his eyes. Looks like a fight. Malkin answered. Lewin Artle must be there. The team took to the air, ascending fast. Move in. Time to earn some points. Malkin ordered. They closed in and spotted a group of 3 fighters. Ambush. One shouted and fled. Malkin drew his bow. Holy arrow. he called, and then froze. That's not Lewinardle. A towering pillar of light shot up. Lewinardle's team watched the chaos from a nearby tree. That's holy magic, Irene said. Mawkin's using it. Everything's going just right, Sita Malkiri said. We lit up the sky. Now every creature on the island's running toward them. And we're not even down there. Irene turned to Lewinardle. What now? Lewin stood. We go in and claim our kill points. Back on the ground, Malkin suddenly spun around. A flash of light exploded behind him. A roaring fireball shot through the smoke, tearing across the field. One of his men screamed as he hit the dirt. From the side, a blonde fighter shouted, Malkin, it's Lewinardle. Up in the trees, Irene Prius watched closely. Their numbers are dropping fast, she said quietly. Maybe the story about Doom Prime wasn't a rumor after all. Sita Malkiri scanned the battlefield. Still outnumbered, he muttered. 3 enemies broke through the trees behind them. He smirked. Looks like we got a temporary alliance forming. Well, might as well enjoy it while it lasts. Malkin pointed his sword forward. Even if they team up, there are only 6. Hit them hard. Fire burst through the trees. One of Lewinardle's allies barely dodged, the flames closing into a fiery ring. Another was blasted backward, crashing into the dirt, leaving a deep trench behind. The team froze, shocked. Sita Malkiri's voice dropped. That power. That's Doom Prime. And then, from above, a figure dropped like lightning. Doom Prime slammed in a Mawkin squad, sword flashing, cutting through the chaos with perfect precision. Sita watched the scene unfold. He's making it clear without saying a word. He's with us. For now. Irene nodded. Looks like our little alliance just got stronger. Lewinardle's eyes narrowed. So that's his move. Take out Mawkin's crew first. With all the top players gathered here, the match was reaching its peak. Screams echoed from Mawkin's group. Why is he only targeting us? Everyone retreat to base. Don't you dare. Malkin roared. We fight, together. Lewinardle clenched his fists. Our turn. Light flared around his eyes. Time refraction. A searing beam warped through the air, slicing the battlefield in half. He drove his fist into the ground. How dare you? Earthquake. The ground split wide open, the shockwave blasting outward. Across the field, Doom Prime landed cleanly, his sword gleaming. He took a slow step forward, eyes locked on Lewinardle. Lewinardle, he said coldly, voice steady. I'll finish this myself. He charged. Lewinardle exhaled once, steadying his stance. The air trembled. Their clash was about to shake the island. Later, in the organizer's chamber, light glowed from a crystal table surrounded by officials. Tyrion Ignat leaned forward. That's it. The top 10 finalists are confirmed. Taran rested his chin on his hand, smirking. Yeah, all the right names made it in. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't Lewinardle say he'd prove he's stronger than the 11 chosen? A faint grin crossed his face. Now I'm curious. Can he actually beat that monster? Morning light spilled across the island. A small house sat hidden among the trees. Outside, Lewinardle jogged around the clearing, stretching his arms, shaking off the weight of last night's battle. They'd relocated to Base B, right near the island center. After everything, only Malkin and Cherky remained from their once massive alliance. The temporary allies who'd fought alongside them were gone. And so was Doom Prime. Then, a system window flickered into view. Quest complete. Repeat task. Lewinardle grinned. Finally, it's been a while since I cleared one. The front door creaked open behind him. Irene Prius stepped out, her tone calm but warm. You're up already? He asked, surprised. You've been training this whole time. Lewinardle stretched, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, my body's itching to move. Irene raised an eyebrow. Even after everything that happened. Oh, and Sita left your share of breakfast, she said, pointing to the table. Eat up. I'll be back soon. Thanks. Lewin replied with a faint smile. Irene took a seat and tore into a thick piece of steak. Her eyes widened. He's a better cook than I thought. Lewin stepped back into the room, chuckling. That good, huh? She nodded, grinning. Yeah, Sita Malkiri really knows his stuff. After a pause, Irene glanced down. I went to bed without saying anything. Sorry about that. Lewin waved it off. Don't worry about it. You were exhausted after your shift. She poured 2 cups of tea, setting one in front of him. Their eyes met. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, she said. What is it? He asked, curious. Her hands tightened slightly around the cup. What are you planning to do after graduation? Lewin blinked. Why ask that? Just curious, she said softly. You're not like the others. The way you approach things, it's different. She went on to explain that most mages who passed through the competition followed the same few paths. Joining the Night Order, serving in the Empire's army, entering the Mage Tower, or taking guild contracts to make a living. The usual routes. The safe ones. Lewin looked down at his tea. And me? He crossed his arms. Honestly, I've got no idea. I've never thought that far ahead. He admitted that until this year, he was always at the bottom of his class. Barely keeping up, just trying to stay afloat. Dreaming about the future wasn't something he had time for. He let out a quiet laugh. But after all this, once we're back at the academy, maybe I'll finally figure something out. He glanced up. What about you? Irene stared into her tea for a long moment. I don't know either, she said softly. I never really knew what kind of mage I wanted to be. I just did what people expected. Irene Prius, you should be great. You should be the best. That's all I ever heard. She took a sip and set the cup down gently. Her voice shifted, stronger, sharper. But that's why I want to fight Doom Prime first. Her eyes met his. I think once I face him, I'll finally understand what kind of mage I want to become. Lewin studied her expression. He understood. For Irene Prius, always second best, facing Doom Prime wasn't just a fight. It was her mountain. Her test. He smiled faintly. All right, then go for it. He respected that resolve. Everyone had their own battles to face. Thanks, she said quietly. Outside, night had fallen. The moonlight spilled through the trees, silver and still. The team gathered by the window, watching the forest fade into mist. Irene broke the silence. The barrier's closing in faster now. We need to move, within the hour. Lewin spread a map across the table, eyes narrowing in thought. Sita Malkiri pointed to a glowing spot on the map. Only one place is safe for the night. Base A, dead center of the settlement. Irene Prius folded her arms. If Malkin and Cherky are holed up there, taking the village could turn things in our favor. Lewin Artle nodded. Maybe. But if Doom Prime's there too, we'll be walking straight into him. Sita pulled the curtains shut, muttering, then maybe we wait. Let the others make the first move. Irene agreed. If we go too early, we're just volunteering to get caught in the crossfire. She looked at him. Got a better idea? Sita stretched, hands behind his head. Sure, we could always attack first. Lewin frowned, but said nothing. Irene shot back calmly. We need to stay quiet for now. Eyes are on us. Someone volunteered. I'll take first watch, and the group began settling in, until Lewin raised a hand. Wait, how about a better plan? Everyone turned. There aren't many players left, he said. If we climb even one rank now, it could mean a serious boost in points. Sita and Irene listened, silent and focused. And like Irene said, everyone's playing it safe. They're avoiding noise, avoiding fights. But us. He smirked. We already made a mess earlier. They'll ignore anything that sounds like us again. Irene tilted her head. So what are you suggesting? Lewin's eyes gleamed. We hunt Doom Prime. Sita blinked. You serious? Yeah, Lewin said simply. Malkin and Cherky already lost teammates. The weaker ones are hiding. But Doom Prime? He won't hide. He's too confident. And if we leave him alone now, he'll be a problem later. Irene hesitated. All right, but how do we even find him? Lewin placed a hand over his chest. Leave that to me. I'll draw him out. A pulse of light flickered from his core, spreading like ripples. On his shoulder, Bear looked up, ears twitching. And how exactly are you planning to do that? Lewin's gaze locked on the minimap. We scan the area. If there are 3 signals, that means survivors. But if it's only 2, then it's Malkin and Cherky. He pointed at the screen. And if Doom Prime's close, we'll know. Suddenly, a red dot blinked. There, Lewin shouted. He sprinted toward the signal, the others following close behind. The glow of a blue barrier shimmered ahead. He stopped in front of a half-broken house and called out, voice ringing across the ruins. Doom Prime, get out here. Now. The door exploded. Smoke burst outward as a dark silhouette stepped through the haze. Doom Prime emerged, eyes burning crimson. Lewin Artle, he growled. Lewin met his stare, calm and steady. Hope you got some rest. We've got somewhere to be. The others are waiting. Out on the street, Sita caught sight of them and nearly screamed. Wait, what? You brought Doom Prime. He spun to run, but they grabbed him before he could bolt. Hold on, Lewin said, waving his hands. I didn't bring him, well, I mean I kinda did, but not like that. Sita gawked. You tracked him? On purpose. Lewin scratched his head, sheepish. It's not like I planned some big trap or anything. Irene sighed. You really are insane. Lewin Artle turned to Doom Prime. Look, I'm not your enemy. Then his gaze shifted toward Irene Prius. But Miss Irene Prius. Sita Malkiri stood frozen, completely lost in the chaos unfolding before him. Doom Prime folded his arms and looked directly at Irene. So, are you my opponent? She met his stare without hesitation. Maybe I am. His eyes narrowed. If you fall now, the king won't be pleased. You should hold back. Raise your rank a little higher first. He wasn't ready for her response. That's not why I'm here. Irene snapped. A sphere of light flared to life in her hand, bright and sharp. I'm here to defeat you. Lewin Artle stood between them, voice low but steady. She's strong, but she's always been second place. He'd heard the stories, the countless times she'd lost to the one ahead of her. How much it ate away at her pride. How every near win carved another scar she couldn't hide. This is her fight, he said quietly. Part of her own path. Something she needs to face. Don't ask me to stop it. Irene's gaze didn't waver. I think, she said softly. After this, I'll finally know who I am. Magic flared around her hands, swirling into a luminous ring of ice. Blizzard. The spell erupted. Wind howled, and frost tore through the air like blades. Doom Prime didn't move. He raised his sword, steady and calm. The storm slammed into him, then burst apart in a blinding explosion. When the smoke cleared, a red energy barrier shimmered around him, pulsing with heat. Cracks splintered across its surface, then shattered outward. Flames erupted, roaring like a beast unleashed. His eyes blazed crimson. Irene gritted her teeth, her magic faltering as sweat dripped down her cheek. From the side, Sito whispered, tense, "Lewin Artel, we're really just gonna stand here and let this happen?" Lewin stayed silent, brows furrowed, fists clenched. Doom Prime swung his sword again, a massive arc of fire splitting the air. Irene lifted her arms, but too late. "I won't dodge in time." And then, Lewin moved. He stepped in front of her, bracing himself against the impact. The blast hit, fire roaring across the clearing, then faded. Irene collapsed to her knees, gasping. Lewin turned his head slightly, voice calm. "I said I'd let you fight him, but I never said I'd let him finish you off." He gave a half smile. "Besides, I'm not losing one of my own, not even for a win." The flames flickered out. Smoke drifted away. Lewin straightened and shouted, "Doom Prime, let me join this fight." Doom Prime's mouth curved into a smirk. "Just you? Or do you want to bring that little fish too?" Sita clenched his fists. "Say what?" The air between them thickened with tension. Lewin replied easily, "Well, going solo doesn't sound too cool. Guess it's 2-on-1. He turned back briefly. "You good, Irene?" Sita crouched beside her. "Hey, hang in there, alright?" Lewin took a slow breath, recalling a memory that grounded him. Hyung once told me, "The most important thing for a knight isn't the sword, it's the legs. That's where the real power comes from. That's how you read an opponent." He steadied his stance. The battle hadn't even begun, and yet the island itself felt like it was holding its breath. Lewin Artel dropped into position. Every muscle was coiled, ready. Watch his legs. Doom Prime moved first. He launched upward, blade gleaming, descending like a thunderstrike. Lewin caught the detail, a tap of the foot before the fall. Now, he dropped low, the sword slicing past where his head had been a heartbeat ago. A hint of a grin formed. Then a flare of crimson light filled his vision. The blast struck. The impact tore through him. Blood splattered the ground. Lewin staggered back, clutching his shoulder, the burn spreading fast. Doom Prime's voice cut through the ringing in his ears. "You're no knight. You're a mage." Lewin gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright. "People think sword mages are weak," Doom Prime went on. "Not real magicians. Not real warriors." He raised his blade, energy pulsing around him. "They only believe that because they've never faced a true sword mage." The ground split open as a cyclone of shattered stone and dust surged toward Lewin. Doom Prime charged through the chaos, his strikes relentless. "Let's see how long you last." Lewin dodged barely. Every movement grew tighter, every breath sharper. This isn't like the others, he realized. Every mage he'd fought had a moment of weakness. That brief instant between casting and impact. That's when he struck. But Doom Prime had erased that gap completely. Fusing sword and spell as one. Lewin shifted a counter. Then pain ripped through his leg. He glanced down. His pants were shredded, blood trailing from a deep gash. "That's the trace of radiance," Doom Prime said, closing in. He walked forward, calm, deliberate. "That wound will sear every time you move. And soon, just like Irene Prius." He met Lewin's eyes. "You won't even be able to lift a finger." He raised his sword overhead. "Time to finish this." Then, the sky split open. A blinding column of violet light speared upward. From the ground, black wings unfurled, stretching wide behind Doom Prime like a living shadow. In his hands, a sphere of raw, pulsing magic crackled with power. Irene Prius and Sita Malkiri froze where they stood. Lewin stared, disbelief hitting him hard. 5th grade natural magic. A surge of blue light flared beneath Doom Prime's feet. Katana wings. The world exploded. The shockwave hit before anyone could react, tossing the team aside like broken dolls. Doom Prime didn't let up. He moved through the dust and debris, launching another storm of attacks. Lewin dug behind a shattered rock, chest heaving. Of course. What else did I expect from the guy who wins the magic festival every single year? He bit down on his sleeve, tore a strip of cloth, and wrapped it tight around his leg. Pain shot up, but he didn't stop. Then, out of the corner of his eye, the faint glimmer of a ring on his finger. Smoke still hung in the air. The battlefield was silent. In the scorched earth, Doom Prime stood alone, expression carved in stone. He exhaled slowly. "I expected more from you, but all I've gotten is disappointment." From behind the rock, Lewin stepped into the open. "You're not wrong," he said quietly. "You're strong. So strong. It felt like I was staring up at a wall I could never climb." Doom Prime tilted his head. "So you're admitting defeat?" Lewin's grin returned, crooked, defiant. "Not a chance." Lewin lifted his hand, pointing to the ring glinting on his finger. "There are people who believe in me," he said quietly. "Maybe that's why I won't bring you down." Doom Prime let out a short, sharp laugh. "You've lost it." He raised his sword, eyes narrowing. "Then I'll shut that mouth of yours myself." Lewin spread his arms wide. Ogre fury. Flames burst to life, swirling around him in a blazing storm. "Better guard your chin." They clashed, blades, fists, and raw magic colliding with a sound that split the air. Doom Prime's strike came heavy and fast. "Keep running your mouth, and you won't live long enough to regret it." Lewin met the blow, his counter swift and precise. Doom Prime's expression hardened. He tried to resist, but Lewin's strike connected clean. The blade slammed against Lewin's ring and stopped. A faint flash of blue light shimmered across the metal. Effect: invulnerability, small chance to nullify any physical impact. The sword shattered, fragments scattering through the flames. Lewin's counterattack hit home, first the shoulder, then the leg. Doom Prime stumbled, one knee crashing into the ground. His eyes widened, disbelief plain. Lewin stood over him. "There's something I want you to remember." He looked down, voice steady. "I don't have enemies." Doom Prime blinked, confusion flickering. "That arrogance of yours, that belief that no one can touch you." Lewin's hand clenched into a fist. "That's exactly why you're losing right now." Before Doom Prime could answer, crack! A burst of lightning exploded from Lewin's strike, engulfing Doom Prime in white-hot energy. The ground shook as Doom Prime hit the dirt, flames curling around his fallen form. From the edge of the field, Sita Malkiri exhaled shakily, hand over his chest. "I thought my heart was going to stop. If you lost, we'd all be done." Lewin let out a long breath. "I just got lucky," he muttered. "Barely made it through." He turned to Irene Prius. She stood silently, eyes lowered. Lewin extended his hand toward her. "Sorry for stepping into your fight." A faint smile tugged at Irene's lips. "No, I should be the one apologizing." She bowed her head. "For chasing my own selfish goal." Her voice wavered. "I put everyone at risk. I'm sorry." Lewin tightened his jaw. "You couldn't reach your goal this time, because of me." She looked away. "Forget it. That goal doesn't matter anymore." Then she paused, turning back toward him. "I'm not interested in Doom Prime anymore." Her finger pointed straight at Lewin. "Now, I'm interested in you." Lewin's grin returned, crooked and calm. "That's not going to make things any easier." Irene smirked. "I don't care. I'll surpass you, whatever it takes." Lewin took a slow breath and turned toward the field. Two figures still stood, Dalian and Cherky, both drained, both beaten down, but not broken. They had fought with everything they had, yet it hadn't been enough. He gave a small nod, including them. There were 5 contestants left. Then, a sudden explosion ripped through the distant forest. The shockwave tore through the trees, scattering dust and debris high into the air. Bodies littered the ground, unmoving. Even a blonde was out cold. Lewin Ardle glanced across the ruined field. Down to 3. Beside him, Sita Malkiri threw his hands up, laughing. "Can you believe we actually made it this far?" Lewin smirked. "Just so we're clear, I'm not giving either of you a free pass." Irene Prius stepped forward, hand resting on her hip. "I'm stepping out here. I'm not exactly at my best. But next time, when we're both ready, let's finish this properly." Lewin nodded once. "I'll hold you to that." She was right. She'd already given everything she had. Sita cracked his knuckles with a grin. "Then I guess it's my turn." Lewin lifted his fists, a spark of challenge in his voice. "Leader or not, I'm not backing down. Last time, I went easy on you." He braced himself. This time, no holding back. But before he could move, Sita shot into the air. Wait. Let's not rush into this." Lewin blinked, thrown off guard, as Sita suddenly raised both arms and shouted, "Long live the champions, representing our academy." A roar of laughter and cheers erupted around them as the gathered warriors lifted their circles high. "Raise your circles for the winner, Lewin Ardle." Lewin froze, caught off guard by the sudden announcement. Someone from the crowd yelled. "He wasn't in the dorms. We figured we'd find him here." And there they were, Irene Prius and Sita Malkiri, standing proudly beside him. Irene smiled softly, her eyes closed. "We couldn't miss the celebration. After everything, the pain, the chaos, it's only right that we ended together." Lewin blinked, speechless. He started to respond, then stopped. She leaned closer. "Don't start pulling away again. The competition's over." Her tone left no room for argument. Only she could speak to him that way. A faint spark flickered in Lewin's eyes. Just like before, even after all the brutal rounds, after everything they'd endured, they were still here, and he was the last one standing. Doom Prime had dominated in kill points, but his survival score had dragged him down hard. Lewin could still picture that moment clearly. Doom Prime, kneeling in the dirt, sword broken. Irene Prius, and the others, Dalian, Cherky, the rest, had all finished below him in the final ranking. If I keep this up, he thought, winning won't just be a dream anymore. He could already hear the roar of the crowd, see them lifting him high in triumph. At a nearby table, Dalian let out a breath of disbelief. "Never thought I'd be sitting at the same table as Irene Prius. I can die happy now." He jumped up suddenly, and that's when the celebration truly exploded. Laughter, shouting, the crash of glasses. The entire hall came alive. Whispers spread through the crowd. Some spoke of awe, reverence, the goddess who had once descended among them. But Irene Prius said nothing. She simply turned and walked away. Lewin watched her go, a quiet smile forming on his lips. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon. Inside the hall, the noise carried on, echoing against the walls. Seriously, how did Lewin Ardle even manage to win? Off to the side, Doom Prime stood silent, his head bowed. He stared at the ground. "I lost." His gaze fell to the shattered remains of his sword. "I let that happen. I didn't expect him to strike my weapon instead of me." The moment replayed in his head. That instant when Lewin had aimed for the sword midguard. He'd seen it coming, realized it too late, unable to react in time. Lost, right in front of the Dirty King. His jaw tightened. Then, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, the Dirty King wasn't even looking for you. Doom Prime slowly turned his head. The guy chuckled softly. Don't beat yourself up over it. The Dirty King probably didn't call for you because he knew you were drained. Figured you needed a break. Doom Prime drew in a slow breath. I need to be alone right now. The man nodded once. Got it. I'll head out. You know where to find me if you need something. He left quietly. Doom Prime stayed where he was, unmoving, his gaze locked on the locker before him. Outside, the city square was alive with color and noise. Confetti rained down, cheers rising like thunder. Lou and Artel beat Doom Prime. The next generation of magicians is here. From a balcony high above, Tyrion Ignat watched in silence. His eyes were open, but his thoughts were miles away. I expected him to do well, but this? Even I didn't see this coming. A voice beside him broke the silence. Honestly, I never thought that kid would take down Doom Prime. I've been grinning ever since. And it hurts. Kills my pride as an organizer. I don't think I can look that brat in the eye again without tearing up. Tyrion turned slightly. The competition hall, he murmured. So, we've reached that stage already. The man beside him nodded. Yeah, the grand festival's almost over. The stands were full. Waves of people, voices roaring in unison. Down in the arena stood Lou and Artel, surrounded by the sound of thousands chanting his name. It had been several days since the survival match ended. His team had pushed through the group tournament with grit and precision. 5 wins, 2 losses, securing 4th place. They hadn't made it to the podium, but for a team representing their small academy, it was nothing short of legendary. Now, only one event remained. The final individual match. Lewin stepped forward, his team halting behind him. The arena ahead had transformed into something out of a dream or a nightmare. A sprawling obstacle course spread across the edge of the city, divided into 3 brutal trials: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. But this wasn't just any competition. This was magic at full throttle. Contestants could ride summoned beasts, manipulate terrain, or even bend space with teleportation. Anything went. Sita Malkiri strolled up beside him with a grin. So, what's it feel like, having everyone here screaming your name? The crowd roared louder, chanting for Lewin, shaking the very stands. Sita laughed and nudged him. Come on, tell me. What's it like being the center of attention? Lewin smiled faintly. Hard to say. I don't really know yet. His gaze drifted forward, eyes narrowing. I want to enjoy this, he thought. I want to soak in every second of it. But I can't not yet. In the distance, his mind settled on one name. Doom Prime. Until a true winner is crowned, it's too soon to celebrate. The sunlight burned bright, stretching long shadows across the course. Sita folded his arms. Today's the individual round, he said, voice steady. And I'm not holding back. You'd better be ready to dodge. Lewin chuckled, shaking his head. Of course. Like I've got a choice. The judge raised his pistol high. Competitors ready. 3 figures stepped up to the line, every muscle wound tight. Bang! The gun fired. They launched forward in a blur of motion, the crowd erupting as the race began. Lewin Artel stood against the wall, stretching out his shoulders. His movements were steady, controlled, calm before the storm. Then a grin crept across his face. With a sharp burst, dust exploded beneath his boots. The others were already sprinting ahead, tearing across the terrain. Up front, Irene Prius kept pace with a steady rhythm. They've got to be getting tired by now, right? Beside her, Malkin shrugged casually. Then why don't we form a quick alliance? The 3 of us. Irene rolled her eyes. You and your alliances. Didn't matter. In a fight like this, no alliance ever lasted long. A thunderous whinny echoed ahead. A summoned horse slammed its hooves into the dirt, kicking up mud. Doom Prime raised his sword high. Flames burst out in a wave, scattering goblins in every direction. Irene blinked. Looks like they're handling things their own way. Malkin sighed, shaking his head. Known Doom Prime for 6 years. Being friends with him? Never simple. Irene smirked faintly. So, it's every man for himself again. A goblin lunged. Doom Prime met it midair, cutting it clean in half. He scanned the field, breathing steady. Why isn't he here yet? Another goblin charged. Doom Prime crushed it underfoot and looked around. I've been ahead from the start. Only these 2 are close. So, where's Lewin Artel? Irene glanced over her shoulder. Where is he anyway? Doom Prime lowered his blade slightly. Yeah, he should have caught up by now. Irene frowned. No idea. But it's weird. Goblins swarmed again. She cast a quick spell, fire erupting to keep them back. We've been leading this whole time, she said. No one's even close. Not even Lewin. Malkin's eyes went wide. Hold up, enough time's passed. You should have caught up by now. Then, all 3 froze. A deep rumble rolled across the field. The ground trembled. From behind them, a massive cloud of dust tore through the horizon. And then, Lewin Artel emerged. He landed hard, sliding forward, dirt flying from under his boots. Finally caught up, he said coolly, eyes fixed ahead. Doom Prime's gaze sharpened instantly. Irene's jaw dropped. Wait, what about the others? Lewin's smirk returned. They're not coming. The stands erupted. What's he doing just standing there? Did he give up? No way, it's him. The one who beat Doom Prime. Lewin scratched the back of his head, glancing around at the chaos. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. From the second I signed up for the Grand Festival, this is what it's all been leading to. Months of training. Pushing myself to the edge. I'm not just ready. I'm sure of it. But the surge of energy nearby snapped him back. They're closing in. He couldn't afford to drop his guard. He was a close-range mage. One mistake, one exposed flank, and it was over. He needed to move. Now, Lewin raised his hand, a spark flashing in his eyes. Fire burst at his feet. He launched forward. I'll take them all down, one by one. The students ahead turned too late. Impact. Lewin slammed through them, tearing through the ranks like a bolt of lightning. He didn't stop, didn't slow. The field blurred past him, spells flashing, earth cracking beneath his steps. By the time he reached the clearing, he'd already lost count of who was still standing. Above, a few students were still floating midair, caught in levitation spells. Sita Malkiri noticed them too. He turned toward Lewin with a half-smile. When did you even find the time to pull all this off? Lewin's grin widened. You get it now, don't you? Sita closed his eyes briefly, exhaling through his nose. So, the endless fight begins again. Lewin took one step forward. Sorry, he said quietly, and struck. A heartbeat later, Sita Malkiri was hurled skyward, vanishing into the clouds with a shout. Irene Prius raised a hand, startled. Wait, what do you mean you've taken out everyone? Lewin Ardle glanced over his shoulder. It's not like anyone else will be able to jump back in. He paused, eyes steady. Right now, there are no other contenders. Doom Prime clenched his jaw, gaze fixed on the horizon. This time, he muttered, things will be different. Check. The clearing had gone still. 3 warriors, Doom Prime, Irene Prius, and Malkin, stood facing Lewin Ardle. Doom Prime's grip tightened on his weapon. I challenge you right here, he said quietly, but too many others are still behind us. Then, a flare of blue light. A spectral horse appeared beneath him, summoned in an instant. Through gritted teeth, he called out, we'll finish this up ahead. And with that, he took off, dust and light exploding in his wake. From behind, Neen shouted, I'm breaking through too. His eyes locked on the castle, rising in the distance. Wait, there's a trap zone up there. Lewin Ardle didn't move. His eyes stayed fixed on the path ahead. He began explaining, voice even but sharp. The castle grounds were lined with spiked traps, remnants of an ancient defense system once meant to protect hidden treasures. Now, with the treasures long gone, those same defenses had become death traps for anyone charging through blindly. Push ahead without thinking, Lewin said, and you won't make it out alive. He motioned toward 2 nearby magicians. That's why the smart approach is to disarm them first. He went on. This zone wasn't just about power. It was a test of magical control and presence of mind under pressure. Then he placed a hand against the rough stone wall beside him. But there's a problem. Disarming takes time. His gaze lifted. So, I'd rather just break the wall itself. Bear frowned. Makes sense, but that thing's massive. You can't just punch your way through. Lewin turned slightly. These are ruins. Abandoned for centuries. Which means... Bear's eyes narrowed. You're looking for weak points. Exactly. Lewin scanned the wall, spotted a cracked section near the base, and clenched his fists. Then, with one powerful strike, he drove his weight forward. Impact. The wall trembled. Malkin spun around, eyes wide. He's not seriously trying to smash through that, is he? Irene Prius didn't even flinch. It's Lewin Ardle. Of course he is. Malkin groaned. We're almost at the finish line, but this is just overkill. Irene suddenly shouted. Look, a deep crack split the wall clean across. And then, boom, it collapsed in a thunderous crash. Malkin shielded his face from the dust and debris. What? How is that even possible? He rubbed his head in disbelief. Wait, does that mean we can go through too? Lewin turned back, smiling faintly. Can't let you do that, he said under his breath. Wait, hold on. Malkin shouted. Too late. A boulder fell, blocking the path entirely. From the crowd of onlookers, someone shouted, greedy, but Lewin was already gone, charging through the new opening at full speed. It was incredible. He'd shattered a fortress wall with nothing but 2,000 strength. And now, only 2 competitors remained. Him and Doom Prime. Rounding a corner, Tam spotted a streak of movement. He's already out of the castle. Then he noticed it. An arrow embedded in Lewin's shoulder. Yeah, definitely in a hurry. Lewin kept running, teeth clenched, blood streaking down his arm. Why? Why'd I want to beat Doom Prime this badly? He didn't know. But every step made that question burn brighter. Up ahead, Doom Prime vaulted onto his spear horse, mana flaring beneath its hooves. But Lewin Ardle knew. The clock was running out. He surged forward, wind screaming past his ears. No way you're beating me in a foot race. Doom Prime swung down with his blade. Missed. Lewin caught his wrist mid-swing, yanked him down, and growled. Then let's finish this, together. Both of them tumbled off the edge, crashing into the river below. Splash. The current roared. Lewin surfaced first, gasping for air before striking out hard against the current. He'd chosen not to use magic on the fall. That meant he had no buffer now. Only raw stamina. He pushed through the water, then froze. Something shimmered beneath the surface. An eye? Doom Prime raised his hand from the bank. A glowing orb of blue energy appeared, and the river turned to ice. What the? Why is the water freezing? Lewin shouted. Frost surged up his legs, locking him in place. Doom Prime watched calmly from shore. Is that really what you're worried about in a competition? A smirk. Then he turned to leave. Lewin grit his teeth. The cold bit deep, but he wasn't done. He braced himself, drew in his strength, and cracked the ice apart. Shards burst in every direction. Doom Prime heard the sound, turned, and his eyes widened. What? How'd he catch up? The finish line rose in the distance. Altain Arena, glowing beneath the setting sun. No traps, no magic, no tricks left. Only the final sprint. Lewin burst from the water, landing in a full sprint, mud flying behind him. One last showdown, what do you say? Doom Prime clenched his fists, frustration tightening his face. Not like this, he muttered, barely catching his breath. Their collision hit like thunder, magic and momentum crashing in a burst of light. Someone's coming. The arena gates swung open, and a spirit horse charged through. Gasps rippled through the stands. Look, it's him. The screen flared to life. Lewin Ardle facing Doom Prime. Lewin stepped forward, water dripping from his clothes, a crooked smile on his face. Guess I overdid it getting through those traps. His movements were stiff, every step a reminder of what he'd endured. But hey, weren't you the one who said there's no time to hesitate in a competition? Doom Prime's fists trembled as he looked away. Anger and respect tangled in silence. Lewin turned, walking forward with calm purpose. Toward the end of it all, 3 flags waved high above the arena, snapping in the wind. Lewin looked ahead. This was it. He'd done it. Champion of the survival battle. Champion of a triathlon. First place in the individual match. That was how the great festival ended for him. The crowd erupted. The next generation magician, Lewin Ardle, is incredible. Cheers rolled through the stands. Wave after wave of voices chanting his name. No one was calling him a failure anymore. They called him the future. Lewin stood there, letting it all sink in. 6 long years. Alone. Buried in silence. Training in the shadows while the world forgot his name. He remembered the tears. The nights when hope felt like a lie. The days when no one believed. And now, those same voices were lifting him high. To the boy who had once stood in the dark. These shouts were everything. You did great, he told himself quietly. He pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the steady beat beneath his palm. Then, with a smile that reached his eyes, he raised both arms high. The crowd roared. This was his moment. The reward for every scar, every trial, every ounce of pain. Lewin Ardle looked to the sky and shouted his thanks. The cheers only grew louder. And in that moment, Lewin Ardle understood. He never wanted to lose this feeling. Not now, not ever again. Carriages rolled through the lamplit streets, their wheels clattering over cobblestones. Inside one, Mikkel leaned toward the window, eyes wide. There's so many of them. Dozens of carriages stretched down the road in a shimmering procession. He turned to the others. They're all nobles, hand-picked ones too. I heard not just anyone got invited. He lowered his voice. They're all here for one reason. To see Lewin Ardle. Inside the grand banquet hall, Lewin Ardle sat at a long, polished table beneath golden chandeliers. He glanced around, then exhaled quietly and shut his eyes. This is boring, he thought. I just want to go back to the academy. A soft voice broke his thoughts. Strange, isn't it? He opened his eyes. Irene Prius had taken the seat beside him, smiling faintly. Strange in what way? He asked. The people, she said, gesturing slightly. No one's trying to talk to you. Lewin smirked, closing his eyes again. Probably because I look like some arrogant show-off who doesn't even want to be here. Irene rested her chin on her hand, amused. Well, that's part of it, but not the whole reason. Lewin cracked one eye open. Then what is it? She leaned back slightly, scanning the hall. Most of these nobles came here just to meet you, yet none of them have dared to approach. Her voice dropped to a whisper. There's a rumor going around that someone's already claimed your place. Someone so powerful that no noble here would dare to speak to you. Lewin frowned. Who? Before she could answer, a loud voice boomed through the hall. Let the evening banquet begin. A hush fell over the room. Representatives from 32 institutions. Please follow me. Servants swept in, filling tables with golden platters, crystal goblets, and dishes fit for royalty. Lewin eyed the spread, unimpressed. This feels more like a royal feast than a banquet. He knew the truth. This wasn't a celebration. It was a reckoning. They called it the guillotine banquet for a reason. Those who failed would be quietly cut away, forgotten before dessert was served. Lewin scanned the tables. He'd assumed only the Dirty King would attend, but there were 2 seats of honor prepared. A strange tension rippled through the room. They're coming, someone whispered. Chairs scraped back as everyone rose to their feet. Lewin stood too, bowing as the Dirty King entered. But something felt wrong. Who's that? The king stepped aside, then, shockingly, turned and bowed to someone else. Lewin's stomach tightened. The Dirty King, showing respect? The king extended a hand, voice polite and deferential. I hope we haven't interrupted your meal. A man stepped forward. The air itself seemed to still. The Crown Prince. Lewin's eyes widened. His breath caught. For a moment, he didn't move. Then one by one, the entire room dropped to a knee. "The Crown Prince," someone cried. Lewin's jaw locked. A chill ran through him. When everyone finally rose, the silence was thick enough to choke on. He glanced around. Every noble perfectly composed, every magician tense. At a nearby table, someone nudged their companion with an elbow, murmuring under their breath. Lewin steadied himself with one hand on the table, trying to keep his expression neutral. Then Terran spoke, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "Not one of the chosen 11 managed to defeat Lewin Ardle," he said coldly. "Is the gap in ability really that wide?" He shook his head in open disappointment. "It's shameful to even call them my students." Doom Prime trembled, fists clenched tight beneath the table. His jaw set as he closed his eyes, silently swearing. "Never again. I'll never humiliate myself like this again." Terran spoke, voice calm but sharp as steel. "Second place is nothing but a comforting lie. A story people tell themselves when they're too afraid to face the truth." He opened his eyes slowly, gaze sweeping the hall. "This festival has proven one thing beyond doubt. Even a dragon can rise from the smallest stream." The room fell silent. Lewin Ardle glanced down at the polished table before him. His gut twisted. This wasn't a banquet. It was an execution. A performance meant to humiliate the chosen 11. And somehow, he had been cast as the blade. But that wasn't the only thing making his chest tighten. He could feel it. The Crown Prince's gaze, cutting into him like a blade drawn, but not swung. Unyielding. Constant. Like a predator observing prey. Lewin's thoughts drifted. The Crown Prince, the Emperor's third son. The man who outplayed his own brothers through sheer intellect and ruthless precision, seizing the throne's inheritance by force of will alone. So this is him, Lewin thought. A man as dangerous in politics as he was in combat. Every word calculated, every smile a mask. Then Irene's voice echoed in his mind. "Someone staked a claim on you." His eyes flicked toward the royal figure. Could be him. Was she talking about the Crown Prince? The thought barely formed before Terran's voice broke through. "So then, Lewin Ardle," he said, "how does it feel to win the great festival?" Lewin's gaze dropped for a moment, then lifted again, steady. "It's uncomfortable," he admitted. A ripple of surprise moved through the hall. "I'm proud of what I achieved," Lewin continued, "but I don't like that my victory is being used to discredit others or stir resentment." A soft murmur spread among the nobles and mages. Terran tilted his head, intrigued. "You say that, but feelings of inferiority, those are what drive people to grow stronger. You of all people should understand that." Lewin met his gaze squarely. "I see this less as inspiring growth, and more as provoking hostility." He leaned back slightly, his tone calm, but unyielding. "There's a difference between showing someone their flaws to help them improve, and rubbing their losses in just to make a point." Then his voice hardened. "And for the record, Ardle isn't some forgotten stream. It's small, yes, but it's a proud, beautiful country." His stare locked on Terran. "An Ignat Academy, the place that trained me, is not something to look down on." The room froze. Terran went still, caught off guard by the defiance. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then a low chuckle broke the tension. The Crown Prince leaned back in his seat, laughter bubbling up from deep in his chest until it filled the entire hall. Lewin Ardle didn't move, watching him carefully. The prince wiped his eyes, still laughing. "This one's real," he said between breaths. "A real pain in the ass." He grinned wide, looking directly at Terran. He actually snapped at his own godfather. Terran's brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" The Crown Prince chuckled again, waving it off. "He's just too entertaining." I laughed so hard I nearly split my sides. Where did this kid even come from? The whispers spread like wildfire across the hall. "Did you hear what he said?" He called his homeland a small stream at first, but then corrected himself. Said it was small, but beautiful. Ardle, wasn't it? "Small but beautiful," another murmured. "I'd like to see it one day." Across the table, Irene Prius pressed a hand to her chest, clearly moved. She leaned in close, whispering just for him. "You're not planning to stir up another scene like that, are you?" Lewin said nothing, only gave her the faintest, knowing smile. Terran folded his arms, tone flat and unimpressed. "A fine victory speech," he said, "but I've heard that kind of idealism before, especially from your academy's headmaster. It doesn't change my view." The air hung heavy, split between admiration and quiet hostility. But for the first time that night, Lewin Ardle didn't look away. The Crown Prince glanced at Lewin once more, a faint gleam in his eyes. "Still, yours at a sharper edge," he said thoughtfully. "I'm curious to see what kind of future you'll carve out." Then he turned toward the hall. With that, the banquet is officially concluded. The tension began to ease. Chairs creaked. Conversation slowly returned, until his voice cut through the air again. Calm, commanding. "Actually, hold on a moment." He rose casually, as if discussing the weather. "We'll be having tea with the victor." Then came a grin, playful on the surface, but sharp underneath. "And no, refusing isn't an option." Moments later, Lewin Ardle found himself seated across from the Crown Prince at a smaller table, the clinking of fine porcelain filling the silence. He braced his feet against the floor, trying to steady his pulse. This wasn't about congratulations. It wasn't about honor or courtesy. The Crown Prince wanted something, and Lewin was determined to figure out what. Then his name, Lewin Ardle. The sound of it hit like a spark. He looked up. The Crown Prince smiled faintly, voice calm, but unyielding. I want you to work for me. He said it like it was already decided. And just like before, he added, I won't accept a no. He extended his hand across the table. You've got 1 month to finish your current commitments. After that, I'll arrange your transfer to a special training academy for combat mages and provide housing. Then, as if adding an afterthought, he said almost lightly, naturally, we'll also need to discuss naturalization. I can't have the Crown Prince's closest ally being a foreigner, after all. Lewin stared at him, stunned. Why, he asked. This empire already has so many exceptional mages. Doom Prime alone. The Crown Prince cut him off, eyes closing. So that's how it is. He sighed softly, like a teacher disappointed by a clever but disobedient student. Try to play smart, are we? Lewin's gaze fell. When the Crown Prince opened his eyes again, his tone was almost amused. Here's something to remember when dealing with me. I prefer a simple yes to clever comebacks. Lewin didn't respond. He reached in his coat, lit a cigarette, and exhaled slowly. We'll see, he muttered. Terran stepped forward then, his tone formal, breaking the tension. The first reason for this invitation, he said, was my godfather's personal recommendation. He paused for a moment before continuing. Years ago, he told me that if a truly gifted mage ever appeared, I should inform him immediately. Until now, he's never mentioned anyone. He closed his eyes briefly. The second reason is your courage. Terran lifted a hand slightly, as if to emphasize the words. You had the nerve to stand before me without pandering. While others begged for recognition, you held your ground. You even dared to challenge your own godfather, openly declaring your beliefs. The Crown Prince chuckled quietly at that, clearly enjoying the memory. The room had gone still again. Every noble and mage in attendance watched in silence. Lewin lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Then the Crown Prince spoke once more, his voice smooth but serious. And finally, the kind of courage that borders on recklessness. The way you kept questioning me, even after I told you not to. He spread his hands casually. In politics, sometimes you need someone who isn't afraid to speak up. Someone who doesn't crumble under pressure. Lewin looked up at him, eyes sharp. So, you want me to be your advisor? The Crown Prince's grin returned. No, he said simply. I want you to protect me. His voice dropped lower. From them, my brothers. The ones who still can't stand that I'm the one wearing the crown. Lewin said nothing. He only closed his eyes, the meaning behind those words sinking deep. Crown Prince studied him carefully. You're really not interested? Lewin Ardle let out a quiet sigh. No, I'm not. The Crown Prince nodded once. That's why I said, I won't take no for an answer. Lewin looked up again, deep in thought. This was the Crown Prince, the most powerful man in the Empire. Becoming his ally would open every door imaginable. Hall broke the silence, gesturing toward Terran. Most mages eventually find powerful partners. Even in the Magic Tower, where we devote our lives to study, connections matter. He smiled knowingly. If you turn this down, you might regret it forever. Lewin gave a faint grin. There's still too much I want to do. And deep down, he already knew. He didn't want to belong to anyone. The Crown Prince's lips curved slightly. I thought you were a man of reason. But you're far more idealistic than I imagined. He leaned back in his chair. Opportunities like this don't come often. Are you sure you won't regret it? Lewin met his gaze. Maybe I will. But that's fine. The Crown Prince chuckled, stretching lazily. Then let's pretend this talk never happened. He crossed his arms again. You know, they're calling you the brightest gem of the festival. He smirked. And collecting gems? That happens to be my favorite hobby. His eyes sharpened. There's never been a gem I couldn't claim as mine. Lewin's eyes narrowed. Why? The Crown Prince stepped closer, voice cold. Because if I can't have it, I destroy it. With that, he turned and pushed the doors open. Lewin leaned against a nearby pillar, closing his eyes. That was a threat. No doubt about it. Did I just make a terrible choice? Outside, a familiar voice called out. A blonde figure waved. Hey, Mikhail grinned. What's this? Sneaking off on a date without us. Inside, under the glow of the chandelier, the Crown Prince stared upward. I was curious, he admitted. You spoke so highly of him. Terran nodded. And you were right. He's exceptional. But things didn't go your way, did they? Terran asked. The Crown Prince shrugged. I even threatened him. He still refused. Terran closed his eyes. So you're giving up? The Crown Prince's hand tightened around his glass. Of course not. He smirked. Now that I've met him, I understand myself even better. There's nothing stronger than my obsession with collecting. His eyes gleamed. And Lewin Ardle will be mine. Because I've decided so. Lewin Ardle stretched as the first light of dawn spilled over the mountains. He stood on the grass, exhaling deeply. Another day done, he murmured. Then he flopped down on the ground with a grin. Feels like my body's getting stronger every day. He glanced at the bear nearby. I don't want to hear that from another guy, Lewin muttered. The bear blinked. What are you talking about? She's a woman. Lewin shot up. Wait, what? She's a woman. She was born that way. The bear replied matter-of-factly. Suddenly, the bear roared in frustration. Why now? Why can't I be? Nobody even asked me. Lewin froze, his mind flashing back. Wait, we sat together in the bath. He pointed. We were in the bathroom together. The bear nodded casually. Yeah, and there was something to see. Lewin Artle's eyes widened. Then that means you saw everything. He froze for a second, then let out a sharp laugh, stood up, and brushed off his clothes. Yeah, I'm done here. The bear scrambled after him. Wait up. Lewin pointed a finger back. And no more jokes like that. Ever. Got it. Moments later, the train screeched into the station. Mikkel pulled Lewin into a tight hug. Guess this is it for me. Take care, alright. Lewin smirked. Relax. I'm not dying. The train began to roll forward, steam rising as it pulled away. Lewin stood there, watching until it disappeared from sight. Another man approached quietly. We should get moving too. Later, Lewin sat alone on a bench. His friends had all gone home, but his journey wasn't over yet. As the champion of the great festival, he had one final destination, Riven, and a full schedule waiting for him. His thoughts drifted to the man who once called himself a street cat. Now, that same man was walking beside him, as his escort. Lewin glanced at him. A street cat, huh? Except this one was no drifter. He was a mage so strong that Lewin's players I couldn't read a single stat. Not one. That meant only one thing. He was at least on par with the Academy's top professors. And yet, he looked young. Maybe around 30, if that. The man spoke up. Let me explain what's next. Lewin nodded. First, the man said, you'll go to the Imperial Palace to receive an official commendation. Lewin tilted his head. You don't have to sound so formal with me. I insist, the man replied smoothly. Even if you're only 16. Lewin smiled faintly. Everything about him was meticulous, precise to the point of perfection. After that, the man continued. We'll head to the magic tower. You'll select an artifact there. He paused. Though, you might not be the one doing the choosing. The artifact has to choose you. Lewin's mind flickered to the strange ogre he'd encountered. So even the artifacts have wills of their own. The man reached into his bag. And finally, he said, you'll receive your first official mission. Lewin's eyes narrowed, imagining a lone figure standing at the top of a hill. Normally, the man went on, students aren't allowed to take missions. But since you won the great festival, you've been granted an exception. He handed Lewin a sheet of paper. This is the Empire's way of announcing it to the world. A new generation mage has arrived. Lewin stared at the paper for a moment. So, this is like a declaration? The man nodded. Exactly. Now, it's time to choose your mission. Lewin scanned the list. Exploration, subjugation, elimination, research, investigation. His eyes flicked toward the bear, then back to the sheet. Outside the window, the landscape blurred as the train sped forward. One mission caught his attention. This one, he murmured. I'll take this one. Sunlight bathed the distant palace in a golden glow as they approached. The man beside him stopped at the massive doors. This is Pei Palace, the Crown Prince's personal residence. Everyone's waiting inside. He bowed respectfully. I'll remain here. Lewin Artle glanced at him. You're not coming in? But before the man could answer, the enormous doors creaked open on their own. Inside, the Crown Prince stood waiting, his smile calm, deliberate. Welcome, he said, to my empire. Lewin Artle didn't respond. Instead, he lowered his head and bowed. 10,000 gold. Just as a prize, he thought. That's more than Artle's entire annual budget. The Crown Prince settled gracefully onto his throne. If that's not enough, he said with a smooth smile, you can always return. The doors of Pei Palace will always be open to you. Lewin Artle understood instantly. The Crown Prince hadn't given up on recruiting him. But Lewin had no time for that. There were other paths he needed to walk. As he moved through the Grand Hall, the long red carpet stretched endlessly before him. People must have incredible stamina just to walk through this palace every day, he thought absently. His escort shot him a sidelong glance. Please try to hold back on the jokes. The Tower Master is waiting. Lewin shrugged. I wasn't joking. I don't even have a sense of humor. The man's brow twitched. So, you've confirmed your mission choice. Yeah, Lewin replied. The escort stopped before an ornate door. You picked the hardest one. He smirked faintly. Let's see what the Tower Master has to say about that. The door opened with a low creak. Inside, the room was dim, lit only by the warm glow of a single lamp. Terran sat there, calm and composed, a teacup in hand. Welcome to the tower, he said, lifting his cup slightly in greeting. He flipped open a file, scanning it briefly. So, you chose the retrieval mission, huh? He took a slow sip. Subjugation would have been easier. You could have joined the Imperial Guard, cleared a few bandit camps near Sasano, and earned yourself a quick reputation. Lewin sank into the couch, listening in silence. But instead, Terran went on. You chose to venture into a wasteland. Lifeless. Forgotten. He leaned back with a knowing smile. Not exactly a popular choice. Lewin's gaze dropped to the mission sheet in his hands. Terran's voice softened. And that's exactly why it had to be yours. Lewin blinked. This place, it's King Graham's homeland. The bear beside him nodded. That's right. The dragon lived there, for over 100 years. Lewin Artle's mind filled with the image of a vast clearing. A colossal dragon rested there, surrounded by towering mountains under a gray sky. The northern territory of the Kingdom of Radiant. They said the ancient ogre once lived there, mighty beings, proud and fierce. But now that land was empty. The ogre race was gone. All that remained was King Ram, the living artifact bound to the academy. Then Lewin pictured something darker. A shadow. Demons. The rest of the ogres had been wiped out in the Great War. He saw flashes in his mind, skulls buried in the dust, silent plains where giants once walked. Now, it was nothing but a graveyard, a barren wasteland marking the extinction of a proud species. And that was why the retrieval mission carried the highest difficulty rank. The reason? The barrier. Lewin's thoughts turned to the image of jagged peaks, unforgiving, stretching into the clouds. He imagined 3 mages standing before it, powerless. A wall of pure mana that no spell had ever broken. For centuries, the mystery of the Heavenly Mountains barrier had defied every scholar, every mage, every scientist who dared to approach it. And now, it was his turn to face it. And now, his mission was clear, to uncover the true nature of the barrier. Lewin Ardle stared ahead in silence. Across from him, Terran folded his arms. Interesting, he said. What draws a young mage like you to a wasteland where nothing survives? He tilted his head. Or maybe, you believe the rumors? That the wrath of the Orcish god scorched that land into a divine sanctuary. Lewin didn't answer. His gaze stayed fixed, steady. Others had no reason to go there. But for him, there was one. Dragonia, the world destroyer. The image of that colossal dragon rose in his mind, its wings blotting out the sky. That reason alone was enough. He turned to Terran. This mission's labeled top difficulty. What? Terran nodded slightly. If that's what worries you, I'd suggest picking something easier. He lifted a small, chain-lock box onto the table. The danger doesn't come from monsters or enemies, he said. It's from the unknown. No one's been able to solve what lies there. Lewin smirked. Then if a 16-year-old managed to figure it out, that'd make the achievement even greater, wouldn't it? Terran rested his chin on one hand. Or, he said flatly, you'd go down as the first great festival winner to fail his very first mission. Lewin raised a brow. You're counting me out already. Terran said nothing at first. Just watch him quietly. Then, after a pause, he asked, do you know why I recommended you to the Crown Prince? Lewin didn't reply. Terran continued. I wanted to keep you here, in Riven, so I could see for myself. Lewin blinked, caught off guard. Terran folded his hands under the table. Your unique ability. It's not just why the Crown Prince is interested in this mission. His voice lowered. It's why I am too. Lewin's hands tightened. That night, Lewin lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling. I keep saying I've got this handled, he muttered. But will it really work out? Bear's voice came from the corner. You're worried you won't find anything? Lewin sighed. That land's been untouched for centuries. What are the odds I'll discover something now? Bear turned his head slightly. No one's ever succeeded with ordinary methods. But you're not ordinary. Doom Prime interjected, voice sharp. He's still human. Bear didn't look away from the ceiling. Maybe, but his abilities already surpass what humans are capable of. A knock echoed through the quiet room. It's me, Debor. Lewin sat up. Come in. The door opened. 2 men stepped inside. Lewin greeted them casually. Bear squinted at him. What's with that outfit? Lewin shrugged. They said it's the Dirty King's preference. Apparently, all tower mages dress like this. One of the men smiled and extended his hand. Shall we? Lewin nodded. Let's go. The corridor ahead was long and silent, lined with arcane lights that shimmered faintly along the walls. He walked with the others, each step echoing softly against the marble floor. This is it, one of the escorts said as they reached the end, the artifact vault of the magic tower. They stopped before an enormous, intricately carved door pulsing faintly with mana. It's divided into 4 zones, the escort continued. Lewin looked at the door with quiet curiosity. So this is where it all begins. Zone C holds the most common artifacts, one of the escorts explained, while Zone X contains the rarest of them all. The cat beside them turned to Lewin Ardle. You'll be taken to Zone A. Lewin raised an eyebrow. Wait, but you just said there's a Zone X. The man nodded. There is, but entry into Zone X is reserved for extraordinary circumstances. Even the Emperor can't enter it freely. Lewin's eyes widened. Even the Emperor. They stepped into the first chamber, Zone C. Shelves lined the walls, each one stacked with weapons and relics, glowing faintly under the flicker of mana light. Lewin walked slowly through the room, gaze wandering from case to case. His hand stopped on a sword that gleamed with a soft, blue sheen. This is a magic sword, he murmured. Correct, one of the mages said. Every item here is in pristine condition. Most were recovered during the Great War against the demons. Lewin studied the blade's edge, feeling the hum of power beneath the metal. This isn't any weaker than Doom Prime's shining sword, he thought. That realization said enough. Even the artifacts in Zone C eclipsed the treasures of entire noble houses. As they moved deeper, Lewin's attention caught on a bookshelf. He stopped, eyes narrowing on a worn spine. Specializations in Transformation by Tina Brone, he read aloud. I thought this was lost. One of the escorts smiled faintly. It's not. This edition is over 100 years old. Lewin smiled back. There was a time when books were the only entertainment we had. His gaze drifted further. Behind the walls of the 7th grade, by MCKM crews, exploring unknown lands in search of ancient creatures. He glanced toward his escort. Are these open for reading? The tower master sometimes allows it, the cat answered. But removing them from the tower? Absolutely forbidden. Lewin nodded slightly, turning his attention to the next chamber, Zone B. Here, shelves towered high above him, overflowing with ancient grimoires, forgotten tomes, and relics of pure knowledge. The air itself buzzed with energy, a treasury of wisdom, steeped in centuries of magical research. But they didn't linger. The escorts led him onward. When they reached Zone I, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The air grew heavier. The relics here were different, stronger, purer, older. Lewin stepped forward, expecting something to happen, but nothing did. No hum of energy, no glow, no movement. The room stayed silent. He stood there for a long moment, surrounded by dormant artifacts, then quietly asked, "Has this ever happened before?" The escort hesitated. Rarely, but yes. He gestured to another mage standing nearby, sparks of mana flickering around him. Normally, those chosen to enter Zone A attract at least a few artifacts. That's why we bring them here. But Lewin frowned. Nothing chose me. The words came out softer than he meant, disappointed, almost. Bear crossed her arms, smirking. Come on, don't get all gloomy over a pile of scrap metal. She glanced around the chamber. Sure, to most people these are priceless treasures, but the real ones? She pointed across the hall. Lewin followed her finger to a massive gate sealed with layers of mana locks, its surface pulsing with a deep, ominous light. Zone X. The air around it shifted, thick, heavy, alive. Bear's gaze hardened. I'm telling you, she said quietly. There's at least one artifact in there, created by a dragon. A sharp, raw scent filled the air, draconic, unmistakable. One of the men crouched down, muttering under his breath. Even if that's true, it doesn't matter. Entry to Zone X isn't possible. Not yet. He stood, straightening his cloak. For now, focus on what's within reach. Lewin's eyes lingered on the sealed gate a moment longer, feeling the faint pulse of power radiating from within. Not possible yet, he thought, but someday. A sudden flash of green light split the air. Both men froze. From the sealed doorway, a surge of vibrant emerald energy burst outward, rippling through the chamber like a living storm. The mages raised their arms instinctively. One of them gasped, voice trembling. It's happening. After 56 years, a special event has been triggered. The massive door shuddered, then swung open on its own. Across the tower, alarms flared, mana veins flickered, and whispers spread like wildfire. Inside his chamber, Terran lifted his head, resting his chin on one hand as his eyes glimmered with curiosity. Did Sin's tooth react? He asked calmly. The messenger bowed low. Yes, Tower Master. It reacted violently. Terran leaned back, lost in thought. Could it be? Was this the proof he'd been waiting for? Evidence that Lewin Ardle possessed the power to inherit the throne of magic itself? 3 artifacts lay at the heart of the tower's legend, each on a level beyond comprehension, each capable of placing its chosen master above all others. Lewin Ardle stood before them, his eyes drawn to the towering statue of a magician holding a staff. That one, he said quietly. Alo's staff. The escort nodded. Once wielded by the first human magician, Alo himself. It can amplify destructive magic infinitely. But it's more than a weapon. It's a symbol. The emblem of the king of magicians. Lewin's gaze hardened. He already knew the name. 56 years ago, that very staff had chosen Terran. Every wielder before him had ruled the tower. Next came a suit of armor. Morshi armor. Its blue surface rippling like water under starlight. It grants complete immunity to both physical and magical attacks. The mage explained. It only chooses a new master once every 100 years. And each one becomes a knight of legend. And then, there was the final relic. The most mysterious of them all. Kunkin's tooth. Forged from a thong of the first Ogre King, Molar of Kunkin. This artifact had rejected every bearer for centuries. Terran's gaze lingered on it, the faintest crease forming on his brow. Could it be that today, of all days, the tooth had finally chosen someone? Had Lewin Ardle awakened the true power of inheritance? He turned to his attendant. What exactly happened? The man's reply was simple, almost disbelieving. He lifted the chieftain's tooth, Tower Master, effortlessly. Terran's eyes narrowed. That artifact was so dense with spiritual weight, it took 5 grown men just to move an inch. And Lewin had lifted it with one hand. That strength, Terran muttered, voice low. That's the power of an ogre. He stared at the table before him, picturing Lewin Ardle gripping the artifact, its glow flooding around his arm. That kind of power rivaled the might of the Ogre King himself. Then Terran's expression shifted. Determination hardened in his eyes. Assign him a new mission, he said. Investigate the Heavenly Mountain, the land where Kunkin's tooth was first discovered. He turned sharply to his aide. Gather everyone. And then, with a commanding roar that shook the chamber, summon all the Scream mages. Far away, under a fading sunset, Lewin Ardle gazed westward. Beyond the horizon stood the heavenly mountain, his next destination. A cat-like figure approached, holding out a small envelope. "You have 1 month to complete your mission," the cat said curtly. "Don't be late. This is your permit ID and your train ticket." Lewin accepted them. "Thanks." But the cat didn't move. He just stared at him, silent. Lewin raised an eyebrow. "You got something to say?" The Debor hesitated. "Yes and no." He sighed softly. "I'm a mage of the magic tower. I'm not supposed to have opinions." He paused, then looked up again, voice lower, firmer. "But just this once," he said, "allow me to speak. Not as a tower mage, but as an elder." Lewin Ardle froze as Debor's gaze locked with his. The cat's usually calm eyes gleamed with something sharper, something dangerous. "The magic tower is generous," Debor began, his voice low, deliberate, "but only to mages who kneel. For those who refuse to bow, it's merciless." He took a step closer. "And I think you already know which side you're on." Then, barely above a whisper, "Be cautious, and question everything." The words hung heavy in the air. Around them, the noise in the station seemed to fade. Shadows deepened across the floor. No one spoke. The scene shifted. Tezsaren, a fortress city, the closest settlement to the heavenly mountain. Once, it was the continent's strongest bulwark, built to withstand endless ogre sieges. They called it the shield of the continent. In his mind, Lewin pictured roaring flames, clashing blades, warriors standing shoulder to shoulder against a tide of monsters. High walls forged from stone and pride. Armies whose discipline was as solid as their steel. But standing in the middle of the city now, Lewin Ardle muttered quietly. At least that's what the book said. He looked around. Streets half empty. Windows boarded. The faint stench of alcohol drifting from broken taverns. In reality, he said, it's almost a ghost town. Bear nodded. The city's lost its purpose. Lewin's eyes trailed to a nearby bar. A structure once built as a citizen's shelter during ogre attacks. Now, laughter echoed from within. Not the laughter of soldiers, but the hollow kind that came from too much ale and too little hope. They say this place once stood fearless in the face of war. Lewin murmured, watching a well-dressed man slump over a table. The man clenched his fist in his sleep, muttering, let him give everything he has. Lewin rested a hand on his shoulder. The real world isn't like the stories, he said softly. The man stirred, blinking awake in panic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep, especially not in front of a magician. Lewin smiled faintly. Relax. Just tell me, where can I find a horse? The man hesitated, looking around nervously before gesturing toward the stables nearby. Truthfully, there aren't any right now. Lewin raised a brow. No horses? In a stable? The man shook his head. This is the only stable in Tezsaren. Bear's temper flared. What kind of place is this? No horses in a stable. Unbelievable. Lewin folded his arms. Maintaining an empty stable seems pointless. The man waved his hands quickly. Please don't misunderstand. There were 3 horses this morning, but they're all gone now. Until today, no one's needed any. Suddenly, visitors arrive, and all the horses vanish. He lowered his gaze. If you can wait a day, I'll try to find something. Lewin studied him silently. So, no one's needed horses for years. And today, someone takes all 3? The man nodded nervously. Exactly. Lewin's expression darkened. A quiet city no one visits. And suddenly, strangers appear, all looking for transport. His thoughts echoed back to Debor's warning. Question everything. He turned to Bear. You feel it too? Bear paused, scanning the empty street. Yeah, ever since we got off that train. Then she stopped mid-sentence. Her ears twitched. Lewin followed her gaze. Around the corner, just out of the light, a shadow moved. Someone was following them. Without hesitation, Lewin kicked off the ground, the cobblestones cracking under his feet as he launched forward. The hunt had begun. Earlier that evening, Lewin Ardle had slipped a coin to the innkeeper. If anyone comes asking about me, he'd said, report it immediately. Then he'd left the inn quietly, vanishing into Tessarin's narrow streets. Now, walking through the dimly lit alleys, he murmured to himself, they should have realized by now that I'm gone. That's when they'll start asking questions. A faint grin crossed his face, and it's not hard to guess who sent them. The Re-Empire. Whether it was the Crown Prince still stewing over Lewin's refusal to be naturalized, or Terran, the King of Magicians, chasing his obsession, it didn't matter. Either way, it meant trouble. His gaze turned toward the horizon. Before he could head to the heavenly mountain, there was one thing he needed to do. Cut every loose end. Lewin narrowed his eyes. He couldn't afford to have anyone tracking him, and now, he had a trail to follow. Back at the inn, the staff greeted him nervously. No one's asked about you, sir, the clerk said, wringing his hands. Lewin frowned. No one at all. The man nodded. Not a single soul. Lewin's jaw tightened. I was certain they'd show up. Bear leaned closer, voice low. Doesn't sound like he's lying. The innkeeper hesitated, rubbing his temple. Something strange, though. I can't remember a few minutes. Just gone. No matter how hard I try, I can't recall. Lewin went silent. His expression darkened. A gap in memory. A blank space forced into the mind. He knew exactly what that meant. Mind control. A 6th class, high-grade spell. One that twists a person's will and erases the evidence afterward. Victims never remember being controlled. And worse, the caster gains full access to their memories. Lewin turned toward the stairs. We're dealing with someone skilled and precise. Bear's ears flicked. If they search his memories, then they already know we're aware of them. Lewin stepped into his room. His eyes landed instantly on the bed. A single folded note. He opened it slowly. We don't intend to hurt you. Don't waste time searching for us. Focus on your mission. Lewin's hand tightened, the paper crumpling in his grip. They were here, he muttered, and they dare leave a message like this. His voice rose, hard and cold. So that's it. They think they can threaten me into obedience. Fine. He'd play along for now. Without another thought, he moved. Lewin vaulted through the open window and landed soundlessly on the roof below. Then he was gone, sliding across rooftops, darting through shadows, sprinting across the cityscape like a phantom. We're finding them, he said. The mini-map in his mind flared to life. He looked back at Bear. Try to keep up. A smirk tugged at his mouth. First place in the triathlon, remember? Behind him, distant voices murmured through the wind. Should we go after him? One asked. Another chuckled. The great festival's youngest winner wants to play. Hard to refuse that. Two silhouettes peeled from the rooftops, following fast. Lewin darted into a narrow alley. Dark figures appeared, cloaked operatives, silent and swift. One of them spoke in a hushed tone. We've lost his trail. The other shook his head. No, he's still here. He's waiting. And he was right. The stack of crates beside them shifted, then exploded outward. Before they could react, Lewin Artle burst from shadows. What the? Too late. His fist drove straight into the nearest man's face. The impact cracked bone. Blood sprayed as the man dropped instantly. The second tried to draw his blade, but Lewin was already on him. He grabbed the man by the collar and slammed his knee into his gut. The air left him in a single, strangled scream before he crumpled to the ground. The alley fell silent again. Lewin exhaled, eyes sharp. Whoever had sent him was good, but not good enough. And this time, he wasn't running. Lewin Artle stood over the fallen man, silent. The cloaked man coughed weakly, then let out a raspy laugh. So that's what you're really like, he sneered. I was wondering what kind of guy you were. Turns out, you're a monster. Lewin Artle lowered his head slightly, voice steady. Who are you? The man's grin widened. You really don't know? The head of the magic tower sent us. Lewin's expression hardened. We were ordered to observe your little journey, the man added with a smirk. Observers. Lewin echoed. Yeah, the man said, wiping blood from his lip. Surveillance, they call it. Doesn't really matter. Either way, it was entertaining to watch what you could do. Before Lewin could respond, light exploded across the alley. The man's body disintegrated into motes of energy, his voice echoing faintly. We'll meet again. Silence returned. Lewin's eyes flicked to the ground where the man had stood. He caught a glimpse of something. A tattoo burned into his neck. A skull. Bear stepped closer. A vicious magician. Lewin nodded. Yeah, one of the tower's hidden groups. No one really knows what they do. Only the name and those tattoos. He continued, voice low. They handle the tower's dirtiest work. Secret operations, assassinations, espionage. No records, no ranks, no known leader. Bear tilted her head. So, after fighting one of them, what's your impression? Lewin paused for a moment. Mixed, he said finally. They're not stronger than the great festival contenders I've faced. Not yet, anyway. Bear crossed her arms. Maybe, but we haven't seen what they're truly capable of. Lewin nodded. True. That one used a 6th class spell without even breaking a sweat. That's not something an ordinary mage can pull off. Bear's voice dropped. And he'll be back. Watching. Waiting. From nearby, the bear looked up again. So what now? Lewin's eyes narrowed. Simple, he said. I'll make him come to me. The next morning, Lewin Artle began his trek toward the heavenly mountain. The landscape stretched endlessly before him. Dry plains, silent air, and wind that howled like ghosts. Each step crunched against the barren earth, but with every one, he felt the pull stronger. Then his chest tightened. Lewin gritted his teeth, clutching his shirt. My power circle, it won't settle. A moment later, his pain twisted into a grin. That kind of reaction could only mean one thing. Before him shimmered a colossal wall of blue light, vast and alive, the heavenly mountain's barrier. So this is it, he said quietly. Bear nodded beside him. More precisely, its core. Lewin stepped closer. The air vibrated with mana, so thick it almost hummed. So this is where Dracoe, the dragon, once lived, he murmured. Exactly, Bear confirmed. Lewin sat down on the rocky ground, scanning the endless ridges. Not even ruins. Nothing. How are we supposed to get inside? He turned to Bear. This mindset. It's not human. Bear gave a small, knowing smile. That's because getting past it takes more than strength. She hopped lightly onto his head. That's why I'm here, she said smugly. If I were human, she added, I'd probably just try to destroy the barrier. Lewin chuckled faintly. Yeah, that was my first thought too. Bear jumped down again, shaking her head. But you can't. No human can break this barrier. Lewin blinked. Wait, what about the ogres? He rubbed his forehead. half in thought, half frustration. Maybe I could call to them, like old friends opening a gate. The mountain wind howled in response, deep and ancient. And somewhere beyond the barrier, something stirred. Bear crossed her arms. Now we're getting somewhere. Lewin Artel's eyes sharpened, a flicker of realization crossing them. But didn't the ogres of Sky Mountain all die out? The bear chuckled softly. That's what humans believe. Lewin turned his head sharply, startled. Remember, the bear continued, gaze fixed on the barrier before them. Your ability isn't about confirming what's real or what's illusion. Lewin stepped closer, pressing his palm gently against the wall of light. It's about breaking through. His eyes locked forward. I know you can hear me. You're pretending to be gone, but I know the truth. His voice rose, echoing across the empty range. I came to return your leader's tooth. He stood tall, his hand glowing against the shimmering wall. If you can hear me, open the door. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, light erupted. A blinding surge of green-blue energy burst around his hand, spreading outward like a shockwave. Lewin narrowed his eyes against the glare, and in the next instant, he vanished. On the other side, a man watching from afar gasped. He passed through. He stumbled forward, disbelief written across his face. That brat actually made it. No one's ever succeeded in this mission. He lunged toward the barrier, but it had already sealed shut. What's going on? A shadow dropped from above. Crack! A fist smashed into his face before he could react. Lewin Artel stood over him, eyes blazing. You're not slipping away this time. He slammed his palm into the ground. The earth shuddered violently. Cracks split across the rocky terrain as tremors rippled outward. The man screamed, trying to stand, but Lewin was already moving. Binding tree. From the ground, thick vines erupted, twisting and coiling around the attacker's body until he was completely restrained. The man groaned through gritted teeth, whispering something under his breath. Lewin's expression hardened. You thought you had me. He stepped closer, his shadow falling over the captive. But it was you who walked into my trap. He crouched slightly, voice cold. Let's end this game of tag. But before the man could respond, a shadow fell across the battlefield. Something huge blotted out the light. Lewin looked up and froze. A massive ogre came crashing down, its club dripping with blood. The ground split under the impact, dust billowing in every direction. The ogre's heavy gaze shifted between Lewin and the man trapped beneath the vines. Then, in a deep, rumbling voice, it spoke. Who are you? Bears smirked from the sidelines. They think like beasts. Their logic isn't human. Lewin stood motionless. He'd crossed the heavenly mountain's barrier, and now it felt as though he'd stepped into another world entirely. The air was heavy, charged with primal energy. The mountains here breathed. The ogre sniffed, nostrils flaring. You don't smell like a man, it growled. You smell like us. Bear perched on Lewin's shoulder again, whispering quietly. Stay sharp. Human rules don't apply here. Lewin nodded slowly. I know. He met the ogre's unblinking gaze. So far, I've done nothing to. He cut himself off. The only thing holding the ogre's back was the relic in his possession, the leader's tooth. But even that protection might not last forever. He followed the ogre across the jagged terrain. The landscape shifted beneath them, until finally, a towering mountain came into view. That's it, the ogre said. The heavenly peak. Lewin looked up. The peak. But, he frowned. There's another one behind it, isn't there? Then he looked again, and froze. That wasn't a mountain. The ground trembled as the massive shape began to move. Stone cracked, dust fell away, and beneath it, skin, flesh. The mountain itself was alive. A towering figure stepped forward, each motion echoing like thunder. My name, it rumbled, voice deep enough to shake the air, is Chieftain. It leaned closer, eyes glowing faintly. I've heard, you're holding Kunkin's relic. Lewin Artel lifted his gaze. The ogre towering before him was massive, so massive he made the others look small. The chieftain's voice rumbled through the air. You're lucky, human. For now, I haven't decided if I'll rip you apart and feed you to the eagles yet. So who are you? Lewin smirked. Didn't I already say before I came in? The chieftain's tooth chose me. The ogre's brow furrowed, eyeing the relic in Lewin's hand. Impossible. No human can wield that. Lewin lifted the artifact. Then watched closely. The chieftain's expression shifted as he stepped forward. So it's true. His tone deepened. You're interesting. I could sense your power the moment you arrived. Lewin grinned. Guess your nose works pretty well. The chieftain folded his arms. Then tell me, who are you really? Lewin opened his mouth but paused, glancing toward Bear. The chieftain blinked. Did you just say? Dracagonia. A hush fell over the chamber. The ogre's massive form stiffened. That name, it belonged to a dragon who once ruled Sky Mountain. He lowered his hand slowly. How do you know it? Lewin's reply was calm, steady. I've heard of him. The chieftain narrowed his eyes. He's still alive? Lewin nodded. In a way. He's an artifact now, at my academy. He's one of the professors. The ogre froze. Then who are you? Lewin's gaze sharpened. Someone trying to find that out. The chieftain studied him for a long moment. You were chosen by the leader's tooth and carry the power of the Worldbreaker. Lewin met his eyes. My name is Lewin Artel, A stunned silence followed. The chieftain finally exhaled, half in disbelief. And even after hearing all that, I almost threw you to the eagles. Then, with a sudden grin, he added, "Relax. I'm joking. You're welcome here. Truly." Lewin blinked, glancing around. Down in the pit's center, he asked, "Didn't you mention something about hospitality?" Bear, perched lazily on his shoulder, answered, "Yeah, it's a tradition. Ogres give newcomers a test. Kind of rite of passage." Lewin arched an eyebrow. "A test?" Bear nodded. "If you want them to accept you, you got to earn it." Lewin sighed. "Let me guess, arm wrestling." A massive shadow fell over him. The ground trembled as an ogre stepped forward. "Name's Amarush. So, you're the one we're welcoming." Lewin stared up at him. "Wait, he's my opponent." Something definitely didn't feel right. He placed his hand against Amarush's, stone-like skin, iron strength. "Crush him, Amarush," someone yelled from the crowd. Lewin leaned to the side, muttering, "Just checking. If I lose, I'm not getting fed to the birds, right?" Bear shrugged. "No promises." The match began. Their arms locked. The force shook the table beneath them. Amarush's massive frame loomed over him, pure muscle and might. But Lewin stayed composed. A human against an ogre. Ridiculous. But Lewin Artle wasn't just any human. The chieftain's tooth pulsed faintly, power coursing through his arm. "Ever since I got this thing," he thought, "my strength's grown 1,000-fold. His stats flickered before his eyes. 3,520. More than enough. Amarush grinned, his grip tightening. "You're not ordinary, are you? I can feel it. But I'm Amarush, and I don't hold back." Lewin Artle smirked. "Then don't. Let's finish this." Amarush cracked his neck and stretched out both arms. "Get ready." A deep roar echoed. "Begin." The air trembled. Both their arms tensed, muscles straining, veins bulging. The pressure was so intense that Lewin's sleeves split open, threads snapping apart. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Lewin clenched his teeth. Not yet. Then, in a flash, something surged through him. A raw, burning force rising from deep within. "This is it, my last push." Amarush's roar shook the mountain. He slammed Lewin's arm down with an earth-shaking thud. Lewin froze, stunned. The crowd exploded. Amarush wins. Flat on his back, staring at the sky, Lewin muttered, "I gave it everything I had, and still lost." His arms trembled from strain. "So what now? You throw me to the birds." A shadow fell over him. Amarush stood there, towering as ever. "Get up." Lewin frowned but pushed himself to his feet. "You lasted that long against me," Amarush said, his voice calm but heavy. "Sky Mountain's strongest warrior. That alone deserves respect." Then, before Lewin's eyes, a glowing message appeared. "New task, Sky Mountain Outsider." Amarush continued. "Among ogres, strength earns honor. It took me 17 years to prove myself. You've already taken your first step. Keep going. Defeat me one day, and the pride of Sky Mountain will be yours." Lewin nodded slowly. "I'll remember that." "Thanks." Bear floated up beside him, grinning. "Congratulations. You've earned their respect." Lewin shot him a look. "You knew this was coming, didn't you?" Bear chuckled. "Maybe, but it was entertaining." Lewin smirked. 17 years, huh? I'll beat him in 1 month." That night, Sky Mountain lit up with a grand feast. Lewin sat among the ogres at a massive stone table, picking through the food. "Oh, this stuff's actually good." He took another bite. Didn't expect ogres to be such great cooks. Bear nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, the flavor's strong. Even the smell's powerful." Lewin waved a hand. "Okay," not agreeing on the smell part. His tone shifted as he looked around at the ogres laughing and drinking under the mountain's glow. "Why though?" he asked softly. "Why stay hidden here?" He didn't know why, but something about it stirred something deep inside him. A quiet unease, a sense that this was just the beginning of something much larger. Amarush sat beside him, resting his massive arm on the table. "Tell me," he said, "what do you plan to do with the tooth of our first leader?" Lewin looked at the relic, then back at him. "Do with it?" Amarush smiled faintly. "If you'd like, I can help you forge it into a weapon, one worthy of a human." Lewin's mind flashed white. A massive gate appeared before him, its surface carved with the face of a roaring beast. The moment he held up the tooth, the vision pulsed with power. "What is this?" he whispered. Bear floated beside him, pointing. "That's no ordinary relic. It's pure, primordial power. The legacy of an ogre whose will could shatter the world." But Lewin frowned. "No, I mean, how do I actually use it?" Images flickered before him. Alvil's staff, Mor's armor, artifacts shaped by purpose and form. He lifted the tooth, tilting it in the light. "Should I make it into a mace or something?" As they walked through the narrow stone passage, Bear replied casually, "Just hold on to it for now. We'll figure out the rest later. The fact that it's boosting your strength already puts you ahead." Lewin nodded. "Fair enough." Amarush's massive frame loomed over him. "If you really want it," he said, "I can help. I'll forge a weapon. One made just for you." Lewin Artle's mind raced. "I've been carrying this thing around, never knowing what to do with it." A grin tugged at his lips. "This offer, it's perfect." Amarush sat down heavily, voice low and steady. "The chieftain's tooth is no ordinary material. It's heavy, dense, almost unbreakable. Most couldn't even scratch it. But for me, a blacksmith who's forged metal my whole life, it's possible. Lewin blinked. Wait, you're a blacksmith? Bear nodded. Pretty much, yeah. That's the human word for it. Amarush turned his head. So tell me, you got something in mind? Lewin paused, then smirked. You mean I can actually design it myself? Half a month later, Amarush pointed toward a rocky trail ahead. This way. Lewin sprinted past him with a grin. Then I'm counting on you. In those 2 weeks, he gave everything he had. Hunting alongside ogres, training from sunrise to sunset, pushing his body to the limit. One night, he opened his stat window, scanning the numbers. Not bad, he muttered. A huge hand suddenly smacked his arm aside. Amarush laughed. Stay focused. But not everything went smoothly. Bear floated nearby, counting on his fingers. 15 matches. 15 losses. Lewin groaned. Seriously? Again? This is just cruel at this point. Indette hummed beside him. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're getting better. Amarush chuckled. She's right. You're finally learning to control your strength. You're not wasting it anymore. Lewin turned away, muttering softly. Thanks. Bit by bit, under Amarush's guidance, he learned. His movements grew sharper. His stamina lasted longer. His power, steadier. One day, staring out across the training ground, he whispered to himself, I have to do it. He made up his mind. He wasn't leaving Sky Mountain until he beat Amarush. Whispers spread through the cavern. He's scared, one ogre said. But Amarush only smiled. No, he's just not strong enough yet. Days passed. Then finally, the moment came. The table cracked beneath their arms as Lewin slammed Amarush's hand down with a thunderous boom. Silence. Then someone shouted, 17 matches, 16 losses. Bear's eyes gleamed. But one victory. Lewin threw his fists into the air. I did it. A glowing system prompt appeared before him. New task completed. Foreigner of the Heavenly Mountain, you've defeated Amarush in arm wrestling. Reward. The pride of the ogres. You've earned the respect of the Heavenly Mountain's warriors. Amarush laughed. A deep, rumbling sound. You surprised me more times than I can count. But this time, I lost. Lewin glanced over. You just call me by my name. Amarush turned away, walking toward the shadows of the forge. You're ready now. Lewin frowned. Ready? For what? Amarush stopped. You really want them, don't you? Lewin blinked. The blacksmith nodded. Truth is, I finished them a while ago. I just waited for the right time. Lewin raised an eyebrow. Why not just give them to me when they were done? Amarush didn't turn around. Because the will of the chieftain isn't something you give. It's something you earn. I was waiting for the day you defeat me. Lewin stood there for a moment, shaking his head. So I was basically scammed in broad daylight. Amarush spread his arms wide, a grin tugging at his mouth. Take them. They're yours now. As Lewin stepped forward, a glowing system prompt appeared before his eyes. System alert. Artifact acquired. Chieftain's tooth gloves. Forged by Amarush from the tooth of the first ogre chieftain. 10 fragments embedded across both gloves. Unbreakable. Relentless. Capable of obliterating anything in their path. Strength plus 2,000. New skill unlocked. Will of the chieftain growth potential. High. Lewin Ardle stared down at the gloves, a flickering in his eyes. 10 pieces from the chieftain's tooth turned into gloves. For a mage like me, this is perfect. Bear hovered closer. Well, what do you think? Amarush crossed his arms with a grin. They fit your hand just right, don't they? Lewin turned away slightly, fighting back a smile. Unbelievable. With a 2,000 boost in strength, I feel like an entirely different person. Then he looked up. Gather everyone. The warriors of Sky Mountain. All of them. Moments later, the courtyard filled with ogres. One muttered from the back. He's not serious, right? He wants to arm wrestle all of us. Lewin nodded, calm but sure. That's right. I'll take down 100 ogres, alone. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Murmurs spread like wildfire. He beat Amarush. One whispered. But 100? That's madness. Yet instead of anger, laughter broke out. Among ogres, this kind of boldness wasn't arrogance. It was respect. Amarush cracked his knuckles, grinning wide. Of course we'll join. Let's see what you've got. From their point of view, Lewin's words were audacious, but they admired it. It was exactly the kind of fire their kind respected. Then, from the edge of the crowd, a small ogre raised his arms high. Dad's coming, he shouted excitedly. Bear closed his eyes, a faint smile on his face. He used to do that all the time, brings back memories. Then, with a quiet sigh, he added, 30 years I spent here. In all that time, I only ever managed to beat 17 ogres in a row. But you, Lewin smirked. Humans don't live as long as dragons. I don't have that kind of time to waste. He tightened his fists. Yesterday, this challenge would have felt impossible. But now it feels like losing isn't even an option. Across from him, a massive ogre stepped forward. Get ready. And so began. One by one, the ogres lined up. One by one, Lewin's hand came crashing down, shattering stone and echoing through the hall. Each victory drew louder cheers. The ground shook beneath their roars. By the time the last ogre's hand hit the table, Lewin stood tall, alone in the center, victorious. The final opponent rubbed his wrist. You're heading back already? Lewin nodded. Yeah, It's time to go to Riven. Amarush approached, flashing a rare smile. You gave us battles worth remembering. Thank you. Lewin returned the smile and extended his hand. Amarush blinked. What now? You want another match? Even after taking down 100 of us? Lewin chuckled. No, it's called a handshake. The ogre tilted his head. And what? Lewin clasped his massive hand firmly. It's what humans do when they greet a friend or say goodbye. He raised his hand in farewell. It means see you again. Far away, a towering fortress rose against the horizon. Inside, a shadowed figure stood before a council table. Any news? Came a low voice. Another figure stepped forward, bowing slightly. Nothing yet. The silence that followed carried the weight of something inevitable. Lewin Artel's next chapter was already waiting. Arms crossed. The man scowled, deep lines creasing his forehead. Still nothing. No word. Not since the two mages had stumbled back, half dead, covered in blood. And the scream mage they'd sent after Lewin Artel? Gone. Without a trace. His voice came low and sharp. We've been played. Before the silence could settle, another voice spoke from the doorway. There's something to report. A young mage stepped forward, bowing slightly. Lewin Artel has just arrived in Riven. The tower leader's gaze darkened. He raised his hand, and a shimmering projection flared to life. Lewin Artel's image flickering in the air. His words were calm, but cold. Bring him here. Now. The tower of mages rose like a blade piercing the clouds. Its shadow stretched across Riven, silent and heavy. Whispers stirred as Lewin Artel entered. He failed, someone murmured. The tower leader leaned back in his chair, fingers pressed against his temple. I told them, no one ever completes that mission. He looked up slowly. Once you set foot on Sky Mountain, you realize it's beyond anything a normal mage can handle. Lewin stood before them, eyes lowered. That barrier was impossible to cross, he said quietly. Across the room, a voice cut in, sharp, accusing. Not a convincing lie. The tower leader, Terran, rose from his seat, the air around him thrumming with magic. Let's stop pretending, he said evenly. You're the mage chosen by the ogre chieftain's tooth. He paused, eyes narrowing. And your mission? Finding the ogre homeland? Tell me, doesn't that sound a bit too convenient? Lewin smiled faintly. So you were watching me all along? Terran's gaze hardened. You're not a fool. You know why. We feared what you might become, a mage who defies the tower. Lewin's tone dropped. Anyone who goes against the will of the king of magicians becomes the tower's enemy, right? Terran gave a thin smile. Most do. He leaned back, voice turning cold. Enough word games. Tell me, what did you really see on the heavenly mountain? Another mage leaned forward. Are the first ogres still alive? Lewin froze. A flicker of tension crossed his face, but he said nothing. The scene faded. Outside the tower, Lewin exhaled, closing the door behind him. Got away with it. Back inside, Terran's expression twisted into a quiet sneer. No need to lie so boldly, he muttered, especially when I could simply read his memories. The mage beside him stiffened. You wouldn't actually do that, would you? Lewin's voice echoed in Terran's mind. Words from earlier. You're the great king of magicians. Surely you wouldn't stoop so low as to pry into the mind of a mere student. Terran's eyes had flared. You dare speak to me like that? But Lewin hadn't flinched. Maybe calling myself ordinary was too modest. For a moment, silence. Then the king of magicians sighed, waving a hand dismissively. Fine. Call a failure. Your first mission is over. Return to the academy. As Lewin walked through the tower's grand hall, his jaw tightened. I played on his pride, barely managed to pull it off. No spells. No illusions. Just words. Sharp enough to cut through arrogance. If that arrogant king had lost control for even a second, everything would have fallen apart. The thought alone sent a chill down his spine. But this wasn't finished. Not yet. As the image of the chieftain's tooth pulsed in his mind, Lewin's thoughts grew quiet. The artifact of the X-Zone chose me. He knew what that meant. And so did the king of magicians. Even if they hadn't said it aloud, both understood. From this point forward, Lewin Artel would never move unseen again. Walking through the crowded streets, Lewin Artel muttered under his breath. I don't care anymore. I just want to leave this place. A train thundered past, its iron wheels shrieking as it picked up speed, carrying him far from Riven. Back at the academy, a massive banner hung across the main building, fluttering in the breeze. At its center, Lewin Artel's face, bold and bright. Congratulations, Lewin Artel, champion of the great festival, someone shouted from the courtyard. Before he could react, a swarm of students surrounded him, laughing, cheering, tossing him into the air. Welcome back, Lewin. Hero of the festival. Lewin waved his hands frantically. All right, that's enough. Put me down already. It had been 2 months since the tournament, 2 months since everything changed. Back in his dorm room, a heavy box landed on the table with a thud. Lewin frowned. What's this? Jason leaned casually against the wall, grinning. Mail. Seems like the festival's champion has quite the fan base now. Everyone wants a word with you. Lewin opened the box and froze. There's so many. Jason pointed toward the cabinet. Those are just the new ones. The rest? We had to start storing them. Lewin walked over, opened a cabinet, and just stared. Letters. Pile high. Dozens. Hundreds. Maybe more. He sat down on the bed, picked one up, and blinked. These are from princes. He unfolded one, reading aloud. To the brilliant magician and true patriot of the kingdom. Dear Lewin Ardle. He looked toward the overflowing closet, exhaling. All this because of one decision. Word had spread fast. He turned down an offer from the Empire's crown prince himself. And somehow, that refusal made him a national hero. A true patriot. Even the hero of the academy had laughed when he heard. Wow, dear, that's how they start their letters now. Jason shrugged. Dear is what you say when you want to get close to someone. Not when you already are. The hero raised a brow. You sound like you've got experience with that. Jason grinned. Maybe I do. Lewin just sighed, sinking back into the bed. So, Jason asked, any plans for the break? Lewin opened his eyes slowly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. This time, I want to do something different. The next scene opened under an open sky. Lewin on horseback, wind brushing against his hair. It had been 5 years since he last returned home. Every holiday before this one, he'd stayed behind at the academy, never once making the trip back. But now, he could finally return, with his head held high. As the distant outline of his village came into view, he whispered, I'll finally get to see my family again. The townspeople noticed first. The figure riding in from the valley, the same confident look they remembered from years ago. Wait, is that the young master? Someone murmured. Lewin dismounted, smiling warmly. Is everyone doing well? Gasps spread through the crowd like wildfire. It's him. It's really the young master. Lewin Ardle. He's back. How long has it been? We thought he'd never return. Standing in the center of the square, Lewin lowered his head. I'm sorry for being away so long. A villager called out. How's the academy? Is it true? You rejected the crown prince himself. Another laughed through tears. You've always been our pride, Lewin. And then, she ran to him. A young girl, eyes wide and trembling, threw her arms around him. Not one letter, she whispered against his chest. All this time, not a single word. And now you just show up. Lewin smiled softly, resting a hand on her shoulder. When she turned toward their father, tears streaking her face, Lewin looked at her properly for the first time. You've grown, he said quietly. So much. The wind carried their silence, the weight of years between them fading away under the warmth of home. She looked up, blinking away the last of her tears. Really? Lewin grinned. Nah, still just a little one. The sky above had cleared, a deep, calm blue stretching endlessly overhead. Turning to his father, he said, Call everyone. We got a lot to catch up on. That night, the family gathered around the table. The warm glow of lanterns filled the room as Lewin began to speak, telling them everything. The battles, the journeys, the victories. His sister wiped her eyes. You've been through so much, she whispered. A woman beside her nodded. You've overcome so many hardships. We're all proud of you, Lewin. Across the table, Mr. Beggins shifted uncomfortably, his voice low. So, you really met the crown prince? And won that big competition? Lewin smiled faintly. Yeah, I did. Though 2 months had passed, in their quiet village, the news still felt fresh, like it had just happened yesterday. One of the villagers held up a letter. That's why the ruling family sent this. Even the nobles can't stop talking about you. Lewin smiled to himself. I wanted to be the one to tell them first. Then his uncle leaned forward, tone serious. There's something you need to know. But before he could continue, another man interrupted sharply. Let's not bring that up. Lewin frowned. He heard it clearly, but didn't understand. His uncle insisted. No, he deserves to know. This concerns him too. That made Lewin pause. The air in the room shifted. He looked at his father. If I hear it from someone else first, he said quietly, I'll be disappointed. His father sighed heavily, rubbing his face. There's no easy way to say this. He glanced at the stack of letters piled beside them. As I mentioned before, he said, we've been flooded with letters. Every one of them, about you. Most were filled with praise and promises. Generous donations to their land. Lavish offers of positions and wealth, all claiming to honor him. His sister and the woman exchanged uneasy glances. But, his father continued, there's one matter we couldn't ignore. Lewin's gaze hardened. What matter? His father hesitated. Then, finally, he spoke a name. Monzo. He exhaled, eyes closing for a moment. They're using your name to pressure our family. Monzo, the great trade city, and the only route connecting their territory to the outer regions. Almost everything flowed through its markets. Lewin's expression sharpened. They're forcing our hand, offering to buy our goods at a fraction of their value. His father nodded grimly. Exactly. In exchange, they want you to serve as a mage protecting Monzo. It wasn't an offer. It was a threat. If Lewin refused, Monzo could choke the Ardle family's trade overnight. Head, standing nearby, rubbed his forehead. At this rate, we'll be broke before winter. His father nodded solemnly. We still haven't found a way around it. Later, Lewin stood outside, looking over his village. He heard laughter and chatter from the fields. This year's harvest is our best yet, someone cheered. The young master's going to love it. And the goat milk, another said proudly. It's top quality this time. Lewin closed his eyes, listening quietly. Then from somewhere behind him, a whisper, "What goes around comes around." He glanced down at his gloves, the ones forged from the chieftain's tooth. Power hummed faintly through them. "Monzo's been calling for me." Huh. He murmured, a small smile forming. "Then maybe it's time I answered." Lewin approached his horse. Someone hurried up beside him, pressing a bundle into his hands. "Some dried meat and water for the road," the man said. "Be careful out there." Lewin nodded. "Thanks." His uncle stepped forward, guilt in his eyes. "I hate to burden you like this, especially right after you came home." Lewin shook his head. "Don't. This is what I should be doing. My duty, as the next lord." His uncle said nothing, only watching as Lewin adjusted the reins. Then, as he swung himself into the saddle, the older man called out, "Don't let your father's efforts be wasted." Lewin turned, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Mr. Beggins stepped closer. "The Lord, your father, he's done everything he could to hold this land together. He even covered Monzo's losses himself. No one outside this family knows how close we came to collapse." Lewin froze for a moment, the words hitting harder than he expected. That peaceful life everyone enjoyed, it was all built on his father's quiet sacrifices. He lowered his gaze. "I'm ashamed," he said softly, "for the things I used to think." His uncle frowned. "What things?" Lewin exhaled slowly. "I used to wonder why he just endured everything. Why he let others take advantage of him." He sat back in the saddle, eyes distant. "I thought I could fix it all myself. But when I really think about it, it's more than one person can carry." He paused, staring toward the far hills. "Since I was a kid, I've known no one protects this land like my father does. No one loves it more." The older man stood silently beside him. Then Lewin reached in his cloak and pulled out a small box. "Give this to him." His uncle looked confused. "What is it?" Lewin opened the lid. Golden light glimmered inside. Stacks of coins, solid, heavy, and real. "It's 10,000 in gold," Lewin said. "My prize money from the Grand Festival. I want him to use it however it's needed most." Mr. Beggins blinked. 10,000. What for? Lewin met his eyes. "To buy land. We need to stop relying on Monzo's trade routes. It's time the Ardal territory stood on its own." Mr. Beggins rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "A solid idea, but land's not easy to come by right now. No one's selling." Lewin's voice hardened. "Then maybe we take it." The man looked startled. "Take it? How?" "There are unclaimed zones, monster-infested lands," Lewin said, eyes narrowing. "The Wolf Hills, the Shining Plains, mud people have settled there. If we clear them out, the land's ours." Mr. Beggins raised an eyebrow. "That's bold." Lewin nodded. "Use the gold to hire mercenaries. Clean out the territory, turn it into farmland, and lease it later. We'll rebuild our economy from the ground up." Mr. Beggins sighed, rubbing his temples. "If we can hire mercenaries for a decent price, this could actually work." Lewin adjusted his cloak, pulling the reins tight. "Then I'll leave the planning to you and father. For now, I've got business elsewhere." With a sharp command, he spurred the horse forward. Dust rose behind him as he rode off toward the horizon. The trade city of Monzo, the beating heart of the Southern Kingdom's economy. Every grain, every gem, every coin passed through its gates. Its ruler? Edgar, a man wrapped in rumors and contradictions. Some said he bought his title. Others swore he once led the infamous Walp gang. Lewin frowned as he neared the towering gates. In other words, he thought, anything could happen here. The guards glanced up as the young mage approached on horseback. The road dust swirled around his boots as he dismounted, eyes fixed on the city before him. Lewin Ardal had arrived in Monzo. At the gate of Monzo's lord's mansion, Lewin reined in his horse. The steel of his voice cut through the air. "I'm Lewin Ardal, young master of the Ardal family. Is your lord in?" The knight standing guard frowned immediately. "Ugh, Ardal again," he muttered under his breath. Another guard leaned on his spear, rolling his eyes. "Why do they always come whining when they don't get what they want?" "That's what I'm saying," the first knight sneered. "Just a spoiled brat. Doesn't even know how to beg properly." The guards burst out laughing. Lewin closed his eyes for a moment. Same thing. Every time. How many times had his father been forced to endure this? He dismounted without a word. The knight's tone turned mocking. "If you're so desperate, go find the lord yourself. They'll throw you out anyway." As Lewin stepped forward, the knight added with a smirk. "But this time's different, huh? Got a little more fire in you." Lewin said nothing. But this wasn't the same as before. He wasn't here as a student anymore. He was here as the son of the Ardal family. And he wouldn't, accept this kind of treatment as normal. His hands tightened into fists. The knight noticed. "What now? Planning to fight?" Lewin's gaze snapped up, sharp as glass. "Yeah, time someone taught you manners." Before anyone could move, he grabbed the knight by the collar and shoved him aside. The man stumbled back, crashing into the wall. The others froze. "Who the hell does he think he is?" one shouted. Then a calm voice called from behind them. "The champion of the Grand Festival, I presume." Lewin turned to see a man in a fine coat approaching with a measured smile. "Ah," the man said, his tone amused. "The next generation, mage himself. So it's true, you're Lewin Ardal." Lewin met his gaze. "And you must be Lord Edgar." The man gave an exaggerated bow, his movements theatrical. The one and only. It's an honor to welcome someone of your standing to our humble little city. He chuckled lightly, but Lewin didn't return the smile. If you're embarrassed, Lewin said flatly, then keep your head down. I had to come here personally. The least you can do is show some respect. The humor vanished from Edgar's face. Slowly, he straightened, adjusting his hat with deliberate calm. You're more direct than I expected. Then, smirking faintly, he added, well, if that's how you want to play it, I'll respond properly. No pretense. Lewin shrugged. Suit yourself, but you might want to retrain your guards. Edgar's eyebrow twitched. And what exactly did my men do? Lewin's tone sharpened. They treated my family like criminals. That earns a warning. Behind him, the guards groaned on the ground where he'd left them. Edgar's jaw clenched as his eyes flicked toward their battered forms. Lewin met his glare head on. You don't mind, do you? Edgar forced a laugh, but there was venom behind it. If they're your subordinates now, handle them however you like. Under his breath, he muttered, how dare he touch my people? Lewin slipped on his gloves with a faint rustle. So, this is how it's going to be then. He turned. Then, without warning, struck the nearest guard across the chest. The impact sent the man flying, armor screeching as he skidded across the marble floor. The hall fell silent. For the first time, the Lord of Monzo realized. This wasn't a negotiation. Lewin Ardle hadn't come to talk. He'd come to remind them who they were dealing with. Inside the manor, a strange animal figurine caught Lewin Ardle's attention. Dozens of grotesque monster sculptures filled the room, arranged like a private menagerie. Isn't it something? A servant commented nearby. He collects these little beasts. They're unsettling, Lewin replied. Bilkos Monzo took his seat across from him. Everyone has different tastes, he said. Lewin looked around the room, then lowered his gaze. The sculptures seemed intended to intimidate. You brought me here to scare me, he observed. Monzo poured tea into a delicate cup. This is Paris, rare tea from the southern provinces. Try it. Lewin remained still for a moment, then accepted the cup. He sipped and set it down. So, what is this drink really, he asked. Monzo's voice was measured. You think I'd poison you? I'm not here to make an enemy. He added, I hope we could be friends. Lewin looked up. Do friends start by threatening each other? Threats? Monzo said. No, that was a proposal. A generous one. The words that followed were blunt. A proposal? You called it your scheme to drag Ardle into ruin. Monzo's tone shifted. If you refuse my hand, the prices for Ardle's goods will stay exactly where they are. Dirt cheap. Lewin replied. You do better to return the prices to where they were. Silence filled the room for a beat. Monzo spoke again. Listen, boy. You're from the backwaters. You don't understand how things work. He rose. You think you could just walk away? The one who should kneel here is you. Knight stepped forward, forming a line around Lewin Ardle. Monzo continued. Student from the Magic Academy can't use magic during the holidays, right? The guards closed in. Let me give you a lesson in humility, he said. Lewin's thought was simple. He had expected no mercy. Monzo pointed and shouted. Kill him. I'll turn his corpse into a centerpiece for my gallery. Lewin answered, flat and steady. You want to turn me into a trophy? You're crazier than I thought. Bear leaned closer and muttered. Yeah. The guy's completely insane. Lewin Ardle's gaze stayed locked on Bilkos Monzo. Cold. Unforgiving. Just another spoiled brat drowning in wealth. Nothing more. Then, he moved. In a flash, Lewin surged forward. Let's see how you handle this. Something flicked through the air. His lips curled. Catch. The guard barely had time to flinch before he was hurled backward like a rag doll. The room exploded into chaos as Lewin cut through one knight after another. Swift, precise, unstoppable. He raised his hand. Let me show you something real. The ground trembled beneath their feet. It's all recorded. Lewin said, his voice echoing through the hall. The chieftain's will. As long as I draw breath. The first chieftain of the heavenly mountain fights beside me. A radiant spirit flared to life above him. Its blazing form mirroring every move he made. Bilko stumbled back, eyes wide. What is that? What have you done? Fire whirled around Lewin like a living storm. The heat rippled out, stretching as far as an ogre's reach. Behind him, a colossal fire beast took shape. Gasps filled the hall. He's serious. He can still use magic. Lewin's tone was cool, almost casual. Even on vacation. The knights froze where they stood. That pressure, it's suffocating. They say anyone who stands before the leader's aura faces their deepest fears. One night broke. We'll die if we stay. The panic spread like wildfire. Everyone out. Run. Lewin watched them flee, a faint grin playing on his lips. You really think running will help? He stepped forward, and the world erupted. Explosive burn, mama. The explosion shook the building, fire bursting through every doorway. Screams filled the air as guards and servants scattered in a frenzy. Hurry. Don't look back. Amid the chaos, Bilkos Monzo clutched his head. No. My collection. My life's work. That portrait. 2,000 gold. Lewin's voice came from behind him, low and sharp. You got time to cry over paintings? The flames licked up the walls, devouring everything in their path. Lewin stepped closer. You should be worrying about yourself. Fire consumed the room in a deafening roar. Hands on his hips, Lewin spoke over the chaos. Here's the deal. Restore Artel's trade rates. Then pay us 10 times the damages you've caused. His eyes met Bilko's. Do we have an understanding? Bilko's trembled, sweat dripping down his face. T10-fold? You can't be serious. Lewin nodded once. I am. Bring it now. Broken, Bilko's collapsed. Why yes, right away. Later, outside the burning estate, Lewin mounted his horse with a quiet sigh. That's that. A small smile crept across his face. Can't wait to see father's reaction when he hears we solved the trade issue. He turned his horse toward El, but the moment he arrived, his expression shifted. Someone was waiting for him. Irene Prius. She stood there, smiling. Been a while, hasn't it? 2 months earlier. Lewin Artel leaned back, hands laced behind his head. Man, this is starting to drag. It was fun at first, but now I just want to head home. Irene Prius raised an eyebrow. Home? You mean that quiet little place, Artel? Lewin turned toward her, but before he could respond, she crossed her arms with a teasing smile. I'm just relieved the banquet didn't end in chaos, Irene Prius said with a light sigh. For a moment, I thought someone was going to ruin everything. Lewin Artel rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, about that. Sorry. His gaze dropped. I just couldn't let it go. They weren't only mocking the students, they dragged my name into it too. Irene laughed softly. Is Artel really that impressive? Lewin lifted a hand, his voice full of pride. Of course it is. Peaceful, quiet, like the world stops for a bit. You should see it for yourself someday. Really? She teased, smiling. Don't take that back later. Lewin chuckled. Wouldn't dream of it. But inside, he sighed. Didn't think she'd actually take me up on that offer. Back home, the mood couldn't have been more different. His sister sat across from him, arms crossed, eyes sharp. So, she began icily. You want to explain yourself? Lewin blinked. Explain what? Her eyes flared, heat flickering around her. What's your relationship with her? Is she your lover? Where did you even meet her? Start talking. From the hallway, a whisper floated through the air. She volunteered right away to show Lady Irene around. Didn't even hesitate. Watching the tension unfold, Lewin froze in his seat. Ah, so that's what this is about. He gave a weak laugh. Come on, isn't this a good thing? His sister leaned forward. I'm not letting you vanish again, Lewin. Not after 6 years. Across the table, Head grinned. So, she's not your girlfriend, right? You can tell me. Lewin shot him a flat look. Nope, can't. Head let out an exaggerated sigh. Figures. Lewin sat quietly after that, unsure why her words, and that question, left an ache he couldn't quite explain. Then their father's voice cut through the tension. Enough. Let's move on to official matters. The door creaked open. Mr. Beggins stepped in, placing a small box on the table. Thanks, Head said, reaching for it. But the older man pushed it back gently. I can't accept this. Lewin looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? Mr. Beggins sat down, his expression calm. That gold belongs to you, not to Artel. Lewin frowned. But, aren't you part of Artel too? Head spoke before Beggins could answer. Of course he is. He's part of its heart. But he's also responsible for more than just this land. Lewin lowered his eyes, saying nothing. He understood. The refusal wasn't out of pride. It came from loyalty. Responsibility. Still hurt. Why does it feel like everyone's deciding things without me? He finally looked up. No, I gave that gold for Artel's sake. That's where it stays. Mr. Beggins blinked. You're doing exactly what I've been doing. The old man chuckled, scratching his head. Guess the young master finally figured out how I've been keeping El running. Out of my own pocket. Head folded his hands, his tone calm but firm. From now on, talk to me first before making decisions like this. No more acting alone. Mr. Beggins nodded. Understood. Head's voice softened, though his eyes remained steady. Whatever your intentions, I can't accept this gold. Not yet. I'm not ready to hand over the weight of this estate. Holding up the small leather bag, Lewin Artel's father let out a chuckle. I've still got 3,600 gold left. That's Artel's money. Honestly earned. Getting our hands on it again. Feels like digging up buried treasure. Lewin blinked. 3,600? But I gave you 3 times that. Mr. Beggins gave a helpless shrug. And I told you. He won't take the rest. Don't even bother bringing up new territory expansions. That topic's been shut down completely. Lewin frowned. Why is he being so stubborn about it? Mr. Beggins sighed. The kind that came from years of trying. Because once our Lord decides something, that's it. I stopped arguing ages ago. Lewin fell quiet, staring at the table. Mr. Beggins gave a weary grin. That's just who he is. Silence lingered for a moment. Then Lewin stood, a faint smile flickering across his face. Outside the room, 2 familiar figures waited. The moment they saw him, both straightened in surprise. Lewin opened his arms with a grin. So how was the tour? His sister smirked and gave a teasing wink. I'll leave you two to it. Have fun. As she walked off, Irene Prius smiled faintly. You should really spend more time with her. She's actually pretty sweet. Lewin tilted his head. What's that look for? Irene turned away quickly. Nothing. I just say strange things sometimes. He chuckled. Then how about a walk? Maybe you'll say a few more. They started down the path together. Your sister's quite something, Irene said, her tone light. I'd love to have a little sister like her. Lewin smiled. I'm glad you two got along. She glanced sideways. But you seem a bit distracted. Something on your mind. He gave a small grin. That obvious. Then his tone softened. As the heir to Ardle, I keep thinking about how to actually help the territory. I want to make a difference, but I still don't know how. His thoughts drifted. The grand festival prize money, the compensation from Bilkos Monzo, together, 40,000 gold. His father had told him he could use it however he pleased. But even with all that freedom, his heart kept circling back to Ardle. What more could I do for this land? Then, something clicked. He blinked, realizing something so simple he'd nearly missed it. Wait, she traveled all the way here, and I never even asked how. He turned to her. Hey Irene, how'd you get here anyway? Ardle's pretty far out. You must have had a rough trip. She smiled lightly. Not really. It only took me 2 days from Ran. 2 days. Lewin stopped, eyebrows raised. It was a throwaway question, but her answer hit him like a spark. Irene pointed toward the horizon. Once you get past that mountain range, Ardle's practically right there. And just like that, everything fell into place. His mind ignited. The southern mountains. That stretch of rugged, monster-filled terrain. Technically part of Ardle, but left untouched for generations. Dangerous, yes, but strategically placed. Right near Lake It, close to the Renich Empire. That's it. The idea burned bright in his mind. The kind of realization that changes everything. What if we open a trade route through the southern mountains? Lewin Ardle pressed his palm to his forehead, thinking it through. If Ardle connected with major regions like Monzo, the estate could stand on its own. We'd be the only southern estate with a direct path to Renich. He stared at the horizon, the idea settling into place. Why hadn't I seen this before? This could change everything. Without warning, he took Irene Prius's hands. You just gave me the answer I've been looking for. She stepped back. Huh? Lewin turned away, already moving. We'll see each other again. Irene watched him go, a small smile on her face. He really is something else. Back at the table, Head leaned back and muttered, Impossible. Lewin blinked. What is? We already tried, Head said. All 8 merchant guilds in L rejected it. Lewin stared. They refused? What? They didn't see any profit in Ardle. Head replied plainly. Mr. Beggins raised a hand. Even the Lord knew this route could be a game changer for our estate. But no one believed it, Head added. Lewin sat silent for a moment, then spoke. Things have changed. A lot. We may be small, but we're growing. A resolve formed in his mind. Just because the guild said no once doesn't mean we stop. Something this promising is worth fighting for. He tilted his head. Who knows? Maybe if the offer came from the winner of the great festival, the guilds would see it differently. Head paused, then exhaled. You're right. And since you handled Lord Bilkos Monzo, there's no reason to hold you back. He waved a hand. All right, go give it a try. Lewin nodded. Thanks. I won't waste a chance. As he stepped outside, a voice called from behind him. So, you're heading to it lake now. Irene Prius stood there, arms crossed. Looks like we're in the same boat, Mr. Illegal. Lewin froze. Wait, what? You do realize you crossed Ardle's border without permission, right? She said. He frowned. You mean you did? Yep, that's illegal. Lewin straightened. You went alone? Through abandoned territory? That's insanely dangerous. Irene shrugged. Says the guy who broke into a dorm and used wild tactics in a tournament. Lewin opened his mouth. That's different. I still won every round. She tilted her head. So when you do it, it's genius. When I do it, it's reckless. He sighed internally and faced her. I'm heading deeper in. Then I'm coming too, she said. I've already gone illegal. Might as well see it through. Together, they set out toward it lake, venturing deep into the unforgiving southern mountains. The path was brutal. Steep cliffs, tangled woods, and trails that vanished beneath their feet. The map was useless, and even the compass spun aimlessly in the magnetic haze of the peaks. After hours of wandering, Irene sighed. At this rate, we'll end up walking in circles. Lewin nodded, frowning. Then we'll try something else. They resorted to search magic, a spell refined to detect humanoid forms. It was risky, forbidden even. Halfway through the chant, Lewin suddenly froze. Wait, aren't we banned from using magic outside the academy? Irene didn't even pause. I could just use the compass instead. Lewin smirked. No, we're in this together. Besides, you already broke one rule when you crossed Ardle's border. She smiled faintly. Fair enough. The spell's light spread across the rocks, pulsing, searching. But what it found wasn't what they expected. The signal spiked. Lewin's expression hardened. Those aren't humans. A second later, the ground trembled. An explosion ripped through the air. Get down. Lewin shouted, diving aside. They were surrounded. Massive, snarling shapes emerging from the smoke. Werewolves, Irene muttered. They fought back to back, blades flashing under the moonlight. Every strike only drove more of the beasts to frenzy. Then Lewin caught sight of it. The Alpha, towering above the rest, silver fur glinting like steel. That one, he yelled. Take down the leader. They focused everything on the Alpha's weak points, forcing it back step by step. When the final blow landed, the creature howled, collapsing in a burst of silver flame. Silence followed. Something shimmered where the Alpha fell. A silver medallion, glowing faintly in the dust. Lewin bent to pick it up. The markings pulsed beneath his fingertips. Quest received. The silver werewolf's medallion. calamity of the southern mountains. Proof of the Alpha's defeat. Objective. Find someone who values the medallion. Reward. Unknown. Lewin stared at it, lost in thought. What does this mean? They pressed on, following the mountain's trail until the land leveled out. No more monsters. No more attacks. Just the sound of waves in the distance. By dusk, the city came into view. Irene stopped, her eyes reflecting the sunset over the water. Looks like we finally made it. Before them stood a lake. A vast city-state built where 8 enormous lakes met the sea. Bridges and canals gleamed with golden light. Ships gliding silently through the mist. Welcome to it, Lake, Irene said. Neutral territory under imperial supervision. No king, no crown, just coin. Here, power didn't belong to nobles or soldiers. It rested in the hands of 8 mighty trade guilds. Together, they ruled under one name, the joint government. In this city, gold was law, and profit was the only truth. Irene turned to him. So what's the plan now? Lewin smiled. We go to the Hall of Gold. That's where the guild representatives meet. If we're negotiating, that's the place. The hall stood at the city's heart, grand and blinding with polished marble. 2 armored knights guarded its gates. One of them stepped forward. Do you have an appointment? Lewin shook his head calmly. No, but I don't mind waiting. Would you like me to deliver a message? The guard asked. If you want to go through proper channels, you'll have to file official documents, the knight said. That could take some time. Lewin Ardle smiled calmly. Then just tell them Lewin Ardle is here. He gestured toward the girl beside him, and Irene Prius as well. The knight blinked, eyes widening. Wait, you're the winner of the great festival. Lewin nodded once. The knight immediately straightened. My apologies, sir. I'll announce you right away. Moments later, the grand doors swung open. As they stepped inside, the hall bathed in warm light. A towering golden statue gleamed in the center. Irene let out a low whistle. Well, they didn't call it the Hall of Gold for nothing. Lewin smirked. Yeah, this place makes out look like a storage shed. The guards led them forward to a massive set of doors. You may enter. Lewin took a deep breath. Stay calm. You're not here to beg. You're here to build something. He pushed the door open and stepped into the meeting chamber. Thank you for your time, he said, his voice steady. I'm Lewin Ardle. A dozen heads turned. Conversations froze. A hooded man lifted his gaze, eyes narrowing in recognition. I saw him at Altane, someone murmured. He's really the festival champion. Another merchant leaned back in his chair, smirking. So what brings the great next-generation mage to our table? Lewin ignored the tone. Even here, that title follows me. At least they're listening. For now. One of the men at the far end of the table tapped his fingers. If this visit benefits our guild, I'm listening. Another chuckled. Don't get too excited. Let's at least hear the boy out. Lewin met their gazes one by one. I came to discuss trade between Ardle and at Lake. The reaction was immediate. An older merchant pinched the bridge of his nose, unimpressed. The hum of conversation died. From the back of the room, Bear muttered quietly. Looks like you just killed the mood. One man frowned. Ardle. That name rings a bell. Where's that again? Another replied flatly. Southern region. Radian Kingdom territory. A woman tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand. All right. Countryside estate. Fish, sweet potatoes, small trade network. Then she added. Didn't the lord of that estate try negotiating with us before? He did. Another merchant said without hesitation. We turned him down. She looked at him curiously. Why? Because it wasn't worth it. No profit, no point, he said simply. One-sided from the start. Lewin sat there, hands clasped, saying nothing. At the head of the table, the central figure spoke coldly. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Lewin's gaze fell to the polished surface of the table. Merchants to the core. The moment they smell risk, they shut the door. My title means nothing here. To them, I'm just another backwater noble trying to buy favor. The air was thick with indifference. Every look calculated, every silence deliberate. So that's how it is, Lewin thought. They won't even let me speak before dismissing me. Then, slowly, he looked at his hand. Fine. Let's see if they're as uninterested as they claim. Rising to his feet, he spoke clearly. I have to say, it's disappointing. You're ready to turn me away before even hearing my offer. Gasps echoed as he raised his arm. And with a flick of his wrist, a heavy pouch landed on the table with a dull, metallic thud. Gold spilled out in brilliant streams across the wood. Lewin met their stunned faces with a calm grin. 30,000 gold. Consider it proof I'm serious. He leaned forward slightly, his voice sharp and confident. Now, are you more interested in hearing what I have to say? 8 Lake, a thriving city built around its shimmering lakes, stands as a symbol of trade and power. Merchants from every corner of the land come here to strike deals, and the city's 8-member council governs it with both wisdom and cunning. Aslan, hailing from Ardell, arrives from South Mountain, hoping to establish a new trade route. Yet, he quickly realizes that negotiating with 8 Lakes Council is just as thrilling as it is difficult. After enduring fierce battles against monsters on his way here, Lewin's mind is fixed on one goal, expanding Ardell's reach. He questions the council's hesitation to finalize a deal and confidently proposes a bold offer to purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons for Ardell. In return, He wants Ardell's goods to be traded freely within 8 Lake. The representatives exchange stunned looks. The sheer scale of his proposal leaves them speechless. 30,000 gold in weapons is more than a small territory's multi-year budget, even enough to fund a mid-sized city for an entire year. Lewin takes in their reactions calmly. This is exactly what he expected. He remembers the lesson from the Monzo incident. True power draws wealth, and only power can secure lasting peace. Determined to make this trade succeed, he knows that a stable foundation must come first, and this deal is the key. He then asks which of the 8 representatives oversees weapon trading. It's explained that each member of the council manages a different sector, and the one in charge of weapons, iron, ore, flora, fauna, and shipping is Representative 1. Lewin studies him closely. The man appears younger than expected, but there's a weight in his demeanor that speaks of experience beyond his years. Representative 1 narrows his eyes. Why do you need so many weapons? Lewin can't help but notice how youthful the man looks, yet he answers without hesitation. I'm planning a large-scale monster hunt near Ardell. This trade will be our first major step. He continues, clarifying that his initial goal is to establish a permanent trade route between Ardell and 8 Lake. The group gathers around a grand table, as Lewin mentions using the path across South Mountain. One of the older representatives abruptly interrupts, his tone polite but firm. Don't mention that mountain range by name, he warns. Lewin blinks in surprise, glancing around. The mood in the room shifts instantly, tension thickening the air. Irene senses it too. She looks around uneasily and asks what's wrong, but even Lewin isn't sure why everyone seems so afraid of South Mountain. Lewin's gaze lingers on the old man, confusion flickering in his eyes. He doesn't yet understand what's happening, but something tells him these people know exactly who's responsible. Their pale faces give it away. Suddenly, Representative 1 speaks up again, his voice sharper. You're not planning to cross South Mountain, are you? That's impossible. A demon lives there. Lewin pauses. A demon? Could that really be true? Then, with unwavering calm, he replies, I crossed that mountain range myself, last night. Representative 1's face twists in disbelief. Lies. That's impossible, he shouts. Lewin doesn't flinch. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small object, holding it up for all to see. Then tell me this. How do you explain what I found there? Silence falls over the room. The representative's anger fades as his eyes lock on the object, his expression tightening as realization dawns. Lewin slowly revealed another object, a silver token engraved with a werewolf's name. He lifted it slightly, his tone calm, but piercing. Is this the demon you spoke of? The representative froze. His breath caught, and his fists clenched tight. Where did you get that? He stammered, his voice trembling. Before Lewin could answer, the air shimmered. A glowing message appeared before him. Quest complete. He had earned the respect of the Valtry's family. It confirmed everything. What he'd gone through wasn't a dream or illusion. The representative, now clearly shaken, sank back in her seat, murmuring softly, It's finally over. 3 days later, Lewin and Representative 1 were walking side by side along a quiet mountain path. Representative 1, now revealed to be Cecilia Valtry's, spoke first. Sorry for making you wait, she said. Lewin smiled. It's perfectly fine. Cecilia's gaze drifted toward the mountain peaks. I never thought I'd set foot here again, she said quietly. My heart still feels heavy, but this time, it's different. She paused, her expression softening. The calamity that took my father is gone, and it's all thanks to you, Lewin. He shook his head lightly. I just happened to pass through at the right time. Cecilia took a deep breath. If we build a proper road through South Mountain, we can open a direct trade route from Ardell all the way to the Western Sand Kingdom. Iota. It would save both time and money, no longer needing to detour through the central region. She added that the Valtry's family would help construct the road. Lewin considered her words carefully. Their relationship had begun with a weapon deal, but this, a permanent trade route, was far greater. He also understood that the cost of such a project would normally fall on him. But if the Valtry's family was willing to share the burden, it was an incredible advantage. Finally, he asked, So, you're accepting my proposal? Cecilia smiled warmly. Of course. And one more thing. Any goods produced in Ardell will be purchased at prices above the 8 Lake market rate. Lewin's eyes widened slightly. Paying more than market value was rare. Merchants seldom acted out of generosity. Cecilia continued, her tone sincere. The Valtry's family believes that gratitude and trust should always be repaid, especially to those who've helped us. Lewin's lips curved into a smile. He extended his hand. Then I look forward to working with you. Their handshake sealed the deal. The partnership with 8 Lake was official, and Lewin felt genuine relief. Everything had gone far better than expected. He couldn't wait to share the good news with his people and his father. As they continued down the mountain path, Lewin glanced at Cecilia. You've become remarkably strong, even without your father, he said. From behind them, Irene spoke up with a small laugh. Oh, are you getting sentimental now? Cecilia's eyes glistened faintly. I understand what he means, she said quietly. I've been through something similar. Lewin chuckled. Well, when you visit Ardell again, you'll see how much it's changed. It's more vibrant than ever. Cecilia smiled faintly. You really love your hometown, don't you? He nodded. Of course. Doesn't everyone? Her expression softened, her voice barely above a whisper. Not everyone. I wish I could feel that way. Lewin looked at her curiously. Then maybe one day, you'll invite me to your hometown, and I'll help you see it in a new light. Although Lewin spoke with excitement, Irene only responded with a calm. Who knows? He could tell she didn't want to talk about it any further. But deep down, Lewin was sure that one day, he'd set foot in Froyus no matter what. The scene shifted to the village, bathed in sunlight that rippled softly across the fields. Inside, tension brewed as Lewin's father raised his voice, demanding what they meant by offering a price higher than the market rate. One of the gentlemen explained that they'd even taken on the responsibility of opening the new trade route. Before anyone could respond, a little girl yelled at them angrily, asking if they had already reserved separate rooms at the inn. Lewin quickly covered her mouth just as she sneezed, then turned to his father and said calmly, Celicia Valtrais made all those promises herself. The gentleman was taken aback. That cold-blooded representative of Valtrais actually paid off her debt. Incredible. Lewin nodded. We'll need some time to prepare everything. It'll take 3 months to produce the weapons, and the road through South Mountain will start construction this month. Listening quietly, his father couldn't help but smile with pride. A direct trade route through the Empire and Ardell. This could finally bring us prosperity. He looked at Lewin with warmth. You've grown into a fine man. I'm proud of what you've accomplished. Lewin smiled and asked, Then, father, will you trust me with one more thing? His father hesitated. What is it? This, Lewin said, his voice steady, is Ardell's lifeline. It's the wish of our people. His father's expression changed as memories flooded back. Then there's one more thing, he said softly. Your mother's revenge. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to the Crimson Plain Hunt, a day soaked in blood and regret. He stared at Lewin, unable to speak, as the weight of the past returned to haunt him. On Lewin Ardell's 6th birthday, a day meant for joy turned into a nightmare. His peaceful village was engulfed in flames as the mudmen from the Crimson Plains attacked, burning everything in their path. The villagers ran for their lives, but not everyone escaped. Among the fallen was his mother. Years later, Ruin stood before her portrait in the hall, trying to recall her gentle smile. His father, standing beside him, fought back tears as memories of that tragic day surfaced. The day Mrs. Ardell gave her life to protect her son. Even as a child, Ruin had made a silent vow. He would grow stronger, strong enough to make sure no one else suffered the same fate. Now, as the young Lord of Ardell, he devoted himself to that promise. Under his command, the people trained relentlessly, learning to fight with spears and stand their ground. The nightmare of the past had forged an unbreakable resolve in them all. When Lewin arrived at the village with her, she immediately noticed a change in the air, the discipline, the spirit. Lewin smiled. This is all thanks to everyone's effort. The whole village is growing stronger together. She looked around, intrigued. It feels different. Who's been training them? Lewin replied, Okolar, or as they call him now, Flash. Once a frontline warrior, now the one who strengthens our defenses. Lewin mentioned another name with a faint smile. And of course, Sir Bolvar Peyton, the pride of Ardell. They still talk about his legendary strike during the Mudmen invasion. 5 Mudmen, down in a single swing. He chuckled lightly. Funny thing though, he seems to like fishing rods more than spears these days. As Lewin watched the soldiers training, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Lewin, there you are. Turning around, Lewin raised an eyebrow. Something wrong. Sir Bolvar approached, his usual grin in place. Lewin greeted him warmly, saying it had been a while, and that he planned to stop by once the training was over. Bolvar waved it off. No need to wait. It's nearly done anyway. He clasped Lewin's hand firmly. You've really caused a stir this time, Bolvar laughed. Winning the grand tournament, and now leading the hunt? Quite the rise. And who's this with you? Before Lewin could reply, Irene stepped forward with a polite smile. I'm Irene. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Bolvar. Bolvar's grin widened as he looked between them. Ah, so that's how it is. Making waves everywhere. Are we, Lord Lewin? Lewin scratched the back of his neck, clearly a little embarrassed, while everyone around them shared a good laugh. Irene remembered learning about Bolvar during her nightly exhibition classes for the children of 11. Watching the estate knights train with their spears, she had realized that Bolvar wasn't just any instructor. He was extraordinary. Later that day, she brought it up. You know, she said, I've heard stories about the spear knight of the Ledian kingdom, a man who vanished at 30 after countless victories. Bolvar chuckled quietly. You've been reading too many legends. But everyone knew the truth. Sir Bolvar Peyton was that very man. The one who once cut down more than 10 high-ranking mages from the Pernan Confederation in a single battle. When Lewin found out, he felt a twinge of disappointment. You never mentioned any of that, he said. Bolvar just shrugged. You never asked. There was a moment of silence between them. Lewin unsure what to say. Bolvar as calm as ever. Then Bolvar looked him straight in the eye. You, of all people, should know me best. I'm not just some fisherman or old soldier. But if that's all people remember, that's fine too. Later, by the river, Bolvar sat quietly with a fishing rod in hand, the water rippling softly under the moonlight. He thought back to when Lewin was a boy, how he used to take him on walks down this very path. Watching Lewin now, grown and resolute, filled him with quiet pride. "I'm just a simple man living by the hill, enjoying his day's fishing," he said with a smile. "Isn't that enough to know?" Lewin lowered his head slightly. "I wasn't thinking clearly," he admitted. "You're right. I know you better than anyone." Bolvar nodded. "Good." Then, in his usual easy tone, he added, "I was helping the young lady with her swordsmanship today. Care to join us?" Lewin grinned. "Gladly. I'd like to watch." "No," Bolvar interrupted, smirking. "I'm in a spar." Lewin clarified. Bolvar blinked. "Pardon." The scene shifted. A title flashed across the screen. The mightiest melee magician. Night had fallen, and the air felt charged with anticipation. In the dim light of the training grounds, Sir Bolvar Peyton stood across from a blue-haired fighter, both gripping wooden swords. Their blades crossed with a sharp crack. A quiet night, a single spark, and the promise of something extraordinary about to begin. She spoke about the girl's talent. At just 12, her swordsmanship was already impressive. Our hero agreed, genuinely amazed. Her sword balance was flawless, her steps steady, signs of a strong foundation built through hard work and discipline. Later, they observed Sir Bolvar's fighting style. He wielded a wooden sword, using only his left hand, yet every move carried precision and control. No flashy spear techniques, just pure, refined skill. When the spar ended, Sir Bolvar lowered his sword and smiled. "That's enough for today." He turned to Lewin. "Tell me, young master, did you see that? The young lady's improvement is so great that even I can hardly keep up." Lewin nodded proudly. "My sister's remarkable." The hero added with a grin. "She's earned it. She's worked harder than anyone." Bolvar laughed. "Then it's your turn to be recalled, young master. Remember, when you were 9, you'd charge at me with wooden swords every day. Even a mage should know how to fight knight." Lewin smiled faintly at the memory, but noticed something different now. Bolvar's movements were sharper than ever. "You've gotten faster," he remarked. Bolvar paused for a moment, then nodded. "Perhaps I wasn't thinking clearly before. I appreciate the observation." "Curious," Lewin asked. "Back in your prime, how skilled were you compared to the knights of today?" Bolvar thought for a moment, then said, "It's been 50 years since I retired. Hard to compare now." Lewin mentioned Sir Glulter Pirani, the only 6-star knight in the eastern Ledian region, recalling how Glulter had once guided him in martial arts. "He was unbelievably strong," Lewin said. Bolvar chuckled softly. "I remember him. When I left the Order 20 years ago, I was a 7-star knight." Lewin's eyes widened. 7 stars? That's practically the strongest rank in the kingdom. Bolvar shrugged. At that time, it was... The weight of that statement left Lewin deep in thought. His own swordsmanship still frustrated him. Bruised and tired, he questioned his abilities, until suddenly, a glowing notification appeared before his eyes. Quest: How to face a knight. He had only 3 days to master the techniques of blocking, dodging, and counterattacking. The reward: a powerful skill known as Steelbreaker. It was unlike anything he'd faced before. All his practice had been with wooden swords, but this training, this was next level. There was a sense that he might soon face Sir Bolvar himself, and that thought both terrified and excited him. Irene spoke up, her tone serious. "You know, Sir Bolvar is the only knight in the entire Ledian kingdom who ever competed in a royal tournament. Getting trained by him, that's something only a handful could dream of." Lewin understood how rare this opportunity was, but doubt crept in. What if he failed? Irene reassured him. "You're getting lessons from 7-star knight. Don't waste it." Before Lewin could respond, Sir Bolvar appeared, arms crossed and eyes sharp. "That look on your face," he said. "Determined, are we?" Lewin gripped his wooden sword tighter. "Yes. I only have 3 days left. I'm not stopping until I get it right." Bolvar smirked. "Good. Then let's begin." A new quest notification shimmered before him. This time, the challenge was clear. He had to block, dodge, and counterattack a set number of times before time ran out. The reward, it said, was a powerful ability called Steel Destruction. The countdown had begun. Lewin stood barefoot on the worn wooden deck, his sword raised, facing Sir Bolvar once again. The faint glow of a countdown shimmered above him, numbers slowly ticking down toward 0. For a moment, he wondered if this training held a deeper purpose. Each strike tested his endurance. Each block rattled his arms. Sir Bolvar's calm voice cut through the air, pointing out weaknesses in his stance and timing. Lewin gritted his teeth, adjusting, adapting. The clock ticked mercilessly, but with every clash of wood against wood, he could feel himself growing sharper, faster, stronger. Hours passed, and the digital counter now displayed less than a day remaining. Sweat streamed down Lewin's face as Sir Bolvar delivered one final, powerful strike. Lewin barely managed to hold his ground. His breath came in short bursts, and with a weary smile, he muttered, "Task complete." Sir Bolvar gave a small nod of approval. "Good. Your progress, it's finally showing." As the sky shifted into soft hues of dawn, the two stood amidst the quiet aftermath of their training. The air was still, save for the rhythmic sound of their breathing. "Master," Lewin asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Are you all right? Balver's grip on his sword didn't waver. I can still continue, he said simply. They stepped off the deck onto the training grounds, swords once more at the ready. Bolvar glanced toward the horizon where the first rays of light broke through. No need to push too far, he said evenly. The dawn's already here. Lewin hesitated. He'd sparred endlessly these past days, yet one goal still eluded him. The condition that defined his quest, landing a critical strike. He looked up at the fading countdown, feeling the weight of the moment. After staying awake all night, he realized that even if this challenge was impossible, landing a decisive blow against the 7-star knight, he couldn't stop now. Not when he'd come this far. His heart raced. The timer was running out. Then, voices cut through the early morning air. His family had arrived. Lewin, his younger sister shouted, running up the path. Did you seriously stay up all night again? Her tone was equal parts scolding and worried. Behind her, their father watched silently, arms crossed. The family's loyal attendant followed close behind, whispering to himself. Why does the young master push himself this hard? Anna cupped her hands around her mouth. Lewin, that's enough. You have limits. Take a break already. Lewin exhaled deeply, his hands tightening on his wooden sword. Just 30 more minutes, he said without looking back. Their father gave a small nod. 30 minutes, he agreed quietly. That will do. They all stayed where they were, watching. Lewin knew the truth. 30 minutes wasn't enough to achieve anything miraculous. But still, he had to try. He drove the tip of his sword into the ground, the sound echoing across the yard. Sir Bolvar, he called out, his voice sharp and steady. This will be my final attempt. From here on, I'll fight differently. Anna gasped. Lewin, wait. She started forward, but the gentleman beside her rested a hand on her shoulder. Anna, he said softly. Let him be. Across the field, Sir Bolvar raised his head, eyes narrowing slightly. Master, he asked, his tone serious. Are you certain about this? Lewin lifted his sword, his expression unshaken. I am. His voice carried through the crisp morning air. Calm, resolute, certain. He thought back to the countless hours spent sparring with wooden swords. In those days, he had learned something vital. The rhythm of a knight's movements, the flow of their attacks. That understanding was his new weapon. Bolvar tilted his head slightly. You've been training without rest these past nights, he said. It's unusual. Makes me wonder what you're after. Lewin's eyes locked onto his. You've already figured it out, haven't you? Bolvar gave a faint smile. I have. The wind stirred between them, carrying the quiet weight of understanding. Both men knew what this final clash meant. Not just another spar, but the moment Lewin would either surpass his limits or fall short before time ran out. Sir Bolvar lowered his sword slightly and said, For the last 30 minutes, I'll add one more rule. You may use magic against me. Lewin froze, startled by the word magic. Magic? He repeated. Bolvar nodded, a faint smile forming. Yes, let's see what you can really do. I'll be getting a little more serious myself. The moment those words left his lips, Lewin's focus sharpened. He planted his foot firmly, then burst forward, swift as a storm. Without his wooden sword, he'd have to close the distance fast, relying on speed and precision. The closer he got, the lighter his movements felt, his balance improving as he pushed himself beyond his limit. But before he could press in, Sir Bolvar's blade flashed. His wooden sword stopped just inches from Lewin's mouth, close enough to feel the rush of air. His eyes blazed with fierce intensity. Good, Bolvar shouted. That's the spirit. He didn't leave a single gap within the weapon's reach. Every strike was clean, precise, an unbroken wall of skill honed through decades of battle. Lewin's mind raced. Breaking an opponent's weapon won't work here, he realized. Memories of his fight with Doom Prime flooded back. Someone like Sir Bolvar won't fall for that. Bolvar surged forward, wooden sword raised high. His swing came down like a hammer, controlled, powerful, impossible to ignore. Lewin twisted, dodging at the last moment. A streak of green light trailed behind his movement as he countered from an unexpected angle. Bolvar met it calmly, reading every motion, waiting for the smallest mistake. A familiar reminder echoed in Lewin's mind. Don't meet power with power. Redirect it. He shifted his stance, letting the flow guide him. Try to outmaneuver Bolvar's overwhelming strength instead of matching it. Bolvar noticed a change. A solid plan, he said between strikes. But once your pattern's discovered, you'll lose your edge. Keep your distance, or you'll run out of options. Lewin smirked. You're right. My moves are too predictable. His eyes narrowed, defiance flickering through them. But there's something he didn't see coming. A low hum filled the air, then a sudden crack. A burst of energy flared around him. Bolvar's eyes widened. What? Lewin leapt high, his hand glowing bright as magic surged around his arm. The training field erupted in shimmering light, swirling like a cyclone as the power reached its peak. The flash was blinding. The ground trembled. For a heartbeat, everything fell silent. When the light faded, Lewin was on his knees, breathing hard. The wooden sword lay forgotten beside him. Across from him, Sir Bolvar lay on his back, laughing between gasps. I thought you were about to unleash some terrifying spell. he said between chuckles. Instead, you just blinded me with light. Well played. Lewin managed a tired grin. Sorry, Sir Bolvar. That was all I had left. Bolvar waved him off. No need to apologize. You caught me off guard. That's no small feat. Lewin looked down, reflecting quietly. If he'd been fully rested, he thought, I wouldn't have stood a chance. A faint ding echoed in his mind. A glowing message appeared before his eyes. Quest complete. How to fight a knight. He'd done it. Landed a critical strike against the 7-star knight. Reward unlocked. Steel destruction. Cooldown. 3 minutes. Lewin smiled faintly as he caught his breath. It wasn't just a victory. It was proof that all his sleepless nights had meant something. Lewin stood still for a moment, breathing deeply, realizing he'd done it. The quest was complete. He had finally succeeded. Then came a familiar voice, loud and exasperated. Brother, what are you doing? Anna's shout echoed across the training ground. Lewin turned toward her, blinking in surprise. I might have gotten carried away. She ran up, pointing accusingly. Even if it's just sparring, you can't go around slamming Sir Bolvar to the ground. Lewin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. Sir Bolvar, still sitting where he had fallen, waved a hand and chuckled. I'm fine. Don't scold him too much, young lady. The master did well today. He then stretched his arms and sighed in relief. Now that we're done, I could use a nice hot bath. Lewin smiled and offered his hand to help him up. I've already taken too much of your time, Sir Bolvar, but I've learned more than I could have hoped for. Bolvar gripped his hand firmly as he rose. This old man's enjoyed himself too. It's been a good experience for both of us. Lewin nodded quietly, feeling genuine gratitude. Later that day, as they made their way back, Lewin's father called out, Your vacation's nearly over, isn't it? Lewin gave a small nod. Yes, I'll be leaving soon. It takes 10 days on horseback to reach the academy. The thought lingered as he walked through the familiar streets of Ardell. His short break was ending, and the time had come to leave his hometown once again. When they reached the upper terrace, they could see the workers below shouting to one another, urging everyone to move faster so they could finish up and finally enjoy some beer. One of them laughed and promised to drink until morning. Lewin smiled faintly. They're workers from the Valtrais family, he explained. Now that they've set up a base here, Ardell needs all the manpower it can get. He continued, Once the route is complete, we'll transport weapons from Ardell Lake. They'll also handle extermination efforts along the border. And since most of them stay in our inns and eat at our restaurants, Ardell's economy will finally start to grow. He looked around, watching the busy scene unfold, and thought to himself, this marks the beginning of change. Turning to his father, Lewin said, There's one more thing. He handed him a small wooden box. Inside is 12,000 gold. Use it for Ardell. His father immediately shook his head. That's too much, Lewin. I can't. Lewin cut him off with a grin. I kept 400 for myself. Don't start refusing again, father. His father chuckled softly, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. You've really grown. They shared a long embrace, silent, heartfelt, and full of understanding. When the time came to leave, Lewin said his goodbyes to everyone. At the crossroads, he traveled alongside Irene for a while. After some silence, she glanced his way. Were you about to say goodbye? He smiled slightly. Something like that. She nodded. Then I'll say this now. After I graduate, I'll help with the extermination. And when that's done, I'll follow you until I defeat you, Master Lewin. He laughed quietly at her determination, still as bold as ever. They eventually parted ways, both promising to meet again. She really is a strange one, Lewin thought as he watched her go. A week later, after days of travel, he crossed the central border into the eastern region. Unlike the quiet southern lands, this place buzzed with life. Merchants, travelers, soldiers, people coming and going in every direction. Then, a noise caught his attention. A shout, a scuffle. He turned sharply just in time to see a man grab a small girl by the arm, yelling at her harshly. The sound of insults followed, ugly and loud. Lewin's expression darkened. His hands clenched at his sides. What's going on here? His journey had only just resumed, and already, trouble awaited. Hans dropped to his knees, pleading for his sister's release. Please, let her go. I'm a knight too. I want to stand by and watch. Sitting calmly atop his horse, Lewin watched the scene unfold. His voice cut through the noise, cold and unimpressed. And if you don't stay still, what exactly are you planning to do? Before Hans could answer, the man holding his sister sneered and shoved him hard to the ground. All of this is happening because your family couldn't pay back what they owe, he spat. He stepped closer, his tone venomous. We gotta make a living somehow. So I'll take what's due, even if that means selling your sister. Hans froze, disbelief flooding his face. The words echoed in his head. Sell a sister? Shaking with anger, he forced himself to his feet. This is beyond insane, he growled. You're not getting away with this. Without another word, he lunged forward and landed a solid punch across the man's face. The impact snapped through the air. Do I look like a joke to you? Hans shouted, his eyes blazing. The man wiped the blood from his lip and laughed darkly. A weakling like you calls himself a knight? You couldn't even fight with your foot, boy. Hans sneered. So this is what passes for knighthood in Foldrin. Pathetic. That made the man furious. He grabbed Hans by the hair and yanked his head back. Say that again, Brad. Hans smirked. Sure. How about selling your sister instead? The man's face twisted in fury. You little bastard. I'll kill you for that, he bellowed, clenching his fists. From a short distance away, Lewin sighed and rubbed his temples. Unbelievable. Am I really watching this nonsense in broad daylight? He studied the boy, Hans, more carefully. Frail, battered, and barely able to stand. Yet his eyes, they weren't the eyes of a coward. They were steady, filled with defiance, the look of someone ready to fight for something that mattered. Someone lightly placed a hand on Lewin's shoulder. Don't get involved, they whispered. The lumber gang isn't worth crossing. You'll only bring trouble on yourself. Another added nervously. They're dangerous, my lord. Those men are vicious. Lewin turned his gaze toward the small group, watching from the sidelines. So what are you all doing here? He asked. One man blinked in confusion. We're just watching. Lewin cut him off. His tone hardened. You're not stopping them. Not helping the boy. You're no different from the ones doing this. You should all be ashamed. The crowd fell silent. No one dared to meet his eyes. Lewin stepped forward, his presence alone shifting the air. Hans looked up at him, and for a moment, he saw something. The calm certainty of a man who wouldn't hesitate to act. The onlookers murmured among themselves, realizing this wasn't someone ordinary. The thug gripping Hans snarled and turned toward Lewin. And who the hell are you supposed to be? You here to get beaten up too? Lewin's eyes narrowed slightly. No, he said quietly. A flash of light flared from his hand. In an instant, a pulse of magic blasted outward. Invisible, but powerful. The man was thrown backward, crashing several meters away. The gang members froze in shock as Lewin lowered his hand, his expression unreadable. You should disappear, he said coolly, before you start seeing stars again. The man groaned from the ground, dazed and clutching his head. Around him, whispers spread through the crowd, the kind that carried awe and warning in equal measure. Lewin remained where he stood, calm amidst the chaos, as if the entire confrontation had been nothing more than a passing inconvenience. The entire crowd stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. One of the gamblers stammered. What was that just now? The thug who'd been hurled across the ground blinked in confusion, struggling to get up. What just happened? He gasped, still unable to process the sudden reversal. Lewin stepped forward, the faint flicker of fiery energy still dancing along his hand. Without a word, he brushed the air with his palm, sending a gentle but firm burst that pushed the man flat onto his back again. Stay down, he said coolly. Hans quickly stepped between them, his stance tense. Don't come any closer, he warned. His voice trembled slightly, but held its ground. Then, narrowing his eyes, he demanded, Who are you, really? Lewin's tone was calm and clear. Lewin Ardell. Hans's eyes widened at the name. Lewin continued evenly. This boy, Hans, right? Invited me to his home. His story isn't one I'll forget. A brother burdened by a father's death, fighting to protect his sister from being sold to a brothel, and a child forced to pick up a sword far too early. The words hung heavy in the air. Even the gamblers looked uneasy. Then Lewin asked, This lumber gang, what kind of name is that? It sounds harmless, but their actions aren't. Hans grimaced. They're anything but harmless. If they get annoyed, they tie people to trees they're cutting and let them die there. Their boss has already killed 4 people. No one dares to cross them. Lewin's gaze darkened. And Foldren territory allows this. Hans shook his head quickly. No, their reach doesn't go that far. They control the smaller villages, ours included. There aren't any guards around to protect us. People just endure it. Lewin exhaled slowly. Worse than I thought, he mused. He wanted to take care of them himself, but his time was limited. Hans bowed slightly. Thank you for saving us. I've heard your name before. Lewin Ardell, the champion of the grand tournament. Lewin smirked faintly. That's right. You must have heard it from Sir Glolter Pirani. Hans blinked in surprise. How did you know? I overheard one of those thugs calling you a squire knight from Foldren territory, Lewin replied. If Sir Glolter's your captain, then it makes sense. He used to talk about a strong magician at the academy. Said he wasn't quite as strong as your captain, though. Lewin tilted his head slightly, an amused thought crossing his mind. Oh really? That magician. I already beat him in a wrestling match. Hans clenched his fists, eyes burning with determination. I want to get stronger, strong enough to become a great knight, like Captain Glolter. Lewin studied him quietly. It was a noble dream, but he could tell Hans was far from ready. He's too weak right now, he thought. At this rate, even graduating from the academy will be a challenge. Hans's shoulders slumped as he admitted softly. I get lost in the academy sometimes. Everyone laughs at me, says I don't belong there. He stared at the ground, voice heavy with frustration. They don't see what Captain sees. He said I have something others don't. A kind of strength I haven't discovered yet. He told me if I just keep working hard, I'll shine someday. Lewin looked at him thoughtfully. The boy's words carried sincerity, the same kind of determination that once drove him, too. And in that moment, he realized that Hans wasn't just another struggling squire. He was someone standing at the same crossroads Lewin once faced, torn between the weight of his weakness and the pull of his dreams. Hans brought up that old promise again, and Lewin turned to him, caught off guard. He remembered how both Professor Heidel and the headmaster had believed in him until the very end, and even Sir Gulter had shared that same trust. After all, hard work had never betrayed Hans before. Lewin asked quietly if being slower than others really mattered, because if he kept going, a miracle would eventually happen. As they sat down to eat, Lewin barely touched his food, his expression unchanged. Hans noticed and quickly apologized, saying he'd forgotten to warn him. His sister's cooking was unique. Lewin couldn't help but wonder why Hans had chosen that moment to bring it up. Their quiet meal was suddenly cut short by a sharp noise. Someone outside shouted angrily, calling them filthy brats. A man's voice followed, muttering curses under his breath. He was furious that he'd let a noble slip away. He should have torn him apart, he thought. But now, he'd have to settle for the 2 kids inside. Killing them seemed like a waste. Selling them would bring him more. His dark chuckle echoed through the night. Then bang! The door burst open with a single violent kick. A rough voice demanded they stop hiding and come out. Another man growled in frustration, shouting that he'd had enough. Where had those brats gone? Lewin stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. One of the men squinted at him and barked. Who the hell are you? Lewin smirked. I was just wondering what to do next, he said. But since you came to me, I guess I don't have to think about it anymore. He raised his hand, and in the next instant, a brilliant surge of blue light exploded across the room. One man dropped instantly, lifeless, while the other froze in disbelief. His voice trembled as he realized who stood before him. The noble from earlier. Lewin turned his head toward Hans. It's dangerous here, he said firmly. Take care of your sister. Hans frowned. What about you? Lewin gave a short grin. I about earned my meal somehow. The night was heavy and silent, the kind that swallowed every sound, except for the clatter of blades. A group of armed men surrounded the small house, 20 in total, while Lewin and Hans stood at the front. One man shouted, There's only one of him. Don't be afraid. The others roared back in agreement and charged forward, their swords gleaming under the moonlight. Lewin didn't move. He just lifted his hand, blue mana swirling around him like fire. Come at me, he said. The power around him flared. A new skill, something he'd only recently unlocked. Dual Baron Bolvar, Steel Destruction. Their blades came crashing down, but Lewin was faster. He moved through them like a shadow, his fist cutting through the air. Every sword that touched him shattered instantly, its spirit destroyed without a trace. Lewin swung his fist toward the incoming swords, and in an instant, they all shattered. Blue mana surged from his body, wrapping around him like storm. The glowing energy crackled in the air, forcing the men to stumble back in shock. They stared at him wide-eyed, voices trembling. How is that even possible? Lewin stood tall, his entire body cloaked in mana. He could have let them go, but these weren't ordinary thugs. They were real criminals. There was no reason to hold back. He thrust his hand forward, sending out a fierce wave of blue energy. The blast struck hard, knocking them to the ground as they screamed in rage. Devil, one of them shouted. The impact left them scattered across the dirt. One man clutched his stomach, glaring at Lewin with bloodshot eyes, his face twisted in pain. They started begging, voices trembling, bodies shaking. Please spare us. We've done terrible things. Well, stop. Just let us go. The moonlight reflected off Lewin's glowing aura as he watched them. They'd realized it now. They couldn't beat him. Any further fight was meaningless. But then a sudden movement caught his eye. One of the men had grabbed a woman. Lewin's gaze sharpened. It was Hans' sister. The man's knife pressed against her throat. Of course, not every criminal was the same. Some always took the coward's path. The long-haired man sneered. Try anything, and she dies. He barked at his men. What are you standing around for? Grab him. Tie that noble brat up. Lewin glanced sideways, his voice calm. So, you're the leader? The man grinned darkly. That's right. I'm no cell, leader of the Angletree gang. His tone grew sharper. Now that you understand, Neil. Lewin didn't answer right away. His eyes shifted, and then he saw Hans. Hans lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath him, a sword wound deep in his back. He'd taken a hit, just to protect his sister. Lewin's jaw tightened. He needed to end this. He took a slow step forward. The long-haired man panicked and pressed the blade closer against the girl's neck. A thin line of blood appeared, and she cried out in pain. Don't test me, the man roared. One move, and she's dead. Lewin smirked faintly. Why didn't the Academy ever teach us how to deal with this kind of mess? He slammed his fist to the ground. I don't have much time illusion magic now. A brilliant burst of blue mana exploded outward, lighting up the night. In the chaos, Hans suddenly lunged forward, his sword driving straight into the criminal's chest. The man's grin froze, twisting in agony as he collapsed. Lewin's eyes widened. Hans stood there, wreathed in blue mana, the same energy coursing through him. The gang members were stunned, their fear spreading like wildfire. Their leader was down. Hans stepped forward, his voice cold and steady. Run, he warned, raising his sword, if you don't want to end up like him. The glow of his aura pulsed brighter, and one by one, the gang members broke into a panic, dropping their weapons and fleeing into the dark. Hans' sister ran to him, her face pale with worry. Hans dropped to one knee, his sword digging into the ground for support. His hands trembled as he whispered, How could I kill someone? Lewin walked up to him and placed a steady hand on his shoulder. It's not your fault, he said quietly. It had to be done. He gave Hans a small smile. Congratulations. Hans blinked, confused. Congratulations. You've done it, Lewin said. You've awakened the sword Perito, the mastery of aura. Hans looked stunned. What are you talking about? I saw it, Lewin continued. That blue mana around you while you were fighting. You've reached the 4th rank, haven't you? Hans shook his head, still in disbelief. 4th rank? Did I really? Lewin nodded. The manifestation of the blue aura. It was undeniable proof. Reaching that level placed Hans among the top tier of training knights. Even if he couldn't control it yet, his progress was clear. You've done it, Lewin said simply. I knew you would. Hans lowered his head. Thank you. But all of this, it's because of you. Without your help, I'd never have made it this far. Lewin cut him off with a wave of his hand. That's enough. You've earned this yourself. And with your new strength, no one's going to touch your sister again. Everything will settle down soon. The next morning, the sun rose over the village. Lewin mounted his horse, raising a hand in farewell. Take care of yourselves, he said, his tone calm but firm. Hans and his sister stood watching as he rode off, disappearing into the light of dawn. Back at the academy, Lewin walked through the familiar halls, his steps echoing softly. He realized something surprising. He'd never wanted his vacation to end before, but this time, he had actually missed this place. As he passed through the corridor, a blonde-haired student with his hands behind his head called out, Yo, Lewin, how was your vacation? Lewin paused for a moment, unsure how to even begin. Between the strange man, the mysterious woman, and that wolf attack, where could he start? None of it could really be explained here. So he simply replied, I trained. The guy laughed. Trained? A strong guy like you still needs more of that. I practiced swordsmanship, Lewin answered evenly. During vacation, the blonde teased. That's supposed to be break time, not study time. Lewin just thought to himself, that's exactly why I did it, to prepare for what's next. Just then, a voice called out from down the hall. Lewin. He turned. It was Professor Heidel. Lewin walked over and asked, Professor, what's going on? Heidel motioned toward the window. Look outside. Lewin glanced out and saw a grand carriage rolling into the academy courtyard. Royal knights stood guard, their armor gleaming with the emblem of golden sunbirds fluttering on their banners. A guest from the royal family, the professor said quietly. Lewin's eyes narrowed. It must be him, he murmured. So soon. He remembered their exchanged letters, but hadn't expected a meeting this early. One of the knights announced, the grand tournament champion has arrived. All heads turned toward the carriage. The door opened slowly, and 2 figures stepped out, both princes. Prince Kostier immediately glared at the younger one. Don't interfere between me and Lewin, he warned sharply. Prince Foster smirked. It won't matter, he replied. Lewin will choose me anyway. Lewin bowed deeply before the 2 princes. It's an honor to meet you both, he said respectfully. Prince Koster stepped forward first, his tone proud. I've prepared a gift for you, Lewin. Prince Foster smirked. A gift? Mine will be far more valuable. Lewin immediately understood their intentions. As the victor of the grand tournament, his allegiance carried weight, and both princes wanted it. Keeping a composed smile, Lewin said, Then how about this? I have a solution. The 2 princes exchanged glances and, surprisingly, agreed to hear him out. Lewin gestured politely. Let's discuss it together. The Ledian Kingdom, Lewin's homeland and the seat of his academy, was known across the continent as the weakest nation. But weakness wasn't its only problem. It couldn't even unite itself. The reason? The endless power struggle between the royalist faction, led by Prince Koster, and the reformist faction, led by Prince Foster. Even the magicians of the realm had been drawn into this divide, used as mere tools to maintain influence and control. So, it was no mystery why both princes had sought out Lewin. Inside the quiet academy library, Lewin sat calmly at a wooden table. On either side, the princes were already at each other's throats, quite literally fighting over who would sit closer to him. In the end, both ended up squeezed together on the same chair, glaring and shoving as they argued. It's your fault we're in this mess. Koster snapped. Mine? You're the one acting like a spoiled. Lewin sighed quietly, whispering under his breath. People like this are exactly why kingdoms fall. Prince Koster turned, offended. What did you just say? Before the argument could escalate, Lewin raised a hand. Enough. I'll admit, your sudden visit surprised me, but it's good that you both came. Both princes straightened in their seats, sensing the shift in his tone. There's something I need to make clear, Lewin said. They leaned in, listening closely. I'm not interested in serving either of you, he stated bluntly. The words hit like a blade through the air. Both princes froze, then rose from their seats, stunned. What did you say? Prince Foster demanded. Lewin's gaze didn't waver. Exactly what you heard. The room fell silent. After a moment, the 2 princes sank back into their chairs, disappointed. Prince Koster exhaled heavily. I had a feeling this might happen. Still, it hurts to hear it. Prince Foster sighed. Jagi's turned us down 3 times already, he muttered. He's thrown his support behind the emperor. Luwen's eyes narrowed slightly. Are they really comparing themselves to the first emperor, a ninth-rank powerhouse? The results will be the same every time, he said calmly. Prince Coster frowned. Then what are you planning to do? I'm going back to Ardell territory, Lewin answered. Coster's expression softened. Even after graduation? You're not leaving. Lewin nodded. No, I'll be joining the kingdom's army. At that, both princes seemed a little relieved, perhaps even impressed. My hometown isn't in a good state, Lewin added sharply. I can't just abandon it. The statement took them both by surprise. Their curiosity turned to genuine respect. Prince Coster stood abruptly. Then I'll support you in every way I can, he declared. Not to be outdone, Prince Foster chimed in. And I'll provide whatever you need, food, supplies, anything. Within seconds, their rivalry reignited. You're just copying me. Coster snapped. You're the one following my lead. Foster shot back. Their argument grew louder, filling the quiet library once again. Lewin simply smirked to himself. This is exactly why I'll never side with either of them. Their conflict works in my favor. When the chaos finally settled, the princes promised to send him a valuable gift for his graduation. But Lewin only smiled and said, instead of that, just grant me the favor I mentioned earlier. The crown prince smiled and told Lewin to focus on his graduation. His tone carried approval, a subtle sign of trust. Lewin was satisfied. He hadn't sided with either prince, yet he'd still managed to prove his loyalty by confirming his continued service to the kingdom. He had made one clear request: approval for Ardell's current plans and official support during the upcoming subjugation. Everything had gone exactly as planned. Perhaps it was the prince's authority, or perhaps Lewin's reputation, but everyone had listened. Soon, both princes made a joint statement, praising him openly. Lewin is the treasure of this nation, one of them said. The protector of the royal family, added the other. It was all part of Lewin's calculated move. Titles like protector of the kingdom held power, even if unofficial, and no one dared to look down on someone with that title. The prince's words ensured that his position was secure. As the audience dispersed and the princes were greeted with fanfare, Lewin quietly noted to himself that everything had been handled cleanly. No issues, no missteps. Back in the academy halls, Lewin's classmates surrounded him with excitement. Man, that was amazing. The protector of the kingdom himself. Yeah, seriously, that's next level. The crowd cheered him on as they moved toward the classrooms. The blonde-haired student raised his voice. All right, make way for the hero. Clear the hall, everyone. Lewin couldn't help but think that after the prince's visit, things were finally settling back into the usual rhythm. It was time for their class gathering, but the chatter around him soon shifted. Hey, wasn't Gary Hill the one holding the protector title before? Someone whispered. Before the conversation could go any further, another student suddenly went pale. Wait, quiet. He's here. A tall figure appeared at the end of the hall, his grin sharp and unfriendly. Mikhail Gariel. He walked toward them slowly, eyes locked on Lewin. Are you all talking about me? He asked, his voice low and cold. No one answered. I said, he repeated, more forcefully this time. Are you talking about me? He glared around the group. Don't forget who I am. I'm Gariel, and after graduation, every one of you will answer to me. Lewin watched him silently, remembering the last time his name had come up. Mikhail had faced an expulsion review after being caught using banned substances. He'd barely escaped with a 30-day suspension. Still, the Gariel family held immense power, especially within the royal palace's magic division. Mikhail, Lewin said evenly, the princes have made it clear they don't want any more of this. Michael's grin widened. Oh, so you think you've already won, huh? Lewin tilted his head slightly. Won? What do you mean? You'll see soon enough, Mikhail said darkly. We'll find out who the real winner is. The blonde leaned toward Lewin with a half laugh. Ignore him. He's just jealous you took the tournament title, and that the princes are favoring you now. Lewin frowned. Jealousy? No, that word doesn't fit him. He thought quietly to himself. Michael's pride had already stained his family name. That alone was dangerous enough. He was bound to try something reckless to restore it. Still, Lewin knew better than to underestimate Agariel. His friend nudged him. Come on, let's go. The next lecture's important. As they walked toward the classroom, Lewin's curiosity stirred. I wonder who's giving the graduate lecture this time. Hopefully someone decent, his friend replied. They stepped inside, and immediately, Lewin felt something strange. The air in the room had shifted. Students were whispering, eyes wide, tension filling the space. What's going on? Lewin's friend asked. Then, from the front of the class, a man's voice rang out. Why the sudden silence? Is it because of Lewin? Lewin froze as the man on stage smiled. It's a pleasure to see you again. The words sent a chill down his spine. That voice, that face. It was him, Jekyll Gariel. The second semester had begun, and unlike before, theory took a back seat. Now, the academy focused more on practice, real combat, real pressure, and classes designed for knights in training. Inside the training hall, pairs of students faced each other, swords in hand, ready for drills. The lecturer, holding both a chalk and a thick book, stood before them. This semester, he announced, we'll also be hearing from distinguished alumni. They'll share their experience and insights into modern magic. As the announcement echoed through the room, Lewin and his friend exchanged a knowing glance. That strange feeling Lewin had earlier, it had been right again. Because today's guest lecturer was none other than Jekyll Garriel. Jekyll stepped onto the stage with the confidence of someone used to admiration. His tone carried pride, his words carefully chosen to elevate his name even further. "Let's talk," he began, "about the relationship between the Garriel family and the current circle of magicians." He smiled faintly, clearly enjoying the attention. "You all probably know this already. Out of the 14 court magicians serving the royal palace, 11 come from the Garriel bloodline." The class murmured in surprise, or perhaps discomfort. "As a senior," Jekyll continued, "allow me to share the key to success. Power and status are never achieved alone. The weak must gather. Reality matters more than ideals." His smirk widened, as if daring anyone to challenge him. Then he suddenly turned toward the students. "Seriously," he said mockingly, "after all that praise for your class representative, you still can't figure this out?" The class went silent. His gaze shifted, landing on Lewin. "Tell me, what's your brilliant idea?" Lewin's friend shot up instantly. "Hey, watch your mouth." But Lewin calmly raised a hand to stop him. "I have an answer." He stood, his tone steady but sharp enough to cut the tension in the room. 10 pieces of trash," Lewin said, "can never equal one masterpiece." The class froze. Whispers rippled across the room. Jekyll's expression darkened. "Are you calling me trash?" The students looked between them, holding their breath. Lewin shook his head. "Of course not. I wouldn't compare myself to you." The words struck deeper than any blade. Jekyll's voice tightened. "I've heard plenty about you. Just another unlucky fool trying to act brave." Lewin's eyes narrowed. "Then I suppose you haven't heard how your brother got beaten." The smirk vanished from Jekyll's face. His expression hardened, frustration simmering beneath his calm front. "You're arrogant." They both knew the truth. This feud between Ardell and Garriel wasn't new. It had been brewing long before today, and it wouldn't end easily. Jekyll's influence was already spreading. Under his charm and family name, several students had joined the Garriel faction, even those with weaker grades. His words, full of confidence and promise, had swayed them. Later that day, a few students whispered in the corridor. "Jekyll said the Garriel name will lead us to success." One of them grinned. Another snapped back. "I don't care what he said. I'm not following Mikkel or anyone from that family. Cheaters don't deserve loyalty." Lewin watched quietly from the side. He could see it clearly now. The academy was split in two. Ardell versus Garriel, and the childish tension between them was slowly poisoning the entire place. He felt his irritation rise, but he stayed composed. There would be time to act, and soon, he'd get his chance to put Garriel in their place. That afternoon, Lewin found himself in the dean's office. "Sit down, Lewin," the dean said warmly, handing him a cup of tea. They both took a sip. The room was calm, the silence almost heavy. "How have you been?" the dean asked. Lewin shrugged slightly. "Things haven't changed much," he replied, "though a few new problems have come up." The dean nodded knowingly and set his cup down. "I'm well aware of the person you're talking about." The dean sighed, his expression tightening as he spoke. "Garriel," he said slowly. "I can't say I like that name either, but there's nothing I can do. Nearly every mage in the kingdom is connected to them somehow." He leaned back in his chair. "This year's course isn't supposed to rely on grades," he continued, "but the academy still treats it that way. Maybe it's because of me. I've received more than enough hate for that decision." Lewin glanced at Jekyll, then asked casually, "How was your student life?" Before Jekyll could respond, the dean answered instead. He was famous, not just for his grades, for his charm, his words, and his ability to keep everyone close. Top of his class, admired by everyone. He added, at 23, he even became the youngest mage in the entire kingdom. The dean's voice grew quieter, but behind all those achievements, he carried something dark, a hunger for power, a desire so deep it changed him. Lewin listened, his eyes narrowing slightly. So that's what he really is, someone who'll do anything to get what he wants. He clenched his fist. There were countless reasons for their conflict, but he wondered what excuse Jekyll would use this time. The dean set down his cup. "Lewin, I want to talk to you about the special lectures." "Special lectures?" Lewin asked. "Yes," the dean said. "They'll begin in the coming classes. I have an idea, and I think it'll be interesting." Later, as Lewin walked down the hallway, he thought about that idea. Interesting, he mused. Or maybe just reckless. The students' reactions earlier hadn't been promising. Still, he made up his mind. He stopped in front of the classroom door, recalling the dean's words, faced them directly. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. Every head turned. The room fell silent. Even Jekyll froze for a moment, caught off guard by Lewin's sudden entrance. "I have something to discuss," Lewin said, his voice calm but carrying through the room. "And since I'm so beloved by my seniors, I figured I'd do it here." He smiled faintly at his own sarcasm. From the back, his blonde friend whispered, "This is definitely going to be a request. Just watch what you say, Lewin." Lewin shook his head. "No, it's not a request. It's something I've been considering for a while." He looked directly at Jekyll. "I heard you were offered to lead the night classes, but you turned it down." Jekyll raised an eyebrow, but didn't speak. Lewin continued, "I'm here to make a direct proposal. I want the academy to allow joint classes between us and the graduates. A wave of surprise rippled through the room. Jekyll's composure faltered for the first time. Joint classes meant that active graduates, skilled mages and knights, would participate alongside current students. It would put both of them, Jekyll and Lewin, on the same stage. The class buzzed with excitement. Seriously? A joint class with graduates? This is going to be huge. Jekyll's going to crush him. No way. Lewin won the tournament. Lewin ignored the noise. His eyes locked on Jekyll. The arrow's been released, he thought. Let's see if you have the courage to catch it. Jekyll finally spoke, his tone dismissive. Why bother? Graduates are already experts. It's a waste of time. And honestly, Lewin, do you ever think about others? Not everyone can keep up with you. Lewin expected that response. You're missing the point, he said. The purpose of a joint class isn't competition. It's learning. The graduates are supposed to teach us. Isn't that what you were boasting about earlier? Jekyll's smirk faded slightly. Lewin stepped forward. This is a perfect chance for juniors to learn something new, especially since you've been promoting Gary Hill Unity so proudly. The words hit hard. Jekyll's expression stiffened. Or, Lewin added, maybe there's another reason you're not interested. A valid one. Or just fear. The class collectively gasped. Jekyll's smile returned, but his tone was colder now. Winning one tournament doesn't make you a star, Lewin. You're still a student, and a very inexperienced one at that. Jekyll's tone turned defensive. The students can't handle fighting graduates. They'll only get hurt, he said. There's no point in having a class like that. But before he could continue, several boys in the room interrupted. Then show us, one shouted. Yeah, let's see the great Jekyll Gary Hill in action. The room erupted in excitement. The students' enthusiasm caught even Jekyll off guard. Before he could reply, Mikhail stood up from his seat. Brother, he said firmly, you should accept it. This is your chance. Defeat him here, in front of everyone. Jekyll hesitated, but Michael's words made the room quiet. He looked at Lewin and said darkly, you'll regret this. Lewin smirked. You said it yourself. I couldn't have phrased it better. Now, there's no avoiding it, senior. Jekyll's expression hardened. Fine, I'll accept. But tell me, will the Folder Training Knights be joining as well? They will, Lewin answered without hesitation. Jekyll exhaled sharply. I refused their invitation before because I didn't want to humiliate you in front of them. Lewin tilted his head. Oh, but I really want that. Jekyll blinked, momentarily thrown off. Lewin stepped closer, extending his hand. Then let's make it official. I'd like to see your skills firsthand. Jekyll paused for a moment, then reached out, gripping Lewin's hand tightly. Fine, I accept. Their hands locked in a firm shake. Jekyll's grin returned, sharp and confident. Lewin leaned in slightly, his voice low but clear. I'm looking forward to it, senior, he said. Be prepared. There'll be surprises. Jekyll smirked. We'll see about that. 3 days earlier, the Folder Senior Knights had just arrived at the academy. In the dean's office, the air buzzed with energy as the dean addressed the small group before him. Listen carefully, he said. This special lesson will be different. We'll be pairing current students with experienced knights. One of the student representatives raised his hand. Sir, most of the graduates already declined, didn't they? The dean nodded. True, but when I asked them personally as their senior, they couldn't refuse. His eyes glimmered with amusement. What do you think, Lewin? Lewin, standing near the desk, glanced down at the plan. A smirk curved his lips. Quite the ambitious dream. He chuckled softly. But no one says no to you, Dean. The dean just smiled knowingly. Outside, the academy's vast training grounds were alive with anticipation. Lewin pointed toward the main gate, his voice full of energy. Look, they're here. Every student turned their heads as a column of knights entered, their armor gleaming under the sunlight. The Folder Training Knights, disciplined, experienced, and formidable. One of them laughed as he dismounted. So, who's this young organizer? Who managed to drag us all the way here? Lewin stepped forward. I did. He smiled and bowed slightly. How's Sir Gulter doing these days? From among the knights, a familiar voice answered. Still the same as ever. Gulter stepped out, resting a hand on his waist. I already heard about your dream during the Grand Festival, Lewin. You never change. Lewin nodded. It's an honor to see you again, Sir Gulter. The older knight gave a quick wave. I'll head to the dean's office first. You take charge here. Lewin watched him go, then turned back toward the group. Understood. I'll handle things here. He stepped forward, his tone shifting to authority. I'm Lewin Ardell, student representative of the academy. Who's in command of the training knights? One of the knights looked away awkwardly. Our representatives, busy at the moment. Lewin raised an eyebrow. Busy. He sighed, realizing. Lowly never acts until something goes wrong. From behind, laughter broke out. What's this? A little kid giving orders now. Lewin turned. Another knight was sitting on the ground, slouched and detached. Hey, someone muttered coldly nearby. Why bother standing up? No one would care if you dropped dead right here. Lewin's eyes narrowed as he studied the knight on the ground. There was something familiar about him. The posture, the aura, the silence. Hans, he asked quietly. The knight's head lifted. Recognition flashed across his face. Lewin smiled faintly. So it really is you. Hans chuckled softly, shaking his head. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Lewin frowned, trying to make sense of the situation. The surrounding knights exchanged glances, whispering about his reputation. They'd all heard plenty about him. Then one of them stepped forward. I'm Altiv, he said coolly, representative of the Folder Knights. His eyes gleamed as he added, You must know Vangras Gegen, commander of the Golden Knights, one of the only 7-star knights. Your father. Lewin's gaze sharpened. Why bring up father now? He could already tell Maltiv wasn't just making conversation. He was showing off. Still, Lewin stayed calm, refusing to be baited. I asked you something earlier, he reminded him. Maltiv tilted his head, feigning confusion. Oh, what was that again? I asked. Lewin said evenly, Why Hans is still kneeling on the ground with his hand under your foot. Maltiv chuckled, as if it were nothing. Oh, that. He wasn't listening. So, I decided to train him a bit myself. He leaned forward slightly. Does that bother you? The smirk that followed was pure provocation. You seem awfully protective of him, Lewin. Don't tell me you're interested in Hans. Lewin's answer was firm. He's my friend. Maltiv burst out laughing. Friend? That's rich. His tone dripped mockery. I suppose commoners understand each other best. Even if you come from the great Arjul family, it seems the Attorney Academy isn't much different from a peasant school. Lewin didn't rise to the insult. He simply studied Maltiv in silence, trying to read his true motive. Then Maltiv's tone suddenly shifted. Relax, brother, he said with a grin. Lewin, who had been watching nearby, blinked in confusion. Brother? He quickly realized there was a deeper meaning behind Maltiv's strange behavior. Just then, Jackal approached with a casual wave. Maltiv, what are you doing here? Supervisor duties, Maltiv replied, though I'm not part of the training knights. Lewin's eyes narrowed as he observed the two. So that's it. Birds of feather. Whether they knew each other before or not, he could already tell. They were destined to clash. Maltiv turned to the gathered students. Listen up. We're starting the joint training. Each team will have 2 academy students and 1 training knight. That makes 54 groups total. Standing beside the vice-chancellor, he continued his briefing. But even as he spoke, he leaned toward Jackal with a smirk. Honestly, this whole session is boring. I'd rather not be here. Jackal shrugged. Can't argue with that. I graduated ages ago. No idea why I'm even here either. Lewin glanced at them both, then asked Jackal, If we team up, do you think we'll be unbeatable? Jackal's grin widened. Now that's an idea. Let's add Michael too. No one will stand a chance. Off to the side, Hans stood awkwardly, watching everyone pair off. No one's gonna pick me, he thought bitterly. I'm the lowest scorer here. Just then, a voice called out. Hey Hans, join my group. Hans looked up, startled. Wait, you mean it? Lewin nodded with a reassuring smile. Of course. You're my friend. Hans's eyes softened, gratitude written all over his face. Before he could respond, another student walked over, hand resting casually on Hans's head. Whoa, no fair. Teaming up with friends. Count me in. He grinned. Any friend of Lewin's is a friend of mine. Lewin chuckled at his energy. Welcome to the team, Jason. And just like that, their group was complete. Jason steps closer, resting a hand on Hans' shoulder with a casual grin. So, your name's Hans, right? Hans gave a small nod. Yeah. Lewin gathers his team, his tone calm but firm. Listen up. Our goal here isn't just to rack up points. Jason tilts his head, cutting in. Then what are we after? Lewin's eyes scan the other groups. We're not just playing for scores. We'll be going up against Jekyll's group too. Jason whistles under his breath, while Hans remains quiet. A little later, the announcement echoes through the hallway. A short break before training begins. Lewin turns to Hans. How are you holding up after earlier? Hans hesitates. Lewin notices his pause. Why aren't you heading in? Hans shakes his head. I don't need to. I'm fine. But his voice falters. He looks down. I'm glad we met again, Lewin, but I don't want to drag you into my mess. Lewin frowns. What do you mean? Hans clenches his hands. Everyone here, they don't like me. Before he can say more, Lewin cuts in. I already told you. You're my friend. You don't need to worry about them. He glances toward Maltiv's group. Tell me, is he the only one causing trouble? Hans follows his gaze and nods. Yeah, it's mostly him. Lewin studies Maltiv for a moment. A 4-star knight. Smooth talker, strong presence. No wonder Hans feels pressured. But he also remembers the blue era aura Hans unleashed in their last fight. 3-star rank or not, Hans has already surpassed that level. Lewin crosses his arms. I'll deal with Maltiv soon. What do you think? Hans's eyes widen. W what? He doesn't know how to answer. Lewin's tone sharpens. Why do you let people like him treat you this way? You weren't afraid when you stood up for your sister. Hans looks down, conflicted. Do you really think I can stand against them? Lewin steps closer, his voice steady. You can do anything. From across the room, Maltiv overhears them. His lips curl into a smirk. Well, isn't that sweet? Still acting like a loser, Hans? Hans stiffens, and before he can react, Maltiv barks. Get over here. Now, Lewin and Hans both freeze. Hans grits his teeth. No. Maltiv's eyes flare. What did you say? He sneers. You think being friends with Lewin makes you special? You're both pathetic, just fools clinging to each other. The air tightens. Maltiv's rage boils over. He yanks his sword free. I'll kill you, Hans. Hans draws his weapon, his knuckles white. But before he can take a step, Lewin moves in front of him. Hans, don't. Hans's voice cracks. Why not? Lewin's tone cuts like steel. Because you're not like him. Don't stoop to his level. He grips Hans's hand, holding him back. Today isn't the day. Wait for the right moment. The next instant, Maltiv lunges forward, his fist flying straight for Lewin's face. Lewin blocks, then counters, landing a heavy strike that sends Maltiv stumbling back. Steel rings through the air as swords clash, the fight erupting in a flash of fury. And just as the tension peaks, a powerful kick slams into one of the blades, sending it flying. The crowd falls silent. Lewin turns in disbelief and freezes. Standing before them is none other than Lord Gultur. The courtyard falls silent as Lord Gultur steps forward, his voice slicing through the air. Maltiv, he says sternly, what is the meaning of your behavior toward the commoners? Maltiv, still sitting on the ground, can't meet his father's eyes. It wasn't my fault, he blurts out. They started the fight first. Gultur's expression doesn't change. So you drew your sword to kill someone? Maltiv's voice dies in his throat. The weight of his father's words pins him down harder than any strike could. As the lead knight, Gultur continues coldly. You should have known better. His tone is final. From this moment on, you are stripped of your position in the training academy. Maltiv's head snaps up in shock. Gultur doesn't stop there. The deputy will take your place, and disciplinary measures will follow once you return to the academy. Maltiv clenches his fists. You think father will stay quiet about this? I'm counting on it, Gultur replies calmly. But if Sir Vengras hears what his son has done, he'll faint before he can even speak. The tension drains from Maltiv. He bows his head. I'm sorry. Off to the side, Leon watches him silently. So much for his tough act, he thinks. Even Maltiv fears his father. Lewin stands nearby, realizing what he's just done. Stepping into Maltiv's fight had drawn every eye toward him. There's no turning back now. The next day, the first joint training session begins. The field buzzes with anticipation as the instructor addresses the gathered knights. Today's focus, combat and defense, he declares. Learn to spot your opponent's weak points. Attack at the right moment, and you'll control the fight. The professor steps in for a demonstration. Watch carefully. His blade moves like lightning, reading, predicting, and dodging each strike with surgical precision. The students follow his every move, then pair off to practice. Across the field, a student chuckles after taking a hit. Hold on, I wasn't ready for that. The knight opposite him grins. Then I'll come at you again. Get ready this time. Nearby, Jekyll's group observes quietly. Maltiv sits beneath a tree, his irritation barely contained. First Leon ticks me off, and now I'm stuck training with people just like him, he mutters. Jekyll glances his way, unimpressed. Then why not just skip it? We already know all this stuff anyway. Maltiv frowns. You really think we can just not do it? He bites his lip. I said I participate, but with everyone watching, how am I supposed to show my skills now? Elsewhere, Hans wipes the sweat from his brow. He turns to Leon. Can we take a short break? Leon nods. Sure. Maltiv's voice cuts through the air. Already tired? You haven't even fought anyone yet, and you look terrified. Leon glances over his shoulder. Tired? Hans. He smirks. Not at all. In fact, he's just getting warmed up. Hans blinks, stunned. Oh, what? Even Maltiv seems taken aback by Leon's confidence. Just then, Lord Gultur approaches once more, his presence commanding silence. Leon, he says, you don't seem tired. Should I give you a moment? Leon straightens. Do you really want to test me, Sir Gultur? Gultur folds his arms. I want to confirm something. Leon's eyes narrow. And what's that? Gultur nods slightly. Rumor has it your swordsmanship is unusual. Refined. There's no way you mastered it alone. He steps closer, his gaze sharp. Someone must have taught you. The crowd holds its breath. Sir Gultur studies Leon in silence, his sharp eyes glinting with curiosity. Then, a faint smirk tugs at his lips. Clever boy, sharper than he looks. Without warning, he raises a hand and points straight at Leon. Can I ask you a favor? Leon arches an eyebrow. A favor? Gultur's expression hardens into something unreadable. Spar with me. A duel, swordsmanship only. A murmur spreads instantly across the training grounds. What? Did he just say duel? Why would the commander want to spar with a student? Leon's not even a knight yet. He's only been training for a week. The crowd buzzes with disbelief. Sir Gultur ignores them. Don't misunderstand, he says calmly. I'm not asking you to win. Leon narrows his eyes. Then what do you want from me? I want you, Gultur replies, to teach them. Show the others what real technique looks like. The knights exchange stunned glances. One whispers, there's no one here who can match his skill, not even close. Leon stands silent for a moment. This is sudden, he thinks. But maybe this is my chance. His gaze flicks toward Jekyll and Maltiv in the distance. If I do well here, they'll have no choice but to acknowledge me. He takes a deep breath and steps forward, lifting his sword. Then, Sir Gultur, Leon says, his tone respectful yet confident. Please allow me the honor of learning from you. Gultur chuckles lightly. Your stance not bad. And before anyone can react, he moves. The air cracks with the sound of his sword slicing forward. The knights gasp. His speed is blinding. Whoa, the commander's going all in. If that hit connected, there'd be nothing left of him but dust. But Leon's sword flashes just in time, meeting the strike head-on. Clang. The shock ripples through the crowd. Steel grinds against steel as Gultur presses forward, his strength relentless. Leon braces, sliding a foot back, blocking the next blow with perfect timing. It's hard to believe, Gultur says between strikes. Your movements, that precision, it's not something learned in a week. He pulls back slightly. Tell me, Leon, who taught you? Leon hesitates. The question cuts deeper than any sword. I can't say it, but maybe it's time. He exhales slowly, lowering his blade. The one who taught me swordsmanship was Baldur, the sword emperor. The entire field freezes. What? Did he say Baldur? Sir Bolvar, the legendary spearman? But he's supposed to be dead. Even Gultur blinks, momentarily thrown off. He folds his arms. Interesting. Tell me then, Leon, how do you know him? Leon meets his gaze steadily. Sir Bolvar retired years ago. He's been living quietly in our dell. I've known him since I was a child. Maltiv, watching from the side, bursts out laughing. Don't lie in front of me, Leon. Leon turns toward him, calm as ever. And how exactly am I lying? Maltiv jabs a finger at him. My father told me himself. Bolvar is dead. If you're telling the truth, then prove it. The tension thickens. Every pair of eyes turns toward Leon, waiting for his answer. Leon doesn't even flinch at Maltiv's outburst. I don't need to prove anything, he says firmly. And don't call him dead. Sir Bolvar is alive. Maltiv scoffs. Alive or not, it doesn't matter. The strongest man in the entire kingdom is still my father. Leon pauses for a moment, realizing what he means. Right, the kingdom officially named the strongest knight, Sir Gultur, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary Bolvar Payton truly lives, that title might not stand for long. He glances back at Maltiv. So that's what this is about. Leon's voice remains calm. Believe whatever you want, whether your father is the strongest or not. Sir Bolvar doesn't care about such petty titles. Maltiv's composure shatters. Petty, he shouts, fury burning in his eyes. You dare call ranks petty? His hand grips the hilt of his sword. You can't insult my father like that. He draws it halfway before crossing his arms, glaring at Leon. Fine. If you've got that much confidence, draw your sword. I'm challenging you to a duel. Before either can move, a loud thwack echoes through the field. Ark! Maltiv yelps, clutching his head. Sir Gultur stands beside him, hand still raised from the punch. Are you serious, Maltiv? You want to fight Leon now? Maltiv stammers. And no, sir. And slumps back into place. Gultur sighs. Then here's how it'll be. Tomorrow's first official match will be between Leon's team and Maltiv's team. Any objections? Both of them answer at once. No, sir. The next day, the training grounds buzz with excitement. The knights gather as Sir Gultur steps forward. As I said yesterday, he announces, the first match will be between Leon's group and Maltiv's group. The two teams take their positions, tension hanging thick in the air. Jekyll, standing across from Leon, smirks. Ready for this? Leon raises an eyebrow. What's with the sudden concern? Jekyll leans closer, voice low. Just make sure you put on a good show. Everyone's watching. Before Leon can reply, Sir Gultur claps his hand sharply. Enough chatter. Begin. Jekyll moves first, impossibly fast. One blink, and he's already in front of Leon, his hand flashing past his face. Leon flinches. That speed. Jekyll presses forward, his strikes accelerating even faster. The air trembles with each blow. Leon's thoughts race. This is insane. No one should be this fast. He steadies himself, eyes narrowing. Jekyll's desperate to win. But why? Then he focuses, analyzing. A fifth-class knight. And 6 hidden artifacts? Leon's eyes widen. 6. He actually brought 6 artifacts into a sparring match. The realization hits him hard. This fight won't be simple at all. The night before the match, in a distant manner draped in silence, 2 figures meet. Sir Vengras. Commissioner Josh greets warmly, extending a hand. It's good to see you again. Vengras, commander of the Golden Knights, returns the gesture. It's been quite some time, Commissioner. Josh nods. I hear you've been keeping an eye on the Academy's activities. Vengras leans back slightly. Indeed, I heard that Jekyll, the graduate representative, was invited to lecture there. Quite an interesting choice. The commissioner smiles faintly. Headmaster Ignat personally requested his presence. He must have seen something promising in him. The candlelight flickers between them, their expressions unreadable. Both men aware that what unfolds at the Academy tomorrow may shake more than just a classroom. Commissioner Josh leans back in his chair, eyes gleaming. And what about your son, Maltiv? Sir Vengras exhales slowly. He causes trouble from time to time. He folds his arms. That's why I sent him to Sir Gultur, to be straightened out. By now, he should already be at the Academy. Josh nods. Good, because that's exactly where I'll be focusing my attention. On the Academy's representative. Vengras glances up. You mean, Lewin Ardell? A faint smile crosses his face. Ah yes. His name's been spreading like wildfire. I've even heard rumors he already won the grand tournament. He chuckles darkly. The Empire's watching him now. Tell me, Commissioner, how does a mere country boy rise so fast? Josh's tone hardens. That's precisely the problem. We must act before he crosses paths with the princess. Vengras frowns. You're serious. As loyal subjects, Josh says firmly, it's our duty to protect the kingdom. Vengras narrows his eyes. And what's your plan? Josh's lips curl into a knowing smile. Your son, Maltiv, is in the same team as Jekyll. They'll face Lewin's group in the upcoming sparring match. He pauses deliberately. I've been thinking of giving them a little advantage. Vengras stiffens. A defect? Are you suggesting? Josh cuts him off smoothly. If you leave that necklace of yours, I can handle the rest. Vengras' voice rises. You're asking me to commit fraud? Josh places a hand on his shoulder. It doesn't matter what we call it. If we want to stop Lewin Ardell, we have to do whatever it takes. His tone darkens. I've already handed artifacts to my own children. Vengras clenches his jaw. Still, it's deception. Josh leans in, his voice turning sharp. Bolvar. The name freezes Vengras in place. His eyes widen, trembling slightly. Josh's words echo through the quiet room. Yes, Bolvar Payton, the Sword Emperor. I've heard he's still alive, and he's the one who taught Lewin Ardell. Vengras' composure shatters. That can't be. Josh presses on. He's also under the prince's favor. If he wins this duel tomorrow, our positions will be finished. For a long moment, neither speaks. Then Vengras grips his necklace tightly, the symbol of his lineage, his honor, and slowly hands it over. Fine, he mutters. I'll cooperate. Let's hope this brings results. Josh smiles thinly, pocketing the artifact. It will. After all, everything we do is for the kingdom's survival. The two men clasp hands, sealing their silent pact. The next day, the sky blazes with morning light as both teams face each other. Jekyll stands tall, a confident smile spreading across his face. So, Lewin, how about showing me that power of yours? Before Lewin can reply, Jekyll's mana flares. A deep emerald light bursts from the artifacts embedded in his armor. The ground trembles as green energy whips through the air, wrapping around Lewin, Jason, and Hans in glowing chains. Hans grits his teeth. What is this? Jason struggles against the bindings, but the mana holds firm. Jekyll laughs. What's wrong? Not confident anymore. Lewin's eyes narrow, calm, unshaken. His disappointment is clear. I knew you'd pull something dirty, he says quietly, but I didn't think you'd stoop this low. The knights watching whisper among themselves. Those are high-grade artifacts, 6 of them. That's impossible for a simple sparring match. Lewin focuses his gaze. Jekyll's status appears before him. 5th class knight, 6 hidden artifacts. He exhales slowly. So, this is what they meant by advantage. Jekyll clenches his fist, emerald sparks flaring. What's the matter, Lewin? Just going to stand there. Show your strength before Maltiv beats it out of you. Maltiv smirks, drawing his sword. Gladly, he lunges forward, blade aimed straight for Lewin's neck. The green mana still binds Lewin in place, giving Maltiv a clear strike. Steel flashes. His killing intent is unmistakable. The moment slows to a crawl. Maltiv's blade glints in the sunlight as it comes down. Fast, deadly, direct. Josen's voice cuts through the air. Lewin, dodge it now. Lewin moves instantly, his instincts kicking in. He twists to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. The blade slices past, grazing the air where he stood a heartbeat ago. As Maltiv regains his stance, Lewin's eyes flicker toward the weapon. That sword, it's too sturdy for wood. Then he sees it. A faint golden glow, mana swirling tightly around the blade. Yellow mana, it's infused. His gaze sharpens. There, embedded near the hilt, a necklace-shaped artifact. The metal of fortitude. It all clicks together. The artifact's energy enhances the weapon, refining its edge, reinforcing its body. Nearly unbreakable. Maltiv smirks. You got lucky this time. His tone drops, cold and sharp. But next time I'll kill you. He charges again, the sword cutting through the air with lethal intent. Lewin braces himself. That strike, it's as solid as steel. Then he exhales. Steel breather. A low hum fills the field. The moment Maltiv's blade meets Lewin's aura, crack. The sword shatters into fragments, golden mana scattering like sparks in the wind. Maltiv stumbles back in shock. How did you? Before he can finish, Lewin's fist flashes forward, slamming straight into Maltiv's mouth. Boom. The impact sends Maltiv sprawling across the dirt, crashing with a burst of yellow energy that ripples through the arena. Jekyll's eyes widen. Maltiv. He rushes forward, but Maltiv doesn't move, out cold, sprawled on the ground. Jekyll hesitates, his thoughts racing. He's not even struggling. Lewin isn't being pushed back at all. Lewin adjusts his gloves, his expression calm but stern. I plan to go easy on you, he says quietly. But clearly, that won't work. He cracks his knuckles, his aura pulsing. Looks like I'll have to take this seriously. The air trembles. Mana flares, heavy, ancient, overwhelming. Will of the chieftain. Behind Lewin, a spectral figure materializes. A massive warrior spirit. The first chieftain of Sky Mountain himself. The The air thickens as Kunkin's spirit merges with him, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Everyone freezes. Students scream. Professors stare in disbelief. Even Josen steps back, eyes wide. Impossible, that's a sacred skill. Jekyll, his green mana still flickering, stands paralyzed. His legs shake as the colossal ogre-like spirit looms over Lewin, towering high above the field. Run. Everyone, get out of here, someone shouts. Jekyll collapses to the ground, his voice trembling. That's impossible. Lewin steps forward, the spirit mirroring his movement. So, he asks calmly, do you want this to end, or not? Jekyll's jaw trembles, his face pale. Lewin's tone sharpens. Those 6 artifacts of yours won't save you. Not for me. Jekyll's eyes widen as the chieftain's spirit roars, reaching out its massive hand. The green mana field cracks under its power. The spirit grabs Jekyll's neckpiece and tears it off, snapping the artifact chains like twigs. The enchanted necklaces hit the ground one after another. Clang, 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 broken, powerless. Gasps ripple through the crowd. The artifacts, they shattered. Senior Jekyll actually used forbidden artifacts. Jekyll's face twists with fury. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of that? He snarls. You think I need artifacts to win? Gary Hill won't let this stand. Lewin tilts his head slightly. Gary Hill. Jekyll blinks. What? Lewin steps forward, voice rising. First, it was Michael. Then the eldest son. You, Jekyll. Who's next? He glares, his mana surging with each word. Will it be Josh Lord himself? Jekyll's rage erupts. You dare say his name? He charges, wild and furious. How dare you? But Lewin moves first. A surge of golden mana flares from his hand. Crack, slamming directly into Jekyll's head. Jekyll collapses to the ground, unconscious before he hits it. The field falls silent. Only Lewin stands tall, the chieftain's spectral form fading behind him, its power lingering in the still air. Lewin lowers his hand slowly, the golden aura fading from his knuckles. He exhales, his voice quiet but heavy. I'm done. I need a rest. A soft voice breaks the silence. Are you sure about that? Lewin glances to his shoulder. The tiny teddy bear perched there stares up at him, its button eyes faintly glowing. What are you talking about? Lewin asks. The ogre, the bear says calmly. Are you okay showing it off like that? Everyone's watching you and him. Lewin turns his head slightly. Across the field, Dean Ignat stands frozen, eyes wide, his entire focus locked on the massive spirit looming behind Lewin. Lewin sighs. You can't hide it forever. The bear nods. Yeah, I know. Lewin's gaze sweeps across the battlefield. Jekyll and Gary Hill lie unconscious, while Michael is sprawled out, having fainted at the mere sight of the ogre. Students rush and awake them, but Lewin's eyes drift toward the judge's platform. The result is obvious. The fight is over. Sir Gulter steps forward, ready to make the announcement, but a voice cuts through the air. Wait. Everyone turns. It's Hans. He steps forward, his sword trembling in his hand. This match isn't over yet. Lewin blinks in surprise. Hans. Hans hurls Maltiv's sword toward him. The blade clatters near Lewin's feet. Use that, he says. Yours is already broken. The field falls silent. Even the knights exchange confused looks. Hans tightens his grip on his own weapon. I said this duel isn't over. Maltiv's eyes widen. What did you just say? He stumbles to his feet, rage twisting his face. You, a low-born commoner. You dare say that to me? Hans doesn't answer. His calm stare fixes on Maltiv, blue mana beginning to ripple around his body. Maltiv freezes mid-step, the color draining from his face. That aura. The air hums with energy. A deep blue light engulfs Hans, swirling like liquid fire. The crowd gasps. Someone whispers. That color, blue mana. He's mastered his aura. In the knight system, few ever reach that level. 4-star knights wield blue aura, true masters of aura manipulation. 5 stars glow red. 6 and beyond transcend color entirely, their power defined only by their spirit. Most trainee knights never rise above 3 stars. But Hans stands surrounded by the luminous blue haze, his blade gleaming brighter with each heartbeat. Even Maltiv can't believe his eyes. No, that's impossible. A commoner like you can't. Murmurs ripple through the arena. He's a 4-star. Even official sword knights struggle to reach that rank. Perched on Hans's shoulder, the teddy bear grins. Hey Hans, it's over. Just call it a day. But Hans's gaze is locked on Maltiv, eyes sharp, voice low. No, I think I'll enjoy this a little more. Lewin watches from a distance, arms crossed. That look. He's back. Maltiv grits his teeth, fury boiling over. I won't accept this. He raises his sword, then slams it down into the dirt. I refuse to accept it. He grabs it again and charges, shouting. You're nothing but a damn commoner. Hans meets his strike head on, blades clashing in a burst of blue and yellow sparks. So that's it. Hans says through clenched teeth. You're saying I can't be your equal? Maltiv snarls, his swings growing wild. You'll never be my equal. Their blades crash again and again, blue mana colliding with gold. Hans dodges, countering each strike with calculated precision. Maltiv's rage makes him reckless, his strength powerful but undisciplined. Hans parries one final swing, his voice cold. You talk about rank and blood, but all I see is fear. Maltiv roars. Shut up. You're weak. You've always been weak. Hans steps forward, blue aura flaring brighter. Then let's see who's weak. Maltiv leaped high into the air, shouting, die. But Hans stood his ground, silent, calm, unshaken. Watch out, Hans. Lewin yelled, sprinting toward him. From the sidelines, Mr. Gilder muttered to Professor Artel Rutz. That Maltiv, he's a real piece of work. Then boom, a massive explosion ripped through the arena. Blue mana surged upward, painting the sky in light. Lewin froze, stunned by the sight. Above them, Maltiv was thrown into the air, sword spinning out of his grasp. Hans dodged his strike effortlessly. Maltiv crashed to the ground, coughing, and glared up. You bastard. Hans only smiled, saying nothing. The other knights rushed over, surrounding Maltiv's fallen body. Is he unconscious? Someone whispered. Did Hans actually beat him? Lewin turned toward Hans. Are you alright? Hans called out, Lewin. Lewin looked back. What is it? Look at my sword. A faint red glow pulsed along the blade. The crowd gasped. A red aura, someone shouted. Incredible. Lewin's power is unmatched at the academy. Up in the window, the dean leaned forward. Lewin, he called. Lewin turned. Sir. The dean smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to take down a senior graduate. Well done. Lewin shrugged. I just had a feeling. The dean raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Crossing his arms, Lewin said, I was the one who called Jacob. I knew this would happen. The dean nodded slowly. I figured as much. He sighed. My goal was only to humble Gary Hill a little. But now he's consumed by revenge. Lewin frowned. Revenge. The dean's tone darkened. Word of the duel has already spread across the kingdom. You defeated the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. Now the nobles whisper of their downfall. He looked out the window. Josh won't take this lightly. He'll do anything to reclaim his pride. Which means you, Lewin, are in danger. They stood at the staircase leading below the academy. I can't risk harm coming to the others, the dean said quietly. That's why you're staying close to me. He gestured downward. This stairway leads to the academy's underground chamber. His expression turned grave. A few days ago, King Ram awoke from his long slumber, and the first thing he said was, the dean paused. He could smell the scent of his king. Lewin listened quietly, his hand clenching as the dean spoke. We're going down, the dean said. King Ram is waiting, and he's brought something for you. Lewin hesitated. Aren't you going to ask me about it? The dean shook his head. Ask what? You saw it, didn't you? The ogre on my back. The dean gave a faint, weary smile. There's no magic like that in this world. I can't even begin to understand it. Then aren't you curious? Lewin pressed. Whether it's an ogre or a goblin, the dean replied, I trust you. That's all that matters. Lewin's expression softened. Thank you, dean. Now go, the dean said firmly. King Ram's been waiting for you. Without another word, Lewin stepped forward. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a long carpeted stairway, descending into the depths below. Each step echoed softly as he walked into the dimly lit underground hall. At the end stood King Ram, massive, regal, seated on a throne-like chair. Well, King Ram rumbled, a grin spreading across his face. It's been a while, little destroyer. Lewin nodded respectfully. It has. King Ram stared at Lewin and shook his head, saying he still couldn't believe it. He had clearly sensed the presence of his king from sky, mountain lingering on him. The moonkin aura of his father was unmistakable. Fixing Ruin with a sharp gaze, he asked him to explain exactly what had happened. Ruin didn't hesitate. He agreed to tell him everything. After all, King Ram already knew about the event on Sky Mountain, and about the artifact Ruin had forged using Kukin's power. There was no reason to hide anything now. King Ram burst out laughing, remarking that Ruin had faced nearly 100 ogres and done so with shocking recklessness. Ruin smirked and replied that he had won every single match, hinting that there was still more to the story. King Ram watched him closely, then said that Ruin was acting exactly like him. His king must have enjoyed it immensely. Once, he had believed himself sealed forever within an eternal artifact, erased from the world. Hearing news of his homeland again filled him with relief. He told Ruin plainly that he was both his blessing and his savior. Then the prompt appeared. Ruin's status shifted from ogre's friend to ogre lord, and his strength surged in response. Another message followed, announcing that he had reached a 5-star milestone, while a regal presence hinted at a new title. King Ram declared that Ruin was now the avatar of Draka, his chosen benefactor, and the only human ever acknowledged by the org of the Sky Mountain Trust. He told him to accept the gift without hesitation. Ruin could barely process it. His strength had leapt instantly to 7,000 points. Before he could react, the bear perched on his shoulder suddenly stirred, excitement radiating from him. The bear proudly announced that he had reached 5 stars far sooner than expected. With a huff, he jumped down, complaining that he had been stuck in a useless baby form for far too long. In an instant, the bear's body expanded. Flames erupted around him as he muttered that everything had been unbearably boring. Without warning, a violent blast of fire exploded outward, forcing Ruin to stagger back. eyes wide as he demanded to know what was happening. At that moment, a long-haired girl appeared, practically glowing with excitement. She laughed and said it was incredible, asking Ruin if he felt the same. Grinning, she told him this was exactly what he had wanted. Reuniting with King Ram had taught her many things, and she had even received 2 additional gifts. One was the authority of a chieftain, granting him the power to command ogres like a true lord and summon them at will. The other was a special privilege, to summon King Ram himself. Bound to the academy for life, King Ram had given one condition when they parted. Ruin was to call him only if his life was truly in danger. Ruin's eyes widened, pushing every other thought aside. He accepted it all and embraced the power now flowing through him. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the air. Strang, his cousin, stepped in joyfully, declaring that transforming into human form was the best thing ever. The headmaster turned to Ruin and asked who the young lady was, and even King Ram looked momentarily puzzled. Once Strang completed her transformation, everyone could finally see her clearly. Ruin stared and asked if she really was a girl. She shot back, asking how many times she had to tell him, while Ruin admitted he had thought she was lying. She snapped that the only one buried underground was him. Yet 2 had appeared, and demanded to know if he could explain that. Ruin froze, realizing he was completely cornered. The headmaster, drawing on his limited understanding, asked if she was a spirit. She replied that it was close enough, but more accurately, she was an avatar. The headmaster mulled over whether that explanation truly worked, until she added that they shared a symbolic relationship and could not be separated. Ruin whispered that she kept speaking too casually to the headmaster, but she countered that she had lived dozens of times longer than him. That was true, and Ruin had no rebuttal left. The headmaster then said that since she had arrived through King Ram and disrupted Ruin's status as an esteemed avatar, he would make arrangements for her to stay at the academy. She immediately lit up, asking if he had a good plan. The headmaster answered confidently that he did and burst into laughter. Soon after, the scene shifted to the academy itself. Gossip spread like wildfire, leaving everyone stunned. They asked Ruin if he was really saying he had a cousin, and that she had transferred in that very day. Ruin sighed and replied that she was in the same graduating class as them. As she introduced herself to the other students, disciples gathered around in surprise, whispering among themselves and wondering why she looked so young. Our hero calmly explained that she had skipped several grades because she was a genius. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jason stepped forward, clearly eager to show off. He extended his hand with a confident smile and greeted her politely. Introducing himself, he asked if she would like a tour of the academy, in case she hadn't explored it yet. She looked at him blankly and asked who he even was. Our hero watched the scene unfold, wondering what this idiot thought he was doing. Undeterred, Jason pressed on, suggesting they check out the cafeteria and proudly offering her their biquettes. She frowned, replied that she didn't want bread, and bluntly told him to get lost. Even then, Jason stubbornly continued trying to impress her. Our hero started sweating slightly, uneasy about where this might go, but decided it was fine as long as nothing went wrong. Just then, someone called out to him. He turned and saw Han approaching. Han asked if today was the day he was leaving, and our hero nodded. Han said he had come specifically to say goodbye. Our hero sighed, saying it was unfortunate they had to part again, but Han smiled and promised he would visit his city someday. He added that he would love to, and said our hero was welcome anytime as well. Then Han hesitated before asking if, after graduating from the training center, he could come to Ardell. The question caught our hero off guard. Still, he told Han he could come whenever he liked. Han's expression grew serious as he explained that he didn't just want to visit. He wanted to become a knight of Ardell. He said he wanted to do something meaningful with his life, something like protecting Ardell, which our hero would one day lead. Bowing his head slightly, he asked to be accepted. Our hero didn't hesitate. He agreed at once and told Han he appreciated him deeply. Jason immediately butted in, complaining that the two of them were once again keeping things between themselves. He loudly declared that he wanted to go to Ardell too, claiming he could help with dishes and cleaning, as long as he was assigned to train with the ladies. Our hero shot back that he had never said Jason was allowed to come. Jason froze, clearly annoyed, and demanded to know what that meant, insisting it was obviously a joke. As they bickered, our hero reflected quietly. The idea of his friends moving to Ardell after graduation wasn't bad at all. In fact, it felt right. The future of Ardell was starting to look brighter, and far more exciting, by the day. Far away, in the capital of the Ledian Duchy, a mustached man slammed his fist down and shouted that it was over, that everything was ruined. He raged, asking if anyone understood how much money he had invested. Sir Vangeras, still only a commander knight in training, had defeated Maltiv. Gary Hill had fallen as well. Even their eldest had been crushed by Ruin Ardell himself. The truth was undeniable now. The era of Gary Hill was finished. The history of Gary Hill was a testament to how the family had preserved its prestige as a house of magic. When Guggen was revealed as the strongest knight in the kingdom, their influence only grew, backed firmly by the nobles, and that dominance had continued ever since. But the mustached man warned them that if such influence were ever lost, appearances would mean nothing. Even if Gary Hill still looked powerful now, once the next generation rose to become the pillars of the nation, the house would no longer be able to endure the shift. Sir Venedra scoffed and said the answer was obvious. They should change sides immediately and align themselves with Ardell. Someone quickly objected, reminding everyone that Dellen Ardell, the head of that house, was known for never accepting money. Others laughed it off, arguing that there was no such thing as a man who disliked money. They pointed to Gary Hill itself as proof. Everyone had a price. At that moment, the door opened. A calm voice asked if they were speaking about him. The room fell silent as murmurs spread. The man who had appeared was Commissioner Josh. He smiled faintly and remarked that they seemed to be enjoying a rather interesting discussion. Then he pressed them, asking which side they were planning to stand on. Awkward laughter filled the room. The mustached man admitted that he had spoken carelessly, unaware that Josh was nearby. Josh waved it off, saying the words were clearly misspoken, and added that if he hadn't shown up, they likely would have continued spouting nonsense all night. Then his expression hardened, and he ordered everyone to listen closely. Since the founding of Leedy, Josh declared, Gary Hill had always stood at the center of power. History itself proved that their position could not be overturned. The fears they carried, he said, would never come to pass. The two men who had been arguing quickly nodded, wearing apologetic expressions as they assured him they would remember his words. Yet even as Josh spoke with such confidence, his mind was already moving elsewhere. He intended to use Ruin Ardell as nothing more than a stepping stone to raise his own son's name. Ruin had trampled Gary Hill's honor into the dirt, and for that reason alone, Josh had made up his mind. No matter the cost, Ruin Ardell had to die. The rhythmic sound of wheels echoed as a train sped along the tracks, cutting through open plains under a silver dawn. Inside, a group of travelers chatted about the upcoming semester, specifically the class that would take them to the royal capital. It's not just any field trip, someone said. We'll be visiting the court magician himself. Imagine seeing a mage of that level up close. Lewin leaned back, listening quietly. The girl beside him smiled. Even if it's for study, it sounds like fun. I wonder if Josh Gary Hill will be there too. Lewin hesitated. Maybe hard to say. She glanced out the window, her smile fading slightly. If the head of the Grill family still holds a grudge, this trip could be dangerous. The capital was enemy territory, home to rival nobles and powerful mages. One wrong step could mean confrontation with the court magician himself. She turned to Lewin. Do you think Josh Grill is really that strong? Rumor says he's a 7th class mage, Lewin replied. She smirked. If I were in my prime, I'd crush a 7th class with a single finger. Lewin chuckled softly, though his mind remained cautious. A 7th class mage is no joke, he thought. Even Strang wouldn't underestimate someone like that. He stared at the faintly glowing academy crest on the train's wall. What's the headmaster planning? The status screen in front of him displayed nothing but question marks. He sighed. No point guessing. Whatever's waiting in the capital, I'll face it head on. And as the train raced toward the horizon, Lewin's eyes hardened. He wouldn't let his guard down, not even for a second. The train screeched to a halt at D. Redian Station, the beating heart of the Redian Kingdom. As the doors opened, the travelers stepped out to a breathtaking view. Majestic mountains surrounded the capital like stone guardians, while towers of glass and steel shimmered in the sunlight. The air carried the hum of industry and the distant clang of forged hammers, blending the beauty of nature with the precision of craft. Wow, the capital really is different, one traveler murmured. Another nodded in awe. Grand, just like they say. Even better than I imagined. Lewin scanned the skyline quietly. Flashy grand, and yet, he thought, still unworthy of a kingdom this small. The group advanced toward the palace gates, and there, waiting before the grand marble stairs, stood Josh Gary Hill. He greeted the dean with a faint smile that didn't reach his eyes. Well, if it isn't the academy's proud guardian. The dean blinked, taken aback. Josh, what brings you here in person? Josh's tone turned sharp as he stepped forward. As a protector of this nation, isn't it my duty to welcome the young sprouts who will shape its future? He smirked. Besides, I wanted to see just how much they've grown, especially the ones who managed to humiliate the sons of their enemies. His crimson eyes flicked toward Lewin. You must be Lewin Ardell then. Lewin met his gaze, and a chill crept down his spine. It feels like a serpent's coil tightening around me. Something's off. He remembered Josh Gary Hill's reputation, a 7th class mage, one of the strongest in the kingdom. But when he glanced at the status window floating beside him, it read, Class 6th. 6th? That's impossible. Has he fooled everyone? Lewin's gaze fell to the golden rings circling Josh's fingers, each one pulsing faintly with hidden power. So many artifacts, just like his father. A faint chuckle slipped from his lips. No matter which generation, the Gary Hills never change. Josh's eyes narrowed. What's so funny? Lewin straightened. Nothing. He turned to leave, but Josh caught his wrist, his grip iron tight. Going somewhere, he said coldly. I'm not done speaking. The rings on his hand began to glow, a deep, blinding gold, as mana surged through the air. I asked, Josh repeated, voice rising, what's so funny? The tension thickened until the dean stepped forward, his expression hard. Chairman Josh, he said firmly. Lewin is still a student. Enough. Josh didn't let go. Silence. You may belong to the academy, but this is my domain now. You're here to supervise, not to meddle. The dean's voice thundered back. If your authority means threatening innocent students, then I refuse to recognize it. I'll take them back to the academy right now. Josh chuckled darkly, still so defiant. Just like old times, Tyrion. He turned, eyes gleaming with arrogance. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your little plan? Luring my son out just to humiliate him? How childish. You're still jealous that I was chosen as guardian, aren't you? Jealous. The dean's tone snapped like steel. Enough, Josh. The air around them trembled. A roar of fire erupted across the ground, scorching the cobblestones. The blast tore through the courtyard, whipping up a storm of blazing wind. Students stumbled back in shock as the flames curled upward like living serpents, and the Capitol's grand gates glowed crimson under the heat of the clash. The air swirled violently, whipping dust across the courtyard. Someone shouted, "What's causing this wind?" Josh chuckled, unbothered by the chaos. "Are you sure you want to take this all the way?" he asked. The dean squared his shoulders. "You're free to choose, Josh." Lewin watched the two in silence, a faint smile crossing his lips. "This is fascinating," he murmured. Josh turned to him sharply. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I was just thinking," Lewin said casually. "I've never seen anyone wear that many rings before." Josh blinked, then laughed softly. "Oh, that. My seniors, Mikkel and Zakil, were the same. They loved accessories. I suppose the wealthy all share the same habits. No real reason behind it. We just have too much to wear." "I see," Lewin replied coolly. Josh's amusement faded as he faced the dean again. "Step aside from the tour," he said flatly. "From this moment on, all classes here will be conducted under my authority." The dean's eyes widened. "What are you?" But Josh was already turning away. "That will be all." He gestured to his students, his cloak whipping behind him as he departed, leaving the air heavy with the scent of scorched stone. The Capitol stretched before them, tall towers, glimmering ruins, and the hum of enchantments filling the streets. Yet despite its splendor, the tour fell hollow. Josh had vanished as soon as they arrived, leaving an elderly wizard in charge of the schedule. The man led them through the city, explaining magical landmarks in a dry, unenthusiastic tone. Still, the others didn't seem to mind. The atmosphere was relaxed enough, until she paused mid-step, gazing up at the tower's glowing spire. "Lewin," she whispered. "Don't you feel it too?" Lewin glanced around. "Yeah, I noticed it the moment we arrived." They both turned toward the windows of their lodging later that evening. "Someone's been watching us," she said quietly. "Ever since we got here." One of their companions frowned. "You think it's one of the locals? Or something else?" Lewin's eyes narrowed. "No, it's an illusion." "What?" she gasped. "You mean illusion magic?" He nodded slowly. "There's faint mana in the air, barely noticeable, but it's there. Look closely. The people walking by, the streets outside. Even at tower view, it's all fake. Someone cast a wide area illusion and reinforced it with barrier magic to block any signal from the real world." Her jaw tightened. "Unbelievable. I didn't even notice the change, and I thought I'd master my human form." Lewin said nothing for a moment. "So this is how far we've fallen," he thought. "Even after all that training, I didn't expect someone to come for me so soon." Then movement caught his eye, a figure darting through the illusory streets. "There," he muttered. "He's running." She followed his gaze. "Who is it?" "He's trying to lure me out," Lewin said quietly. "If we fight here, in these cramped quarters, he'll have the advantage. But I can't risk the others getting caught in the crossfire." He turned toward the door, mana flickering faintly around his hand. If he's a 6th class mage, Lewin calculated, I can handle him alone. But as the illusion trembled slightly, the magic around them deepened. No, this scale of illusion isn't possible for a single mage. There's more than one, 2, maybe 3, or more. His grip tightened on his sword. Whatever this is, it's not just an ambush. It's a hunt. Lewin's expression hardened as he studied the air, still pulsing faintly with mana. "If all of them are 6th class mages," he said, "my odds aren't great." She looked at him, concern flickering in her eyes. "Then what will you do if Josh joins them?" Lewin's tone dropped lower, steady but grim. "Then I'll use that to my advantage. Even a snake can be caught if it strikes too close." "Are you going to act now?" she asked quietly. "I have to," Lewin replied. "Whoever's behind this won't wait till morning. I'll head down." He turned toward the corridor, shadows sliding across his face. "Something tells me tonight's chaos will favor one person more than anyone else." He gave her a brief nod. "Take care, and goodbye for now." A few hours earlier, inside a lavish chamber lit by floating orbs of flame, Chairman Josh Gary Hill slammed his hand on the table. "Is this everyone?" he barked. "I personally called for this meeting, and you're telling me this is all who came?" Across from him, Heisen Gary Hill folded his arms. "It seems the others are deliberately avoiding you, Chairman." Josh scoffed, fury flashing in his eyes. "Avoiding me? Pathetic. Lewin Ardell is finished by the end of today, and yet they're still cowering in fear of that old fool Ardell." He looked around the near-empty hall. Once, every seat would be occupied, men standing shoulder to shoulder, eager to follow his lead. But now, only 4 had shown up. His jaw tightened. Lewin Ardell, you've turned this entire city against me. He slammed his palm down again. Those who didn't show up will regret it. He turned to the men seated nearby. What about the assignments? Are they complete? Heisen spoke first. The night guards of the capital are under our command. Even if there's noise or fighting, there won't be any interference. Josh nodded slightly, then faced another man. And the captain's mission? The man bowed his head. Confirmed last night, sir. The assassins reached Ardell. Once midnight strikes, they'll infiltrate the estate and take Dylan Ardell's head. Josh's lips twisted into a dark smile. Good. Then father and son won't have to face death alone. They'll die together. Someone snorted from across the table. It might not just be the father and son. Word is Dylan Ardell has a young daughter too. A low, cold voice followed. And if Bolvar Payton disappears as well, then there'll be only one sun left in the sky. Josh leaned back in satisfaction, the firelight gleaming against his rings. Perfect. Let the night end with their blood. Meanwhile, under the quiet glow of lanterns, Bolvar Payton stood on the old boardwalk overlooking Ardell's district. The wind carried the faint scent of rain, but the silence was strange. Too still, too heavy. He scanned the darkened streets. Something's wrong. Ever since the young master's victory over the Gary Hill heir, the noble circles had been in an uproar. Bolvar knew the Gary Hills well. Men who smiled in daylight and drew blades in the dark. They would never let such humiliation rest. If anything happens, he recalled the Lord's words, report immediately. Nearby, a man moved a wooden crate aside. The noise caught Bolvar's attention. He approached cautiously. Done for the day? The man looked up with a weary smile. Just finished packing. Heading home now. Bolvar studied him carefully, eyes narrowing. Did you notice anyone unusual among today's visitors? The man hesitated. His hand lingered on the crate, too long. Bolvar's instinct screamed. That pause, too deliberate. The man paused, brow furrowing as he tried to recall. There were 5 merchants, he said slowly. They came through earlier today, but none of them sold a thing. Not once. Bolvar's expression darkened. 5 merchants. The man nodded uneasily. That's the strange part. No one's seen them leave either. A chill settled over Bolvar's thoughts. Assassins often disguise themselves as traders. His gaze hardened, and they vanished after entering the territory. The man hesitated again. They were armed, too. Swords. Maybe it's nothing, but you should be careful, just in case. Before he could say another word, Bolvar was gone, vanishing into the shadows with the faint rustle of a cloak. The man stood frozen where he was, a troubled look washing over his face. No, this might be worse than I thought. Deep within one of the old houses, dim candlelight flickered against worn walls. A group of infiltrators gathered in silence, their voices low and sharp. Has the Elder Lord caught on? One whispered. He hasn't returned to the estate yet. Another snorted. If he had, the guards would be in an uproar by now. The streets are calm. No one suspects a thing. They relaxed slightly, convinced their cover was intact. He'll come back soon, one said. We wait. Then we strike. But before another word could be spoken, thud, something heavy crashed through the back window, slamming into the wooden floorboards. The men turned in shock. A lifeless body lay twisted at their feet. Their eyes darted toward the open window. Standing in the darkness beyond, it was Bolvar Payton. He stepped inside, his gaze burning with fury. You fools! Do you even realize whose house you've trespassed into? The assassins froze, the weight of his presence pressing down on them. One stammered. How did he find us? Another sneered. TCH. It doesn't matter. Stealth won't save us now. Not against a 7-star knight. Then, instead of retreating, he smiled. Good. We were planning to kill you anyway. Steel flashed in the candlelight as they drew their blades. In an instant, all 5 lunged forward at once. These weren't ordinary killers. Each one was a 6-star master, trained and armed by Vengir Gegan himself. But Bolvar Payton was not the man they thought he was. For years, he had set aside his spear, living quietly as the territory's retired fisherman. The people believed his skills had faded. They were wrong. A burst of blue light filled the room, blinding them. Crackling thunder rolled through the walls as Bolvar raised a long spear, its edge blazing with lightning. Come, he said coldly. All of you. The assassins roared and charged. Bolvar moved like a storm. One swing, then another, and the air split with the sound of thunder. Lightning arced across the walls, and in the blink of an eye, every attacker was thrown backward, their bodies slamming against the floor. They never even saw the strike that defeated them. One of the fallen knights groaned, struggling to breathe as he lifted his head. His eyes locked on Bolvar, the stillness of the man, the precision of every strike. It was unmistakable. This can't be, he rasped. That was the technique of a 7-star warrior. But then doubt gnawed at his mind. No, we've faced 7-star knights before. Even killed more than 10 from the Empire itself. So why did this feel so different? The air around Bolvar crackled faintly, alive with blue lightning. His voice cut through the silence like steel. Do you know, he asked, why I stopped honing my spear techniques? No one dared to speak. The only sounds were their ragged breaths, and the faint hum of his weapon. The knight stared at him, trembling. If he's really 7-star, then why is he this strong? A horrifying realization hit him. Unless he's not 7-star at all. His blood ran cold. Vengir has lied to us. This man, he's an 8-star. Before the thought fully formed, one of his comrades lunged from behind, blade flashing toward Bulver's back. Bulver didn't even turn. With a swift, fluid motion, his spear shot backward, lightning trailing its edge. The steel pierced clean through the attacker's chest. The man's body went limp, suspended for a breathless moment before collapsing to the floor with a dull thud. The last surviving assassin froze. His hand shook. Reality struck him like a hammer. Vengir had sent them to their deaths. Even for 5 times the pay, he would never have accepted this mission. In his panic, words spilled from his mouth before he could stop himself. Vi Vengeras. Vengir is Gegen sent us. Bulver's gaze sharpened, cold as the storm in his eyes. He crossed the room in a single step, grabbed the man by the throat, and lifted him effortlessly off the ground. Then take a message back to him. Bolvar said quietly, his voice low and final. Tell Vengeras, never set foot in Ardell again. He released his grip. The assassin collapsed, gasping, alive but barely. The storm was over. Elsewhere, under the faint light of a moonlit street, Luin and his companion moved quietly through the capital's narrow alleys, until a familiar voice stopped them cold. Well, came the drawl. Mage Haizen stepped into view, smirking. I came alone tonight, he said, but don't worry. I brought someone with me, a companion for the afterlife. He laughed softly, clearly amused by his own words. Luin didn't flinch. I have no intention of dying here. Hazen's grin faded. The world doesn't bend to your will, boy. Shadows stirred around them. One by one, cloaked figures emerged from the darkness. 7 mages in total, their auras glowing faintly red and green beneath their robes. Luin's eyes narrowed. 7 of them. Even for a mage, that's a problem. Then, calmly, he raised his hand. A soft yellow aura flickered to life around his fingers. His voice was steady, almost casual. Let me offer you some advice. Something someone your age should already know. Keeping a low profile is the best way to live a long life. He took a step forward, the air humming around him. But for you, that advice comes too late. His eyes glowed faintly. You'll die here. Without warning, the mages unleashed their spells. Blazing orbs of fire shot forward, merging midair into a roaring inferno that consumed the entire street. The explosion thundered through the night, shaking the walls. Haizen smiled, basking in the heat. Beautiful, isn't it? Accepting death quietly. That's your fate, Luin Ardell. You brought this upon yourself. He turned to leave, satisfied, until the wind shifted. The smoke parted. Haizen froze, his breath catching. Standing in the center of the blast zone, Luin and his companion remained completely untouched. Not a single burn, not even a speck of dust on their clothes. Luin's eyes lifted to meet his. Hazen's grin faltered. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. And in that instant, he understood. Whatever he was facing now, it wasn't just another academy student. It was something far more terrifying. Luin's grin carried a hint of quiet amusement as he spoke, his tone calm, yet unsettling. Some beings, he said, simply can't die. His companion, already poised to attack, replied coldly. Creatures like us don't fade. We don't perish. The only way to end Strang is to kill the binder me. The moment the words left his lips, Luin's power surged. Can. Flames erupted around him in a violent storm, painting the battlefield in blazing red. The ground trembled under the force. His gaze locked on a Haizen. I'm not dying here, he declared. With that, he unleashed a furious strike, sending a shockwave of smoke and searing heat tearing through the air. The mages cried out as the explosion ripped into them. Luin exhaled slowly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. At this level, victory was already his. But just as that thought surfaced, his instinct screamed. A fireball struck him from behind. He staggered but turned instantly, eyes narrowing. Haizen stood there, injured yet smirking through the pain. Didn't expect you to be this strong, he admitted. But let's see if you can survive this. Before Luin could react, Haizen lunged, clutching his leg. A dark pulse of mana spread from his hand, and Luin's expression hardened. That energy, he recognized it. Dark magic. The seal of water. There was no escaping it now. Forbidden practitioners of dark magic, rejected by every mage order, lurked in the shadows of the world. Among their cursed arts, the water seal was feared above all. Born from the first warlock of water, it clung to its victim until every last drop of life was consumed. Luin gritted his teeth, agony coursing through him. He hadn't expected Hazen's group to stoop this low. The seal wrapped around him like iron chains, locking him in place. Haizen watched, satisfied. A pity, he said mockingly, but you'll die all the same. Makes it easier now that your friend's useless too. Luin cursed under his breath. Helpless. Haizen chuckled. No need for anger. At least you won't be alone in death. Luin's head snapped up. What do you mean? Hazen's grin widened. Your father. Your little sister. They're probably dead by now. The words hit like a blade. Luin's world froze. Haizen sneered. You really thought you could defy the commissioner and live? Fame doesn't make you untouchable. But before he could finish, Lewin's hand shot forward, grabbing his face. The mages around them froze as a sudden burst of power threw them backward. Hazen's eyes widened in disbelief. Lewin had broken free. Worse, he'd turned the water seal back on him. Blood vessels burst in Hazen's eyes as Lewin's grip tightened. In one brutal motion, his skull was crushed. Blood splattered across the ground. The mages stared, horror-struck. Lewin stood among the flames, voice flat and cold. None of it matters anymore. A pulse of mana surged. King Ram had been summoned. His arrival radiated fury. His enemies had gone too far this time. The mages holding Lewin's ally faltered, dread sinking into their bones. Lewin showed no restraint. He lunged forward and slammed his fist into a mage, sending him hurtling across the battlefield. His voice thundered with rage. "I'll never forgive you." Every strike he threw shattered anything in his path. His magic tore through the air without mercy, caring nothing for who it hit or what it destroyed. Another mage fell before him, but before Lewin could move again, his companion rushed in, blocking his path. "Stop, Lewin," she shouted. A surviving mage staggered up, sneering. "He's lost it. The guy's a lunatic." Lewin tried to push past her. "Get out of my way. I need to finish this." But she stood firm, yelling back. "Why are you acting like this? Nothing's happened to Artel yet. Trust Bolvar. He's stronger than you think." Her words hit him harder than any spell. "If you let that power consume you, you'll end up just like Draka," she cried. "Have you already forgotten how he spent his last days?" For a brief moment, a vision flashed through Lewin's mind. A colossal dragon, wings spread wide, engulfed in chaos. "Draka was called the World Destroyer for a reason," she continued. "He drowned himself in his own strength and tore the world apart. But you're not him, Lewin. I won't let you become him." Lewin's clenched fists trembled. Then, finally, he exhaled. "You're right." His tone softened. "I'm sorry. I made you worry." Turning away, he faced one of the captured mages. His voice was cold. "Talk. Tell me everything you know." The mage smirked weakly. "You'll regret hearing it." He spoke of Miyagdin, an elite assassination squad made up entirely of 6-star warriors and above. 5 of them are already inside Artel, he said. "By now, your father and sister are probably dead." Lewin's breath caught. Before he could respond, a flash of silver streaked through the air. A spear pierced straight through the mage's chest. He fell without a sound. Footsteps echoed through the silence. Josh emerged, surveying the battlefield with a look of utter disappointment. "I came here as a precaution," he said flatly. "Seems my men failed miserably." Lewin and his companion froze where they stood. Josh's lip curled. "So this is the so-called elite squad? Pathetic. Can't even handle one boy." Lewin's fury flared once more. "You! How dare you touch my family?" But before he could move, a surge of dark mana erupted from Josh. It spread like a storm, pressing down on them with suffocating weight. The air itself trembled. Lewin and his companion dropped to their knees. Josh looked down at him, voice dripping with disdain. "You should have kept your head down. Just study at your academy. Play the obedient student. Why do you have to prove yourself?" Lewin gritted his teeth, straining against the crushing force. "You're a dark mage." Josh only smirked. "If word gets out," Lewin shouted, "you'll be thrown in prison." Josh's expression didn't change. "That won't matter. If you die here." His tone turned cold. "And you will." The pressure intensified. Lewin's body refused to move. The pain was unbearable. King Ram had already vanished. The summoning had reached its limit. Josh raised a hand, summoning multiple spears of dark magic that hovered around him, aimed straight at Lewin's chest. "This is the end for you," he said. And with a flick of his wrist, the spears shot forward. The spears tore through the air. A thunderous explosion followed, smoke and dust swallowing everything in sight. For a moment, nothing moved. Then, as the haze began to clear, a silhouette stood firm amidst the chaos. Lewin was still on his feet. Someone was standing in front of him. Try and ignite. The headmaster had arrived. Josh froze. Disbelief etched across his face. "You? How are you here?" Trine didn't answer. He didn't need to. Around them shimmered an illusion field, its boundaries bending under his control. Josh's mind raced. This couldn't be. The field had been woven by 6 class mages, his mages. It should have been impossible for anyone to detect it. But that rule didn't apply to Try and Ignite. A mage of his level could sense distortions in mana, like ripples on still water. And worse, the illusion spell had one fatal flaw. Any spell cast by a stronger mage could shatter it entirely. And that's exactly what had happened. Josh's confidence cracked. Panic flickered in his eyes as the truth sank in. Trine had destroyed his illusion, as if it were nothing. "You'll bring down the entire capital just to stop me." Josh roared, his voice trembling between rage and fear. Trine's tone remained calm, almost indifferent. "Don't flatter yourself. The only one being destroyed here is you." He raised his hand slightly. "A barrier has already been placed. No one outside will be harmed." Josh stumbled back, horror dawning in his expression. You knew everything." Trine's gaze hardened. "You practiced forbidden magic and dared to harm my student." His voice was steady, his judgment absolute. "For that, your punishment will be personal." A surge of radiant blue mana erupted from Trion's hands, flooding the air with blinding light. Josh barely managed to scream before the power engulfed him completely. His cry cut short as the torrent of energy consumed him. The difference in strength was absolute. Lewin's companion could only whisper. That was overwhelming. Lewin said nothing, but he couldn't deny it. Standing before them, the Academy's headmaster, a 7th class mage, was a force beyond comprehension. Compared to that level of mastery, Lewin still had far to climb. Trion turned, his expression softening. Are you both unharmed? They nodded, offering quick thanks. Around them, curious faces appeared from the surrounding buildings. The explosion had drawn everyone's attention. Among the crowd was Prince Groster. His eyes widened at the sight, the headmaster standing tall, and the senior commissioner, Josh Gary Hill, lying defeated. He and his brother hurried over, having just learned that Gary Hill had seized command of the capital's defenses. Their concern turned immediately to Lewin. Are you all right? The prince asked. Lewin gave a faint nod. I'm fine. Seems neither of you have changed much. He glanced toward the headmaster. He came to help. The princes exchanged looks, feigning ignorance. Who is that man on the ground? Lewin cut through the act. That's Josh Gary Hill. The prince's expressions darkened instantly. Treason, Groster declared sharply. To turn against the crown, this is rebellion. His brother stepped forward. We'll report to His Majesty at once. The Gary Hill family will face justice. Their voices carried across the courtyard, calm yet cold. Dark magic, the younger prince added, is unforgivable. Every last one of them will be arrested. Before anyone could leave, Lewin stepped forward with a request. The princes assured him, whatever you need, we'll handle it. Lewin met their eyes. Please confirm the safety of my father and sister. A report had already been sent to the nearest trade city, Manhwa, but the response would take nearly half a day. For Lewin, those hours dragged endlessly. Each minute felt heavier than the last. Finally, the captain returned. They're safe, he reported. Your father predicted the attack. Sir Bolivar intercepted all 5 assassins and eliminated them. Lewin's shoulders eased, the tension leaving him all at once. But the captain wasn't done. They also uncovered who was behind the attempt. The prince immediately spoke. Josh Gary Hill, I presume. Partially, the captain replied grimly. He wasn't alone. One of his main collaborators was Sir Vigneras Jin, captain of the Golden Knights. The princes exchanged stunned glances. Vigneras, one of their most trusted knights. Without hesitation, they issued orders. Strip him of his rank and position. The elder prince commanded. He's dismissed effective immediately. The same judgment fell upon Josh, his titles, privileges, and council seat revoked on the spot. The captain, however, reminded them of the urgency that followed such decisions. Your Highness, both positions require immediate replacements. The prince nodded, already deciding. The vice captain will take temporary command of the Golden Knights. He then turned toward Trine Ignite. As for Josh's council seat, and his duties as royal guardian, headmaster, would you take them on, just for now? Trine hesitated. I'm getting old, Your Highness. I doubt I'm suited for such matters. The prince smiled faintly. You've avoided politics your entire life, headmaster. We know that well. But in times like these, there's no one more qualified. For years, the royal family had tried, and failed, to bring Trine Ignite into the capital service. He had always refused, insisting that an educator's place was in the academy, not in the halls of power. But the prince's plea was earnest, and the kingdom's stability hung by a thread. Very well, Trine said at last. I'll take the position, temporarily, only until a suitable successor is found. The princes were overjoyed. With Trine guiding the council, they believed the kingdom would move forward stronger than ever. Lewin, standing quietly beside them, wasn't so sure. He suspected no successor would appear anytime soon. Still, for now, he was content. Everything had ended as well as it could. With the turmoil behind them, their visit to the capital neared its end. Graduation exams loomed just ahead, marking the final chapter of their academy lives. There was some debate over whether to cancel the remaining events after everything that had happened. But in the end, it was decided. The schedule would continue as planned. They remained in the capital for several more days. Rumors began to spread like wildfire. Word was that Mikkel Gary Hill had withdrawn from the academy. The news of his father's imprisonment only fueled the gossip. Josh Gary Hill was now locked in the royal dungeon, and the once loyal Gary Hill mages had scattered to the winds. Some whispered that Jekyll Gary Hill had gone missing. Others claimed he'd joined the anti-kingdom faction known as Fervana. No one knew for certain. But one truth echoed through the kingdom. Gary Hill had fallen. And in its place, Ardle had risen victorious. Banners bearing those words, Gary Hill fallen, Ardle triumphant, were hoisted across the capital, spreading through noble courts and crowded streets alike. The message was clear to all. A new era had begun. Meanwhile, far from the capital, deep within the Reenac Empire, at the heart of its grand imperial castle, a commotion broke out. A man pushed through the guards, shouting desperately, Please, I must speak with the crown prince. The guards seized him, trying to drag him away, but before they could, a commanding voice echoed through the hall. Let him speak. The king himself had arrived. The guard straightened immediately. Your Majesty, this man forced his way into the castle. He insists on meeting His Highness. The intruder fell to his knees, bowing low. Forgive my rudeness, he said breathlessly. I am Jekyll Gary Hill, eldest son of House Gary Hill. It is an honor to stand before the crown prince of the Reenac Empire. The prince regarded him with mild disinterest. You've gone to great lengths to cause a scene. What do you want? Jekyll clasped his hands tightly. I seek asylum, not just for myself, but for my younger siblings and the remaining members of my family. Over 40 mages in total. We wish to serve the Reenac Empire, to dedicate our strength to your highness's glorious future. The prince sighed, resting his chin on his hand. It's far too early for this nonsense. I haven't even finished breakfast. His tone was dry. Tell me, what crime did you commit? Jekyll hesitated. Then, lowering his head, he spoke. An assassination attempt. The prince raised a brow. Unless your target was royalty, that doesn't sound particularly interesting. Jekyll quickly shook his head. No, your highness, it's not what you think. But the prince was already waving him off. Sheltering a criminal would stain my name. Turning you in, however, would likely earn me favor with the Ardell Kingdom. So tell me, why should I help you? He stood, clearly finished with the conversation. Go home, Gary Hill. Push this further, and I'll have you arrested. Desperation flickered across Jekyll's face. Wait, the one we tried to kill, he took a shaky breath, was Lewin Ordo. The prince stopped mid-step. Slowly, he turned back. Lewin Ordo, he repeated, his tone shifting. That Lewin Ordo. Jekyll nodded. Yes, your highness. A faint smile curled across the prince's lips. His earlier boredom vanished, replaced by intrigue. Well then, he said smoothly, gesturing toward a nearby table. It seems breakfast just got more interesting. He sat down, motioning for Jekyll to follow. Come, tell me everything over tea. 3 months passed after the events of the capital tour, and peace slowly returned to the kingdom. Winter settled in, blanketing the academy in soft layers of snow. As the new year began, the campus buzzed with excitement. Nobles from every province had gathered. The reason was simple. The graduation exam. It was the academy's most prestigious event, where graduating students demonstrated their skills before the noble elite, each performance a chance to be scouted by powerful houses. And today was that day. Sitting in the waiting area, Lewin glanced out at the snow-covered courtyard. 6 years. That's how long he had walked these halls. Years filled with battles, lessons, and memories. Now, as the final test approached, he felt a strange mix of relief and calm. Once this exam ends, he thought, this chapter finally closes. Long yet fleeting. Either way, the end had come. Noticing the distant look on Lewin's face, Jason leaned back with a teasing grin. What's with that expression? Lewin shook his head. It's nothing. What about you? Ready for the exam? Jason shrugged lazily. Why would I care? I'm following you to Ardell anyway. Lewin narrowed his eyes. That's not an answer. Jason just chuckled. But before he could reply, a familiar voice called out from behind. Lewin froze. Standing at the entrance was his sister, alive, safe, and smiling. Behind her stood his father, calm as ever. For a moment, Lewin couldn't speak. Until now, he had only heard they were safe. But seeing them there in person filled him with quiet relief. You all just appeared out of nowhere, he said with a small smile. Didn't expect this surprise. His father stepped forward, resting a hand on his shoulder. You've done well, Lewin. You didn't give in to them. And for that, we're proud. Lewin nodded, a genuine warmth settling in his chest. He turned slightly, meeting Sir Bolvar's eyes, and offering a grateful nod. Bolvar gave a faint smile in return. Then his sister's playful tone cut through the moment. And who's this lady? She asked, glancing at Lewin's companion with obvious curiosity. Lewin hesitated. He couldn't exactly use his usual she's my cousin excuse. Not here, not in front of his family. His sister's grin widened. So, you've already found a new girlfriend since Irene isn't around? Lewin sighed, exasperated. Can you not say things like that? She's just my companion. Before the teasing could continue, another familiar voice echoed across the courtyard. Lewin. Han approached, his armor gleaming. Now a full-fledged knight after completing his oath. Behind him followed Sita, Valkyrie, and Lady Irene. Together, their presence made the moment feel like a celebration. And then, the royal princes entered next, waving enthusiastically as if greeting an old friend. Lewin's friends exchanged looks, half in disbelief, half in envy. His connections were on an entirely different level, and they all knew it. Before the commotion could grow further, a clear voice rang through the hall. The senior student's graduation exam will begin shortly. All participants, please proceed to the arena. Lewin turned to his gathered family and friends. I'll see you all soon. His sister smiled softly. Good luck. We'll be cheering for you. With that, he made his way toward the arena. The noise of the crowd faded behind him, replaced by the steady rhythm of his own footsteps. But as he entered the grand arena, something caught his attention. 2 unfamiliar figures stood among the spectators. Quiet, composed, and strangely out of place. Lewin frowned. Strang. Don't those 2 seem suspicious to you? His companion smirked. Took you long enough to notice. You already know them. What? The one on the left, Strang said, eyes gleaming. That's the Flame King, Theron. And the one on the right, your favorite royal, the Crown Prince. Lewin's eyes widened. They're in disguise. Poorly, Strang replied. Their magic might fool others, but their aura gives them away. Lewin blinked, half amused, half confused. The Flame King and the Crown Prince, both going to such lengths just to attend his exam? They could have easily come openly. Still, they'd gone through all this trouble to watch him. Lewin smirked. How considerate of them. If they were expecting him to accept their offers this time, they were mistaken. But since they'd come all this way, he'd make sure to give them a performance worth remembering. The graduation exam was divided into 3 stages: isolation, glacier, and giant wall destruction. Each student had to clear all 3 obstacles in sequence, racing against the clock. The faster the time, the higher the score. The first test, isolation, dropped participants into a locked chamber with only one exit, a door reinforced by mana seals and arcane locks. There were no rules about how to escape. They could shatter it, craft a key, or trick the enchantment itself. Only one thing mattered: get out. Lewin watched calmly as his teammates faced the trial first. His friend, always quick on his feet, broke free in record time, rallying the 6 mages that made up their team. Then came Glacier, the second stage. A blizzard howled across the frozen field, and a towering beast of ice emerged from mist. The team fought hard, every strike and spell echoing through the cold air. It was a grueling battle, but after a final coordinated blast, the creatures shattered into fragments. Barely catching their breath, they moved on to the last stage, the giant wall. It was exactly as its name suggested, a colossal barrier of stone, dense with layered magic. To finish the exam, it had to be destroyed completely. When it was over, only 3 of the 10 members from Team 6 managed to pass. Jason, despite his earlier casual attitude, had stunned everyone. His preparation had paid off, and he finished first. Now, it was Team 7's turn. Lewin stepped forward, taking a steady breath. Finally my turn. The arena stirred. Nobles leaned forward in anticipation. Students whispered his name. Even the disguised guests among the crowd fixed their attention on him. Lewin smirked faintly. Let's give them something to remember. From the stands, the Crown Prince spoke softly to his companion, eyes following Lewin's every move. I wonder, he said, just how strong he's become. His companion's tone was measured. We'll see soon enough. That's why we're here, to confirm his potential. If guided correctly, Lewin could become an unrivaled weapon. But left unchecked, he trailed off. The Crown Prince smiled thinly. Then I'll deal with it myself. The exam began. Lewin found himself inside a sealed chamber. The first stage, isolation. He scanned the walls. Every inch of the room was reinforced with layered enchantments and traps. The headmaster had clearly outdone himself this time. He could blast through the door with brute force, but where was the fun in that? A slight grin curved across his lips, unlocking it like everyone else. Too dull. He placed his hand on the door, mana crackling between his fingers. Every structure has a flaw. Every wall has a weakness. You just have to find it. Outside, the audience watched intently. The nobles whispered, trying to guess how long he'd take. Then, a thunderous boom shook the entire arena. One of the doors exploded outward in a cloud of smoke and dust. The shockwave rippled through the stands, silencing the hall. When the dust cleared, a single figure stood at the center of the destruction. Lewin Ardell, unharmed, unshaken, and grinning. The timer froze, 13 seconds. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The average escape time had been nearly 5 minutes. Lewin had obliterated the record without even breaking a sweat. From that moment, there was no doubt left in anyone's mind. The name Lewin Ardell once again carved itself into the Academy's history. Loud, unstoppable, and absolute. In this year's graduation exam, the victor had been decided from the very start. The arena roared with excitement, the crowd buzzing as everyone tried to guess how long Lewin would take to clear the next stage. Amid the noise, the Flame King sat silently, watching. He had known of Lewin ever since Culkin's Fong reacted to him, but even he hadn't expected this. Lewin's rate of growth was nothing short of monstrous. Cheers erupted as Lewin charged through the second gate. Spectators shouted in disbelief, calling his approach genius. Charging forward behind a blazing fireball so massive that even the summoned beasts hesitated to come near. Prince Reenact muttered under his breath, "That guy's insane, beyond reason." The Flame King didn't smile. He wasn't amused. He was intrigued. Lewin had a habit of turning the impossible into reality, and the king found himself wondering, how far could this boy go? Lewin sprinted toward a towering brick wall, blue lightning crackling across his body. The air around him distorted. The Flame King's gaze sharpened. This isn't ordinary magic. What he sensed was formless, boundless, something that couldn't be categorized. In the next instant, Lewin gathered all his mana into a single strike. With one explosive punch, the wall shattered. The impact released a shockwave that split the air faster than the ear could register. A monument that had stood untouched for generations collapsed in an instant, disintegrating into dust. The spell he used, it was one that only a 6th class mage could perform. Gasps rippled through the audience. Had Lewin already reached that level? The crowd erupted in awe. In just 2 minutes and 57 seconds, Lewin had finished the entire course. A voice announced loudly, Lewin Ordo of Group 7 has cast a 6th class spell and completed the trial in 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The Flame King felt a chill. The 6th class, an echelon most mages never touch, even in a lifetime. And Lord Nordal had reached it at 16. The realization hit him like a blow. If this pace continued, Lewin wouldn't just rise. He'd surpass them all. The king's thoughts darkened. If I'm going to stop him, it has to be soon. Meanwhile, cheers shook the arena. The princes stood, clapping and laughing, while Lewin's classmates swarmed him in celebration. He was overwhelmed by the noise, the joy. It didn't feel real. He had never imagined his graduation would be like this. Jason dashed up, gripping Lewin's shoulders. You actually did it. A 6th class mage. Unbelievable. Their friends crowded around, voices overlapping with laughter and praise. Then Jason raised a hand dramatically. You know what's absolutely essential on a day like this? Everyone turned to him. He grinned and held up a drink. A celebration. It's party time. That night, the group gathered together, drinking and laughing until the stars blurred. They had officially become adults, and wine flowed without end. Jean mentioned that tomorrow marked his own graduation. It might be their last night together. So they drank even harder, refusing to let the moment slip away. Even the Academy avatars joined in, carefree and unrestrained. Later in the night, the headmaster and Professor Heidel appeared, smiling as they approached. Enjoying yourself, Lewin? The headmaster asked. Lewin nodded. Yes, sir. Thank you for setting all this up. Heidel laughed softly. Good. Enjoy it while you can. The chaos of graduation will come soon enough. And with that, the night went on, filled with warmth, laughter, and the quiet glow of a new beginning. Lewin smiled faintly. Tomorrow's going to be hectic, so let me thank you both now for everything. The headmaster chuckled, clearly pleased. Careful, Lewin. At this rate, the only time we'll see you again is if we invite you back as a guest lecturer. Lewin laughed. Then I'll be ready whenever you call. The headmaster nodded with a grin. I'll hold you to that. Heidel, you're my witness. Professor Heidel raised his glass in response. Later that night, Lewin stepped outside for some air, slightly dizzy from all the beer. The cool breeze hit his face just as a voice called out behind him. He turned and froze. Standing there were Prince Rannick and the Flame King. The prince smiled lightly. My name is Rika, a merchant from the east. I'd like a word with you. Lewin, recognizing them instantly, nodded. Go ahead, Prince Rannick. The prince's expression flickered. How did you? Before he could finish, the Flame King stepped forward, his tone sharp. Tell me, boy, how do you know who we are? Lewin's reply was calm and steady. You can disguise your face, but not your presence. And your eyes, they reminded me of the crown prince I once met. So I took a guess. The Flame King's eyes glimmered. Recognized us just from that, did you? Oomph, I'm impressed. Then his tone hardened. Listen carefully, Lewin. This is my final offer. There won't be another. Prince Rannick took a step forward. You're coming with me to the Empire. Refusal is not an option. Lewin met his gaze without flinching. Then I'll have to refuse. The prince's smile vanished. You really don't learn, do you? I told you before. Any gem I can't possess, I'll destroy. Before Lewin could respond, Jean stepped up beside him. I believe you could do that, Your Highness. But I doubt you will. The prince's eyes narrowed. And why's that? Jin's tone stayed level. Because the crown prince I know wouldn't sneak in under a fake name just to threaten a student. The Flame King gave a low laugh. A student, you say? You're calling yourself that? Jean simply nodded. Yes. Our graduation ceremony is tomorrow, after all. The prince stared at them both for a long moment before turning away. I don't know if it's courage or stupidity, but it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, we'll meet again, with one goal only. To fight. Lewin said nothing. He just watched as they disappeared into the night. Moments later, Jason came running from the party, yelling, What are you doing out here? Come on, man. The party's not the same without you. Lewin smiled faintly. All right. I'm coming. He turned back toward the glowing lights of the celebration, unaware that beyond the laughter, beyond the music, something far greater and far darker was already on its way. A disaster unlike anything he could imagine was drawing near. After a night of nonstop partying, Lewin was completely wrecked the next morning. His head throbbed like someone was pounding a drum inside it. Too much beer, too little sleep. As he forced his eyes open, the world swayed slightly. Lady Irene leaned in, her voice gentle. Finally awake? Feeling any better? Lewin blinked, scanning the room. His friends were scattered everywhere, sprawled across the floor, faces pale, groaning from hangovers. He rubbed his temples and muttered, Yeah, I'll live. In truth, he regretted not stopping after the third round. But the laughter, the music, the sense of freedom, it had been impossible to resist. At least Irene looked perfectly fine, which made him feel even worse. She chuckled softly, and he squinted at her. What's so funny? I was just wondering, she teased. Do you remember anything from last night? He frowned, trying to dig through the fog at his mind. Everything was a blur, just flashes of noise, lights, and laughter. But then something strange flickered in his memory. A sensation. Warm, surreal. Like a dragon's kiss. He froze for a second, unsure if it had been real or just another drunken illusion. Irene picked up an empty bottle lying nearby. Jason's secretary slipped some kind of strong liquor into your beer. That's probably why you blacked out. She went on, recounting the chaos that followed. Apparently, at one point, Lewin had jumped onto a table and shouted that everyone was heading to Ardell together. That one shout had turned the entire place upside down. People laughing, dancing, cheering like there was no tomorrow. As the memories began to return in bits and pieces, Lewin groaned and clenched his jaw. Damn it, Jason. Irene smiled faintly, ignoring his grumbling. So should I come to Ardell too? He looked at her, caught off guard. What do you mean? She met his gaze without hesitation. Ardell. I've been there before. It's beautiful. I want to get stronger, and when I do, I'll come find you. I'll beat you someday. For a moment, he was stunned by how straightforward she was. Her tone was calm, but there was no mistaking the determination behind it. He smiled slightly. Then it'll be an honor to have you visit. You're always welcome in Ardell. She nodded, still lost in her own thoughts, while he sat there wondering what exactly she was thinking. A few hours later, the scene shifted to the Grand Council Hall of the Magic Academy. Graduation day had arrived. The headmaster stood at the front of the hall, addressing the sea of students dressed in ceremonial robes. His voice carried through the air, warm and full of pride. Each of you has endured trials, challenges, and victories. You've grown into mages worthy of the name. I hope every lesson you've learned here will guide you beyond these walls. His words echoed, filling the hall with a quiet reverence. Then, with a satisfied nod, he stepped aside. Now, let us welcome our student representative. The moment he said the name, the crowd erupted. Lewin Ardell. Applause thundered through the chamber as Lewin walked toward the stage. Every step felt heavy but sure. The cheers, the admiration, it all washed over him like a wave. At the podium, the headmaster gave him a pat on the shoulder. Don't overthink it, Lewin. Just speak from the heart. Lewin smiled confidently. Don't worry, headmaster. I got this. And with that, he stepped forward, ready to face the world that awaited beyond the academy walls. Standing at the rostrum, Lewin faced a sea of expectant faces. The hall was silent, thousands of eyes fixed on him. A faint sweat gathered on his forehead as the weight of the moment settled in. He stood tall, shoulders squared, but inside his thoughts were spinning out of control. Just being up there, before every student, professor, and guest, was overwhelming. He had prepared for this, practiced every line, rehearsed every pause. Yet now, all of it had vanished. His mind was blank. But strangely, he didn't panic. The words might have disappeared, but the meaning behind them burned bright in his heart. So he took a breath and began to speak. He started simply. He mentioned what everyone already knew, that he'd won the grand tournament, and that it had all happened within just 1 year. The crowd murmured, drawn in by his calm tone. But Lewin didn't stop there. He shifted the spotlight away from victory and spoke about the truth behind it, about struggle, about pain. He told them that for 5 long years, he had suffered from mana release disorder, a condition that made it nearly impossible to channel magic. For a mage, it was like losing the very essence of who you were. He said that wasn't even the worst part. What hurt more were the eyes that looked down on him, the whispers, the pity, the constant doubt about why he hadn't just quit the academy altogether. But he never gave up. Magic, he said, isn't just power. It's a promise to protect the people you care about, to stand tall when everything else falls apart. He talked about every late night they'd all endured, the long hours of study, the countless failures, the quiet victories no one else saw. Winning or losing, he said, doesn't define us. What matters is that we keep going, that we don't stop. The hall grew completely still. Even the youngest students in the back row listened, eyes locked on him. Then his gaze softened. He looked toward those who were still struggling, still fighting their own battles. Don't give up, he said. Even if no one notices you now, someone will. Keep pushing forward, and one day, your time will come. Miracles don't happen to the chosen. They happen to those who refuse to quit. For a moment, the hall felt weightless, like time itself had stopped. Then Lewin smiled faintly, scanning the crowd. He thanked them for enduring, for learning, for growing together through 6 long years. And when he stepped down, the applause that followed was thunderous, rolling through the entire hall like a wave of pride and respect. Later that night, under the soft glow of lanterns along the quiet campus paths, Luina approached him. Her expression carried both pride and warmth. That was a great speech, she said, smiling. Everyone loved it. You're amazing, as always. Lewin returned her smile. Thanks, Luina. She tilted her head curiously. So, your friends are really heading to Ardell with you? All 4 of them. He paused for a moment, memories flooding back. He remembered reaching out to Sita, asking him to join as his partner. It had been a heavy moment, one that caught him off guard and even brought him to tears. His friends had laughed about it afterward, teasing him nonstop like old friends always do. He chuckled softly at the thought, eyes drifting toward the stars above. It had been a long road, but somehow, it felt like everything was only just beginning. He told Luina, a little sheepishly, that it just ended up that way somehow. What he didn't mention was that, technically, he was now their commanding officer. After graduation, it became official. They were all heading to Ardell together. And not just the 5 of them. A full force of 3,000 soldiers would be joining the campaign. Even now, Lewin was still trying to wrap his head around that number. The twin princes had promised support for the Southern Front, but he hadn't expected reinforcements on that scale. Luina's expression turned thoughtful. She asked if he planned to settle down in Ardell after the campaign was over. Lewin exhaled softly, smiling as he answered that he didn't have any plans to stay permanently. Not yet. His father was still there, and honestly, he hadn't thought that far ahead. Maybe he'd travel for a while after it was all over. For now, his mind was on one thing only, the subjugation ahead. A few days later, the hero troop took a short break. During their rest, a girl beside Lewin asked if they'd be jumping straight into preparations once they arrived. He nodded. Yeah, I'll start with scouting the terrain first. She brought up a tactical map on her interface, tilting her head. So, got any strategies yet? Lewin thought for a moment before replying. Still working on a few ideas. Then something unusual caught his attention. A small crowd was gathering nearby, and the atmosphere felt tense. Curious, he walked over and asked, "What's going on over there?" The group turned toward him in surprise. One of them whispered, "Wait, isn't that the young master of Ardell?" Another replied quickly, "You didn't hear? One of his knights is dueling right now. His trainee knight, actually." Lewin blinked. A duel? My trainee. That could only mean one person. Hans. Without another word, Lewin hurried toward the commotion. Beyond the trees, in a clearing used for training, he spotted Hans already locked in combat. The opponent was clearly more experienced. A full-ranked knight wearing the sash that marked his recent promotion. From the murmurs around, Lewin learned that the man had just completed his knight's oath. But Hans didn't seem the least bit intimidated. Grinning, he parried a heavy swing and countered with quick precision. The clashing steel rang out through the cold air. Whatever the reason for this duel, it definitely wasn't a friendly spar. The fight was already in full swing. The wind cut sharp and cold as snowflakes spiraled through the air. Lewin realized, too late, that the duel had already started before he even got there. Around the yard, the watching knights and soldiers cheered with interest. One of them laughed. "Hey Vox, take it easy on the kid. He's just a newbie. Barely took his oath." Their words were lighthearted, but beneath the teasing was real concern. Lewin glanced at them, curious. "So why are those two even fighting?" One of the soldiers shrugged. "Nothing serious. They were just bored after lunch while cleaning up." One of the juniors was eager for a match, so Vox agreed. Just then, an older man appeared. The moment he spotted Lewin, he gave a knowing grin and said something about the young monster, showing his face again. Lewin turned toward him, blinking as he tried to place the familiar voice. It only took a moment before recognition clicked. "Sir Bolvar." Bolvar chuckled, eyes glinting. "Didn't expect me, did you? I couldn't pass up a good match like this." Lewin gave a small smile. "So, well, you're here for the entertainment?" "Of course," Bolvar said, his tone light but amused. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." Lewin wasn't so sure it was entertaining. To him, it looked like a clash between experience and reckless courage. Still, he couldn't help but think. If these knights realized who Bolvar really was, the duel would stop immediately. The legendary spear knight wasn't someone you casually stood next to. As the fight intensified, Lewin turned to Bolvar again. "What do you think of their skills?" Bolvar's gaze never left the ring. "Not bad. Both have spirit." Then he asked casually, "That young one, he's a friend of yours, isn't he?" Lewin nodded. "Yeah, that's Hans." Bolvar studied the match in silence for a few seconds before saying, "He's getting pushed back, but still standing against a gold knight. That's not easy." Lewin blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, a gold knight?" Bolvar nodded slightly. "That's what I heard over lunch. The man said to be one of the kingdom's elite. Can't say for sure, but that's the word going around." Right then, the gold knight made his move. With a sharp twist and a burst of power, he struck hard. Hans' sword went flying through the air, spinning before crashing into the snow. Hans stumbled, wide open and off balance. Bolvar didn't flinch. Still a long road ahead for him, he said evenly. "But the boy's got the right heart." Lewin caught the tone in his voice. Bolvar saw potential. He always did. That spark of recognition gave Lewin an idea. "Sir Bolvar, would you consider training him? Even a lesson or two would mean the world." He knew the weight of what he was asking. Bolvar wasn't just any knight. A single move, a single pointer from the spear knight could shape Hans' future and strengthen all of Ardell in the process. But Bolvar only shook his head. "That's not up to me. If you want it to happen, the young master will have to ask Hans himself." Hans, who had been catching his breath nearby, froze the moment he realized he was part of the conversation. His shoulders stiffened. The thought of training under Bolvar clearly terrified him. Bolvar smiled faintly, the kind that held both warmth and warning. "You remember how I trained you with a sword, don't you?" Lewin met his eyes and nodded. He remembered all too well. The relentless drills, the exhaustion, the bruises that never had time to heal. Bolvar turned back toward the duel with a knowing look. Lewin understood exactly what that meant. Around them, the watching students whispered among themselves. "Wait, that's Sir Bolvar, right? Isn't he Ardell's knight commander?" "You're kidding. Then this must be part of his training." Their voices carried shock and awe. Every gaze shifted to Hans, who was back on his feet, drenched in sweat, still refusing to quit. Each swing of his blade grew slower, but his determination didn't waver. No one dared interrupt. They all just watched, silently witnessing the kind of training that forged knights into legends. Hans looked up toward Bolvar, caught his gaze, and gave a quick, respectful nod. "I'm fine, sir," he said, trying to sound steady. Bolvar's reply came fast and sharp. "If you're fine, then stop moving like you're half asleep. I told you to be ready." The tone alone was enough to silence everyone nearby. The air around them felt heavier, the tension cutting through the cold like a blade. Even Lewin, standing quietly to the side, couldn't help but wince. Bolvar had warned that he'd be strict, but this was something else entirely. He was starting to feel sorry for Hans. Still, he couldn't forget the look on Hans's face when he'd first heard Bolvar would be training him. That pure excitement, the awe, the confidence. He'd even told Hans, "Don't get too hyped. It won't be easy." But Hans had only grinned, insisting he could handle it. Now, watching him struggle to keep pace, Lewin sighed inwardly. At least he'd given him the choice. His attention drifted when he noticed a small crowd gathering near Bolvar. The murmurs spread quickly. Someone had mentioned the name Sir Bolvar. The effect was instant. Every student froze, eyes widening. "Wait, did he just say Sir Bolvar?" One whispered. "No way. That Bolvar, the Spear Knight of Ardell." Lewin's sister, standing back near the supply cart, shot him a curious look. "Is he really that famous among the knights?" He gave a short laugh. "Yeah, looks like it." Out on the field, the rest of the trainees were red-faced and gasping for air, but none dared to stop. Even through their exhaustion, they kept up with the drills, grumbling under their breath about how brutal Bolvar's training was. Lewin folded his arms, watching them struggle, then turned to Bolvar. "Does this kind of training even help?" "It looks basic." Bolvar shrugged. "It's not exactly ideal. If their form's off, they'll end up with joint problems before long." "Then why bother putting them through it?" Lewin asked, genuinely puzzled. "Simple," Bolvar said. "We've got a long journey ahead. I've got time to kill. Figure I'd toughen them up." They've gotten soft. Lewin and his sister exchanged a glance, both quietly thankful they weren't part of the session. Watching Bolvar's methods firsthand, Lewin finally understood why people called him the Tiger of Ardell. Later that day, Lewin found himself standing at the edge of a cliff. The wind howled past as he peered down into the valley below, shadows moving across the ground like a living tide. Beside him, Strang pointed out the obvious. There'd a lot of them. Lewin nodded silently. She was right. Below them stretched the Crimson Plains, vast and crawling with monsters. Once, it had been part of Ardell's territory, but that was before the Mudmen took over. Grotesque, crawling things that multiplied faster than anyone could track. Now, the land that had once belonged to humans belonged entirely to monsters. From a distance, the land stretched endlessly under a crimson haze. It looked as if the earth itself had been soaked in blood. That was how it earned the name Crimson Plains. Lewin studied the terrain quietly, his eyes following the rippling waves of red across the horizon. He decided it would be smarter to send the others ahead to Ardell first. Beside him, Strang squinted into the distance. "There must be tens of thousands of them," she said. He nodded. She had been the first to scout the area, and her report matched what he saw now. The sheer number of Mudmen was overwhelming. "So what's the plan?" she asked. Lewin rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. "Maybe if we push through the canyon near the sea. It's narrow, but no, that won't work." He frowned, realizing the flaw immediately. The cliffs would be suicide. They'd attack from above too. Strang folded her arms. Then how about letting Sir Bolvar lead the charge? He could bulldoze right through them. He almost laughed. "With just the two of us. Not a chance. Those Mudmen aren't like ordinary beasts. Their cores are buried in their skulls. Ordinary strikes won't do a thing. Even Bolvar would get overwhelmed fighting them one by one." The more he thought about it, the clearer the problem became. Now he understood why every previous scouting mission had failed. There simply wasn't enough open ground to deploy a full unit without getting trapped and shredded. Strang's tone turned uncertain. "Then we can't go in from below." Lewin glanced upward, a faint light of realization flickering in his eyes. "Maybe not from below," he said softly. He stood at the cliff's edge, wind whipping his cloak around him, lost in thought. Something was forming in his mind, a strategy no one else could yet see. No one knew what he was planning. By the next morning, the atmosphere inside the command tent was heavy with tension. The Knight Commander spoke first, his voice firm and decisive. "There's no other way. We advance head-on. A full assault." While the rest of the officers debated tactics and troop formations, his stance didn't waver. "If we hesitate now, we lose. We need to crush them outright." Across the table, Lewin's father remained calm. His tone was measured when he finally spoke. "You're not wrong, Commander, but the losses from a direct attack would be catastrophic." The commander nodded respectfully. "I understand the risk. But remember, if reinforcements from the capital hadn't arrived, we were still planning to launch the campaign with just 300 men." Lewin's father nodded slowly. "That's true." The commander pressed on. "We were ready to fight back then, with barely a fraction of our current force. Now that we have 3,000 soldiers, why hesitate? Lewin's father thought for a long moment before replying. Because the problem isn't the numbers. It's the terrain. He gestured toward the map spread across the table. To reach the Mudmen, we'd have to pass through a canyon. Narrow, steep, and surrounded by cliffs. Those things won't sit still while we march in. They'll attack from every direction. Whether we have 300 or 3,000, it won't matter. The outcome will be the same. The room went quiet. Then he continued, his voice low but certain. Instead of charging through the canyon, we find a way to draw them out. Make them come to us. The commander listened, brow furrowed, and admitted the idea had merit, but pointed out they lacked a concrete way to draw the Mudmen out. Someone had to lead the creatures toward them, he said, and that was the hard part. That's when our hero stepped up. He asked if everyone liked the plan. The commander turned, waiting to hear what he had to say. Our hero agreed with his father. Don't force the canyon. Lure the enemy out. He laid out his idea, plainly. Attack from above, using the cliffs that ring the canyon to provoke the Mudmen into leaving their positions. The commander paused. Those cliffs are sheer, he said. No one can climb them. Are you suggesting the whole army scale that terrain? Our hero didn't mean the whole army. He looked to Ruin, no, to Jason, and explained they only needed a few skilled mages to get up there and use magic to rile the enemy. The commander asked how anyone would get up the cliffs. He turned to Thetas and asked if anyone could cast a flying spell. Our hero put on his hat with a calm motion. Jason's face tightened. He could tell where this was going and wasn't happy about it. Our hero casually remarked that Jason was the kind of guy who would climb. Jason immediately froze, completely confused, and blurted out a firm no, saying there was no way he could do something like that. Our hero kept smiling for a moment longer. Then his expression turned serious as he calmly said he would just throw Jason off the cliff instead. Jason stiffened. The words hit him like a blow, and he suddenly felt the situation slipping far beyond his control. His face paled as he nervously asked again what ruin meant, his voice tinged with panic. The next day, it was finally time to move out. The army assembled, ranks tight and weapons ready. When asked if they were prepared, a thunderous chorus of yes answered back. Veteran troops marched forward with banners held high, advancing toward monster territory. The general raised his hand and gave the order to advance, and our hero noted quietly that the long-awaited subjugation had at last begun. At the very front rode Commander Murrow, alongside the Golden Knights. Even his father and Sir Bolvar had donned their heavy armor once more, marching among them. Near the rear of the formation, our hero stayed with his friends. Suddenly, a sharp command, halt, cut through the air. Everyone dismounted as the commander gathered them together for one final briefing. Right then, someone called out to our hero. Turning around, he saw Jason wrapped tightly in a blanket. His face tense as he asked if his outfit was really safe and whether this was truly the best plan Ruin could come up with. Our hero looked him over once and said simply that he looked cool. The nearby soldiers burst into laughter. Our hero added fuel to the fire by pointing out that even the knights were staring at him. Jason snapped back, asking if Ruin was messing with him, since it looked like the knights were laughing at his expense. Ruin shrugged and said that if Jason didn't like it, too bad. This was actually a golden opportunity. Jason blinked, clearly not following. So our hero spelled it out for him. This was his chance to become the star of the operation, admired by everyone, especially the girls. Jason's eyes lit up as the idea took hold, and within seconds, he convinced himself it was true. Fired with confidence, he pounded his chest and told Ruin to leave everything to him. Watching this, our hero let out a quiet sigh at just how simple-minded his friend really was. The commander approached soon after and asked if Ruin's team was ready. Ruin answered without hesitation that there were no issues and that even Jason was prepared. Jason nodded quickly, though his nerves were obvious. As Ruin reached for the edge of Jason's blanket, Jason begged him to take it easy. The next instant, Ruin hurled him straight off the cliff with raw strength. Jason's scream echoed through the air as he shot upward, utterly convinced his heart was about to explode and that he might actually die right there. At the very last second, he landed safely, caught midair by a soft cushion of green mana. Jason froze, stunned, as he realized it had been a flawless landing. For a brief moment, he even wondered if the blanket and rope had been unnecessary. From below, Ruin laughed and called out to Lady Irene, praising her precise control. She only shook her head, convinced he was joking at a time like this. Now, standing at the peak, Jason let out a long, shaky breath of relief. But it didn't last. The moment he looked ahead, his stomach dropped. Tens of thousands of earth-toned monsters filled his vision, stretching endlessly across the land. The sheer number of mudmen was overwhelming, so many that counting them felt pointless. Cold sweat slid down his face as a single thought echoed in his mind. How was he supposed to lure all of them out by himself? Fear crept in fast, threatening to lock his legs in place. Then he heard Ruin's voice calling up to him. Calm, certain. His friend told him he could do it, that as his comrade, he was more than capable of handling this much. Jason clenched his teeth. The doubt wavered. Ruin's words struck deep, pushing him forward. Jason felt a surge of adrenaline at Ruin's words. His heart pounded, and with renewed determination, He shouted back that he wouldn't let Ruin down, not after being trusted enough to be part of this mission. He gathered his focus, channeling mana into his hand until a flame burst to life in his palm. In an instant, the snow drifting down from the clouds began to ignite, transforming into blazing fireballs that cascaded over the mudmen below. Ruin watched in calm satisfaction. Jason had done it perfectly. Then he turned to the captain. "It's time," he said. "I'll leave the rest to you." The captain nodded sharply, his voice steady and respectful. "Understood, young master." Beside them, Irene looked over. "You ready?" Ruin smirked, eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead. "Always." Below, the mudmen reacted to Jason's sudden bombardment. The ground shifted and writhed as the creatures turned, swarming toward the source of the noise. They poured toward a narrow side path along the canyon wall, moving like a living tide. But Ruin wasn't about to let them slip away so easily. He could see their numbers now. A sea of writhing bodies, countless and grotesque. "We move," he ordered. As his words rang out, Theta stepped forward, his hands already glowing with mana. Fire erupted from his fingertips, sweeping across the battlefield in roaring waves that tore through the mudmen's ranks. Theta let out a furious yell as he hurled another blast of fire toward the mudmen. "You filthy mudworms! Burn! Burn to ash!" A torrent of flame surged outward, engulfing the creatures in an inferno. Their bodies sizzled and crumbled under the heat. With a wild gleam in his eyes, Theta turned to Ruin, grinning. "What do you think? I've improved, haven't I?" Ruin gave a quick nod. "Better than I expected," he said, his tone cool. "But don't start celebrating yet." Theta blinked. "What do you mean?" Then he saw it. The flames faded just enough to reveal more of the mudmen crawling out from beneath the charred earth, twitching, reforming, their movements disturbingly fluid. Ruin's eyes narrowed. "They're climbing," he muttered. He was right. Several of the creatures were scaling the cliff, their sticky limbs dragging them upward. At the top, Jason saw them first. Panic struck as he stumbled back from the edge. "Hey, a little help down here." He waved frantically, voice breaking with fear. Ruin clenched his fists, trying to assess the fastest way to reach him. That's when the blonde girl beside him spoke, her tone calm and matter-of-fact. "Throw me up there." Ruin turned to her, incredulous. "You're serious?" She met his gaze without flinching. Completely. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. There wasn't time to argue. The mudmen were seconds away from reaching Jason. One of the creatures finally pulled itself over the cliff's edge, its muddy arms stretching toward him. Jason backed away, trembling, his voice cracking as he shouted. "Stay back." Fear surged through him. He wasn't ready for this. His mind spiraled in panic. "Not like this. I can't die now. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet." The mudman lunged. Out of nowhere, a blonde figure streaked through the sky like a flash of gold. With a single motion, she unleashed chains of ice that cracked through the air, wrapping around the mudman and freezing it solid before shattering it to pieces. Jason froze, unable to believe what he'd just seen. She landed beside him, calm and collected, and asked if he was hurt. Still catching his breath, he nodded and muttered a quiet thank you. Her eyes shifted toward the chaos below. "Just as Lord Ruin predicted," she said. "They can't climb the cliffs or break through the sides. They're being forced toward the shore." Jason followed her gaze, realization dawning on him. This was it, the moment the capital army had been waiting for. Their time to strike had finally come. Armored soldiers began their advance. Every step sank into the half-frozen ground, their boots heavy, their armor clanging in rhythm. Even with all their training, their faces told the truth. This battlefield felt cursed. Few believed they'd walk away alive. Then, a soldier's panicked voice broke through the silence. "They're coming." Over the ridge, a tidal wave of mudmen surged down the frozen slope, shaking the earth beneath them. The soldiers faltered. Fear spread like wildfire. Voices rose in panic. There were too many of them, far too many. But through the chaos, a single commanding voice thundered above all others. The army chief stood tall, shouting for the men to hold their ground. "Don't bring shame to the Radiant Kingdom. The Thetas are behind us. We hold the line." He raised his sword high, its blade gleaming under the pale light. "For the king," he roared. Without hesitation, Bolvar charged forward, cutting through the mud like a storm given form. His courage was contagious. One soldier clenched his fists, trembling not from fear but fury, and shouted the same cry. Then another joined, and another, until the whole army surged forward as one, blades flashing, hearts blazing. Elsewhere, Ruin and Theta were surrounded on all sides. Mudmen closed in, but Theta's sharp ears caught the distant clash of steel. "Sounds like the capital's army finally joined the fight," he said. Ruin's eyes scanned the field. There were fewer enemies here now. Most had been forced toward the beach. "Perfect. I'm heading to help the others," Ruin said. Theta smirked. "Took you long enough. Go. I'll finish up here." Ruin gave him a nod of thanks before breaking into a sprint, weaving between lumbering monsters and vanishing into the storm of battle ahead. Meanwhile, the capital soldiers were being pushed to their limits. The mudmen slammed against their shields again and again, each hit heavier than the last. Just when their line began to waver, Two figures tore through the ranks, Ruin's father and the chief. Their blades moved like lightning, slicing through the thick mud as if it were air. Each strike sent another monster collapsing into the ground. The soldiers could only stare, stunned. These men weren't just warriors. They were legends walking among them. Without warning, the ground trembled. A thunderous explosion ripped through the battlefield, sending shockwaves across the field. The chief stopped mid-swing, scanning the haze for the source. The blast had come from somewhere nearby. But who could unleash that kind of power? His question was answered moments later. Far across the chaos, Ruin tore through the mudmen like a living storm. Every strike shattered them into pools of black sludge, his magic erupting in bursts of pure destruction. One of the mudmen, lunging at a soldier, suddenly paused, turning toward the explosion. The soldier let out a shaky breath of relief. There was no mistaking it. Lord Ruin had arrived. The mage support they'd been waiting for was finally on the field. All around, soldiers watched as Ruin carved a blazing path through the enemy ranks, cutting down monster after monster with unstoppable fury. Bolvar caught sight of the chaos and felt a surge of confidence. Of course Ruin could handle this. He always could. Raising his sword high, he shouted for the men to press the attack. Now's our chance. Take them down. Every last one. The soldiers rallied with renewed strength, surging forward while the mudmen reeled under Ruin's relentless assault. As the fighting raged on, Ruin kept pushing deeper into the battlefield. The mudmen were mindless, driven by instinct alone, empty of memory or reason. But Ruin remembered everything. He remembered the fire, the screams, and the day his city burned to ash 10 years ago. The day he lost his mother. Those memories fueled his rage. Standing before a new wave of monsters, he clenched his fist, gathering every ounce of power into his hand. His eyes flared, burning with purpose. He wouldn't stop. Not until the last of them was gone. Night eventually fell, and the battlefield went quiet. Elsewhere, in a cozy tavern lit by flickering lanterns, Jessen was busy retelling the day's events to two women. He spoke loud and proud, embellishing every detail, clearly enjoying the sound of his own voice. But halfway through his story, one of them stifled a yawn. He frowned. Are you even listening? She blinked, startled. Sorry, I think I might have nodded off for a second. Jessen groaned, throwing his hands up while the other woman giggled quietly. While the tavern buzzed with laughter, Ruin's thoughts were elsewhere. The battle for the Jinhung Plains was over. More than 15,000 had been wounded, but not a single soldier lost their life. After 2 brutal hours, victory was theirs. Even Lord Malvin seemed genuinely pleased. The princess will be satisfied with these results, he said, his voice calm but proud. Seeing that expression, Ruin couldn't help but feel content. Later, Feda asked if Ruin was heading back to Iota the next morning. You probably won't believe this, he added with a grin. But His Holiness has had his eye on you. Says you're one of the most promising mages around Iota. Ruin just nodded, a faint smile on his face. He knew he'd grown stronger, strong enough to earn that kind of attention. When he returned to the castle, the halls were quiet. Stywell was already waiting inside, greeting him warmly. When Ruin asked about his father, Stywell's tone softened. Lord Malvin's on the terrace, he said. He's been there for a while. Seems he needs some time alone. Ruin nodded silently and started toward the terrace, the cold night air whispering through the corridors as he went. Ruin instantly knew what might be on his father's mind. His thoughts went straight to his mother. He turned to Stywell and offered a quiet thank you, but the older man shook his head with a smile. No, young master. I should be the one thanking you, he said. I've lived in Ardell for many years, but today was one of the happiest days of my life. He paused, his voice steady but full of pride. What you did out there, none of us will ever forget it. Not me. Not anyone in this domain. Ruin didn't know what to say. The words caught somewhere between his chest and throat. After a brief silence, Stywell nodded toward the terrace. You should go. I'm sure your father's waiting. Ruin walked on, his steps echoing softly in the quiet hall. It had been a victorious day, one worth celebrating, but deep down, he knew not everyone could share in that joy. He couldn't, not completely, not when the memories of his mother still lingered like shadows behind every triumph. Under the silver glow of the moon, he stepped out onto the terrace. His father stood there, facing the night, lost in thought. Ruin could almost feel the weight of his memories. 10 years worth of grief, still heavy even after a day like this. Then Lord Malvin turned, his expression calm but distant. Ruin, he said softly, I owe you. The words caught Ruin off guard. He straightened quickly, almost flustered. I didn't mean to interrupt, father. But Lord Malvin waved the apology aside and motioned him closer. Come, have a drink with me. Ruin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. His father poured a deep crimson wine into 2 cups. 17 years old, he said. Selvarock. But your mother and I, we used to call it something else. Ruin froze for a second at the mention of her name, Miria. His father's gaze softened. We called it Amoros Ruin. It means lovely ruin. He handed the cup to his son. The day you were born, I made this wine. I told Miria we'd drink it together when a happier day finally came. Ruin said nothing. He just listened, feeling the quiet ache behind his father's words. I couldn't keep that promise with her, Lord Malvin said after a pause. But sharing it with you tonight feels like she's here again. He lifted his cup and took a slow sip. Still tastes just as good, he said with a faint smile. Ruin took his own sip, the rich flavor lingering on his tongue. It's incredible, he murmured. His father nodded approvingly, the tension easing from his shoulders. So, what comes next for you? Ruin answered without hesitation. I'll expand our territory. The subjugation's complete. Now it's time to start cultivating the canyon. But before his father could respond, a faint shimmer of light appeared before Ruin's eyes. His breath caught as a glowing interface materialized out of thin air, filled with strange symbols and unreadable text. What is this? He whispered. Sweat formed on his forehead as confusion set in. The system's sudden appearance made no sense. Then, a small voice spoke from his shoulder. Something's wrong. Ruin turned slightly to see Strang materialize, his tone unusually serious. I think something happened to Kingram, he said. Today was supposed to be a day to celebrate, but we don't have time. We need to move now. Ruin blinked, still reeling. What? Already? He muttered under his breath. Strang didn't answer, his gaze fixed ahead. Ruin exhaled sharply, torn between disbelief and duty. Another crisis, so soon after everything they'd been through. Was Strang really saying they had to save Kingram? And what was this new power that had suddenly appeared before him? The questions piled up faster than answers, and Ruin couldn't help but wonder what was really happening this time. Ruin turned to his father, guilt already written in his voice. I'm sorry, father, but I have to go. Lord Malvin blinked, caught off guard. Go? What do you mean, all of a sudden? Ruin hesitated, struggling for words. But before he could answer, his father studied his face and understood. If it's that urgent, he said quietly, then I trust you have a reason. Ruin bowed his head once in silent gratitude, then vaulted over the terrace rail. The wind howled as he dropped from the castle heights, landing lightly before taking off into the night. His mind spun with questions. Why now? Why would a quest appear right after the subjugation ended? And what could possibly be happening at the academy? The scene shifted in an instant. At the academy, the air was thick with tension. A cloaked mage loomed over a battered figure. Kingram, forced to his knees, one arm already broken. Kingram clutched his shattered arm, staring in disbelief. A mage had burst in without warning and struck him down in a single move. He spat out that the intruder was insane for daring to pull something like this. Back at the academy, he had heard rumors that the Flame King, Tyrion, was dangerous. Now he understood those whispers all too well. Tyrion stood there calmly, rolling a crackling sphere of mana across his palm as if it were a toy. He said the whole thing felt strange to him. Ever since Ruin Ardle had been chosen by Kankin's Fawn, Ruin had been able to wield power comparable to an orb. That anomaly had gnawed at him. So he began investigating. First Ardle, then the academy, and eventually uncovered the truth. His gaze hardened as he accused the ancient orc, King Ram, of having done something to Ruin Ardle. Before King Ram could answer, another voice cut through the tension, warning Tyrion that no matter his reasons for coming here, he would be held accountable. Tyrion turned toward the speaker, sneering as he confirmed his identity. Tyrion Ignite, and remarked on how quickly he had been detected. He casually shut the door behind him while the mage demanded to know how he planned to deal with the consequences of his actions. The headmaster stiffened at the word consequences. Tyrion laughed softly and said that if he had ever cared about such things, he wouldn't have started this at all. During Ruin Ardle's graduation exam, he had sensed it clearly. If Ruin continued to grow, there would come a day when Tyrion's own position would be threatened. That was why he had decided to act first, to erase the key figures here and then finish everything by hunting down Ruin Ardle himself. At that moment, the door burst open. Someone shouted Kingram's name. Ardle looked up and froze. Standing there was the Flame King Tyrion, with the headmaster beside him. Confusion and unease twisted together in his chest as he wondered what had truly brought them all together. From the shadows came a cruel laugh that echoed off the walls. Terran stepped forward, his grin twisted. Too easy, he said mockingly. Didn't even have to hunt the kid down myself. Dark energy rippled through the room as he narrowed his eyes, the gleam of madness flickering behind them. Tell me, he sneered. How did you figure it out? How did you crawl back here? He didn't wait for an answer. Doesn't matter, he said coldly. You're finished either way. Before Terran could strike, the old headmaster stepped in front of the boy, casting a spell that flared with light. Go, he barked. You can't handle him. Get out of here. But the kid protested, refusing to leave. The headmaster cut him off sharply. Now, he never got the chance to say more. A blast of energy hit him square in the chest, hurling him into the wall with a violent crash. The room trembled. Master, the kid shouted, slamming his palm onto a glowing rune, triggering the academy's alarm. The faint hum of ancient wards lit the air. Terran didn't flinch. He raised his hand, fire curling around his fingers like liquid death. Enough running, he hissed. Die. The kid froze, powerless to stop the inferno about to be unleashed. But then Kingram's voice roared across the chamber. A surge of power erupted as 4 ancient artifacts lit up at once, blazing with lightning that ripped through the darkness. The energy hit Terran head-on, encasing him in a glass-like crystal shell. For a moment, the world went silent. Then came a furious scream. Terran's voice shattered the stillness, his rage tearing through the air. "Who dares interfere with me?" Cracks split through the crystal, and in a flash, it burst apart. Terran's form disintegrated into countless glowing shards, scattering like dust before fading completely. The explosion's aftermath left the room eerily quiet. The hero dropped to the floor, chest heaving, his body trembling from exhaustion and disbelief. Nearby, King Graham fell to his knees, his breath shallow. The kid rushed to him immediately. "King Graham, are you all right?" The Orge gritted his teeth, clutching his broken arm. "I used every artifact. Even the underground seals," he groaned. The banishment spell barely held him. And still, his voice cracked. "Still, that's all I could do." He looked away, guilt clouding his eyes. "I dragged you into this. It's my fault." But the hero shook his head firmly. "No, you didn't do anything wrong. Don't blame yourself." He glanced toward the far end of the room, and relief washed over him when he saw the headmaster still conscious, struggling to rise. The old man's gaze met his. "I sensed Terran's energy earlier," he said, breathing heavily. "But you were supposed to be on your way back to Or. What are you doing here?" He steadied himself against the wall, his tone shifting, part confusion, part concern. "Explain yourself, boy." The tension in the room hung thick once again, the echoes of battle still trembling in the air. Ruin took a deep breath. What he was about to say would sound insane to anyone, but they deserved the truth. "Please," he said quietly, "just hear me out." He told them everything. About the mysterious artifact known as the Player, and about Draka, the living embodiment of a mage. He explained that it was through this strange connection that he'd been able to tap into the ancient power linked to the Orcs. As he spoke, his eyes met King Graham's, and he could see the realization dawning on the Orc's face. The pieces were falling into place. "I should have told you sooner," Ruin said, guilt weighing on his voice. "But it was too risky. I didn't know who I could trust back then." The headmaster nodded slowly, processing everything. "No, it's fine. It all makes sense now," he said thoughtfully. "Flame King Terran wouldn't have known any of this. But seeing your growth, your strength, he must have realized what you were becoming." He glanced toward the scorch marks that still marred the floor. "You've become a real threat to him, boy." So he struck first, before that threat could grow. Ruin clenched his fists, frustration burning inside him. "So he's targeting me now," he muttered. "And I'm still nowhere near strong enough to stop him." As the weight of those words sank in, a familiar glow appeared before his eyes. Another interface. Another quest. He stared at it in disbelief. Quest complete. Liberation of the bound. Reward available. Permission to sever King Graham's pact. Ruin's pulse quickened. The message didn't make sense, until he remembered the old legend. King Graham, the Orge who had once been sealed inside an artifact centuries ago after being defeated by the headmaster's ancestor. He turned toward King Graham. "What does it mean to break the pact?" The Orge's expression darkened. "It means freedom," he said slowly. "If the pact is broken, I'll return to my true form and leave this world behind." His gaze narrowed. "But are you certain that player of yours can actually do that?" Ruin nodded. "It can. The system granted me that ability as a reward after the last battle." King Graham frowned. "Even so, you'd still need the curse's permission," he said, his voice heavy with old sorrow. "Without that, the pact can't be undone." Before Ruin could respond, the headmaster stepped forward, his presence calm and unwavering. "Ruin's will is his own," he said firmly. "If he says he can do it, then he can." Ruin met his eyes and gave a grateful nod. Turning back to King Graham, he extended a hand. "Then let's end this together. It's time." King Graham stood still, eyes wide. He wasn't sure he'd heard right. "You do that." But before he could say more, the air began to shimmer. A glowing interface appeared before them, brighter than before. Pact between Ruin Ignite and King Graham. Terminated. The ground trembled. Blue mana erupted from King Graham's body, swirling upward in a torrent of raw energy. The air crackled as centuries of sealed power surged back into him. His body glowed with light, the ancient curse finally lifting. When the storm faded, King Graham looked down at his own hands, wonder written across his face. "Not even the player before you could break this bond," he murmured. "And yet you did." He bowed his head slightly. "You carry a heavy burden, don't you?" Ruin let out a weary breath. "You're right," he admitted quietly. "I'm still not strong enough. Not yet, not to face Terran." King Graham gave a faint, knowing smile, the glow of the fading mana reflecting in his eyes. "Then it's time you become strong enough." King Graham gave a faint smile. "That's actually good," he said, "because I just thought a way to help you." He rose to his feet, the floor rumbling beneath his massive frame. Turning toward Ruin, his expression grew serious. "But we can't do it here. How about it, boy? Want to come with me to Sky Mountain?" Ruin blinked in surprise. Sky Mountain. He'd heard the name before, a place whispered in stories, ancient and dangerous, where power and legend intertwined. Even hearing it spoken aloud made something deep inside him stir, something primal. Before he could answer, a blaring alarm cut through the moment. "Emergency. The underground prison's been attacked." Static-filled voices echoed through the halls. All guards, begin immediate search for the escaped prisoner. Panic spread like wildfire. Soldiers rushed past in confusion, shouting over one another. Who would dare attack the prison? One cried. No clue. Another shouted back. Whoever they are, they're magicians, strong ones. One prisoner's confirmed missing, but they're keeping the name sealed. Meanwhile, far from the chaos and shattered walls, a lone man stood among the rubble. His breath came ragged and uneven. His clothes were torn, his body battered, but his eyes burned with life. George Gary Hill turned toward the shadowed figure beside him. It's an honor to be rescued by you personally, he said between breaths. The man let out a low, amused chuckle. Don't misunderstand, he said. This isn't loyalty. It's entertainment. As the dust settled and the sunlight broke through, his face finally came into view. The Empire's crown prince, Rainyak. High above the clouds at Sky Mountain, laughter and voices filled the air. The orgs had gathered around, talking and roaring with their usual energy. Among them stood Amarush and Chief Tan, both of whom turned in shock as familiar figures appeared at the mountain's edge. Wait, is that the great human warrior? One shouted. The others joined in, cheering and calling out in disbelief. Then they noticed King Graham walking beside him, his arms still bound. King Graham, you're back too, someone yelled. The Orge gave a small grin. Yeah, he said. Home at last. An elder stepped forward, chuckling warmly. Two great warriors returning at once. That calls for a feast. A proper festival. The crowd roared in agreement, until someone pointed at King Graham's injured arm. What happened to that? King Graham waved them off with a laugh. Long story. I'll explain later. After the laughter died down, he turned toward Harkan, his tone shifting to something more serious. Sorry for showing up out of nowhere, he began, but there's something important I need to ask. Harkan tilted his head. No need to apologize, lad. Speak up, we're listening. King Graham nodded and said clearly, I need the special Orge tendon elixir. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd went silent. One of the younger orgs blinked in shock. You mean that elixir? King Graham smiled faintly. Yeah, for him, he said, gesturing to Ruin. Our little destroyer. The orgs exchanged glances. The special Orge tendon elixir wasn't just any drink. It was a sacred tonic, a secret formula passed down only through generations of Sky Mountain orgs. It was reserved for their own kind, used to strengthen the young during their growth, never meant for humans. As they brought it out, Ruin stared at the flask uncertainly. Are you sure about this? He asked, hesitating. King Graham crossed his arms. You wanted power, didn't you? He said. Power strong enough to defeat the Flame King. Ruin hesitated again, glancing at the glowing liquid inside the bottle. The energy coming off it felt ancient, dangerous. King Graham nodded toward him with a firm look. Then you need this. And trust me, there's a reason I'm giving it to you. Ruin exhaled slowly, realizing this wasn't just another test. It was a turning point. The path to facing Terran was being forged right here, on Sky Mountain. So there he was, standing in the middle of Sky Mountain, holding a massive bowl that looked more like a carved-out coconut than anything else. Ruin stared down at the thick, murky liquid inside. If King Graham was this insistent, there had to be a reason. No hesitation. He raised the bowl and downed the whole thing in one go. Big mistake. The taste hit him like a punch to the throat. His expression twisted instantly. Bitter, earthy, and whatever that aftertaste was, it definitely wasn't natural. One of the nearby orgs burst out laughing. So, how is it? Ruin grimaced, struggling to swallow. That's honestly the worst thing I've ever tasted, he said flatly. The org roared with laughter again. Yeah, that sounds about right. But do you feel any different? Still wincing, Ruin decided to check. He opened his stat window and froze. His strength stat had skyrocketed, a full 100 points up, from just one drink. What? That can't be right, he muttered. Can your strength really just keep increasing like this? King Graham shook his head with a knowing smile. For orgs, the elixir only works once. That's it. Ruin blinked. Wait, so, does that mean for me? King Graham chuckled. You think Draka stayed up here for 100 years just for fun? He asked. He spent a century perfecting his power, all because of this elixir. Ruin's eyes widened. You mean, there's more of it? Where is it? I'll drink as much as it takes. King Graham sighed with a grin. Slow down, Destroyer. The one you drank was the last we had in storage. Ruin's face fell, but King Graham raised a hand. Don't worry. My people are already on it. He nodded toward a group of orgs working nearby, hauling giant pieces of hardwood, carrying baskets of fruit, even pulling up strange plants with roots like braided cords. We've already got the teams gathering hardwood, mountain fruit, mussel grass, stone, and tools for the process. Everything's in motion. Ruin blinked, genuinely moved. You did all this for me. King Graham smirked. You freed me from the pact. The least I can do is help you get stronger. Then his tone shifted, serious again. But there's one ingredient we're missing. The hardest one to get. Ruin tilted his head. What is it? Orge tendons, King Graham said simply. Rare stuff. Almost impossible to find. Ruin frowned. Then how are we supposed to get those? King Graham looked down at his injured arm, the one still bound from battle. He lifted it slightly and said, "Don't worry. We've already got it." Ruin blinked, confused. "Wait, you mean?" King Graham nodded, calm and steady. "This arm. It'll be enough for a few dozen batches." Ruin's eyes went wide. "You can't be serious." "That's—" King Graham interrupted with a faint grin. "Consider it my gift of gratitude. You freed me from the oath. This is how I return the favor." Ruin lowered his head. "Thank you," he said quietly, meaning every word. King Graham's expression softened. "Just don't overdo it. Drink too many elixirs too fast, and your body might not keep up. Even Draken needed a century to master its effects. Who knows how long it'll take you?" Ruin gave a small nod, determination flickering in his eyes. "Then I'll take as long as it takes. But what should I do in the meantime? The Flame King won't stop coming after me." King Graham chuckled, pushing himself to his feet. "Don't worry about him." He brushed the dust off his arm and looked out toward the horizon. "I already have a plan." He turned back to Ruin. "Remember when we drove the Flame King out? The way we used the artifact's power?" Ruin nodded slowly. "That artifact," King Graham said with a sly grin, "has time magic woven into it. And if we use that right—" He trailed off, eyes glinting. "We might just turn time itself to your advantage." King Graham raised his good arm, and a spark flickered to life in his palm. The tiny flame twisted and grew, hovering there like a living thing. "The right to use that magic should still be active," he said. "We're going to tap into it." With a single motion, he flung the flame toward the mountain's rocky surface. It struck with a roar, burning straight through the stone and carving out a massive, molten tunnel deep into the heart of Sky Mountain. When the fire died down, a dark opening yawned before them, its edges still glowing red-hot. "We'll use the artifact's magic to slow time inside," King Graham explained. "In there, time will crawl. A few hours outside will feel like years within." After a brief pause, he glanced at Ruin. "You ready for this?" he asked, voice steady. "You're about to spend what'll feel like an eternity in there." Ruin adjusted the strap on his pack, nodded once, and said, "I'm ready." Without another word, he stepped forward and disappeared into the glowing cave. Strang, perched on a nearby rock, turned toward King Graham, frowning. "You sure about this? It's going to be a long haul. A very long haul." King Graham crossed his arms. "Yeah, it'll be tough," he said. "An hour out here equals 10 years inside." Strang sighed. "Even if he doesn't age in there, that's still brutal. I'll be fine. I'm an incarnate, but he's human." King Graham looked toward the cave entrance, the faint glow still pulsing deep within. "The little destroyer can handle it," he said firmly. "He'll come out stronger than ever." Then he turned to Strang. "Come on, let's get things ready for when he's done." But before they could move, a voice called out behind them. "Hey, where are you guys going?" They turned and froze. Ruin stood there, covered in dirt, his hair wild, his clothes torn, and his eyes blazing with raw power. "Wait already," King Graham blurted. "Don't tell me you drank all of it." Ruin scratched his head. "I think so. I lost track of time after the first few weeks." King Graham's eyes widened. "Weeks?" Ruin nodded. "Yeah, I count up to a week or so, then stopped. Anyway." He cracked his knuckles and gave a faint grin. "I can finally do what I've always wanted." King Graham frowned. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Ruin looked back at the cave, his expression darkening. "Every day I was in there, I made myself a promise. If I ever got out alive, I'd destroy this cursed place." Mana surged around him, flaring like lightning in the air. He drew back his fist, energy coiling around his arm. Then, with one explosive strike, he drove his hand into the mountain. The cave shattered in an instant, stone collapsing, flames bursting outward, and the mountain itself rumbling like thunder. When the dust cleared, a massive crater stood where the entrance had been. Ruin exhaled, lowering his fist. "Now that feels better," he said with a grin. "So, you guys ready to go?" Right then, a glowing interface materialized before him. Strength, 20,000. Ruin couldn't help but smile. "Perfect," he said. "Flame King Terran, your reign ends here." Far away, at the Crown Prince's estate, George Gary Hill sat comfortably, looking more relaxed than he had in years. "Everything's coming together nicely," he said with a grin. Rainyak leaned back in his chair, unimpressed. "Don't thank me. I don't care about your freedom. I just needed someone to keep an eye on Ruin Ardell." Gary raised an eyebrow. "You mean that kid? And what about the Flame King? Doesn't he usually tag along with you?" Rainyaka's smirk faded. "No clue where he's gone. He left without a word." He paused, his gaze distant. "Still, he's my godfather. Whatever happens next, his mistakes, his choices, I'll be the one to deal with them." The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of those words hanging heavy. Rainyaka's eyes narrowed slightly. And if Ruin's really grown strong enough to challenge him? He let out a quiet, amused laugh. Then maybe things are about to get interesting. Rainyak shifted the conversation with a lazy wave of his hand. "So, Gary, tell me you've actually got a real plan for dealing with Ruin Ardell this time." Gary's grin was all confidence. "Of course I do. The Soar Grand Prix is coming up in the Empire, the biggest event for knights, just like the Mage's Grand Tournament. And guess what?" He leaned forward, smirking. "Ruin Ardell's little sister is one of the contestants. She's representing Ardell." Rainyak raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Gary went on. "You know how protective Ruin is. There's no way he'd skip it. He'll show up. And when he does, my warlocks will be waiting. We'll end this once and for all. He clenched his fist, bitterness flashing in his tone. If Tyrion hadn't botched things last time, we'd already be done. But this time we won't fail. Rhaenyak regarded him for a long moment before giving a short nod. Fine, he said. One last chance. Don't disappoint me again. The Sword Grand Prix, the night's counterpart to the Grand Tournament, was in full swing. The Grand Arena shone beneath banners from every region, packed with roaring crowds and aspiring warriors eager to prove themselves. After days of qualifiers, 4 knights had been chosen from each territory, and among them stood Lena Ardell, proudly representing her homeland. As her match approached, Luina's heartbeat quickened. She tightened her grip on her sword, trying to steady her nerves. Her father, Lord Malvin, had been distracted all day, worried sick that Ruin hadn't shown up. He feared something had happened to his son. Luina looked toward the stands, silently hoping. You promised you'd be here, Ruin. Please keep that promise. Her older sister appeared just then, lighthearted as always. You'll do great, she said cheerfully, offering her a wink. Luina couldn't help but smile. Her sister's quirky energy never failed to lift her mood, and her impressive list of connections made her something of a legend in the family. Luina stepped onto the arena floor, her opponent already waiting. She drew her blade, confidence returning to her eyes. Let's do this. The referee gave the signal. The match began. Swords clashed, sparks flying with every strike. The arena trembled as waves of mana erupted around them, swirling into strange, spiral patterns that shimmered in the air. Each swing echoed like thunder, precision against raw power. Up in the VIP stands, Gary watched with sharp focus. Rhaenyak leaned closer. Didn't you say this would lure Ruin Ardell out? He asked coolly. I don't see him anywhere. Gary's expression tightened. Something's not right. Give me a bit more time. I'll find him. Rhaenyak frowned, unimpressed. You said the same thing last time. I should have known trusting you was a mistake. He stood up, brushing off his cloak. Gary quickly bowed his head. Wait, please. I can pull back my men, regroup. Rhaenyak stopped mid-step, then turned slightly, his tone colder than before. No. If Ruin won't come to us, maybe taking care of his sister will get his attention. Gary hesitated, then nodded grimly. Understood. A sudden explosion tore through the arena grounds. The shockwave rattled the stands, sending debris flying. Screams filled the air as the once celebratory crowd dissolved into chaos. Lord Malvin's eyes went wide. Luina, run, he shouted, his voice raw with panic. Luina barely heard him before the force of the blast knocked her off her feet. She hit the ground hard, dazed, her ears ringing. Dust and fire filled the air. Groaning, she looked up to see her opponent sprawled nearby. Hey, are you okay? She asked weakly. The other knight nodded faintly, still in shock. Luina's mind raced. What just happened? Was that an accident? Before she could process it, figures in dark cloaks appeared through the smoke. Warlocks, their eyes glowing faintly with mana. One of them smirked. Shame, he said. If Ruin Ardell had shown up, this would have been perfect. But hurting his sister? His grin widened cruelly. That might be even better. Ruin was exhausted, but he refused to back down. Gripping his sword, he stepped forward and demanded answers. Who were these mages, and why were they after his sister? One of them sneered, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. He said there was no point explaining anything to someone who'd be dead soon. Still, he added, they had an old score to settle with Ruin's brother. Dark energy flared around the mage, glowing an eerie red. He threw a final, mocking glance at Luina and whispered a cold goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the spell was complete. Blinding streaks of blue light erupted from their hands, cutting through the air straight toward her. Luina froze. There was no time to run, no way to dodge. All she could do was close her eyes and wish for someone, anyone, to save her. Her father stood frozen in horror, powerless to help. Rhaenyak watched, entertained by the chaos, while Gary smirked, proud of his son, the crown prince, for putting on such a display. But then, everything stopped. Gary's smug grin faded. Even Ruin's father looked stunned by what came next. From nowhere, Ruin appeared, his sword raised, intercepting the attack with a blinding flash. The blast shattered against his blade. He turned to his sister. Sorry I'm late. Luina's eyes filled with tears. What took you so long? Ruin sighed, still catching his breath. Heard the Flame King might show up. Came running. Didn't expect this mess. The mages burst into laughter. Perfect timing, one mocked. Enjoy it while you can. Your old man's next. Ruin blinked, half amused, half confused. My dad, huh? Guess fate really dragged me into the right place. Before anyone could react, Ruin lunged forward and slammed his fist straight into the mage's face. The impact echoed like thunder, sending the man sprawling to the ground. The crowd went silent. Rhaenyak's eyes widened. Gary's mouth fell open. Ruin raised his bloodied fist and roared. Who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister? He tightened his grip, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. If you don't want to end up like him, start talking. Where's your father? The threat sent shivers down the spines of everyone nearby. Even Gary and the young lord flinched. Then, a furious voice cut through the tension. Ruin. It was Gary. He leapt down from the stands, rage burning in his eyes. You killed my son. Without hesitation, he summoned a spell and fired it straight at Ruin. But Ruin sidestepped easily, watching the blast explode behind him. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Didn't expect you to come looking for me. Makes my job easier. Gary's fury deepened. He conjured a glowing spear of pure energy and shouted, I'll take you down myself. The weapon shot forward, slicing through the air like a missile. The battle between them had truly begun. Ruin couldn't help but laugh under his breath. The whole thing was ridiculous. You got backward, Gary, he muttered. The one going down today is you. As Gary's blazing spear hurtled toward him, Ruin didn't flinch. He stepped forward and kicked the weapon midair. It veered off course instantly, splitting into two streaks of light that shot straight back at its caster. Gary's eyes widened. In panic, he threw up a barrier, the shield crackling as it barely held against the force. Cracks spread across its surface like spiderwebs. When he looked back at Ruin, his face twisted in disbelief. Just months ago in the capital, Gary had completely overpowered him. But now, the difference in strength was like night and day. Ruin didn't hesitate. He closed the distance and unleashed a devastating blow. Gary froze, unable to react, as the strike sent him crashing to the ground. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Even Gary's own children stood speechless as Ruin continued his relentless assault, each hit echoing through the battlefield. Amid the chaos, Ruin's voice cut through the noise. How'd you even get out of that prison in the capital? Don't tell me the Hill family managed it alone. Gary trembled, dropping to his knees. Wait, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just spare me. But Ruin shook his head. No need. I already know. It was either the Flame King or the Crown Prince. In one swift motion, his blade came down, ending it. Gary's son screamed in rage, cursing Ruin's name. You'll pay for this. For my father. For my brother. He turned to the other mages, shouting, all of you, with me. If we don't fight together, the Hill family is finished. The group rallied, chanting in unison, magic flaring wildly in the air. But Ruin stood calm amid the storm. You still don't get it, he said quietly. You're not even close to my level anymore. He raised his hand. Energy surged around him, spiraling into a brilliant, blinding storm. The mages gasped. They recognized it immediately. The orb of radiant light, one whispered. Its glow was overwhelming, its heat unbearable. Ruin's magic roared like fire, gathering above him in a colossal sphere that looked ready to consume the heavens. An 8th class spell. When it dropped, the impact was cataclysmic. The explosion swallowed everything in a wave of white fire, erasing every enemy in an instant. From the sidelines, Rainyaka's lips curved into a satisfied grin. Now that, he murmured, is talent. Just then, a new voice echoed across the field. Rainyak! The tower mage had appeared out of nowhere. Rainyak turned, mildly surprised. Well, this is unexpected. What brings you back? The tower mage frowned. You're letting this kind of chaos unfold in the Empire? After all this time, this is how you run things. Rainyaka's tone was calm, almost amused. You vanished for ages, and now you show up just to lecture me. The tower mage stared at him in disbelief. You saw that spell, didn't you? You really think this is something to take lightly? Rainyak gave a faint shrug. Sure, it was impressive. But so what? That was an 8th class spell, the tower mage snapped. Only the most elite mages in the world can cast something like that. Right now, Ruin's power might rival, or even surpass, the Flame King himself. Rainyak couldn't help but smirk. Did the Crown Prince really think it was a good idea to provoke someone like Ruin by sending weaklings from some backwater border town? He shrugged it off. Relax, he said lazily. No need to get worked up over one flashy spell. But the tower mage didn't share his calm. You don't get it, he said sharply. The prince messed up this time. Ruin's not someone you toy with. And if he's smart, he's already figured out you were helping Gary. Rainyak chuckled. Helping Gary? Please. I didn't even bother hiding that. That caught the tower mage off guard. Then why bother with Ruin at all? He asked, frowning. Rainyaka's tone turned cool and deliberate. Let's not forget who we are. I'm the Crown Prince, future ruler of this empire. You're the head of the continent's top magical institution. And Ruin? He leaned back, almost amused. He's just a distraction, a flicker from a dying little nation. You're not actually scared of him, are you? The tower mage didn't answer right away. Silence hung between them before he finally sighed. You've always done whatever you wanted, Rainyak. I suppose nothing's changed. Rainyak raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? The tower mage straightened, his voice firm. It means I'm done dealing with you. From now on, I'll take this straight to His Majesty. Word spread fast. Too fast. Before long, the rumors had reached the Emperor's court. There was talk of a young mage from a small kingdom who had reached 8th class. Only 17 years old, and he had already unleashed a meteor-class spell that shook the heavens. The Emperor listened carefully, aware of the ripple it caused across the continent. The boy's name was Lewin Ardell, heir of the famed Ardell family, and he had surpassed even the Flame King, Theron, in both speed and power. It was no wonder the Empire was uneasy. Whispers filled the halls. If Lewin's growth continued, could he take the title of Tower Master from Theron himself? Many were already saying yes, that the Empire needed a new leader for its magic tower. Naturally, the Emperor had heard enough to take it seriously. He turned to his advisors. Perhaps it's time we reconsider the tower's leadership, he said thoughtfully. What are your views on this prodigy? The council exchanged glances. One of the senior aides stepped forward. Your Majesty, while there are countless knights of the 8th star, there's only one 8th class mage, the Flame King. Or rather, there was. Now, this young man's appearance changes everything. Another nodded in agreement. His potential is extraordinary. If he continues to rise, it's only logical to consider him as a future successor to the Tower Master's position. The Emperor listened, silent for a long moment. Then, before he could respond, the massive doors to the throne room swung open. The Flame King himself strode in, his presence cutting through the murmurs like a blade. Your Majesty, he said, his tone steady but sharp. Don't let idle gossip cloud your judgment. The chamber fell silent. The assistant, startled, stammered. Lord Theron, you weren't summoned. The Emperor raised a hand to calm the room. It's quite all right. In fact, I prefer to hear the truth from the man himself. He leaned forward, studying the Flame King closely. So tell me, Theron, what should we make of this young mage who now stands shoulder to shoulder with you? Theron stepped forward, his voice cutting through the quiet tension of the court. Your Majesty, he said firmly, surely you don't believe these rumors. He paused, eyes narrowing. Just a few days ago, Lewin Ardell was nowhere near my level. And now you're saying he's reached 8th class overnight? That's impossible. The room went still. Every noble, every mage, every guard, waiting for what came next. Then Theron dropped the real bomb. Unless, he said slowly, the boy's been dabbling in powers no one should touch. The Emperor's expression hardened instantly. The weight of those words hit like a blow. Forbidden powers. Black magic. Could that explain it? Could this boy's rapid growth really come from something dark? Something that shouldn't exist? Theron pressed on, his voice calm, but sharp as a blade. The flames he conjured took the form of an orb. That's not natural, my guess. He's found a way to draw strength from something tied to those orbs. That kind of magic doesn't come without a cost. He looked straight at the Emperor. And let's not forget the Hill family. Gary Hill, his sons, wiped out by Lewin Ardell himself. Do you really want someone like that leading the Mage Tower? Because I can guarantee that will throw the Empire into chaos. A murmur rippled through the court. Black magic? Someone whispered. Could it be true? The Emperor's jaw tightened. If what you're saying has any truth, he admitted slowly, then that would explain the unnatural pace of his growth. No ordinary mage could advance so quickly. He leaned back, deep in thought. This isn't just about tower politics anymore. If he truly wields forbidden power, he's a danger to the Empire itself. The tension in the room grew heavier with each word. The Emperor's tone turned cold. If this continues, we might have no choice but to act, militarily, if necessary. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Theron's face. He bowed slightly. With the Empire's army behind us, Your Majesty, we can put this matter to rest before it becomes a disaster. But before the Emperor could respond, another voice rang out. Father, please don't. All eyes turned. The young lord had stepped forward, breaking the silence. The Emperor turned, clearly irritated. And what gives you the right to speak here? The young lord met his gaze calmly. I don't understand what father means by any of this. The Emperor's tone rose sharply. You don't understand? The Sword Grand Prix, a sacred tradition of this empire, was turned into a disgrace because of you. He leaned forward, his voice echoing through the hall. You should have shown restraint, discipline. Instead, you turned an event of honor into a stage for your own whims. The young lord didn't flinch. The tournament's already over, he said flatly. Bringing it up now just sounds like an excuse to lecture me. The Emperor's eyes flashed. So you do feel scolded. That means there's still some shame left in you. He stood, his voice thundering across the throne room. Then tell me, what exactly did you mean when you told me to hold back? Far away, at the Crown Prince's estate, Theron simply reached out and placed his hand on Doom's face, feeling the pulse of pink mana burning just beneath his skin. His voice dropped low and commanding as he reminded Doom. This was what he had always wanted, to become Terran's disciple. And now, that long-awaited moment had finally come. Doom Prime's lips curved into a slow smile. He was ready to embrace the power being offered to him. The air trembled, the ground rumbled. A heavy surge of energy filled the room, growing stronger by the second. The scene cut back to our main guy, still training hard, repeating his spells over and over. But his focus was gone. His mind was somewhere else entirely. The thought kept gnawing at him. It wasn't enough that they'd gone after his sister. They had dragged innocent people into their fight too. His jaw tightened as he wondered who was really pulling the strings. The young lord? Or the Flame King himself? But in the end, it didn't matter. Whoever it was, he'd crush them both. Without wasting a second, he marched toward Terran's chambers. But before he could get far, Lady Irene's voice called out behind him, asking where he was headed in such a rush. He turned, saying flatly that it had to be either the Flame King or the Crown Prince behind it all. and both of them were now openly after him. Irene froze in shock. He confirmed it again, his tone sharp. Things had gone too far. There was no turning back now. She tried to stop him, confused by his sudden determination. But he didn't back down. He reminded her she'd seen it herself. The attack wasn't random. It happened in a public place, right in front of families. If they kept letting their enemies run free, it wouldn't just be Ardell who suffered. The entire empire would crumble. Irene stood there, unable to find words. Sweat rolled down her temple as the truth sank in. The Flame King really was after him, and that terrifying magic he'd unleashed earlier. She realized it wasn't ordinary. It was the power of an 8th class mage. Maybe he was the only one who could stand against the Flame King now. Still, she hesitated, asking what he planned to do next. He looked at her once, cold and focused, and told her to move aside. She pressed him again, confused. What was he even talking about? Before he could answer, the air shifted. A shadow appeared. Prime stepped forward, his massive sword gleaming as he blocked their path. The hero stopped in his tracks, caught off guard for a moment. Then he smirked. "It's been a while," he said calmly. "Did the Flame King send you to finish me off?" Prime's eyes narrowed. "Don't you dare speak his name so casually." The hero chuckled. "Guess that makes you his biggest fan." That one line set Prime off. His face twisted with rage as he shouted curses, promising that he, Doom Prime, would personally make sure the hero never laid eyes on the Flame King. Then, with a roar, he charged forward, his sword glowing with power granted by the Flame King himself. The hero raised his arm and blocked the blow, recognizing that same reckless loyalty in Prime's eyes. But something felt wrong. Prime's gaze was darker than before, his eyes completely black, wild and unstable. Whatever he'd become, it wasn't human anymore. Flashes of memory tore through Prime's mind. Terran standing before him, asking if he would accept the power being offered. Terran had known from the start that even with that strength, Prime wouldn't be able to defeat Ruin. But that wasn't the goal. All he needed was time. Now, that moment had come full circle. Prime's eyes were completely black, his humanity gone. He'd turned into a monster, striking wildly with no restraint, no reason. The hero didn't fight back. He dodged, weaved, doing everything he could just to stay out of reach. Lady Irene watched in shock, frozen in place. She couldn't even move. The man she once knew, once the strongest among the 11 children, had changed into something unrecognizable. The air around him was thick with rage and power. She yelled out a warning to the hero, voice trembling. Something about Prime's appearance triggered a memory, a term she had read in an old text. And then it hit her. Doom Prime had undergone demonification. The word struck the hero like a thunderbolt. Everything suddenly made sense. Of course, the Flame King. He had to be the one behind this. Prime wasn't fighting of his own will anymore. His mind was gone, his soul devoured by corruption. The hero's gaze hardened. He couldn't kill Prime, but he couldn't let him destroy everything, either. The only choice left was to restrain him, force him to come back to his senses somehow. Prime let out a roar and swung his massive sword with terrifying force. The hero barely managed to block the hit, his arms trembling from the impact. The ground cracked beneath his feet, but Prime had overcome it, leaving himself open for just a second. That was all the hero needed. He took a deep breath and channeled his energy, summoning a technique he'd never dared to use before, Steel Break. The moment the skill activated, his power surged through his blade, sharp enough to cleave through anything, even steel itself. With one clean strike, he shattered Prime's sword into pieces. The weapon dissolved in a flash of light. Prime froze, staring in disbelief at the empty space where his blade had been. Before he could react, the hero stepped in and threw a single controlled punch, strong enough to knock him down, but not to kill. The blow hit squarely, sending Prime crashing backward. The hero watched him fall and muttered under his breath, hoping that somewhere inside, the real Prime could still hear him. Elsewhere, panic erupted. A soldier burst into the young emperor's chamber, gasping for breath. He tried to warn him, to tell him about the Flame King, but before he could finish, a shadow moved behind him. In an instant, he was struck down. The young lord turned, fury boiling beneath his calm voice. "So, this is how you want to play it, Godfather?" Behind him stood Terran, his expression unreadable. He spoke softly, apologetically, saying there was no other choice. The young lord's voice rose, raw and disbelieving. "Have you lost your mind? You think taking me out will solve anything?" Terran's lips curled into a cold, thin smile. "No, it's not about that anymore." His tone darkened. "My position as Tower Master is slipping. The only path left is to seize power, real power, and destroy Ruin Ardell completely." As his words faded, the light in his eyes was consumed by black fire. Demonic energy rippled through the air around him, his gaze now just as dark and hollow as Doom Prime's. Terran's voice rose, thick with ambition. He declared that being Tower Master wasn't enough anymore. He would rule everything, the entire world. And the key to that power lay within the hidden energy of the young lord himself, the next emperor. A chill ran down the young lord's spine. Terran smiled faintly, reminding him of the words he'd once spoken as a child. "Never back down from what you believe in." Now, Terran said, he was simply living by that same code. With a slow, deliberate motion, he lifted his hand and began casting a spell, vowing that from this moment forward, everything would go according to his will. The young lord, still standing tall despite the fear creeping through him, shouted that he wouldn't give in to empty words. He barked an order for the guards to arrest Terran immediately. But the instant they moved, everything went wrong. The guards who had surrounded the room turned on him. Without warning, they launched their attack. Terran barely twitched a finger before unleashing a powerful spell that knocked them all unconscious in a single blast. The entire chamber fell silent. No one could even process what had just happened. As the dust settled, Terran turned back, his expression calm and almost bored. "Are you finished?" he asked quietly. The young lord gave a broken laugh, a mix of defiance and disbelief. "So this is how it ends, huh? Fine then, go ahead. Try to take down Ruin Ardell. Even in death, I'll curse you for it." The story shifted back to the battlefield, where our hero stood over Prime, who was completely battered, bruised and swollen like a ripe tomato. Lady Idini looked down at him, concern etched in her voice as she wondered if he'd even survive after taking so many hits. The hero just shrugged. "He's still breathing, so I'd say he's fine. A few punches are better than staying a demon forever." Lady Idini gave a small nod. "Fair point." Then, a familiar voice broke through the air. Terran appeared, walking out from the shadows with that cold smirk on his face. He glanced at Prime's unconscious body and chuckled. As expected, he couldn't even slow you down. But I'll give him this. He played his part well. All I needed was a bit of time. Lady Irene stiffened. There was something off about him. Something far darker than before. The energy around him pulsed with corruption. The hero's expression hardened. "So, it's finally your turn, huh? Fine. I'll take you down myself." But the moment he stepped forward, he realized something was wrong. The Terran standing before him wasn't the same man he'd fought before. His aura was heavier, sharper, burning with demonic energy. His eyes were pure black. "You can't beat me, Lewin Ardell," Terran said, his voice echoing with unnatural power. He began chanting a spell, the words twisting the air itself. The hero shouted for Lady Irene to get back. But before she could move, the world erupted in a deafening explosion. Outside, panic spread through the streets. Officials and soldiers scrambled as the shockwaves tore through the ground. People screamed, unsure of what was happening. Through the chaos, the hero's sister caught sight of him, standing there with Lady Irene. Her heart stopped. He shouted to her over the roaring wind. "Get everyone out of here. It's too dangerous. Help evacuate the civilians." She couldn't understand why he was staying behind, why he looked so determined. Meanwhile, he carefully placed Lady Irene and Prime in a safe spot, then turned back toward the wreckage where Terran stood. His voice rang out, steady and sharp. "Why are you doing this, Terran? Why cause chaos here, where innocent people are gathered?" Terran just laughed, a dark, twisted sound that filled the air. "We're way past the point of talking," he said coldly. "Get ready to die." Without another word, he raised his hand. A surge of electric energy crackled around him, and in the next instant, a lightning bolt ripped through the air toward the hero. Our hero barely dodged, the shockwave slamming into the ground beside him. "What the hell is happening?" he shouted, frustrated. He thought this was a chance to finally take Terran down, but the power radiating from him was far beyond anything he'd expected. The demonized Terran sneered, eyes glowing black. "Come on, Ruin Ardell. Show me everything you've got." The battle raged like a storm. Ruin could feel the pressure crushing in from all sides. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. This energy Terran was using, it wasn't normal magic. It felt alive, chaotic, ancient. Then it clicked. The Crown Prince. Terran had absorbed his power. That was the source of this twisted strength. Before Ruin could even process it, Terran appeared in front of him in a blur, slamming him hard into a wall. The impact sent cracks splintering through the stone. Terran leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. "Still not giving up, huh? You should have learned your place by now." He chuckled darkly. "Funny thing is, you actually helped me. Your defiance pushed me to evolve, and now I've become something greater." He spread his arms wide, energy crackling all around him. "A demon god." The words struck Ruin like a blade to the chest. It all made sense now. Terran's jealousy, his hunger for power, his endless resentment. He'd gone beyond mortal limits by devouring forbidden energy. And the Crown Prince wasn't his only victim. Who knew how many others had already fallen to his madness? Ruin gritted his teeth. "Monsters like you shouldn't exist," he spat. "If no one stops you, this world will collapse." His determination hardened into steel. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore. He would stop the Flame King, no matter what it took. Then, a sudden chime echoed in his ears. Quest initiated. Defeat the demon god and save the world. The words flashed before him, like fate itself was drawing the line. Meanwhile, across the burning city, the chaos had spread. The hero's sister knelt beside Lady Irene, gently shaking her awake. Irene groaned softly, blinking through the smoke. "What's going on?" she asked weakly. "Ruin told me to get everyone out," his sister said quickly. "We're trying to evacuate whoever's left, but there aren't enough of us. The city's in flames. What are we supposed to do?" Back at the city center, the earth shook as Ruin and Terran's fight raged on. magic colliding in bursts of light and sound. From a distance, the sister could only watch, trembling as tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing her brother fight alone against that kind of power tore her apart. Lady Irene grabbed her shoulder. "Stay calm," she urged, but then she froze. In the crowd behind them, people began to move strangely, their eyes black, their bodies twisting unnaturally. Her heart sank. It wasn't just Prime. Terran had spread his corruption to others too. He'd planned this from the start. He wanted to destroy everyone. Irene turned to Luina, her expression resolute. "You need to go. Now, I'll handle this." Just then, a strong, commanding voice cut through the air. "Stay back, all of you." Sir Bolvar stepped forward, sword gleaming in the firelight. His stance was steady, his intent clear. He was ready to lay down his life, if he had to. Lady Irene protested, insisting she would fight beside him. But Bolvar shook his head. "The young master wouldn't want you to throw your life away in grief," he said firmly. Her eyes burned with conviction. "And I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't protect these people. If we can't stand for them now, then what are we even fighting for?" The two of them exchanged a single look, an unspoken understanding that this might be their final stand. A massive explosion of fire ripped through the battlefield, sending waves of heat and ash across the ground. Lady Irene froze, eyes wide as the flames roared past. Who could have unleashed something that strong? Before she could react, the headmaster arrived, charging in with his entire battle squad. His robes were scorched, his face grim. "Damn it," he barked. "We're too late." He turned to the others, his tone softer but heavy with regret. "I didn't think it'd take this long. I'm sorry." There was no time for more words. The real war began. Demons and humans collided in a brutal clash that shook the earth. Spells lit up the night sky, fire and lightning cutting through the darkness. Mages unleashed torrents of flame, but the demons pushed back with savage force, slicing through soldiers like paper. The mission was clear: finish this fast, and reach ruin before it was too late. Back in the heart of the chaos, smoke and dust choked the air. Through the haze, Terran towered like a shadow of death, his demonic aura twisting the battlefield. Ruin stood opposite him, bloodied, barely standing. He cursed under his breath. After all that training, after everything, is this really how it ends? He couldn't let it, not while people were still counting on him. Terran's laugh echoed like thunder. "Pathetic. This is how it should end, for fools who dare challenge God. You've struggled long enough. Now be erased." He raised his hand, and the sky ignited. A massive meteoroid spell formed overhead, fire swirling into a burning storm. "Goodbye, Ruin Ardell," Terran sneered, hurling the spell down toward him. Screams erupted from the soldiers watching. "Run, Ruin. Get out of there." He stood motionless, eyes fixed on the falling inferno. For a second, doubt gripped him. Maybe this really was it. But then he remembered. He'd promised to protect everyone. Even if it killed him, he had to try. Something deep inside him stirred. A surge of power, unlike anything he'd ever felt before, roared to life. From afar, Seitrang's eyes widened. That energy, it's beyond anything I've ever sensed. In that instant, a blinding wave of light exploded from Ruin's position. A colossal defensive spell, pure, radiant power, ripped through the air, shattering the meteoroid flames like they were nothing. Terran staggered back, disbelief twisting his face. Impossible. No one can block an attack from a demon god. Ruin straightened, flames dancing around his aura. "You're right," he said calmly. "Until now, I couldn't." His gaze sharpened. "But it wouldn't be fair if you were the only one with godlike power." Behind him, an enormous, luminous figure took form. A radiant being towering over the battlefield, radiating divine light. Ruin's voice cut through the silence. "Terran, it's time. Let's finish this." Terran could barely comprehend what he was seeing. The energy surging from Ruin wasn't human. It was overwhelming, divine. He could feel it in his bones, burning like sunlight. This is insane," he muttered. "What are you?" Ruin clenched his fist, divine energy crackling around it. "My turn." In the blink of an eye, he moved. The punch wasn't just fast, it was godlike. Terran scrambled to throw up a barrier, chanting a defensive spell, but it was too late. The impact landed square across his cheek, and the sound echoed through the city like thunder. Terran's body flew across the battlefield, crashing through buildings before disappearing in a massive burst of dust and rubble. Silence. The headmaster and his troops stopped mid-battle, staring in disbelief. "What in the world was that?" he whispered. "Was that really Ruin?" Off to the side, Seitrang's eyes flickered with realization. That aura, the wild, divine surge, she recognized it. "Daraka's essence," she murmured. But how did Ruin summon it himself? No one had an answer. The battlefield, for one long moment, went completely still. The light from Ruin's awakening blazed above the ruins, an unmistakable sign that something greater than human had just awakened. Just seeing the radiant being behind Ruin was enough for everyone to understand. He wasn't the same man anymore. He had become something far greater, a new god of destruction. Terran staggered to his feet, his body shaking with rage. "You think you can trick me with some cheap, godly stunt?" he snarled. I won't let this slide. He thrust out his hands, pulling every drop of black mana in the air toward him. The energy swirled and thickened, wrapping around his body until it pulsed like a living storm. Everything in my path, everything, will be obliterated, he roared. The ground trembled as he cast the same devastating spell twice over, his power surging higher each time. Lightning exploded around him in violent bursts as he mocked. Let's see how long that arrogance of yours lasts, Ruin. You're destined for destruction. Bolts of black lightning screamed through the sky, shooting straight at Ruin. But Ruin stood still, calm, steady, unshaken. In that instant, he realized something Terran hadn't. The being now watching over him, Daraka, wasn't just any divine force. He had once been the original god of destruction himself. Ruin raised his hand slowly, summoning a glowing barrier of light. Fighting Daraka would normally be suicide, he murmured, his tone even. But this time, he's with me. He slid his hand forward, channeling pure divine energy. Every bolt of demonic lightning crashed into the barrier, only to vanish the moment it touched him. The energy bent, absorbed, dissolved into nothing. Terran's eyes widened. What is this nonsense? Ruin's voice cut through the roar of the storm. Nonsense? No, it's just my turn now. He thrust out his hand, and a blinding beam of golden fire shot forward, striking Terran square in the face. Terran tried to absorb it, growling through the pain, but before he could recover, a godly punch slammed into his ribs, sending him flying across the battlefield. The impact shook the entire city. Dust and fire swirled as everyone watching stood frozen, their jaws dropping. But even then, Terran dragged himself back up, coughing blood, still defiant. Impressive, he rasped. Even after giving it everything I have, I still can't take you down. He raised his arms to the sky, black energy crackling wildly around him. Then I'll end it all. If I can't win, I'll drag you and this entire cursed world down with me. Ruin's eyes widened. What are you talking about, Terran? Terran's laughter was unhinged, echoing through the burning city. Everything ends here, he screamed. The sky darkened as a massive, star-shaped magic circle spread across the heavens, its edges stretching over the entire capital. Ruin Dan gritted his teeth. You've lost it completely, he spat. You destroy the world just because of jealousy? Now that he finally understood the scale of what was coming, he clenched his fists, gathering everything he had left. There was no other choice. He had to stop this maniac. Everyone, he shouted. Let's end this together. The air split apart as Ruin's allies poured in, their magic joining his in one last combined strike. He charged forward, divine power blazing through his veins. With a thunderous roar, he smashed through the center of Terran's attack. The star-shaped aura cracked, then shattered like glass. Terran screamed, pouring out everything he had left. You're nothing compared to a demon god. I'll erase you, and everyone who stands with you. But Ruin didn't back down. His voice cut through the chaos, clear and unwavering. You're the powerless one here, Terran. This ends now. Their energies collided, divine against demonic. And then, Terran's spell began to crumble. His black aura disintegrated, fading to dust under the weight of Ruin's overwhelming power. For the first time, the so-called demon god looked terrified. He could only watch as his final spell broke apart, piece by piece, until nothing remained. For a moment, the battlefield was silent. Ruin stared at the ashes swirling in the air where Terran had stood, wondering if it was really over. Terran's final words echoed faintly through the smoke, his voice twisted with hate. I'll curse you, even in death. Then, with one last surge of dark energy, the demon god's body disintegrated, scattering into dust that vanished into the burning sky. Ruin descended slowly, his body trembling. All around him, the city was engulfed in flames, smoke rising, buildings crumbling, the air heavy with ash. His sister sprinted toward him, her eyes wide with worry. Ruin, are you okay? He gave a weak nod. Yeah, I'm fine. But before she could say anything else, his expression suddenly changed. His body tensed, his hand clutching his head. No, something's wrong, he gasped. The pain hit like a hammer. His vision blurred, and a scream tore out of him as he fell to his knees. It hurts. It's tearing me apart. His sister dropped beside him, panic in her voice. Ruin, stay with me. Don't come closer, he shouted. His voice cracked as his power surged wildly. Stay back. You can't. Don't touch me. From a distance, Strang watched in horror. Her heart sank as she recognized what was happening. She remembered Daraka, the god who had lost himself after gaining too much power too fast, consumed by his own destructive energy. Her hands trembled. It's happening again. Ruin's body shook violently, his skin glistening with sweat as pure, unstable energy pulsed through him. Strang could only stare helplessly, unsure how to stop the transformation. If this continued, Ruin would follow the same fate. He'd awaken as the new god of destruction. Then, in the middle of that chaos, a single word echoed through the air. Stop. Everything froze. Strang blinked, and suddenly the world around her changed. The burning city, the screams, the chaos, all gone. She was standing in an empty space, endless and still, with only Ruin beside her. What? What is this place? She whispered. Then a deep, familiar voice resonated through the void. It's been a while, Strang. She turned sharply, her breath catching. Both she and Ruin heard it. The voice that carried immense power, steady and ancient. It spoke again. Little destroyer, it said, addressing Ruin, and the one bound to him. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is why I'm here. The voice continued, calm but commanding. I brought you both here, to help the little destroyer. Ruin's eyes widened as the figure began to take shape before him. His heart pounded. No way, he breathed. Then, louder, his voice filled the void. You are Daraka. Ruin stood frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. Before him was Daraka, the legendary dragon, renowned as the mightiest being in existence, the original bringer of destruction. The sheer energy radiating from him was enough to shake the space around them. Where are we? Ruin asked, still in awe. Daraka's deep voice rumbled like thunder. This is my inner world. I pulled you here before things went too far. You were right on the edge, just like I once was. I couldn't let you lose yourself to the same madness. Strang stepped forward anxiously. Then what do we do? I don't want to see him lose control again. There has to be a way. Daraka turned to her, his gaze calm and certain. That's exactly why I appeared. He lifted his clawed hand, energy swirling around it. The artifact linking my essence to the little destroyer can be severed. If I pour all of my remaining power into it, that connection will break. He'll be free. Strang's eyes went wide. But if you use all your power, you'll vanish completely. Daraka gave a faint, almost peaceful smile. Don't mourn me, Strang. After becoming the god of destruction, all I did was bring ruin to the world. But this one, he nodded toward Ruin, he's different. If he can carry this power without losing himself, he'll do far more good than I ever did. He paused, his voice soft but firm. Besides, severing the link won't take his power away. It'll simply make it his own. Ruin stood there in the stillness of that vast, empty space. His voice trembled as he finally spoke. Why does it have to be me? He asked quietly. Why are you all going through this for my sake? I don't even know if having this kind of power will help anyone. Daraka looked at him, eyes calm and steady. It will, he said firmly. You might not see it now, but it will. Tears began to stream down Ruin's face as he listened. Daraka's voice softened. I gave you that power because you reminded me of myself, he said. Before I ever had strength, I was just like you, struggling to survive, trying to find my place in the world. He let out a low sigh, but when I finally gained power, it consumed me. I lost myself to it. I became the very thing I swore to fight. He paused, looking down at Ruin with something close to pride. But you're different. I've watched you grow, from powerless to strong, from uncertain to unwavering. And even when you gained strength, you never used it for greed. You used it to protect, to lead, to save others. Ruin's throat tightened, unable to speak. That's why I chose you. Daraka continued gently. Because you won't repeat my mistakes. You'll guide this world towards something better. For a moment, there was only silence between them. Then Daraka gave a faint, warm smile. Our time's up, he said softly. It's been good, seeing you again, little destroyer. And you too, Strang. Thank you as always. Strang's eyes filled with tears. She tried to laugh, but her voice cracked. Damn lizard bastard, she muttered, her fists clenched. The ground beneath them began to quake. The world around them flickered and started to break apart. As the light grew brighter, Ruin and Strang exchanged their final looks with the mighty dragon, the god of destruction who had finally found peace. And then, everything faded. Ruin gasped awake, his eyes opening to the sky. His entire body ached, and pain throbbed through his temples. Around him, people were gathered, his allies, his friends, all staring in shock and relief. He blinked. What's with those faces? You're scaring me. His sister let out a shaky breath. We're scaring you. You scared us. You collapsed out of nowhere. We thought you were dying. Ruin gave a weak laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry about that. His voice softened. And thank you, all of you. I called for help without even thinking, but you still came. The headmaster crossed his arms, trying to hide a grin. Well, that last-minute SOS of yours pulled half the capital together. If nothing else, that just proves how much everyone trusts you, kid. Ruin chuckled, feeling the weight in his chest ease just a little. Guess I owe you all one. But then, before anyone could relax further, a deep, steady voice cut through the air. Pardon the interruption. Everyone turned. The emperor himself stood there, his royal robes stained with ash and soot. His sudden presence froze everyone on the spot. For a second, no one even dared to breathe. Ruin's mind raced. Why is he here? Was it about the Flame King? Or the death of the Crown Prince? Whatever it was, this couldn't be good. But then, the emperor did something no one expected. He bowed. Sir Ruin, he said, voice heavy but sincere. I came to offer my personal apology. The entire crowd gasped. Even Ruin couldn't move, completely stunned. The emperor went on, his tone filled with regret. The chaos that consumed our empire. It's my fault. I failed to see Terran's corruption. Worse, I gave him more authority, trusted him blindly. And I failed my son, too. I couldn't keep him from falling down the wrong path. He looked up, meeting Ruin's eyes. I witnessed your battle with terror myself. In that moment, I realized, if someone like you fights for this world, maybe it still has hope. He straightened, then spoke the words that left everyone speechless. Ruinardo, will you accept the position of Mage, Tower Master of the Empire? Ruin froze, his mind blank. He had faced gods, demons, and death itself. But nothing had ever shocked him like this. A few days later, the mood had completely shifted. The tension of battle was gone, replaced by laughter and clinking glasses. Ruin's friends were gathered around, celebrating his victory and the shocking news that had spread across the empire. Man, you're on a whole new level now, one of them said, grinning. Jason leaned back in his chair, raising his drink. I always knew you were something special, Ruin, but getting offered the Tower Master position at your age? That's just insane. Ruin laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Honestly, I never even imagined something like this would happen. He took a slow sip of beer, letting the weight of it all sink in. The Emperor's offer still echoed in his mind, becoming the successor to the Flame King, Terran, and taking his place as the next Tower Master. It wasn't just a promotion, it was a throne of responsibility. He defeated the traitor who nearly destroyed the Empire. The Emperor himself had vouched for him. If he accepted, he could step into the role immediately. But as the cheers around him grew louder, the reality pressed down harder. Terran's rebellion had left deep scars. The Crown Prince was dead. The Empire was unstable. Becoming Tower Master wasn't just an honor. It was a burden heavy enough to crush him. He'd only just graduated from the academy. Was he really ready for all this? Ruin. The voice pulled him out of his thoughts. He turned to see Lady Irene standing nearby, her calm eyes studying him. You've been quiet, she said softly. What's on your mind? He smiled faintly. Just thinking. It's a lot to take in. I figured, she said. Getting hit with that kind of responsibility out of nowhere. It's got to be overwhelming. He nodded. It's incredible, yeah. But I can't stop wondering if I can really handle it. She tilted her head thoughtfully, then smiled. In that case, I have an idea. Why don't we take a break? A little trip somewhere peaceful. No pressure, no politics. Ruin blinked, caught off guard. A trip? Yeah, she said, grinning. Somewhere quiet. You could use it. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You know what? That actually sounds amazing. We should go. Her smile widened. Great. Then let's go to my place. He froze, staring at her in disbelief. Huh. And just like that, he found himself going along with her plan. Inside his mind, his avatar popped up, panicking. Whoa, WHOA. You've never even been on a date before, and now you're going to her house. Alone. Ruin sighed. You're seriously making this weird. The avatar folded its arms. I'm just saying, your friends clearly gave you space on purpose. Even Jason said he'd hold the fort. They're setting you up, man. Ruin groaned. Can you not? I can't. The avatar shot back. I'm literally the only one stuck with you. Ruin rolled his eyes. Just then, Irene turned around, raising an eyebrow. Who are you talking to back there? He straightened quickly. Oh, no one. Just thinking out loud. She laughed softly and kept walking. The scenery around them shifted as they moved deeper into the countryside. Their destination, Prius, Irene's hometown. Ruin hadn't expected it to be tucked away in the mountains. The air was crisp, the landscape quiet, and there was hardly another soul in sight. Peaceful, huh? He muttered. But peace didn't last long. From out of nowhere, someone lunged at him. Ruin barely had time to react before a powerful kick came flying toward his chest. He twisted aside, just in time, the attack grazing past him. The stranger landed lightly on the ground, smirking. Not bad. You've got some reflexes, kid. Ruin blinked. Who the hell are you? And why are you attacking me out of nowhere? The man crossed his arms. Who do you think you are? Showing up here like some big shot. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing. You look like a punk who needs to be taught a lesson. Ruin groaned under his breath. Great. I can't even go on a trip without someone trying to kill me. Before Ruin could even catch his breath, Irene rushed between them, waving her hands frantically. Wait, stop. I'm sorry about this, Ruin. He's my older brother. Ruin blinked, completely lost. Your brother? Then why was he trying to kick me? The man, tall and broad-shouldered with striking blonde hair, cracked a grin. Well, you dodged me, didn't you? Guess you're not some random punk after all. He stepped in close, eyes narrowing. So, tell me, are you dating my sister? Before Ruin could answer, the guy grabbed her by the collar. Don't worry, he said casually. We'll talk after I land one good punch. How about no? Ruin said, try and pry him off. But then he sensed it. This guy's energy was insane. His aura pulsed like a storm. An 8-star martial artist? The man, Aduma, tilted his head. What's the matter? Check out your tongue? Or maybe you think nothing's going on between you two. Brother. Irene snapped, glaring at him. That's enough. Aduma turned toward her. What? You're taking a side now. Even if you're my brother, she shot back. You're going way overboard. He froze, taken aback. Wait, so you actually think highly of this guy? Irene crossed her arms. Of course I do. I saved him, remember? You're such an idiot sometimes. That stung. Aduma's face twisted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Ruin stood there awkwardly, thinking, if this is how her brother acts, I can't even imagine meeting her parents. He didn't have to wait long. Aduma stormed off, yelling for his father. Hey dad, you won't believe this. Your precious daughter brought a guy home. He slammed his fist into the ground, cracking the stone beneath his feet. If this punk wants to take my sister, he'll have to fight me first. That's the spirit, son. Came a booming voice from inside. Ruin sighed. Yup, I definitely should have stayed home. Then, just as the tension hit its peak, a calm voice cut through the chaos. Honestly, you two need to stop embarrassing yourselves. Everyone froze. Standing in the doorway was Irene's mother. She radiated elegance and authority with just one look. Both the father and brother instantly went pale and started sweating. Sorry, honey, the dad stammered. Yeah, our bam, Mom, Aduma added quickly. Ruin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he thought, someone normal. She smiled politely at him. I'm sorry for their behavior, dear. They mean well, but they act before they think. He was struck by how graceful she was, and even more surprised to sense her aura. An 8-star martial artist too? This family was something else. As they sat down later, Ruin learned more about the Prize family. They had once been a prestigious clan, owners of a grand estate, and respected throughout the empire. But over generations, they'd lost their status and retreated to the mountains, devoting themselves entirely to training and meditation. Lady Irene, with her exceptional magical talent, had always dreamed of restoring their name. Her mother, Saida, placed a warm meal on the table and smiled. Again, forgive the earlier chaos. My husband and sons are just a little passionate, but they're good men who love Irene dearly. Please try to understand them. Ruin smiled faintly. I get it. Honestly, I respect that kind of love. And I guess it's a big deal for someone like Irene to bring Guy home. Saida chuckled. Oh, I'm not shaken by it all. He blinked. Really? She shrugged lightly. If our daughter brought you here, that tells me she's serious about you. Isn't that right, Irene? Irene's face turned bright red. And mother, that's not, well, I mean yes, but before she could finish, the father burst into the room, this time with what looked like a dozen burly men behind him. Absolutely not, he roared. If this boy wants to take my daughter, he'll have to get through all of us first. Saida pinched the bridge of her nose. You're all completely ridiculous. Ruin just sat there, trying to process the madness. All these guys are brothers. The father stepped forward, his voice booming with pride. A man needs strength to protect his woman and his family. That's why I taught my sons. With strength comes responsibility. That's how we live. Then his gaze locked on Ruin. But you look like you've had it easy. Tell me, boy, do you even know what real strength is? Ruin stood up slowly, meeting the man's intense stare with a calm smile. If we're talking about strength, he said evenly, that's the one thing I'm most confident about. The room went silent. Even the brothers stopped grinning. Then the father's lips twitched into a challenging smirk. Good, he said. Then let's see it. Prius asked our boy what kind of strength he was most confident in. Then he laughed, saying that at the very least, the boy had guts, and he would give him that. Our hero answered calmly. If Prius was asking about responsibility, then he could say he was second to none. And if he was asking about physical strength, he was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. Irene's brother, Aduma, snorted. He said that not losing to anyone sounded exactly like something a complete scammer would say. With a sideways glance, he added that it was obvious. A smooth talker like him must have deceived their innocent Irene. A smirk spread across his face as he suggested proving those words. After all, they were just about to head out for training, father and sons together. He warned him not to take it lightly, saying even seasoned fighters tended to avoid their kind of training. Our hero didn't flinch. He simply said it sounded good. Then he turned to Lady Irene and told her he'd go warm up a bit. She asked if that meant training with her family, and he replied that since they only knew training, becoming friendly through it might be the fastest way. He told her he'd be right back. As they left, their mother gently told Irene not to worry. From the look in that boy's eyes, she said, he should manage just fine. Irene answered without hesitation that she wasn't worried about Ruin at all. That surprised her mother, who asked what she was worried about. Irene replied plainly, it was those reckless men. The scene shifted to the training camp. The younger brothers were smashing massive rocks clean in half, talking excitedly about new records and how this would help them grow. Prius watched them and said they still had a long way to go. As expected, reaching 9-star was no simple road. Sitting atop a boulder, he looked toward our hero and wondered how this boy had even dared to pursue his beloved daughter. In his mind, bringing him here would be enough to crush his spirit. But our hero looked energized instead. He praised the young brothers, saying their strength was genuinely impressive. Then he turned his gaze toward a towering rocky mountain nearby and said he'd show them something as well. The brothers frowned, whispering among themselves. There was no way. Was he really thinking about destroying that? Our hero only smirked. In the next instant, energy began to buzz around him. He clenched his fist and stepped forward. Prius's eyes widened at the stance the boy took. Then Ruin struck. A violent shockwave erupted, yellow mana ripping outward as it tore straight through the rocky mountain, splitting it apart in a thunderous roar. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the ruined mountain. There was no denying it. Something that massive should never have been split apart by bare hands. Shock rippled through the group as they wondered what kind of mage could possibly wield strength like that. Then our hero spoke, calmly explaining what he had already understood. In Prius's eyes, the most important quality in a man wasn't status or titles. It was the strength and stamina to protect his family. Just as he had expected, they had planned to crush his spirit through relentless training. They had run together until they believed he would collapse, maybe even die along the way. But he hadn't fallen. Instead, he declared that he would go all the way with them. To him, this wasn't punishment. It was the perfect chance to prove his endurance and resolve. Days passed like that. Again and again, Irene's brothers exhausted their stamina during the runs, only to look up and see our hero still standing tall, breathing steadily. He would ask if they were all right, reach out a hand to help them up, and casually remind them that they still had dinner to eat together. Aduma, Irene's younger brother, finally thanked him and asked if he planned to train again the next day. Our hero answered without hesitation, of course. Then he asked if Aduma would start calling him young. The brothers exchanged confused glances, but Aduma eventually agreed. From that point on, the atmosphere softened. They began talking more freely, growing closer day by day, while Prius watched everything in silence. That night, our hero shared something that left the brothers stunned. They learned that he had truly been acknowledged by the Emperor himself as the next Tower Master. Irene confirmed it calmly, reminding them that she had been the mage who stopped the flame King Theron's rebellion. So it only made sense. Excitement spread instantly. They realized that someone extraordinary was staying under their roof, that they were speaking face to face with the future Tower Master. Prius then asked why Ruin was only telling them this now. If he had said it earlier, Prius admitted, they might have treated him very differently from the beginning. Ruin simply replied that such titles didn't matter to him. The answer surprised Prius, who asked what he meant. Ruin explained that all he truly wanted was acknowledgement, from Lady Irene and from her family. Compared to that, the title of Tower Master meant nothing. Irene's mother shook her head, saying she could hardly believe it. But of course he was someone Irene would fall for. Wasn't he, dear? Irene flushed instantly and protested, telling her mother not to say things like that. Her father remained quiet, observing the scene. Yet the look on his face made it clear. He already knew it was true. Later that night, when the household had fallen in a deep sleep, our hero stirred as a quiet voice called his name. He opened his eyes to see Prius standing there. The sight startled him. What was Irene's father doing awake at this hour? Prius motioned for him to follow, saying they needed to talk. The two stepped outside into the cool night air, and as they walked, our hero wondered what kind of conversation awaited him. Since Prius had asked for this himself, what was it that he truly wanted to say? Without warning, Irene's father asked him a question. Caught off guard, our hero instinctively answered, "Yes, father." Sweat streamed down Prius's face as he spoke, repeating something he had said many times before, that Irene was an extremely precious daughter to him. Then came the question that mattered most. Could he truly take responsibility for a daughter like that? Our hero fell silent for a brief moment. Then, without hesitation, he answered that yes, he could. Prius nodded calmly and said that was enough. Skill, effort, character. Despite how coldly they had treated him at first, his conduct had been flawless. But Prius's tone hardened as he issued a warning. If he ever took his daughter and made her cry, he would never forgive him. He told him to cherish his daughter, Lunaril. Our hero's face lit up, overwhelmed. All he could do was bow slightly and thank her father for placing such trust in him. The next morning, as the two prepared to leave, Irene's mother asked if they weren't heading out a little early. Our hero smiled and said they would visit again sometime. Aduma immediately shot that down, saying there was no need. They would be the ones visiting him instead. Then, with complete seriousness, he added that since they were planning a formal meeting later anyway, Ruin and Irene should just keep dating until then. The words made both of them blush, and they were equally stunned by Aduma's shameless boldness. Irene promptly kicked him in the leg, calling him an idiot and demanding to know what nonsense he was spouting. As the family sent them off, telling them to visit again, Irene felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. On the road back, after hesitating for a long moment, she finally gathered her courage. Now that both families had given their approval, now that there was no one left standing in their way, she quietly asked them what they were to each other. Exactly. Our hero was caught off guard by the sudden, honest question. For a brief moment, he didn't answer. Then he smiled calmly and told Lady Irene that they should date seriously. Once the words were spoken, the tension eased, as if something long unsettled had finally found its place. Irene answered with a gentle smile of her own, telling him to take good care of her, addressing him softly as Sir Ruin. And just like that, 5 years passed. The scene shifted to the Mage Tower. Strang sat sprawled on a sofa, reminding him that the memory of his confession was still painfully clear. She said that moment had been wild, that every single word he spoke back then was impossible to forget. With a lazy grin, she repeated his words, teasing him for having asked Lady Irene to date seriously. Letting out a sigh, she remarked that even after 5 years, he still talked about the same thing. If he truly intended to assist her, she added, then he should focus on his work instead of slacking off and reminiscing about the past. By now, our hero had officially become Tower Master, appointed on the Emperor's recommendation. Strang, of course, addressed him plainly as Tower Master Ruin. From the moment he accepted the position, his life had become endlessly busy, and Strang served as his assistant, helping him shoulder the overwhelming responsibilities that came with the role. At the same time, Ardell itself had changed dramatically. Through steady development, it had grown into a proper, well-established city. Hansen served faithfully as Ardell's knight, while Jason took charge of its administrative affairs. Above all else, the one who contributed the most was our hero's father, whose efforts had laid the foundation for everything Ardell had become. Just then, his younger sister arrived, calling out to him. He greeted her warmly, proudly addressing her as the Sword Grand Prix champion. She replied with complete confidence, saying that victory had been inevitable given her skill. Our hero reflected quietly on her journey. She had never abandoned her dream of becoming a swordswoman. Years later, she entered the Sword Grand Prix once more and emerged victorious. Now she stood beside the Emperor himself, who had since recovered his health. He asked what had brought her to see him. She answered bluntly that she was there to check whether her brother was truly fulfilling his duties and to see how well he was preparing. He raised a brow, asking what she meant by preparation. She told him not to play dumb. He knew exactly what she was referring to. With a small smile, he assured her that everything was perfectly prepared, leaving no room for complaints. A few days later, people gathered throughout the territory, dressed formally, murmuring among themselves and urging one another not to push. When our hero called out to Hansen, a voice rang through the crowd, announcing the arrival of one of the day's main figures, the Tower Master himself. Gasps spread instantly as people turned to look, stunned to realize that it truly was him. He thanked Hansen for his help, but Hansen waved it off, saying that between friends, such things didn't even need to be mentioned. Our hero smiled and turned to another familiar face, greeting Sita and remarking that it had been a while. He added that news of Sita's promotion to top counselor of his city had reached him surprisingly fast. Sita confirmed it with a smile, then asked how it felt to be getting married. He admitted that while he had always believed our hero would go far, he never imagined things would move this quickly. Our hero simply smiled again, but before he could respond, the sound of crying cut through the atmosphere. Hirani's younger brothers were openly shedding tears, complaining that the wedding was happening far too soon. Their mother scolded them in a hushed voice, telling them to stop embarrassing themselves since everyone was watching. Sita chuckled, saying the brothers hadn't changed at all, and our hero nodded in agreement, amused. As the ceremony drew closer, he excused himself to prepare. Moments later, the ground began to tremble slightly, and unease spread through the crowd as people whispered about an earthquake. Our hero quickly reassured them, explaining that it wasn't anything dangerous, just the arrival of the invited orcs. Soon enough, his old orc companion appeared, declaring loudly that there was no way the orcs would miss the union of the one they proudly called the Little Destroyer. Then Jason stepped onto the stairs and cleared his throat, beginning the ceremony. He introduced himself as a mage from the Mage Tower who would be hosting the wedding. He informed everyone that the ceremony would begin shortly and asked the guests to take their seats. He repeated his introduction with even more enthusiasm, boasting just a little too much, and added that he had recently spoken with both the bride and groom. They had asked him, he said, to convey their gratitude to all who had traveled from afar to celebrate this day. Finally, with a dramatic pause, he asked if it was time to invite the main star of the ceremony and called out the name Ruin Ardell. As the words echoed, our hero walked in through the main entrance. His sister congratulated him warmly, followed closely by his professor. Then the entrance opened once more. Irene appeared, dressed beautifully, walking beside her father. She was radiant, so breathtaking that our hero froze for a moment, his heart tightening as he realized, without a single doubt, that he had made the right choice. He thought of everything she had endured, of her relentless efforts to restore her family, and how those struggles had shaped her into a world-renowned mage whose name was known everywhere. And now, she stood before him, ready to become his wife. When he took her hand, he made a silent vow to himself to be a good husband. Watching from the side, his father smiled with pride and said quietly that he believed in him. Jason stepped forward and announced that it was time to welcome the officiant. With clear pride, he introduced him as the Tower Master, a mentor, and his own teacher as well, the Dean of the Academy, Tyrion Ignite. The Dean smiled as he began, offering his heartfelt congratulations to the couple. He spoke of how the two standing before everyone had endured countless hardships, overcoming each one by supporting one another. Even if similar trials awaited them in the future, he said, this couple, now bound in marriage, would face them together once more. He reminded everyone present that true marriage meant relying on each other during moments of pain, sorrow, and difficulty. Our hero tightened his grip on Irene's hand as he listened. When the Dean invited the newlyweds to speak their vows, memories surfaced. He recalled the first time he had seen her, back in an antique shop during the Great Festival. At the time, she had seemed cold, stubborn, and distant, someone he never imagined he would one day marry. Yet looking back now, he understood what had drawn him in. Her confidence, her sharp mind, her strength, standing tall, He declared himself, Ruin Ardell, to be his wife's closest friend. Irene answered in turn, introducing herself as Irene Prius and pledging to be her husband's loving companion. Together, they affirmed their vows as one, then expressed their sincere gratitude to all the guests who had traveled from near and far to celebrate this moment with them. At that instant, fireworks burst into the sky. Light bloomed overhead, painting the night with brilliant colors as joy washed over the crowd. Amid the radiant celebration, voices rose in unison, offering congratulations to the young lady and the tower master. Our hero felt a quiet amazement settle in his heart. Once he had been so small, so insignificant, that he had reached this point felt almost unreal. He knew it hadn't been achieved alone. Countless hands had helped him along the way, including that celestial being he remembered so vividly. He had run without stopping, faced crisis after crisis, yet in the end, he had made it through beautifully. Part of him wished that Draka could have witnessed this moment too. Then he heard it, a voice congratulating him. His eyes widened in shock. He turned quickly and asked Strang if she had heard it as well. She shook her head, saying she hadn't heard anything at all. Our hero stood there, frozen, unable to speak. After a brief pause, he smiled faintly and dismissed it, telling himself it must have been his imagination. As the night went on, he reflected quietly. If one day, far in the future, someone were to ask him how he remembered himself at this very moment, his answer would be simple. Not even for a single second would he feel regret. Turning inward, he recognized it clearly. This was the end of a journey he had run without hesitation. And with that, the long, thrilling road came to its conclusion. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.